Jack Reacher soaked up the final warm days of the season in a quiet coastal town in Maine. Soon, he felt the same instinct as the birds overhead, a pull to head south for the winter, but his path wouldn't mirror theirs. He wasn't interested in a straight shot down the coastline. Instead, he pictured a long, sweeping journey on a diagonal, cutting from the nation's northeast corner down to its southwestern tip. He mentally traced a line through places like Syracuse, Cincinnati, and St. Louis, rolling onward through Oklahoma City and Albuquerque, all the way to the Pacific at San Diego. It was a classic American road trip, one he hadn't undertaken in a long while, and the idea of it lifted his spirits. San Diego, while a bit too Navy-heavy for an old Army man's taste, seemed a perfectly decent place to wait out the cold months. He didn't make much progress on that first day. After walking a mile inland to a quiet county road, he extended his thumb. Reacher was a formidable figure, well over 6.5 feet tall, solid with muscle, his clothes perpetually rumpled and his hair often a mess. He wasn't what most drivers considered a safe bet. Car after car slowed, gave him a wary once-over, and accelerated away. 40 minutes passed before someone finally stopped. The vehicle was a late-model Subaru wagon, and the driver was a lean man in his 50s wearing neatly pressed khakis and a sharp shirt. Reacher pegged the outfit as a wife's careful selection. A wedding band confirmed it. But the man's physique told a different story. A thick neck and hands roughened by years of labor hinted at a blue-collar past. Reacher figured him for a self-made type, the kind who starts with his hands in the dirt and builds an empire from the ground up. A little conversation proved him right. The driver shared that he began with nothing but his father's old hammer and had built a successful construction firm from it, now providing for dozens of employees and turning the dreams of homeowners into reality. It was a classic American success story, rolling down a Maine back road. He ended his tale with a slight lift of his shoulders, a gesture that was partly New England reserve and partly honest bewilderment. How had it all come together, the answer, Reacher figured, was a meticulous nature. This driver was a man of systems and principles, of firm convictions, one being that when summer waned, you avoided the coastal snarl of Route 1 and the interstate grind of I-95 altogether. The smart play was to exit Maine promptly via Route 2, shooting west into New Hampshire. His destination was a spot just south of Berlin, where he knew a web of secondary roads that would, he claimed, deliver them to Boston quicker than any main artery. Boston was his goal for a meeting concerning marble countertops. Reacher was content with that. Boston was a perfectly fine launch pad. From there, Syracuse was a direct line, and Cincinnati after that was straightforward, whether you went through Rochester, Buffalo, and Cleveland, or maybe even detoured past Akron. He'd endured far less appealing locales, many of them during his Army years. They never made it to Boston. After about 50 minutes of smooth, unimpeded travel south on those promised New Hampshire back roads, the driver's plan was proving sound. With not another car in sight, a cell phone call came through. The phone was linked to the car's audio system, and a name flashed on the console screen alongside a tiny picture of a ruddy-faced man in a hard hat holding a clipboard, clearly a construction foreman. The driver tapped a button, filling the cabin with the staticky hiss of a call on speaker. Speaking toward the dashboard, he said, "This better be good." It wasn't the issue involved a municipal building inspector and a metal chimney liner inside a fireplace. That was the centerpiece of a grand entryway. The liner was properly insulated and met code, but the inspector, being stubborn, demanded visual proof that would require either dismantling 3 stories of nearly finished stonework or, alternatively, gutting the elaborate custom walnut paneling in the adjoining dining room or the even more intricate rosewood closet on the floor above. The driver shot a look at Reacher. "Which inspector is it?" "The new one," the foreman's voice crackled back. "Does he understand about the Thanksgiving turkey?" I told him we're all on the same team here. The driver glanced at Reacher again, a look mingling apology and a silent request for understanding, then turned back. "Did you try a financial incentive? Offered 500? He refused. Then the signal failed. The voice dissolved into digital gibberish before cutting out entirely. The screen displayed a searching icon. The car coasted forward. Reacher mused. Who really wants a fireplace in an entryway anyway? It's hospitable, the driver replied. Historically, I'd argue it was more about defense, like a fire at the mouth of a cave meant to keep threats out, not invite them in. I have to turn back, the man said, regret in his tone. I'm sorry. He slowed and pulled onto the gravel shoulder. They were utterly alone on the deserted road. The screen still showed no signal. I'm going to have to leave you here, he said. Is that all right? No trouble at all, Reacher said. You got me a good distance. I appreciate it. You're welcome. Whose closet is it, the rosewood one? The clients then cut a sizable access panel in it and show the inspector. Afterward, give the owner 5 compelling reasons why that's the perfect spot for a wall safe. A man who installs a fireplace in his lobby is exactly the type who secretly wants a wall safe. The man might not realize it yet, but someone who insists on a fireplace in their foyer is the same type who'll want a hidden safe in their bedroom. That's just human nature. You'll come out ahead, bill him for the labor to carve out the space. You work in construction too? I was in the military police, the driver just grunted. Reacher pushed the door open and stepped out, shutting it firmly behind him. He moved off the road to give the Subaru room to turn around. The vehicle swung across the entire width of the pavement, gravel spraying from both shoulders, before accelerating back the way it had come. The driver offered a quick, almost apologetic wave, which Reacher interpreted as a wish of resigned luck. He watched the car shrink into the distance, then turned and resumed walking south. He preferred to keep moving forward whenever he could. The 2-lane road was well kept, curving gently over rolling hills. It was no challenge for a modern vehicle. The Subaru had been doing 60, yet now it was utterly empty. No traffic in either direction. The only sounds were a soft rustle in the trees and the low hum of heat rising from the asphalt. Reacher kept walking. About 2 miles later, the road bent left, and another road of identical size branched off to the right. It wasn't a sharp turn, but a perfect fork, a clean, Y-shaped split. A slight nudge of the wheel left or right, the choice was his. Both routes vanished into a canopy of massive trees that formed a green tunnel. A sign stood at the junction. A larger arrow pointing left read Portsmouth, while a smaller arrow to the right indicated Laconia. The smaller font and diminished arrow made Laconia seem like an afterthought, even though the road looked just as wide. Laconia, New Hampshire. Reacher knew the name. He'd seen it on old family documents and heard it mentioned in passing. It was where his late father was born and raised before he supposedly escaped at 17 to join the Marines. That was the vague family story. What he was escaping from was never clear. His father never returned, not once. Reacher himself was born more than 15 years later, by which time Laconia felt as distant and historical as the Dakota Territory, where some earlier ancestor was said to have lived. No one in the family ever visited either place. His grandparents died young and were seldom talked about. There were no mentions of aunts, uncles, or cousins, a statistical improbability that hinted at some deep rift, but his father was the only one who knew the details, and in Marine families some subjects just weren't discussed. Years later, his brother Joe, then an Army captain stationed up north, mused about tracking down the old family home but never did. Reacher had probably said something similar once or twice. He'd never been there, either left or right, his decision. Portsmouth was the practical choice. It had interstates, traffic, and buses, a direct route to Boston. San Diego was calling, and the northeastern chill was coming, but what was one more day? He veered right, taking the fork that led to Laconia. At that same late afternoon hour, nearly 30 miles away on a different back road, a battered Honda Civic was heading south. It was driven by a 25-year-old man named Shorty Fleck. Beside him in the passenger seat sat his girlfriend, 25-year-old Patty Sundstrom. Both were from St. Leonard, a sleepy, remote town in New Brunswick, Canada, where not much ever happened. The most memorable event in recent years happened a decade ago, when a semi-truck hauling 12 million honeybees tipped over on a bend. The town paper had noted with some local pride that it was a first-of-its-kind incident for the region. Patty worked at a lumber mill. Her grandfather was a Minnesotan who had crossed the border north 50 years back. Dodging the Vietnam draft, Shorty farmed potatoes. His roots in Canada went back generations. And despite the nickname, he wasn't especially short. Maybe he had been as a boy. But now he considered himself thoroughly average in height. Their goal was a single-shot drive from St. Leonard all the way to New York City, a seriously grueling haul by any measure. They had a solid reason for pushing through. They had goods to sell in the city, and skipping a hotel stay would pad their profit. They'd plotted their course carefully, swinging west to dodge the summer crowds returning from the coast, following back roads with Patty's stubby finger tracing the map, her eyes scanning ahead for the next turn. On paper, the timing worked. Reality, of course, had other ideas. They'd gotten a late start, partly from their usual last-minute chaos, but mostly because the Honda's old battery protested the fresh, crisp autumn chill blowing in from the direction of Prince Edward Island. That delay landed them in a sluggish line at the border, and then the Honda began to overheat, forcing them to baby it below 50 for what felt like forever. They were worn out, hungry, thirsty, desperate for a rest stop, running late, and thoroughly annoyed. Now the temperature gauge was pegged back in the red. A new grinding rumble came from under the hood. Could be low oil. Hard to know. Every warning light on the dash had been glowing steadily for the past 2.5 years. What's coming up? Shorty asked. Nothing much, Patty said. Her finger rested on a meandering red line marked with a 3-digit number, cutting north to south through a splotch of pale green on the map, forested land. It matched the dense, still woods pressing in outside the windows, the trees weighed down with late summer foliage. The map showed a few faint, thread-like side roads veining the area, like capillaries on an old woman's leg, probably leading to somewhere, but nowhere significant. Nowhere likely to have a mechanic or an auto parts store. The nearest decent hope was a town called Laconia, its name printed in semi-bold letters about 30 minutes ahead, and slightly to the southeast, which at least promised a gas station. "Can we hold out another 20 miles?" she asked. The needle was buried in the red. "Possibly," Shorty said, "if we plan on walking the last 19... He eased off the gas, crawling along on a whisper of throttle to reduce the engine's heat, but the lack of speed also meant less cooling air through the radiator, so the trapped heat just built. In the short term, the gauge kept climbing. Patty slid her fingertip forward on the map, trying to match their snail's pace. A faint vein of a road was coming up on the right, a thin track curling through the green ink to a spot about an inch away. With her leaky window rolled up against the chill, the engine's complaints were loud and clear, clunks, knocks, and a worsening grind. Then, right on cue, a narrow opening appeared on the right. More a tunnel than a road, dark and canopied by meeting trees at its entrance. A weathered post held a board with ornate plastic letters and an arrow pointing inward. The letters spelled motel. "Should we try it?" Patty asked. The car answered for them. The temperature needle was jammed against its limit. Shorty could feel the heat radiating against his legs. The whole engine compartment was roasting for a moment. He considered the possibility of driving past the turnoff. He'd heard stories about engines overheating and failing catastrophically. Those were probably exaggerations, he figured. There wouldn't be a literal lake of melted steel under the hood. No dramatic fireball. The car would simply give up, sighing to a halt, or the motor would lock solid. They'd just roll silently to a standstill. But out here, with no other cars and no bars on his phone, not an option. "We're turning," he announced, slowing down and guiding the car into the tunnel entrance. As they drew near, the sign's plastic letters revealed themselves to be carefully painted in gold leaf, the work of a patient hand. It felt like an assurance, a hint that this motel might be a cut above. A duplicate sign faced the opposite lane, greeting traffic from the other direction. "All right?" Shorty asked. Inside the tunnel, the temperature dropped noticeably, a good 10 degrees cooler than the open road. A mat of decayed autumn leaves and dried winter sludge was pressed into the dirt shoulders. "You good?" Shorty pressed. The tires thumped over a thick rubber hose stretched across the pavement, the kind you see at full-service gas stations to ring a bell for the attendant. Patty stayed silent. Shorty tried again. How terrible could it be? It's right there on the map. The road is marked, yes? That sign looked pretty classy. I noticed, Patty said. It did, they continued forward. The forest air was cool and clean, making the walk pleasant. Reacher settled into a steady 4-mile-per-hour pace, which matched his long stride at 88 steps a minute. Coincidentally, that was the tempo of several classic rock anthems, making the time pass easily with a mental soundtrack. After half an hour and 2 miles, roughly 7 songs in his head, the sound of an engine made him turn. An old pickup was approaching erratically, its wheels seeming to argue over which direction to take. Reacher thumbed a ride. The truck shuddered to a stop. An elderly man with a flowing white beard leaned over and cranked down the passenger window. Headed to Laconia, he stated. Same here, Reacher said. Perfect. Reacher climbed in and rolled the window back up. The driver lurched back onto the road, the truck swaying as it picked up speed. The old man said, I suppose now you're going to tell me I need new tires. The thought crossed my mind, Reacher admitted. But at my age, I avoid major investments. Why plan for a future I might not see? That logic is more twisted than my wheel alignment. Truth is, the frame's bent, had a wreck a long time back. How long? Getting on for 23 years now. So this feels normal to you, keeps me from dozing off. How do you even steer straight? You develop a feel for it. Like piloting a dinghy in a crosswind. What brings you to Laconia? Just passing through, Reacher said. My old man was born there. Thought I'd take a look. What's your family name? Reacher. The old driver shook his head slowly. Can't say I ever met a Reacher in Laconia. The earlier fork in the road, it turned out, split around a sizable lake, forcing northbound travelers to choose a shoreline. They bumped and jittered along the right bank, a ride that was hard on the suspension but offered a breathtaking vista as the sun dipped toward the horizon, less than an hour from setting. Then Laconia appeared. It was more substantial than Reacher had pictured, a county seat of maybe 15,000, with an air of settled prosperity. Red brick buildings and tidy historic streets glowed in the late afternoon light like a scene from an old film. The shuddering pickup wobbled to a halt at a downtown intersection. This is it, the old man said. How much is different? Reacher asked. In this part of town, not a whole lot. I always imagined its smaller memory usually makes things grander. Reacher thanked him for the lift and stepped out, watching the truck squeal off, each tire stubbornly pursuing its own path. He turned and wandered through the streets, taking in the layout of the town and noting a couple of key spots he'd need to visit first thing in the morning. For the immediate evening, his priorities were simpler: somewhere to eat and somewhere to sleep. The historic downtown offered both in its own quaint style. He passed several cozy eateries, none wider than 2 tables across, and though there were no chain hotels, plenty of inns and bed and breakfasts dotted the side streets. He chose a slender bistro, mostly because the waitress inside caught his eye and gave him a warm smile through the window. Things got a little awkward when his meal arrived, though. He'd picked a roast beef salad, figuring it was the healthiest option, but the portion was laughably small. When he asked for a second serving on a larger plate, the waitress initially looked concerned, thinking something was wrong with his order. Then it clicked he was just really hungry. She brought the extra portion and even offered a bigger mug for his coffee without him having to ask twice. Later, he backtracked to a lodging he'd spotted earlier, tucked on a side street near the municipal offices. The inn had space, vacation season was over, and he paid what felt like a steep price for what the owner grandly called a suite. To him, it was just a room with an extra sofa and an overwhelming amount of floral decor, complete with a mountain of feather pillows. He tossed a dozen of them off the bed, laid his trousers under the mattress to smooth out the wrinkles, and then treated himself to a long, steaming shower before finally slipping between the sheets and drifting off. Meanwhile, the tree-lined tunnel Patty Sundstrom was following stretched for more than 2 miles. She ran her finger along its winding path on the map as their Honda bumped over worn, pitted asphalt. In spots, the pavement had washed away entirely, leaving behind potholes as wide as pool tables, some exposed concrete, some filled with gravel, others still soggy with spring's leftover leaf mulch. Overhead, the canopy was thick and unbroken except for one brief gap where the trees fell away for about 20 yards, opening a narrow stripe of vivid pink evening sky. Maybe the soil was different there, or a hidden ridge of bedrock lay just beneath the surface, some quirk in the landscape that kept anything from taking root. Then the strip of sky vanished behind them, and they were swallowed by the tunnel once more. Shorty Fleck drove slowly, careful with the shocks and gentle on the engine, wondering if he should switch the headlights on. Soon the trees began to thin again, hinting at a clearing ahead, as if they were finally approaching somewhere. What they found was the road emerging from the woods and cutting a straight, pale line through several acres of open grassland, utterly exposed in the fading daylight. At the far end, arranged along a gentle curve, stood 3 solid wooden buildings, each painted a muted red with crisp white trim. Against the green expanse, they looked like something straight off a New England postcard. The nearest structure was a motel, so picture-perfect it could have been lifted from a children's alphabet book. M is for motel. It was long and low, built from those same dull red boards with a gray asphalt shingle roof. A red neon office sign glowed in the first window, followed by a louvered utility door, and then a repeating sequence, a wide window with an HVAC vent beneath it, 2 plastic lawn chairs, and a numbered door. The pattern repeated all the way down, 12 rooms in total, with not a single car parked out front. It appeared completely empty. "Okay," Shorty asked. Patty stayed quiet. He brought the car to a stop. Off to the right, the second building was shorter in length, but much taller and deeper, some kind of barn, though clearly not meant for animals. The concrete path leading up to the door was noticeably spotless. To be blunt, there wasn't a trace of animal waste to be seen. The building appeared to be a workshop of some sort. Parked in front were 9 all-terrain vehicles, the 4-wheeled kind with thick, knobby tires arranged in 3 perfectly straight rows of 3. Those might be Hondas, Patty observed. Maybe the people here know something about fixing cars. The third structure at the end was a plainly built but spacious house with a wide porch that wrapped around it, complete with a few rocking chairs. Shorty eased the car forward before stopping again. The paved road was about to give way to a rough, owner-maintained track just 10 yards short of the motel's vacant parking area. His experienced farmer's eye assessed the surface as a messy mix of gravel, mud, and a tangle of dead and living weeds, including at least 5 invasive species he'd never tolerate in his own fields. The end of the asphalt felt like a boundary, a point of no return. "All right?" he asked once more. "The place is completely empty," Patty said. "No guests at all. Doesn't that seem strange?" "The season's finished. Just like flipping a switch. That's what they always say around here. We're in the middle of nowhere. It's a quiet vacation spot. No noise, no crowds." Patty was silent for a long moment. Finally, she said, "I suppose it seems all right." Shorty replied, "I think it's this or nothing at all." Her gaze traveled over the motel's straightforward design, its sturdy roof, the thick planks, and the fresh stain. It was clear necessary upkeep had been done, but without any flashy extras. It was a no-nonsense, honest building, the kind you might find up in Canada. "Let's check it out," she decided. They bounced off the pavement and rattled across the uneven ground, parking outside the office. After a brief consideration, Shorty turned the engine off. It seemed safer than letting it idle, given the ominous noises and risk of overheating. If it refused to start again, so be it. They were close enough. They could always ask for a room right by the office if needed. Their one large suitcase, packed with items they intended to sell, could stay in the car. They didn't have much else to carry. Stepping inside, they found a man behind the reception counter. He appeared to be around their own age, mid-20s or a little older, with neatly combed short blonde hair, a deep tan, bright blue eyes, and a smile that seemed practiced. Yet something about him felt out of place. At first, Shorty thought he might be like those privileged kids sent to do menial summer jobs in the countryside to build a resume or find themselves a phenomenon he'd seen back in Canada. But this guy was a few years too old for that. Behind his welcoming demeanor was a distinct air of ownership. He was not just greeting guests, but welcoming them to his domain. Maybe he actually owned the place. Patty explained they needed a room and wondered if whoever maintained the ATVs could look at their car, or, failing that, if he could recommend a reliable mechanic, hopefully not requiring a tow truck. The man smiled and asked, "What seems to be the trouble with your car?" He had that polished, confident tone of every young movie character who worked on Wall Street in a suit and tie, probably sipping champagne and believing greed was good. Not exactly the type a potato farmer would warm to. Patty said it's overheating and making strange knocking sounds from under the hood. The man's smile shifted into a modest yet supremely confident grin, the kind worn by someone used to being in charge. "Then I suppose we should take a look," he said. "It sounds like you might be low on coolant and oil. Both are simple fixes, unless there's a leak, that would depend on what parts are needed. We might be able to improvise something. If not, as you mentioned, we know some excellent mechanics. Either way, there's nothing to be done until the engine cools down completely. Park the car outside your room for the night, and we'll take a look first thing tomorrow," the man told her. "What time exactly?" Patty asked, aware of how late it was getting, but also remembering the old saying about looking a gift horse in the mouth. The man replied, "Around here, we're up with the sun." She asked, "How much for the room after the holiday weekend before the fall tourists arrive? Let's say $50. "All right," Patty said, though she wasn't entirely happy about it. She thought again of not questioning a gift, and of what Shorty had said this was their only option. "We'll put you in room 10, the man continued. "It's the first one we've finished renovating. In fact, we just completed it. You'd be our very first guests. We'd be honored to have you." Reacher woke up at 3:01 in the morning. It was a classic scene. He snapped awake instantly, as if someone had flipped a switch. He didn't move a muscle. He simply lay there in the dark, eyes open, listening with every fiber of his being. This wasn't a trained reaction. It was a raw, primal instinct, buried deep in the oldest part of his brain. He remembered a night in Southern California, sleeping with the windows open, when that same instinct had jolted him awake because he'd caught the faintest scent of smoke in his sleep, not from a cigarette or a house fire, but from a distant hillside blaze 40 miles away. It was a primeval smell, the kind that sent ancient ancestors running from wildfires on forgotten plains. Survival had always favored the earliest risers, but there was no smoke tonight, not in this hotel room at this hour. So what had woken him? It wasn't sight, touch, or taste. It had to be sound. He had heard something. He waited to hear it again, a delay he considered an annoying flaw in the system, a two-step process when one should suffice. He heard nothing. Most modern noises didn't trigger that ancient alarm. The soft step or hiss of a prehistoric predator was unlikely here. The nearest forest where a twig might ominously snap was miles outside of town. Not much else scared the primitive mind through sound alone. Newer threats were processed up front in the more modern part of the brain, which was plenty alert for clicks and scrapes, but lacked the authority to pull someone from a deep sleep. So what was left? Perhaps the only other sound wired that deeply into the human psyche was a cry for help, a scream or a plea, not a modern shout or a laugh, but something raw and ancient signaling the tribe was in danger at its perimeter. He heard nothing more. No repeat. He slipped out of bed, listened at the door, and heard only silence. He took a pillow and held it over the peephole, a precaution against a bullet through the eye. Seeing no reaction, he looked out. The hallway was brightly lit and empty. He checked the window and the dark street below. Nothing. All was quiet. He got back into bed, punched his pillow back into shape, and went back to sleep. Hetty Sundstrom was also awake at 3:01. She had managed about 4 hours of sleep before a restless, nagging feeling pushed its way into her consciousness and woke her up. She felt unsettled, a deep unease she couldn't shake. Part of it was the delay. Even in the best case, they wouldn't reach the city until well into the next afternoon, missing the best hours for their plans. Then there was the unexpected $50 for the room, a strain on their tight budget. The car was another big question mark. It could cost a fortune if it needed parts or special work. Cars were wonderful until they suddenly weren't. Still, the engine had started when they left the office, and the motel manager had made a reassuring, confident face about it. As she lay there, a memory surfaced of a roadside diner they'd passed hours ago, its neon sign flickering in the dusk, and she wondered with a sudden sharp loneliness if anyone there was having a better night than she was. He didn't accompany them to the room, which was a relief. She despised the usual routine, people hovering, pointing out the light switch in the bathroom, eyeing her belongings with a mix of judgment and false cheer, all while angling for a tip. This man skipped all that, yet a lingering unease settled over her, a feeling she couldn't quite place. The room itself was perfectly pleasant, just as advertised, freshly renovated from floor to ceiling. The drywall, the molding, the paint, and the carpet were all new, a straightforward no-frills update that honored the motel's traditional look while making everything crisp and solid. The air conditioning hummed quietly, delivering a steady chill, and a flat-screen TV was mounted on the wall. The window was a high-end sealed unit with dual panes and a built-in electric blind. You pressed a button, not pulled a chain. Clearly no cost had been spared. Her only gripe was that the window didn't open, a fact that sparked a flicker of anxiety about fire safety and her general preference for a bit of night air. Objectively, it was a nice place, better than many she'd stayed in, and arguably worth the $50. But the unsettled feeling remained. There was no room phone, and her cell had no signal, so after a while they trudged back to the office to ask about using the motel's landline for a food delivery, maybe a pizza. The man at the desk offered a sympathetic, almost apologetic smile. He was sorry, he explained, but they were too far out for any delivery service to bother most guests, he said, simply drove to a diner. Shorty's expression darkened as if the comment and that rueful smile implied a jab about their broken-down car. Then the man brightened. "But hey, we've got frozen pizzas back at the house. Why don't you join us for dinner?" The meal that followed was strange, eaten in the dim, dated living room of an old residence with the desk clerk, who introduced himself as Mark and three other men, Robert, Stephen, and Peter. They were all around the same age, with a similar earnest demeanor and an unspoken connection that made them seem like a unit, a team with a shared purpose. There was a subtle, nervous energy about them. Through conversation, she pieced together that they were all investors in some new venture, likely the motel itself, trying to make a success of it. They were exceedingly polite, gracious, and curious, asking thoughtful questions about life in St. Leonard and their long drive south. Shorty bristled again, interpreting their interest as mockery for embarking on a journey in an unreliable vehicle. But Peter, who said he handled the maintenance for the property's ATVs, chimed in that he would have done the same thing. Statistically speaking, he reasoned, the car had run for years. Why assume it would fail now? The odds were in its favor. They said their goodnights and walked back to room 10. She fell asleep but jerked awake 4 hours later, her mind racing. The agitation was back, that same hollow feeling. Maybe she did know the reason. Maybe she just didn't want to face it. The uncomfortable truth, buried but persistent, was that she was furious with Shorty. This was the big trip, the crucial leg of their secret plan, and he had set out in a clunker. It was profoundly stupid. He was dumber than the potatoes he grew. Couldn't he have invested a few dollars up front for a basic check? With a coupon, it would have cost less than the $50 they were paying for this room. A room Shorty was now badgering her to agree was creepy, run by creepy people. That created a conflict for her, because part of her felt these polite young men were her rescuers like modern knights, saving her from a predicament caused entirely by a potato farmer too short-sighted to get his car inspected before a 1,000-mile journey to, oh yes, a foreign country with, oh yes, something extremely valuable stashed in the trunk. The sheer idiocy of it was suffocating. She desperately needed air. She slid from the bed and moved quietly across the floor to the door, placing one hand on the frame for support. She carefully turned the knob, hoping to open it without a sound. She wanted Shorty to keep sleeping. She was too angry to face him right now, but the door refused to budge. She confirmed it was unlocked and tried the handle in both directions, yet it remained firmly stuck. Perhaps it had never been fitted correctly, or maybe the summer humidity had swollen the wood. How ridiculous, she thought. Of all times for this to happen now was when she could actually use Shorty's strength, that compact, sturdy build he'd earned from hauling heavy sacks, but was she really going to wake him and ask for help? Not a chance. She crept back to bed, slipped in beside him, and lay there staring up at the ceiling, which was perfectly straight, smooth, and unyielding. Reacher woke at 8 as sharp beams of sunlight cut around the edges of the drapes. Dust motes drifted lazily in the air, and muffled street sounds filtered in. Cars idling, then pulling away, likely waiting at a traffic light down the block. Every so often, a dull horn sounded as if someone had missed the green. After a shower, he pulled his pants from under the mattress, got dressed, and headed out to find breakfast. He grabbed coffee and a muffin nearby, which held him over until he spotted a place that seemed to promise decent food beneath layers of what he assumed was faux retro charm. The theme appeared to be a modern take on where lumberjacks might have eaten back in the day, which nowadays translated to frying just about everything on the menu. In Reacher's experience, lumberjacks ate like any hard-working folks, a variety of things, but he had nothing against fried food, especially in large portions, so he went along with it. He walked in and took a seat, trying to look purposeful, as if he had a tree to chop down in half an hour. The food was good, and the coffee kept coming, so he stayed longer than planned, watching the street through the window and timing the morning rush until the suits and skirts had all disappeared into their offices. He left a tip, paid his bill, and walked 2 blocks he'd checked the night before, heading toward where he thought he should begin. The city records department. It had its own suite number listed on a crowded directory outside an aging brick government building that, from its shape, Reacher guessed might once have housed a courtroom. Inside, the records office was one of many small rooms lining a grand mezzanine hallway, reminiscent of an upscale hotel except for the half-glass doors, with reeded patterns and department names painted in gold lettering. The records department took up 2 lines. Beyond the door was a bare room with 4 plastic chairs and a waist-high counter. A small electric bell was fixed to the countertop, its thin wire trailing into a crack nearby. A handwritten sign read, "If unattended, ring for service," the letters neat under layers of yellowing clear tape, some corners curled and grimy from repeated touching. Reacher pressed the bell. A minute later, a woman emerged from a rear door, glancing back as she entered with what looked to Reacher like reluctance, as if she were leaving behind a far more interesting world. The woman behind the counter looked to be about 30, slender and tidy in a gray sweater and skirt. She approached her station, but her eyes flicked toward the door, as if she was either expecting someone or counting the minutes until she could leave. Despite that, she summoned a genuinely warm and open demeanor. It wasn't the forced cheer of retail, but something more collegial, as if they were about to collaborate on solving a small-town mystery together. There was a sincere spark in her expression that made Reacher think she might not despise her job entirely. He got straight to the point. "I'm hoping you can help me find an old property record. Is this for a legal issue?" she inquired. "If it's a title dispute, having your lawyer make the request is much quicker." "No dispute," Reacher said. "It's personal. My father was born here. He's gone now. I was driving through and thought I'd try to see the house he grew up in. Do you have the address?" "I don't." "Any idea of the neighborhood?" "I've never been there. You never visited with your family?" "No. Maybe your father moved away very young. He left when he was 17 to join the Marine Corps. Then perhaps your grandparents relocated before he started his own family, before visits were a possibility. My understanding is they lived here their whole lives. But you never met them?" "We were a military family, always on the move." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Not your doing still. Thank you for your family's service." "It was my dad's service, not mine. I was hoping we could look him up in a birth registry, get his parents' full names, and then find an address through an old tax record. I just want to see the place." "You don't know your grandparents' names?" "I believe they were James and Elizabeth Reacher." "That's my name," she said. "Your name is Reacher?" "No, Elizabeth. Elizabeth Castle." "Jack Reacher," he said, offering a slight nod. "My father was Stan Reacher." When did Stan leave for the Marines? He'd be about 90 now, so over 70 years ago. Then we should start looking about 80 years back, to be safe, Elizabeth decided. Back then, Stan Reacher would have been a boy living at home with his parents, James and Elizabeth Reacher, somewhere in Laconia. Is that about right? You could write my biography starting with that sentence. "I'm fairly sure the system has data that far back," she said, turning a key to open a compartment in the counter, revealing a keyboard and monitor secured from view. She tapped a key and glanced away. "Just booting up," she explained. The term always sounded vaguely martial to Reacher, like troops preparing for an advance. She clicked and scrolled through the database. "All right," she confirmed. "The index from 80 years ago is just a list of names and file numbers. For the actual documents, you'd have to request the physical files from storage. That usually takes a considerable amount of time, I'm afraid." "How considerable?" "Could be 3 months." "Does the index list names and addresses?" "Yes, it does. Then that's actually all I need." "I suppose so, if you just want to look at the house." "That's the plan." "Aren't you the least bit curious?" she asked, a hint of playful challenge in her voice. "About what?" "The details of their lives. Who they were, what they did." "Not 3 months' worth of curious." "Fair enough. Then a name and address it is." "Assuming the house is even still standing," Reacher mused. 80 years is a long time. Someone might have torn it down. "Things don't change that fast around here," she said with a reassuring smile, as if the town itself was stubbornly holding on to its past just for him. She tapped the keyboard once more, her fingers flying across the keys as she sped through the alphabetical list before slowing to a careful crawl. Reacher watched her eyes narrow, scanning what he guessed was the section for the letter R. She moved up and down the list with intense focus, then repeated the motion more quickly, as if hoping the action itself would dislodge a hidden answer. Finally, she leaned back and delivered the verdict. "There's no record of anyone with the surname Reacher owning land in Laconia 80 years back." Patty Sundstrom stirred awake at 8, later than she had intended. The deep, heavy sleep of utter exhaustion had finally claimed her for nearly 5 extra hours. She reached out and found the other side of the bed empty. Rolling over, she saw the door standing open. Shorty was outside in the parking lot, deep in conversation with one of the motel employees. Peter, she assumed, the man responsible for the fleet of ATVs. They were both leaning over the Honda, its hood propped open under the glaring morning sun. Patty slipped quietly from the bed and duck-walked to the bathroom to avoid being seen from the window. After a quick shower, she put on the same clothes from the day before. She hadn't packed for an extended stay. Emerging, her stomach growled with hunger. The door remained open, the sunlight just as intense. Now Shorty stood alone by the car. She stepped outside. "Morning." "The car's completely dead," Shorty announced, frustration edging his voice. "That guy was poking around under the hood, and now it won't even turn over. It was running last night. It wasn't exactly running well last night. It started," he insisted. "Now it doesn't. He must have messed something up." "What did he do?" "Just poked around with a wrench and some pliers." "I think he made it worse." "Was it Peter, the ATV guy?" "That's what he said. If that's true, no wonder they need 9 of those things, probably just to have one that actually works." Patty sighed, a mix of weariness and practicality. The engine started last night because it was still warm from the drive. Now it's stone cold. That makes a big difference. "Since when are you a mechanic?" "Since when are you?" she shot back. "I think he broke something. And I think he's doing his best to help us. We should be a little grateful." "Grateful for having our car completely disabled?" "It was already having problems. It started on the first try last night." She changed the subject, a nagging unease resurfacing. "Did you have any trouble with the door this morning? When you left the room?" "What kind of trouble?" "I tried to open it for some air in the middle of the night. It felt jammed shut." "Opened fine for me," Shorty said with a shrug. "No problem at all." Across the lot, they saw Peter emerge from the large barn, hefting a heavy-looking brown canvas tool bag, tools to fix the car. Patty thought, though the sight did little to settle her nerves. She turned to Shorty, her voice dropping to a firm, low tone. "Shorty Fleck, listen to me. These people are trying to help us, and you will act like you appreciate it. At the very least, you will not give them a single reason to walk away before the job is done. Do I make myself perfectly clear, for crying out loud?" he muttered. "You're acting like this whole mess is my fault." "Yeah," she said flatly, "something like that." She fell silent as Peter approached, the tools in his bag clanking with each cheerful step. He looked eager, ready to dive in and get his hands dirty. Patty forced a smile. "Thank you so much for helping us." "Not a problem," Peter replied, his grin unwavering. "I hope it's not too complicated. Right now it's deader than a doornail. That usually points to an electrical issue. Could be a wire that overheated and melted. Can you fix something like that? We can splice in a bypass, just enough to get you going. You'd want a proper repair eventually, of course. A temporary fix like that could shake loose down the road. How long does splicing take? First, we have to locate the damaged section." Shorty couldn't help himself. "The engine started last night. We ran it for 2 minutes and shut it off. It spent the whole night cooling down. How could anything have melted?" Peter didn't answer, his smile faltering for just a second. Patty jumped in, her tone placating. "He's just asking so we don't send you on a wild goose chase. We don't want to waste any more of your time than necessary. It's really kind of you to help." "It's fine," Peter said, the cheerful demeanor snapping back into place. "It's a reasonable question." He hefted the tool bag, the metal inside clinking like a promise or perhaps a warning. "Killing the engine also shuts down the radiator fan and the water pump, cutting off both forced cooling and circulation. The hottest water just rises on its own to the top of the cylinder head, and surface temperatures can spike even higher in that first hour. Could have been a wire grounding out on the metal." He leaned under the hood, thinking it over. His finger followed wiring paths as he checked connections, gave a few tugs, and tapped a couple of components. He inspected the battery, using a wrench to make sure the terminal clamps were snug. Finally, he straightened up. "Give it one more try," he said. Shorty settled onto the seat, feet planted on the ground. He twisted toward the steering column and gripped the key. He glanced up for a signal. Peter gave a nod. Shorty turned the key. Absolutely nothing. No click, no whir, not even a faint groan. It was as if he'd done nothing at all. The truck was utterly inert, completely lifeless, deader than anything that had ever stopped working. Elizabeth Castle lifted her gaze from the monitor, her eyes unfocused as she seemed to weigh a dozen different possibilities and their required actions. Reacher figured she was starting with the assumption he was a total fool who'd gotten the town wrong, in which case her next move would be to usher him out, politely, sure, but with unmistakable speed. They were likely renters, she said. Most people were back then. The property owners handled the taxes. You'll need to track them down another way. Were they farmers? "I don't believe so," Reacher replied. "I never heard any of those classic farmer tales about heading out before dawn in a freeze to feed livestock, then trudging 20 miles through snow to school, uphill both ways. Naturally, you know the stories. But none of that ever came up. Then I'm not certain where you should begin. The beginning usually works. A birth record. That's held at the county offices, not here in the city. It's a separate building, and it's a good distance away. You might be better off starting with the census records. Your father should appear in 2 of them, around age 2 and again around 12. Where are those? Also at the county offices, but in a different department. It's a bit closer, at least. How many offices do they have? Plenty. She provided this specific address he needed, along with detailed turn-by-turn directions. He said his goodbyes and started walking. He passed the inn where he'd spent the night and noted a diner he planned to return to for lunch. Moving south and east through the downtown blocks, his boots scuffed on worn brick sidewalks that were easily 80, maybe 100 years old. The storefronts were neat and tidy, many dedicated to cookware, bakeware, tableware, and every other kind of ware related to making and eating food. Others sold shoes or handbags. The building he was looking for turned out to be a modern, wide, low-slung structure spanning what must have been 2 standard lots. It would have looked more at home on a tech campus, surrounded by computer labs, which he supposed it essentially was. He realized he'd been picturing something else entirely. Shelves of crumbling paper, entries in fading handwritten ink, all bound up with string. That stuff still existed, he was sure, but it was probably in deep storage, digitized after being copied, cataloged, and indexed. You wouldn't retrieve it with a cloud of dust and a squeaky cart, but with a mouse click and the hum of a printer. The modern world. He stepped inside to a reception area that could have belonged to a trendy museum or a high-end dental clinic. Behind the desk was a guy who looked like he was serving a sentence. Reacher offered a greeting. The guy glanced up but didn't speak. Reacher said he wanted to see 2 specific sets of old census records. For where? The guy asked, his tone utterly indifferent. Here, Reacher said. The guy just stared. Laconia, Reacher added. The clerk behind the counter had just finished reciting a familiar litany of locations, starting with the town and expanding outward to the cosmos. Reacher provided the 2 specific census years he needed, corresponding to when his father was a young boy and then a teenager. Are you currently a county resident? The clerk inquired, his tone shifting to bureaucratic. What difference does that make? Reacher asked. Funding. These services aren't complimentary. County residents are entitled to them, Reacher considered it. I've been around here long enough lately. Probably longer than most other places in recent memory. And the purpose of your search? The clerk pressed, a pen poised over a form. Is that relevant? We have boxes that require checking. It's for family history, Reacher stated. Now I'll need your name, the clerk said. Why? Performance metrics? We have to record names, otherwise the higher-ups assume we're fabricating visitor statistics. You could invent names all afternoon, Reacher pointed out. We require identification. Reacher's expression was flat. I thought this was public information. Welcome to the modern world, the clerk replied, not unkindly. Reacher handed over his passport. The clerk glanced at it. Berlin, he noted. That's correct, Reacher said. And for the record, not the one here in New Hampshire. The clerk gave a small, almost imperceptible shrug, as if to say that was the least of his concerns. He wrote Reacher in a designated box. Cubicle 2, Mr. Reacher, he directed, pointing toward a door. The room Reacher entered was a sanctuary of quiet efficiency. Soft lighting fell on long maple workbenches, each sectioned into private carrels by upright dividers. Every station was equipped with a comfortable chair, a sleek computer monitor, a sharpened pencil, and a notepad bearing the county's official seal. The thick carpet and fabric-covered walls absorbed sound, and the craftsmanship of the woodwork suggested no expense had been spared. Reacher estimated the setup had cost a small fortune. He settled into the assigned cubicle, and the screen flickered to life, bathing his face in a serene blue glow. 2 small icons sat in the corner like stamps on an envelope. Reacher was no computer expert, but he'd seen enough clerks in motel lobbies clicking and typing to grasp the basics. The simple act of paying cash for a room key was a relic of the past. He guided the mouse, sending the cursor toward the icons. He knew they were files. The eternal question was 1 click or 2. His philosophy in uncertain situations was simple. When in doubt, apply decisive force. A double action rarely made things worse. It was a principle that had served him well in other, more dire circumstances. He positioned the cursor over the left icon and clicked twice. The screen dissolved into a utilitarian gray like the steel deck of a ship. Centered was a stark black and white image of an official title page. The formal typeface announced it as the 15th Census of the United States, with specific returns for Laconia, New Hampshire, extracted and sold for $1 by the superintendent of documents. The top of a second page was visible, hinting at more data below. Scrolling would be necessary. Reacher's thumb found the wheel on the mouse's back an intuitive design. He skimmed the introductory text, which detailed methodological improvements since the previous census. It wasn't boastful. It was the dry, earnest shop talk of government statisticians from a bygone era, passionate about the science of counting every soul. The lists appeared next, a roll call of ordinary names paired with trades from a world nearly a century gone. Button makers, hat makers, and glove makers were listed alongside turpentine farmers, laborers, locomotive engineers, silk spinners, and tin mill workers. A particular section caught his eye, labeled unusual occupations for children. Most entries were hopefully listed as apprentices or helpers, roles like blacksmith, brick mason, engine hostler, ladler, pourer, and smelter boy. The name Reacher was nowhere to be found. Not in Laconia, New Hampshire, for the year Stan was 2 years old. He scrolled back to the beginning, focusing intently on the column for dependent children. Perhaps there had been a tragic accident, leaving baby Stan an orphan taken in by compassionate strangers who recorded his original name as a gesture of respect. No child named Stan Reacher was listed separately, not in Laconia, for the year he should have been 2. Reacher's eyes went to the top corner of the screen, to the 3 small buttons, red, orange, green, arranged like a miniature traffic light on its side. He double-clicked the red one and the document vanished. He opened the icon on the right, accessing the 16th census. A different secretary, a different director, but the same notable improvements over the prior decade. Then came the lists again, now only 80 years old instead of 90, the shift faintly noticeable with more factory jobs and fewer agricultural ones, but still no Reachers. Not in Laconia, New Hampshire, for the year Stan Reacher should have been 12. He double-clicked the little red button and the screen went blank. Shorty tried the key once more, but the result was the same. All he heard was a faint mechanical click from the key turning in the steering column's barrel, a sound normally swallowed by an engine roaring to life, much like the click of a trigger lost in the blast of a gunshot. But not that morning. The Honda felt utterly lifeless, like a faithful old dog that had quietly passed in the night. It was a completely different state. There was no response whatsoever, as if some essential spark had simply vanished. Patty broke the silence, her voice tight. "I think we need to call a mechanic." Peter glanced over her shoulder. She turned and saw the 3 men walking toward them from the direction of the house or the barn. Mark led the way, as usual, the same man who had checked them in the night before and invited them to dinner, the one with a ready smile. Stephen and Robert followed a few steps behind. They approached, and Mark asked, "How are we doing this morning?" "Not great," Peter replied. "What seems to be the trouble?" "Can't say for sure. It's dead as a doornail. I'm guessing something electrical fried." "We should really call a tow truck or a mechanic," Patty insisted, trying to sound polite. "We don't want to inconvenience you any further." "It started just fine last night," Shorty said, a hard edge in his voice. First turn of the key. Mark smiled pleasantly. "Yes, it did. And now it's completely dead. I'm just stating a fact. I know this car. I've had it for years. It has its good days and bad days, but it has never just died like this." Mark fell silent for an uncomfortably long moment. Then his smile returned, though it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm not entirely sure what you're implying. Maybe poking around under the hood made things worse." "Are you suggesting Peter broke it?" "All I know is something happened between last night and right now. Maybe it was Peter, maybe it wasn't. At this point, it hardly matters. What matters is that you all messing with it is pretty much the same as accepting responsibility for it. You're running a motel, I'm sure there are laws about that, safekeeping of guest property, and all that." Mark went quiet again, his expression unreadable. "He doesn't mean it," Patty said quickly, her voice strained. "He's just upset, that's all." Mark gave a slight, almost imperceptible shake of his head, as if brushing off a minor irritation. He looked directly at Shorty and said, his tone deceptively calm, "Stress is a difficult thing to manage. I agree. I think we all understand that perfectly. Yet I believe we all understand the smart move here is to maintain a basic level of courtesy in our interactions. Wouldn't you agree? A little respect, perhaps a touch of humility, and maybe even some acceptance of responsibility. Your vehicle hasn't exactly received the best care, has it?" Shorty remained silent. Time is moving, Mark stated. Noon is approaching. In the motel business, that's when last night's stay becomes tonight's, meaning you'll owe another $50. I can see from Patty's expression you're either unwilling or unable to pay it, so a quick response would benefit you far more than me. But the pace is your choice. Patty interjected. All right, our car hasn't been well maintained. Hey, Shorty objected. Well, it's true, she insisted. I'd wagered this is the first time that hood has been opened since you got it. I didn't buy it. It was a gift. From who? My uncle. Then I bet this is the first time the hood's been up since it rolled off the assembly line. Shorty said nothing. Mark looked at him and remarked, Patty has a way of seeing things from an outside perspective that suggests a degree of objectivity, so I'm certain she's completely correct. I'm sure it's that straightforward. You're a busy man who has the time. Some things inevitably get overlooked. I suppose, Shorty muttered. But you need to voice it clearly. We need to hear it directly from you, in your own words. What? So we can all start off on the proper footing. The proper footing for what? We need to build a friendly rapport, Mr. Fleck. Why? Well, for example, last night we provided you dinner, and also, for example, in about an hour you're going to request breakfast from us. What other option do you have? All we ask in return is that you contribute as well as receive. Contribute what? An honest acknowledgement of your own role in this situation. What's the point? I suppose it would be like putting some chips on the table at the start of the game. It would be an emotional investment in our friendly relationship. We opened our home to you when we shared our table, and now we ask that you return the gesture. We don't want breakfast. Not even coffee? We can get water from the bathroom faucet if that's acceptable to you. You'll be asking us for lunch. Pride might let you skip one meal, but rarely two. Just give us a ride into town. We'll send a tow truck for the car. A ride into town isn't being offered? Then call a mechanic for us. We will, Mark said, right after you've spoken. You want some kind of public confession? Do you have something to confess? I guess I could have done better, Shorty admitted. Some guy once told me Japanese engines were tough, that you could skip a year, then I guess some years I lost track of where I was. So overall, I guess some years that shouldn't have been missed got missed. Only some, maybe all of them, like you said, I never found the time. A convenient policy in the short term. It was the easiest way. But not in the long term, I guess not, Shorty conceded. A mistake, really? I'd say so. That's the part we need you to say aloud, Mr. Fleck. We need to hear you admit you made a foolish mistake that's causing all sorts of trouble for everyone. And we need to hear you say you're sorry about it, to Patty especially, who we think is showing remarkable loyalty. You've got a good one there, Mr. Fleck.
I know.
We need to hear you say it out loud. About Patty, about the mistake. Silence hung in the air. Mark continued. A moment ago you implied we should assume responsibility, but it's you who must do that. We didn't neglect your car. We didn't treat a decent machine like garbage and then embark on a long, important trip without so much as checking the tire pressure. You did all that, Mr. Fleck, not us. We're simply trying to make that perfectly clear. No response came. The sun was glaring, its heat pressing down on Patty's head, she said softly. Just say it, Shorty. It won't be the end of the world. Shorty finally relented. Fine. I made a dumb mistake that is causing all kinds of people all kinds of trouble. I apologize to everyone involved, Mark said. Thank you, Mark replied. Now let's go find a mechanic. Reacher retraced his steps, passing the shops with their bags and shoes and various goods, moving beyond the spot he'd chosen for lunch and the place he'd slept the night before, all the way back to the city offices and the records department. The waist-high counter stood empty once more. He pressed the service bell. After a brief pause, Elizabeth Castle appeared. "Oh," she said, "it's you again?" "Hello," Reacher said. "Any progress?" "Not yet," she answered. "They weren't listed in either census. Are you certain you have the correct town, or even the right state? There might be another Laconia somewhere, New Mexico, New York, or New Jersey. Plenty of states start with N. 8, Reacher stated, between New North Nevada and Nebraska. Then perhaps it wasn't NH you saw, it could have been a different N something. Historical handwriting can be strange. I saw it typed, Reacher insisted, mostly by Marine Corps clerks who generally get things right, and I heard him say it himself many times. My mother would tease him about something, usually a forgotten romantic gesture, and he'd say, "Well, hell, I'm just a plain New Hampshire Yankee." Elizabeth Castle said, "Huh?" Then she added, "I suppose every census misses some people. There are all sorts of technical reasons. They're always trying to improve the method. There's a guy here you should speak with. He's a census enthusiast." "Is that a new hobby?" "Probably not," she said a bit sharply. "I'm sure it's a serious interest with a long and respectable history. My apologies." "For what?" "I think I offended you. How could you? I'm not a census enthusiast." "Maybe if the enthusiast was your boyfriend, for example." "He isn't," she said with an indignant huff, as if the notion was ridiculous. "What's his name?" "Carter," she said. "Where can I find him?" "What time is it?" she asked, suddenly glancing around for her phone, which wasn't there. Reacher had observed far fewer people wearing watches lately. Phones handled everything. "Nearly 11 o'clock," he said. 3 minutes to, plus a few seconds? Seriously? Why not? I took it as a serious question, plus a few seconds. You think that's too precise? Most people would say 5 to, or about 11 o'clock. Which I would have if you'd asked me for the approximate time, but you didn't. You asked me what time it was. Period, 2 minutes and change now. You're not even looking at a watch. "I don't wear one," he said. "Same as you." "Then how do you know the time?" "I don't know." "Really?" "Now it's about 1 minute and 50 seconds before 11 in the morning." "Wait," she said. She disappeared through the door in the back wall. A long moment later, she returned with her phone. She set it on the counter. The screen was dark. She asked, "What time is it now?" "Wait," he said. Then he counted 3, 2, 1. "It's the top of the hour, 11 o'clock exactly." She pressed her phone's button. The screen lit up. It displayed 10:59. "Close," she said. It changed to 11 hug. "How do you do that?" she asked. "I don't know," he repeated. "Where will I find your friend Carter, the census enthusiast? I didn't say he was my friend. Co-worker then?" "Completely different department. In the back office. Not part of the customer-facing ecosystem, as they call it." "Then how do I get to see him? That's why I asked the time." "He takes a coffee break at 11:15 every day, regular as clockwork. He sounds like a man of reliable habits. He takes exactly 30 minutes at the place across the street in the garden area if the sun is out, which it may or may not be. We can't tell from in here." "What's Carter's first name?" Reacher asked, thinking about baristas calling out orders. He imagined the place could be busy with office workers on their half-hour breaks, many looking fairly similar. "Carter is his first name," Elizabeth Castle said. "What's his last name?" "Carrington," she told him. "Check in later and let me know how it all turned out. Don't quit. Family matters. You'll find other paths to get the answers you need." Chapter 6. Patty and Shorty were by themselves in room 10, perched side by side on the messy, unmade bed. Mark had, in the end, asked them to join him for breakfast. He'd started to walk away, then spun back around with a conciliatory smile plastered on his face. The whole let's just get along routine. Patty had been tempted to accept. Shorty refused. They went back inside and drank lukewarm water from toothbrush glasses, leaning against the bathroom sink. Patty said, "You're just going to feel more awkward when you have to ask him for lunch later. Should have gotten it over with. Now it's going to fester in your head." "You have to admit that whole thing was strange," Shorty replied. "What was?" "Everything that just went down." "Like what? Specifically?" "You were there. You saw it." "Use your own words." "From my own mouth? You sound just like him." "You saw what happened. He launched into some bizarre personal grudge against me. What I saw," Patty said, "was Peter freely giving up his own time to help us. He jumped right in. I wasn't even fully awake yet. Then what I saw was you throwing that help back in his face by claiming he made things worse. I'll admit the car wasn't perfect yesterday, but now it won't start at all." What else could it be? Clearly he did something. There was plenty wrong with that car already, Shorty. Maybe just cranking it over last night was the final straw. It was weird the way he made me do that. He made you tell the truth. We'd be in New York City right now. The whole deal would be finished. We could be driving to one of those any car, any condition lots. We might have traded up to something nicer. We could have finished this trip in style. I'm sorry, Shorty said, and he sounded like he meant it, really. Maybe the mechanic can fix it. Maybe we should just ditch it and walk before we owe another $50 for this room. Walk where? On our own 2 feet. We could hike back to the main road and hitch a ride. You mentioned some town 20 miles up ahead. They might have a bus station. That path through the woods is over 2 miles long. You'd be hauling the suitcase. It's practically bigger than you are. We can't just leave it here, and then all we've got is a back road with no traffic. We planned it that way, remember? We could stand there all day waiting for a ride, especially with a giant suitcase that spooks people. They don't stop. Their trunk might already be full. Fine. Maybe the mechanic will fix it, or at least he could give us a lift to town in his truck. With a big suitcase, we could sort something out from there. Another $50 is definitely going to hurt. It's worse than that, Shorty said, a bitter edge creeping into his voice. $50 is nothing. We could rent this room for a week compared to what a mechanic will charge. Those guys have a call-out fee, can you believe it? It's basically getting paid just for being alive and showing up. It's not like that when you grow potatoes, let me tell you, which, by the way, mechanics eat. They love potatoes, French fries, hash browns, loaded baked potatoes with cheese and bacon. What if I charged them just to think about growing one? Patty stood up abruptly, making the bed springs bounce. I need some air. She walked to the door, turned the handle, and pulled. Nothing. It was stuck again. She checked the lock. This is what happened last night, she said. Shorty got off the bed and came over. He turned the handle. The door opened smoothly. Maybe you're turning it wrong. How many ways are there to turn a door handle? She snapped. He closed the door and stepped back. She moved forward and tried again. The same grip, the same turn, the same pull. The door swung open. Weird, she muttered. The sun was bright over downtown Laconia, sitting a little low in the sky like it does in early fall, but the air still held the lingering warmth of summer. Reacher arrived at the coffee shop just after 11, beating his own schedule by a few minutes. He chose a small iron table tucked in the garden corner, giving him a clear view of the sidewalk leading from the city offices. He wasn't certain what to expect from Carter Carrington, but he had a few hints. Elizabeth Castle had made it clear the man was neither boyfriend material nor even a casual friend. He was stuck in a back office, kept away from the public, and apparently passionate about census data. None of it painted a promising picture. The garden had a side gate opening to the parking lot, and a steady stream of people moved through. Reacher ordered a plain black coffee in a to-go cup, not because he was in a hurry, but because the heavy ceramic mugs on offer reminded him of something you wouldn't want at a breakfast table. They seemed like poor vessels for coffee, though the growing crowd suggested others disagreed. Soon only 3 seats remained empty, one of them inevitably across from him. That was just how things went. People rarely found him easy to approach. The first arrival from the city office direction was a woman around 40, efficient and bustling, likely running a major department. She exchanged quick greetings with a few familiar faces, dropped her bag on a vacant chair, not the one opposite Reacher, and headed inside to order. Reacher kept his eyes on the sidewalk. In the distance, a man emerged from the city building and started down the block. Even from afar, he was noticeably tall and sharply dressed in a fine suit, a crisp white shirt, and a neat tie. He had fair, slightly unruly hair, as if he'd tried to tame it, without full success. He was tanned, fit, and carried himself with a vibrant energy that made him stand out against the old brick backdrop like an actor on a set. The only hitch was a faint limp in his left leg. The department head returned with her coffee and pastry, claiming her saved seat. Another woman quickly took one of the 2 remaining chairs, exchanging her own round of hellos, which left just a single empty spot directly across from Reacher. Then the movie star figure stepped into the garden. Up close, he was every bit as impressive, ruggedly handsome, like a cowboy who'd spent time in a lecture hall, tall, lean, capable, maybe mid-30s. Reacher quietly pegged him as former military. Everything about his bearing suggested it. In a flash, Reacher imagined a whole history: ROTC at some Western college, a wound from Iraq or Afghanistan, recovery at Walter Reed, then a fresh start with an executive job here in New Hampshire, maybe one that required regular meetings with city officials. The man carried a to-go cup and a paper bag already translucent with butter from a warm pastry. He scanned the garden, spotted the lone empty chair, and started toward it. Both department heads called out, "Hey, Carter!" He smiled back, a smile that probably left them a little weak-kneed, and continued on his way. He settled into the seat across from Reacher. "Is your name Carter?" Reacher asked. "Yes, it is. Carter Carrington. Pleased to meet you. And you are?" He sounded more intrigued than irritated, his tone educated and calm. Reacher said, "A woman named Elizabeth Castle from the City Records Department suggested I talk to you." "I'm Jack Reacher. I've got a question about an old census. Is this a legal matter? It's personal, you're sure?" "The only real question is whether I catch the bus today or tomorrow." Carrington nodded. "I'm the town attorney," he said, also a bit of a census enthusiast. "For ethical reasons, I have to be completely sure which version of me you believe you're addressing." "The expert," Reacher replied. "I'm just looking for some historical context. How far back are we talking?" Reacher gave him the timeline, starting with the year his father was 2 years old, then moving to when he was 12. Carrington asked, "What's the specific issue?" So Reacher laid it out. The family records, the Marine Corps administrative staff with their typewriters, the computer screen in the second cubicle, and the glaring lack of any Reachers listed. "Fascinating," Carrington remarked. "In what sense?" Carrington waited a moment. He said, "Were you in the Marines as well, Army?" Reacher answered. "That's a bit unconventional, isn't it? For a Marine's son to choose the Army. It wasn't unusual in our house. My brother did the same thing." "There's a three-part explanation," Carrington began. "First, all sorts of random errors occurred, but 2 consecutive instances makes that statistically improbable. What were the chances? So we proceed, and neither the second nor third part of this answer casts a particularly flattering light on anyone's hypothetical forebears. You need to understand, I'm speaking in generalities about most people most of the time, the overwhelming majority. No personal offense intended. Plenty of exceptions, all that good stuff understood." Reacher said, "No offense taken. Concentrate on the count from when your father was 12. Forget the earlier one. The later record is more reliable. By then, we'd endured 7 years of the Depression and the New Deal. Accurate counting was crucial. More people meant more federal funding. You can bet state and city officials tried desperately not to overlook anyone that year, but they still did. The second part of the answer is that the highest rates of being missed were among tenants, people in multifamily homes or overcrowded living situations, the jobless, those with little education and low income, and individuals on public assistance. People on the fringes, in other words. You find folks don't enjoy hearing that about their grandparents. They prefer it to the third part of the answer, which is their grandparents were avoiding law enforcement. "Interesting," Reacher said. "It occurred," Carrington stated. "Naturally, no one with a federal warrant would complete a census form. Others believed keeping a low profile might benefit them down the line." Reacher stayed quiet. Carrington asked, "What was your role in the Army?" "Military police," Reacher said. "And you, what makes you assume I served? Your age, your demeanor, your posture and confidence, your air of capable authority, and your slight limp. You caught that. I was trained to. I was a cop. My guess is you have a prosthetic lower leg, barely noticeable, so a very advanced one, and the Army has the finest these days." "I never served," Carrington said. "I wasn't eligible. Why not? I was born with a rare congenital condition. It has a lengthy, complicated medical name. Essentially, I was missing a tibia. Everything else was intact. So you've had a lifetime of adapting. I'm not asking for pity. You're not receiving any, but even so, you're managing well. Your gait is nearly flawless." Thank you, Carrington said. Tell me about police work. It was a solid job while it lasted. You witnessed the impact of crime on families on occasion. Your father enlisted in the Marines at 17, Carrington noted. There has to be a reason. Patty Sundstrom and Shorty Fleck sat outside their motel room in the plastic lawn chairs beneath the window. They kept their eyes on the gap in the trees where the track began, waiting for the mechanic to show up. He never did. Shorty stood and tried the Honda one last time, sometimes letting something sit turned it right around. He had a TV like that, about 1 out of every 3 times. It powered up with no audio. You had to shut it off and start over. He turned the key, nothing, on, off, silent and utterly dead. He returned to his lawn chair. Patty got up and retrieved all their maps from the glove compartment. She carried them back to her chair and unfolded them across her lap, tracing the roads with her finger as if willing an alternate route to appear. Patty traced their position on the map, her finger resting on the end of a thin, spidery line that vanished into a pale green patch representing the woods. The forested area looked to be roughly 5 miles wide and maybe 7 from top to bottom. Their spot, marked by the tip of that line, was off-center, closer to the eastern edge by about 2 miles, but a solid 3 from the western boundary. It sat roughly midway north to south. A faint outline encircled the whole green shape, suggesting it was all one parcel of land. Maybe the motel owned the woods outright? Beyond it, there was mostly nothing, just the 2-lane road they'd turned off from, meandering east and south toward a town labeled in semi-bold print, Laconia, New Hampshire. It was closer to 30 miles off than 20. Her guess yesterday had been wishful thinking. Your idea might be our best shot, she said. We ditch the car and catch a ride with the tow truck. Laconia is near the interstate. We could hitch from the Cloverleaf or even spring for a cab, probably cheaper than another night in this place. If we can reach Nashua or Manchester, we can get to Boston, and from there catch the budget bus to New York. I feel awful about the car, Shorty said, his voice earnest. I really do. What's done is done. No point dwelling on it. But maybe the mechanic can fix it. Could be something simple. I don't get how it's completely dead. Might just be a loose wire. I had a radio once that was totally lifeless. I was smacking it around, and then I noticed the plug had fallen out of the wall. This feels like that same kind of dead. Footsteps crunched on the gravel outside. Stephen rounded the corner and approached passing rooms 12 and 11 before stopping near them. Lunch is ready, he announced. Don't let what Mark said bother you. He's just frustrated. That's all. He genuinely wants to help you folks out, and he can't. He figured Peter would have it fixed in no time. When it didn't happen, he got upset. He likes things to work out for everyone, Shorty asked. Any word on when the mechanic might get here? I'm afraid we haven't been able to call him yet, Stephen replied, his expression apologetic. The phone line's been down all morning. Reacher left Carter Carrington in the garden and made his way back to the city offices. He rang the bell for the records department, and a minute later, Elizabeth Castle came through the door. You told me to check back, he said. She smiled. Did you track down Carter? Seems like a decent fellow. I don't see why you'd be opposed to going out with him. I'm sorry. Earlier when I asked if he was your boyfriend, you seemed shocked. Shocked that he would ever consider dating me. He's Laconia's most eligible bachelor. He could have anyone. I'm certain he doesn't even know I exist. What did he tell you? That my grandparents were either poor or thieves, or possibly poor thieves? I'm sure that wasn't the case. Reacher stayed quiet. She added, though I know both were common reasons for people to avoid official records. Either one is possible, he said. No need to tiptoe around it. They likely didn't register to vote either. Would they have had driver's licenses? Not if they were poor, and not if they were thieves, at least not under their real names. Your father must have had a birth certificate. He has to be on paper somewhere. The customer door from the hallway swung open, and Carter Carrington stepped in, looking sharp in his suit, his smile easy, his hair tousled. He spotted Reacher and said, hello again, without a hint of surprise, as if he'd expected to find him there. Then he turned to the counter, extended his hand, and said, "You must be Ms. Castle." "Elizabeth," she said, shaking his hand. "Carter Carrington, it's a real pleasure. Thanks for sending this gentleman my way. He's got a fascinating puzzle, because his father is missing from 2 consecutive censuses. Exactly, which feels intentional. As long as we're certain we're looking at the right town, we are," Reacher stated. "I've seen it written down a dozen times. Laconia, New Hampshire. Intriguing," Carrington said. Then he looked Elizabeth directly in the eye, his tone shifting to something more personal. "We should have lunch sometime. I'm impressed by how you pinpointed the issue with the 2 counts. I'd enjoy discussing it further." She didn't reply, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she glanced away, suddenly preoccupied with a stack of files on her desk. "Keep me updated," he told her. She replied. "We assume he would have had a birth certificate." "Almost definitely," he agreed. "When was he born?" Reacher hesitated for a moment. This might sound strange given the circumstances. Why, there were times he wasn't entirely sure. "What do you mean?" Sometimes he'd say June, other times July. Did he ever explain why? He said he couldn't remember because birthdays didn't matter to him. He didn't see the point in celebrating getting 1 step closer to the end. That's grim. He was a Marine. "What did the official document say?" "July." Carrington stayed quiet. Reacher pressed. "What?" "Nothing. I already told Miss Castle we don't need to tiptoe around things. A child not knowing their own birthday is often a sign of family instability. In theory," Reacher acknowledged. "Anyway, searching birth records without a firm date could take forever. Better to try another approach." "Like what?" "The police records, maybe. Not to be callous, just playing the odds. If nothing else, it would be good to rule that out. I don't want them to be on the run from the law any more than you do. I'm hoping for a more compelling reason, and it won't take long to check. Our police department has everything digitized going way back. They spent a fortune on it. Homeland Security funds, not local money, but still. They even put up a statue of the first police chief. Who should I talk to? I'll make a call. Someone will meet you at the front desk. How helpful will they be? I'm the one who decides if the city backs them up when they mess up. So they'll be very helpful. But wait until after lunch. You'll get more of their time that way." Patty Sundstrom and Shorty Fleck had lunch at the main house. The meal was uncomfortable. Shorty alternated between being tense and apologetic. Peter was quiet, leaving Patty unsure if he was upset or just disappointed. Robert and Stephen barely spoke. Only Mark carried the conversation, cheerful and talkative as if the morning's tension had never happened. He seemed genuinely eager to help solve their problems. He apologized repeatedly about the phone, even making them listen to the dead receiver as if to share his frustration. He expressed concern that people might be worried about them, either back home or wherever they were headed. Were they missing important plans? Was there anyone they needed to contact? Patty said, "No one knows we left." Really? They would have tried to stop us. From doing what? Life up there is dull, Shorty, and I wanted a change. Where are you planning to go? Florida, she said. We want to start our own business there. What kind of business? Something near the ocean. Maybe water sports like renting windsurfers. You'd need startup money for that, Mark noted. To buy the equipment. Patty glanced away, her thoughts drifting to the suitcase. Shorty asked, "How long until the phone is fixed?" Mark replied, "How should I know? I'm not psychic. I mean, usually, what's the average time? They usually get it working in a few hours." "The repair guy is a friend of ours. We'll ask him to prioritize us. You could be back on the road by dinner. What if it takes longer? Then it just does. I can't control it. Honestly, the best solution would be to just give us a ride into town. It's better for us and better for you. We'd be out of your way. But your car would still be here. We'd send a tow truck. Would you, though, from the first place we find? Can we trust you on that? I promise we'd handle it." "Okay, but you have to admit you haven't been completely reliable about handling things so far. I promise we'd send a truck." "But what if you didn't? We're running a business here. We'd be stuck dealing with your car, which could be tricky since it isn't technically ours to dispose of. Without the title, our options were limited. Donating it was off the table and selling it for scrap wasn't feasible. Exploring other avenues would have eaten up time and money we didn't have. But sometimes you just have to do what's necessary. We couldn't let it sit here indefinitely, becoming an eyesore. No hard feelings. In our line of work, appearance is everything. That first impression from the street is crucial. You want to attract customers, not scare them off. A rusted-out car parked right out front sends entirely the wrong signal. "I'm sure you get it," Shorty suggested. "You could ride with us to the tow yard. Drive us over there first. You could even stick around to see everything get settled, sort of like an official observer." Mark gave a slow nod, his gaze dropping to the floor, a hint of awkwardness crossing his own features. "That's actually a solid idea," he admitted. "The honest truth is we're a bit stranded ourselves when it comes to getting into town. Sinking everything into this place was a huge gamble. 3 of us sold our personal vehicles. We held on to Peter's car to share, since it was the oldest and had the least value. Wouldn't you know it, the thing refused to start this morning? Just like yours. Maybe there's something in the water. But the practical reality is, for the moment, we're all marooned here together." Reacher had his meal at the restaurant he'd scouted earlier, a spot with a comfortable dining room and cloth-covered tables that offered refined versions of classic American fare. He ordered a burger stacked high with every possible topping, a slice of apricot pie, and drank black coffee. Afterward, he made his way to the police station, finding it exactly where Carrington said it would be. The public lobby was formal, with high ceilings and tile floors. A civilian clerk sat behind a polished mahogany counter. Reacher gave his name and mentioned that Carter Carrington had promised to call ahead and arrange for someone to talk to him. The woman was on the phone almost before he finished speaking Carrington's name, a clear sign he was expected. She asked him to have a seat, but he remained standing, preferring to wait. He didn't have to wait long. A pair of detectives emerged through a set of double doors, a man and a woman, both radiating a no-nonsense professional competence. Initially, Reacher figured they weren't for him. He was anticipating a records clerk, but they walked directly toward him. The man spoke first. "Mr. Reacher, I'm Jim Shaw, Chief of Detectives. It's a real pleasure." "Chief of Detectives, a real pleasure." "They'll be plenty cooperative," Carrington had said. He wasn't exaggerating. Shaw was a solidly built man in his 50s, around 5'10", with a weathered Irish complexion and a thick head of red hair. Anyone within 100 miles of Boston would have pegged him for a cop instantly. He was like an illustration from a textbook. "The pleasure's mine," Reacher replied. "I'm Detective Brenda Amos," the woman said, her voice carrying a southern drawl that had lost some of its smoothness, roughened by time and experience. "Happy to help with whatever you need." She was about a decade younger than Shaw, perhaps 5'6", with a slender build. She had blonde hair, sharp cheekbones, and calm green eyes that delivered a silent, unmistakable warning. "I appreciate that, ma'am," Reacher said, "but honestly, this isn't some major investigation. I'm not sure what Mr. Carrington told you, but all I'm after is a bit of very old history. We're talking 80 years back. It's not even an open case, more like a forgotten footnote." Shaw said, "Mr. Carrington mentioned you were military police. Once upon a time? That gets you 10 minutes with a terminal. That's probably all it'll take." They escorted him past thigh-high mahogany gates into a bustling open area filled with plainclothes personnel sitting at paired desks, cluttered with phones, monitors, keyboards, and wire baskets full of paper. It could have been any office, save for the distinct, weary atmosphere of ingrained grit and constant pressure that marked it unmistakably as a police squad room. They turned a corner into a hallway lined with offices, stopping at the third on the left. It belonged to Amos. She gestured for him to enter, and Shaw offered a parting nod before continuing down the hall as if his ceremonial duties were now complete. Amos followed Reacher in and closed the door behind him. The office building itself had a classic weathered look, but stepping inside revealed a space of modern efficiency. The furniture was all clean lines and polished surfaces. Amos glanced up from her monitor. "What brings you in today?" He got straight to the point. "I'm trying to find any police records from the 1920s through the 40s that mention the last name Reacher. Family of yours?" "My grandparents and my father." There's a theory they avoided official records because they might have had federal issues. We're a city department, she reminded him. Federal warrants wouldn't show up in our system. Everyone starts somewhere, he said. Maybe they began locally. Amos pulled her keyboard closer, her fingers already moving. Any other ways to spell the name? Not that I'm aware of. First names? James, Elizabeth, and Stan. Jim, Jimmy, Jamie, Liz, Lizzie, Beth. I wouldn't know what they went by. I never had the chance to meet them. Was Stan short for Stanley? Never saw it written that way. It was always just Stan. Any other names they might have used? Not that I know. She typed in silence, clicked, and waited. The quiet stretched. He broke it. I'm guessing you served as an MP too. What tipped you off? Your accent, for one, it's got that army blend, mostly Southern, but with pieces from everywhere. Then there's the questions. Most cops ask a dozen questions about military procedure. They're curious you didn't, probably because you already know the answers. You got me, she admitted. How long since you left the service? 6 years, she said. You? A lot longer than that. What was your unit, the 110th, for the most part? Impressive? She nodded. Who was commanding when you were there? I was, he said, and now you're out digging into family history. More like I saw a road sign and got curious, he corrected, starting to think it was a mistake. Her eyes shifted back to her screen. Well, we have a match from 75 years ago. Brenda Amos entered a passcode with 2 sharp clicks, then leaned in, reading the text aloud. Late on a September evening in 1943, an unconscious young man was discovered on a downtown Laconia sidewalk. He had been severely beaten. Records identify him as a local 20-year-old with a reputation as a bully and a loudmouth, but he was considered untouchable because his father was the wealthiest man in town. I imagine there was some quiet satisfaction within the department, but for appearances, an investigation was launched. They went through the motions. The report states they conducted door-to-door inquiries the following day, expecting, little surprisingly, they got a major break. An elderly woman witnessed the entire incident through a pair of binoculars. The victim had picked a fight with 2 other young men, clearly expecting to win, but instead he got thoroughly beaten. Reacher interrupted. Why was an old lady using binoculars that late at night? The report says she was a bird watcher, Amos continued. She had a specific interest in nocturnal migration and sustained flight patterns. She claimed she could distinguish shapes against the night sky. Reacher said nothing, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. Amos went on. She identified one of the 2 other youths as a fellow member of her local birdwatching society. My father was a birdwatcher, Reacher said quietly. Amos nodded. The witness identified him as a local boy she knew personally, named Stan Reacher, noted as being 16 at the time. Was she certain? I believe he would have only been 15 in September of 43. She seems very sure of the name. The age might be off. She was observing from an apartment window above a grocery store, looking east down the street toward a clear section of night sky. She observed Stan Reacher walking with an unidentified friend of similar age, moving away from the downtown center. They passed under a street lamp, which provided enough light for a positive identification. Walking toward them from the opposite direction was the 20-year-old, who also passed through a circle of lamplight. The 3 boys came together in the dim space between 2 streetlights, a spot of deep shadow that made their movements stark and exaggerated. The woman watching from her window later described it as a tense, silent puppet show, their forms silhouetted against the softer glow beyond. The 2 younger boys faced her direction, while the larger one had his back turned, his posture aggressive, first demanding, then menacing. One of the smaller youths suddenly broke away and fled, perhaps out of fear. The other remained a still figure in the gloom, and then without warning he drove his fist into the larger boy's face. Reacher gave a slow nod in his experience. Striking first was often the smartest move. Surprise was a powerful advantage. A truly wise man never waited for the count of 3. Amos continued. The witness stated the smaller boy kept hitting the bigger one until he collapsed to the ground. Then he started kicking him hard in the head and the ribs. The bigger kid managed to get back up and tried to run, but the smaller one chased him, tripped him, and dragged him right into the next circle of light, which was much brighter. The old lady said she saw everything perfectly then, a relentless barrage of kicks. Then, as abruptly as it began, it stopped. The fighter collected his nervous friend, and the two of them walked off as if it were just another evening. The witness wrote it all down right then with a little map and handed her notes to the police the next day. A dream witness, Reacher remarked. The prosecutor must have been thrilled. What came of it? Amos scrolled through the file. Nothing came of it, she said. The case was dropped.
Why?
They were short-handed. The draft for the war had been pulling men away for years. The police department was running on fumes, but the 20-year-old victim wasn't drafted. A wealthy father fixed that. It doesn't add up, Reacher said. How many men did they need? They had an eyewitness. Arresting a 15-year-old isn't a major operation. You wouldn't need a tactical team. They didn't know who the attacker was, and they had no manpower to find out. You said the old lady knew him from the bird-watching group. It was the unknown friend who did the fighting. Stan Reacher was the one who ran away. Patty and Shorty were given coffee and then sent back to their room. Mark watched them walk across the property until they were small figures in the distance, clearly not turning back. Only then did he turn and say, "All right, reconnect the phone." Stephen plugged the line back in, and Mark asked, "Now, show me this issue with the door." "The issue isn't the door," Robert corrected. "It's how fast we can respond." They moved through an inner hallway and into a back parlor, opening a door to a much smaller room painted a flat, absorbent black. The window was sealed over with boards. Every wall was lined with flat-screen monitors. A swivel chair sat in the middle, surrounded by low benches piled with keyboards and control sticks. A makeshift command post. Live feeds showed Patty and Shorty past the barn. Now, moving from one cluster of hidden cameras toward another, some views close and clear, others wide and distant. Robert stepped over a bench and settled into the chair. He clicked the mouse, and the screen switched to a grainy, green-tinted recording. "This is from 3 this morning," he said. The night vision footage was hazy but unmistakable. The queen bed in room 10, 2 people lying still. It was the wide-angle shot from the smoke detector. Except she wasn't asleep, Robert noted. Looking back, I figure she woke up after about 4 hours and just stayed perfectly still. She didn't twitch. Gave nothing away. Honestly, by that point, I was getting pretty relaxed, almost bored, because the previous 4 hours had been completely uneventful. I remember thinking how strange it was, that total, deliberate stillness in the middle of the night. It was more unnerving than if she'd gotten up. At that moment, as far as I was aware, she was still asleep. In reality, she was lying there wide awake, her mind churning over something that had clearly sparked her anger. Just watch on the monitors. The scene remained static until it shifted abruptly without any warning as Patty threw the covers off and slipped out of bed. Her movements were controlled, precise, and brimming with clear frustration. Robert explained. By the time I even sat up and reached for the unlock button, she had already tested the door once. I suppose she wanted some fresh air. I had a choice to make. I kept it locked, thinking that seemed more consistent with our approach. It stayed that way until Peter headed up to work on the car. I unlocked it, then figuring one of them would probably step out to speak with him. "All right," Mark acknowledged. Robert clicked the mouse, and the screen switched to a daylight view from another camera angle, showing Patty and Shorty seated together on the unmade bed in room 10. "This happened while we were having breakfast," Robert noted. Stephen added, "I was on watch, pay close attention." Robert hit play, and audio filled the room. Shorty was venting, deflecting from his own frustrations by complaining about mechanics charging call-out fees. He grumbled. "It's basically like getting paid just for breathing. Try growing potatoes. Nobody pays you for that, I can tell you." Robert paused the recording. Stephen asked. "What comes next?" Mark replied. "I sincerely hope Patty points out the massive economic differences between those two professions." Peter chimed in. "I sincerely hope she just punches him in the face and tells him to shut up." "Neither," Stephen said. "She gets that exasperated look again." Robert resumed playback. Patty stood up suddenly, making the bed bounce, and announced, "I'm going out for some air," Stephen observed. "She's incredibly abrupt and edgy right there. Went from 0 to 60 in about a second flat. I counted the frames. I couldn't hit the button in time. Then I saw Shorty was about to try it himself, so I unlocked it a moment late. I thought if he managed to open it after she couldn't, she'd somehow turn the frustration inward and blame herself more than the door." "Is there a way to improve this?" Mark asked. "Forewarned is forearmed, I suppose. We just need to focus harder. We'll have to. We don't want to scare them off prematurely. How long until we make the final call?" Mark was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "Make the decision now if you want." "Really? Why wait? I believe we've seen enough. They're as ideal as we could ever hope for. They come from nowhere and nobody knows they're missing. I think we're ready." "I vote yes," Stephen stated. "Me too," Robert agreed. "Me 3, Peter added. "They're perfect." Robert clicked back to the live feed, showing Patty and Shorty in their lawn chairs on the boardwalk beneath their window, soaking in the faint afternoon sunlight. "Unanimous," Mark declared. "All for one and one for all. Send the email." The screens changed once more, displaying a webmail page dotted with translations in various foreign scripts. Robert typed 4 words. "Okay," he asked. "Send it." He did. The message read, "Room 10 is occupied," Reacher said. "I still don't follow." The birdwatcher provided the identification on Stan, and Stan could have been pressured to identify his mysterious friend. Surely, just one extra step, one more visit to his house, 5 minutes tops. That's not a manpower issue. One officer could have handled it on his way to get coffee, Amos replied. Stan Reacher was listed as living outside their jurisdiction. That meant a heap of paperwork right there. All they had were typewriters back in those days. Plus, they probably assumed he'd clam up no matter how hard they pushed, which wouldn't have been very hard anyway since they'd have been on unfamiliar ground, likely with a local officer present, maybe even lawyers or family. On top of that, they likely figured the mystery friend was already long gone, probably out of state by then. And frankly, they weren't exactly shedding tears over the victim anyway. The simplest choice would have been to walk away and forget the whole thing. Where exactly did Stan Reacher live, outside of which police department's area? The Laconia Police Department. The story I heard was that he was born here and lived here his whole life. He might have been born here at the hospital, but then maybe he was raised outside of town on a farm or someplace like that. That's not the feeling I ever got. Then maybe a nearby small town, close enough that he could be in the same birdwatching club as a woman who lived above a grocery store downtown. He'd list Laconia as his birthplace because that's where the hospital was, and he'd probably say he grew up in Laconia too. It's just a kind of shorthand for the whole region. It's like how people say they're from Chicago when they really mean a suburb that isn't technically Chicago at all. Same deal with Boston, the greater Laconia area, Reacher said. Things were more spread out. Back in those days, there were little mills and factories scattered all over, a few dozen workers living in 4-unit apartment buildings, maybe a one-room schoolhouse, maybe a church. Everyone considered it Laconia, regardless of what the Postal Service decided to call it. Try just the last name, he suggested. Reacher with no first name. Maybe I've got some cousins around here. Could get me an address. Amos pulled her keyboard closer and typed the 7 letters, then clicked. Reacher watched the screen change, the light flickering in her eyes. Just one more result, she said. More than 70 years after the first entry. Your family must be pretty good at staying on the right side of the law. She clicked again and read aloud. About a year and a half ago, a patrol car was called to the county offices because a customer was causing a disturbance, yelling, shouting, acting in a threatening way. The officers calmed him down. He apologized, and that was the end of it. He gave his name as Mark Reacher. A resident outside the jurisdiction. How old? 26 at the time. Could be a distant nephew, many generations removed. What was he so upset about? He claimed a building permit was taking too long, said he was renovating a motel somewhere outside of town. After half an hour in the sun, Patty went inside to use the bathroom. On her way back, she paused at the vanity across from the foot of the bed. She glanced in the mirror, blew her nose, and tossed the crumpled tissue toward the wastebasket. She missed, bending to pick it up. She noticed something. She was Canadian, after all, and details stood out. A used cotton swab was tucked in the crevice where the carpet met the wall. It wasn't hers. She didn't use them. It was pushed deep into the shadows, way at the back of the knee space, under the vanity behind the legs of the stool. Sloppy housekeeping, no doubt, but maybe understandable. Perhaps even unavoidable. Maybe it had been shoved further into hiding by the wheels of the vacuum cleaner itself. Except she called out, "Shorty, come look at this." Shorty hauled himself out of his chair and came into the room, leaving the door wide open. Patty pointed. "Shorty said it's for cleaning your ears or drying them. Maybe both ends do something different. I've seen them at the pharmacy. Why is it there? Someone missed the trash? Maybe it bounced off the rim and rolled out of sight. Happens all the time. The cleaning staff probably didn't even notice. Go back to your lawn chair, Shorty." He did. A long minute later, she joined him outside. He said, "What did I do?" "It's what you didn't do." "What didn't I do?" "You didn't think," she said, her tone shifting from concern to something sharper, almost sarcastic. "Mark told us this is the very first room they've finished renovating. He said they just wrapped it up. He asked us to do them the honor of being its first ever guests. So why, pray tell, is there a used cotton swab in it?" Shorty nodded slowly, the gears finally turning. He said that story about their car was pretty strange, too. Peter must be some kind of amateur saboteur. When are those two going to figure it out? Why would they lie about the room? Maybe they didn't. Maybe a painter used the swab to touch up a last-minute nick in the wood stain? That happens could have been when they were moving the furniture in. Hard to avoid. So now you think they're perfectly fine? Not about the car, no. If their car wouldn't start, why hadn't they already called for help? Patty asked. The phone line was dead, Shorty replied. Maybe it wasn't dead earlier. Maybe not first thing. We could have shared the service call. Splitting the fee would have made it easier to swallow. Let's forget the fee, all right? This is bigger than that. They're acting strange. You said that from the start? I thought you just didn't like them as people, for a good reason. So what's our move? Shorty looked around, first toward the tree-lined driveway, then at their packed Honda, its cargo area sagging under their heavy suitcase. Not sure, he admitted. Maybe we could use one of those ATVs to pull the car. The keys might be in them or hanging in the barn. We can't just take an ATV. It wouldn't be taking, it'd be borrowing. We could tow the car out to the main road and bring the ATV right back. And then what? We'd just have a dead car parked on the shoulder. Maybe a tow truck would pass by, or we could hitch a ride and leave the car. The county would eventually haul it away. Do we even have a tow rope? There might be one in the barn. I doubt an ATV is strong enough for that. We could use two, like little tugboats guiding a ship into port. That's ridiculous, Patty said. A tense silence stretched between them, the kind that makes you notice the weight of your own breathing. Then, softer, she added, "Okay, maybe we could use an ATV just for the suitcase. You mean drag it behind? I think those things have a small cargo rack. Too small for our bag. Then we could balance it across the seat and handlebars. They won't be happy if we abandon our car here. Tough luck. Do you even know how to drive an ATV? How hard can it be?" "We'd go slow. It's not like a regular motorcycle where you can tip over. It's an option, I guess," Patty conceded, though she didn't sound convinced. "Let's wait until after dinner," Shorty suggested. "Maybe the phone will be working by then and the mechanic will show up and this whole mess will sort itself out. If not, we'll check the barn after dark. Deal?" Patty didn't answer. They stayed slumped in their lawn chairs, faces tilted toward the fading sun, their motel room door left wide open like an invitation they no longer wanted. 50 yards away in the back parlor they used as a command post. Mark turned from the monitor. "Who missed the cotton swab? All of us," Peter said. "We all checked the room and signed off. We all messed up. Now they're spooked. Way too early. We need to control the pace better." He thinks it was the painter. She'll come around to believing him. She wants to be happy. She doesn't want to worry. She'll talk herself into calming down. They both will. You really think so? Why would we lie about the room? There's no logical reason for it. Mark didn't look convinced. Bring me an ATV, he said. Reacher walked back to the upscale county building with its expensive-looking cubicles and found the same unfriendly clerk at the desk. Again, he requested census records, first from when Stan was 2, then from when he was 12, but this time for the parts of the county outside Laconia's city limits. We can't do that, the clerk said flatly. Why not? You're asking for a donut. A hole in the middle, which is Laconia, which you already have, correct? Got it in one? That's not how the data extracts work. We don't do donut shapes. You can have an area, a larger area, or the largest area. That would be the city, the county, or the state. But the larger area always includes the smaller one all over again. The largest includes both. It's logical if you think about it. No holes. The city is in the county, and the county is in the state. Understood, Reacher said. Thanks for the lesson. I'll take the whole county then. Are you still a resident? You agreed I was this morning, and here I am again. Clearly, I didn't pack up and leave town for good. My status as a resident feels more solid now than it ever has, I replied. Cubicle 4, the man told me. Patty and Shorty heard a motor roar to life somewhere in the distance, a sound as loud as a motorcycle. They rose from their chairs and moved to the corner of the building to investigate. They watched as Peter guided a quad bike back toward the main house, leaving just 8 of them lined up neatly in the row. Started on the first try, Shorty observed. Let's hope they're all that reliable. It's way too loud, Patty said, her voice thick with disappointment. We can't use it. The noise would give us away instantly. Peter reached the distant house, cut the engine, and the sudden quiet felt heavy. He dismounted and went inside. Patty and Shorty returned to their lawn chairs. Shorty gazed out at the property. The land here is pretty flat, he noted. Does that help us? We could push one, he suggested, with the engine off. We could balance the suitcase on it and use it like a big furniture dolly. Really? They can't be that heavy. People push motorcycles around all the time. We wouldn't even need to keep it perfectly upright, and there are 2 of us. I bet we could manage it easily. 2 miles out and 2 miles back, Patty calculated. That leaves the suitcase by the roadside and us back here. Then we'd have another 2 miles to walk on foot. That's 6 miles total. 4 of them spent pushing a quad bike. It would take forever. I'm figuring about 3 hours, Shorty said. Depends on our pushing speed. We don't really know yet. Fine, call it 4. We'd need to time it to finish around dawn. Maybe we'd see a farmer heading to market then. There has to be some traffic eventually, so we'd start in the dead of night. That's good. They'll be asleep. It's a possibility, Patty conceded, though she didn't sound convinced, I suppose. The distant growl of a quad bike engine cut through her thoughts, starting about 50 yards off and then growing steadily closer. It sounded like it passed the barn and was coming right for them. They stood up. The engine roared as the machine skidded around the corner, driven by Mark, kicking up a cloud of dry dirt. A cardboard box was strapped to the rack on the back. Mark braked to a halt, shifted into neutral, and killed the motor. He flashed them his trademark, all-knowing smile. Good news, he announced. The phone's working again. The mechanic will be here first thing in the morning. We were too late to catch him today, but he knows exactly what's wrong. He's seen it before. Apparently, there's an electronic chip near where the heater hoses pass behind the dashboard. The chip fries itself when the coolant gets too hot. He's bringing a replacement he got from a salvage yard. He wants $5 for the part, plus $50 for his labor. That's great, Shorty said. Patty remained silent. Mark continued, and I'm afraid I need another $50 for the room. A beat of silence hung in the air. Mark spread his hands. Look, guys, I'd love to tell you to forget it, but the bank would have my head. This is a business, I'm afraid. We have to take it seriously, and from your perspective, it's not so bad. $100 for the motel and about $55 to fix your car, and you're out of here for less than $200 total. It could have been a whole lot worse. Come take a look at this, Patty said, her tone flat. Mark climbed off the quad bike and followed her into the room. She pointed at the dark space beneath the vanity. Mark peered in. "What am I supposed to be looking at, you'll see?" He looked, and he saw. "Oh, dear," he murmured. He bent down and straightened up, holding a used cotton swab between his fingers. "I apologize most sincerely," he said, his voice dripping with a rehearsed remorse. "This is unforgivable." "Why did you tell us we were the first people to ever use this room?" Patty demanded. "What? You made a whole production out of it." "You are the first paying guests in this room? Absolutely. This is something else entirely. The painter Shorty guessed?" "No," Mark said, shaking his head with a sigh as if burdened by the explanation. "The bank advised us to improve our marketing. We hired a photographer to take pictures for a new brochure. He brought a model up from Boston. We let her use this room to get ready because it's the nicest one. I suppose we were trying to impress her. She was quite striking. I thought we'd cleaned up thoroughly afterward. Obviously, we missed a spot." "I'm truly sorry," he said again. Patty nodded. "Me too, I suppose, for assuming the worst. How did the photos turn out?" "She was dressed like a hiker," he explained. "Big boots, very short shorts. It must have been a warm day because her top was pretty minimal, too. The motel was in the background. It looked decent enough." Patty handed over $50 from her carefully saved cash. "What do we owe you for the meals?" "Nothing," Mark replied. "Consider it on us. That's just petty cash stuff. The bank never even sees it." He tucked the money and the cotton swab into his pocket. "Actually, speaking of which, I've got something for you both." He walked them back out to the parking area toward the quad bike and the carton secured to its rack. "You're both absolutely welcome for dinner tonight, and breakfast tomorrow, of course," he said, "but we'd all completely understand if you'd rather have some time to yourselves. Making small talk with strangers can be exhausting. We put together a few things for you. You're welcome to join us at the house, or just help yourselves from this box. No obligation either way." He unbuckled the straps and lifted the box, pivoting to place it into Shorty's waiting arms. "Thank you," Patty said. Mark simply smiled, climbed onto the quad bike, and fired up its roaring engine. He carved a wide arc across the gravel lot and vanished around the bend, heading back toward the main house. Cubicle 4 was a mirror image of Cubicle 2, just in a different location. It held the same tweed chair, the same flat-screen monitor, a sharpened pencil, and a notepad branded with the county's name at the top like something from a hotel. The screen glowed a familiar blue with two icons positioned in the upper right corner, like stamps on an envelope, just as before. Reacher double-clicked the first icon. The same battleship gray background appeared with a title page in that unmistakable government font, stating all the usual details, except the central line now indicated the data was extracted for the entire county. He scrolled down using the wheel on the mouse. The same lengthy introduction was there with its usual sermon about methodological improvements. He skipped past it all, going straight for the list of names. He found a rhythm, flicking the wheel with his fingertip, using its built-in momentum to zip through the A's, the B's, the C's, then speeding into a blur before letting the list gradually slow and settle among a cluster of Q surnames. There was a Quaid family, a Quayle, a Quattlebaum, and two Queens. He rolled onward into the R section, and there they were near the top. James Reacher, male, white, 26 years old, a tin mill foreman, and his wife Elizabeth Reacher, female, white, 24, a bedsheet finisher. Their only child so far was listed as Stan Reacher, male, white, 2 years old. 2 years old in April when the census was taken. That would make him 3 by the fall and 16 years old late on a September evening in 1943. Not 15. The old bird-watching woman had been correct. "Huh," Reacher muttered. He continued reading. Their address was listed as a number and street in a place called Ryantown. Their home was rented for $43 a month. They didn't own a radio. They didn't work on a farm. James had been 22 and Elizabeth 20 when they married. Both could read and write. Neither claimed any Native American tribal affiliation. Reacher double-clicked the tiny red traffic light icon at the top of the document, and the screen returned to the blue background with the two stamp-like icons. He double-clicked the second one, and the census from 10 years later opened. He scrolled down, sailing through most of the alphabet once more until he rolled to a stop again among the Q names. The Quades and Quails remained along with both Queen households, but the Quattlebaums had moved on. The Reacher family was still listed at the same address, though the rent had fallen to $36. James, Elizabeth, and Stan were now 36, 34, and 12. It seemed there were no more children after Stan. James worked as a laborer on a county road crew, while Elizabeth was unemployed. Both were noted as literate, and Stan attended school daily. The household now owned a radio. Reacher copied the address onto the branded notepaper with his sharpened pencil, tore off the sheet, folded it, and tucked it into his back pocket. Mark returned the quad bike to the barn and walked to the house. The phone was ringing as he stepped inside. He answered, gave his name, and listened as a voice reported. A man named Reacher was just here digging into his family history. Big fellow, kind of rough around the edges. He's persistent, already looked through 4 different census records. I think he's hunting for an old address. Could be a relative, figured you ought to know. Mark hung up without a word. Reacher arrived back at the city office a half hour before closing. He went up to records and rang the bell. Elizabeth Castle appeared a minute later. I located them, he said. They lived just outside the city limits, which is why they didn't come up initially. So no federal warrants, then. Turns out they kept their noses relatively clean. Where were they living? A place called Ryantown. I don't recognize that name. That's unfortunate because I came specifically to ask you. I'm not sure I've ever heard of it. Can't be too far. The birdwatching club he belonged to was right here in town. She pulled out her phone, her fingers dancing across the screen to pull up a map. She zoomed in, circling Laconia's boundary and scanning the nearby area. No Ryantown appeared. Try looking farther out, Reacher suggested. How far would a kid travel for a birdwatching club? Maybe he had a bicycle? Maybe Ryantown was dull. The police mentioned there were dozens of little settlements around here, each with just a handful of families and not much else. Could have been one of those. It would still have birds, probably even more if it was quieter. The cops said there were mills and small factories around. Maybe the air was too polluted. Hold on, she said, starting over on her phone. This time she typed and tapped, likely using a search engine or a local history site. Yes, she said after a moment. It was a tin mill owned by a man named Ryan. He built housing for workers and called it Ryantown. The mill shut down in the 1950s, and the place emptied out. Everyone left, and the name eventually vanished from the maps. Where was it located? Supposedly northwest of here, she said, bringing the map back up. She zoomed and scrolled with her fingers. Right around here, maybe. The map showed no label, just a vague gray shape near a road. Zoom out, Reacher said. She did, and the shape shrank to a tiny dot northwest of Laconia, about 8 miles out. It looked like one of many small specks orbiting the city, held close by some invisible pull, exactly as Detective Brenda Amos had guessed. For all practical purposes, Ryantown had been part of Laconia, postal designations aside. The road passing by wound northwest through miles of woodland leading toward nothing in particular. The image of a back road similar to the one he'd traveled with the man in the Subaru came to him clearly. He shook his head. I suppose a bus isn't an option out there. You could always rent a car, she suggested. There are a couple of rental agencies right here in town. I don't have a license, he admitted. A cab driver probably wouldn't take a fare that far out, she said. 8 miles, he calculated. I'll walk it, he decided. But not tonight. It'd be pitch black by the time I arrived. Maybe tomorrow. Speaking of tonight, would you like to get dinner? Excuse me, dinner, he repeated, a playful edge entering his voice. Traditionally, the evening meal. It can serve a purely practical purpose, or it can be a social occasion. On rare magical evenings, it manages to be both. I can't, she said, her tone flattening. I already have plans. I'm having dinner with Carter Carrington. Shorty brought the cardboard box into the room and set it on the dresser, blocking the silent TV. He then joined Patty outside, the two of them sitting side by side in their lawn chairs as the last of the afternoon light faded. She was quiet, lost in thought, a state he recognized well. He figured she was turning over everything they'd learned, examining each piece from every angle until it settled into a pattern that made sense to her. He expected that moment to come soon. Honestly, he couldn't see a major problem anymore. The oddity with the cotton swab had a logical explanation. The phone line was restored. The mechanic was scheduled for first thing tomorrow, and the total cost was under $200. An annoying setback, sure, but far from a catastrophe. Patty broke the silence. "Let's skip dinner at the main house." I got the feeling he was subtly hinting they'd prefer we didn't come. "He said we were invited," Shorty countered. "He was being polite," she insisted. "I think he meant it, but I also think he was trying to see it from our perspective, wondering if we'd even want to go." "So now he's your new best friend?" Patty asked, a hint of sarcasm coloring her words. "Not exactly," Shorty said. "Most of the time I still think he's a strange jerk who could use a good shake, but credit where it's due, he handled the mechanic situation well. He diagnosed the problem and secured a fix. That proves he's taking our issues seriously. Maybe we were both right from the start. They're odd, no question, but they might also be genuinely trying to help us. I guess someone can be two contradictory things at once. Whatever they are, I'd rather it was just us for dinner. Fine by me. I'm tired of feeling like I'm under interrogation every time we talk to them." "I told you," Patty said. "It's their idea of being polite. Asking questions shows they're taking an interest." They got up and went inside, leaving the door open to the cooling evening air. They moved the box from the dresser to the bed. Patty ran her thumbnail along the tape seam to break it open, and Shorty lifted the flaps. Inside was an assortment of items packed with dense, almost military precision. There were cereal bars, protein bars, energy bars, bottles of water, packets of dried apricots, and small red boxes of raisins. Everything was arranged in a specific, repeating pattern. 12 identical sets, each one a neat, compact parcel. Each set contained one water bottle and an exactly equal 1/12 portion of the remaining items. 2 flashlights were also wedged up right among the supplies. "This is bizarre," Patty said. "I think this place caters to hikers," Shorty offered. "Like in that photo they took with the model. Why else dress her in all that gear? They probably give these out as packed lunches or sell them. It's the kind of lightweight, high-energy stuff a hiker would want to carry, is it? It's compact, full of calories, easy to stash in a backpack, and it includes water. What are the flashlights for, then?" "I guess in case you're still on the trail at dusk and need to see your food," Shorty reasoned. "A lantern would provide better light. Maybe hikers have a strong preference for flashlights. There's probably market research. I bet this is just part of their standard inventory." He called them ingredients, Patty pointed out. "It's probably a nutritionally balanced assortment, probably very healthy. I imagine hikers care about that sort of thing." He said they put some ingredients together. "They didn't put this together. This is pre-packaged. Like you said, it came straight off a storeroom shelf." "We could still change our minds and go eat at the house," Shorty ventured. "I already said I don't want to." "They don't really want us there. Then I guess we're eating this stuff. Why does he have to make everything sound so grand?" Patty wondered aloud, her frustration evident. "He could have just said he brought over some of the trail rations they sell to hikers. I would have been perfectly content with that arrangement. It's not like we're covering the cost anyway." "Exactly," Shorty agreed. "They're strange, no doubt about it. But they're also oddly useful. Or maybe it's the other way around." Reacher took his evening meal by himself at a small, unassuming diner in Laconia, the kind of place with bare tables and a well-worn counter. He deliberately avoided anywhere more upscale, not wanting to accidentally cross paths with Carter Carrington and Elizabeth Castle. Running into them would inevitably lead to a polite interruption of their night out, and he had no desire to intrude. After eating, he spent the better part of an hour meandering through side streets, searching for a specific setup, a grocery store with a residential window above it, offering an unobstructed eastern view straight down a roadway. He eventually spotted a potential candidate. The building was ahead of him as he moved away from the downtown core. The upstairs apartment had since been converted into a lawyer's office, and the ground floor now retailed trousers and knitwear instead of groceries. Positioning himself with his back to the storefront, he gazed down the long, dark avenue. A decent swath of night sky was visible to the east, beneath which the asphalt curved gently between drainage ditches, bordered by sidewalks and intermittently illuminated by sparse streetlights. He then paced out the same path the young man would have taken 2 decades prior, halting about 100 feet out. Any nearer, he reasoned, and the elderly witness would have relied on her own eyesight rather than bothering with binoculars. Turning back, he looked up at where her window would have been. Now he was in the shoes of the younger boys. He pictured the larger, aggressive figure looming over them, making demands that escalated into threats. Objectively, it wasn't a major confrontation, at least not for someone like Reacher. By 16, he'd already towered over most grown men. He'd been outsizing them since he was 13. Genetics had handed him a formidable build, complemented by speed, a mean streak, and a comprehensive, often improvised, knowledge of dirty fighting. His upbringing was in Marine Corps bases, not the quiet streets of Ryantown, New Hampshire. And Stan, his father, had been of average stature by comparison, compact really, maybe 6'1" in his best shoes, perhaps pushing 200 pounds after a hearty meal. Reacher looked down at the sidewalk pavers and imagined his father's footsteps retreating slowly, then pivoting into a full sprint. Patty and Shorty ate their dinner outside, seated in their lawn chairs just beneath their window. They consumed meal options 1 and 2, leaving 10 remaining in the box, and conscientiously drank their allotted water bottles. As the evening chill set in, they retreated indoors, but Patty insisted, "Let's leave the door ajar." "Why?" Shorty asked. "I need the fresh air. Last night I felt like I was suffocating in here." "Just open the window." "It doesn't open. The door could swing shut or blow open. Use your shoe to wedge it, or someone could walk right in." "Like who?" Patty countered. "A random hiker passing by out here, or one of them?" "I'd hear it and wake up." "Then I'd wake you up, you promise?" "Absolutely." Shorty slipped off his shoes. He jammed one between the outer edge of the door and the frame, then bent the other into a more flexible shape and propped it against the inner side to buffer against any soft night winds. He recognized it as classic farmhand improvisation, but it seemed like it would do the trick. In another part of the property, Stephen summoned Robert, who then contacted Peter, who finally reached Mark. They convened in a rear sitting room and studied the monitor feeds. "It's just a pair of shoes holding the door," Stephen clarified in case anyone was confused. "Why did they do it?" Mark inquired. "Did they give a reason?" "She said she needs air." "It tracks with her earlier comments. I don't consider it an issue." Mark gave a nod. "I spun her a tale about a supermodel and her makeup routine. She seemed to buy it. I also promised a mechanic would come fix things in the morning, even fabricated some details about heater hose couplings. I believe she accepted all of it. She's settled now. The door isn't a concern. We'll need to secure it eventually, but not tonight. Best to let sleeping dogs lie. They're relaxed. They think they have nothing to fear." Reacher, ever inclined to keep moving, secured different lodgings for the night just 1 street over from his previous stay. It was a quaint, upscale bed and breakfast housed in a slender brick building, its exterior trim, freshly painted in soft, muted hues. He secured a room on the top floor, reached by a cramped door at the top of a steep, twisting staircase. A long, hot shower left him warm and drowsy, and he fell into a deep sleep. At precisely 3:01 in the morning, he was jolted awake again as if a switch had been flipped. The sensation was identical, not a smell or a sight, but a sound. This time, he didn't hesitate. He rolled out of bed, retrieved his pants from where they were tucked under the mattress, dressed quickly, and laced his shoes. He moved through the low doorway and down the winding stairs to the street below. The night air held a chill, and the silence felt sharp and fragile, pressed between brick walls and glass storefronts, the only hum coming from distant power lines. He stood perfectly still, listening. A minute later, he caught the faint scrape of shoes on concrete, somewhere ahead and to his left, maybe 30 yards off. The sound wasn't moving, it was just a restless shifting in place, likely from 2 people. Nothing was visible. He waited. Another minute passed before a stifled cry cut the quiet, a woman's voice. It could have been pleasure or excitement, but it also carried a strained, muffled quality that suggested something else. It was the sound of someone trying to keep quiet, lips pressed tight, still seeing nothing. He edged to the left and spotted a narrow passage between a luggage shop and a shoe store. It led into a tight alley separating two buildings, lined with doors for the apartments above the shops. Under the harsh glare of a bare bulb above one door, two figures were locked in a tense, standing struggle. The man was young, barely more than a teenager, but built solid and tall. The woman was slightly older, with blonde hair teetering on high heels, her black nylons visible under a short coat that was getting twisted in the scuffle. Was this a lover's quarrel, or something worse? He didn't want to interrupt a private moment, so he watched. Then the woman wrenched her face away and spat a single, low, breathy word, no. It was firm, commanding, like you'd speak to a disobedient animal, yet laced with what he interpreted as shame and revulsion. She shoved against the young man's chest, trying to break free, but he held her fast. Reacher stepped forward and said, "Hey!" Both faces turned toward him. "Take your hands off her, kid," he said. The boy glared. "This isn't any of your business. It is now you woke me up. Get lost." I heard her say no. "Step back." The kid turned slightly, revealing a sweatshirt embroidered with the name of a prestigious university. He was a big, athletic-looking guy, maybe 6'3" and 220 pounds, buzzing with youthful arrogance. He had that cocky glint in his eye, convinced he was something special. Reacher glanced at the woman. "Miss, are you all right?" She studied him. "Are you a police officer?" "I was a long time ago in the Army. Now I'm just a traveler passing through." She didn't answer. She looked to be nearing 30, with a kind but weary face. "Are you okay?" he repeated. She pushed away from the boy, putting about a yard between them, but remained silent. Her eyes held his, though, with a clear plea for him to stay. He asked, "Did this happen last night, too?" She gave a small nod. "Same spot," another nod. "Around the same time. It's when I get home from my shift," she whispered. "You live here, temporarily, until I get back on my feet." Reacher took in her heels, her styled hair, her nylons. "You work at a cocktail bar in Manchester," she confirmed, "and he followed you home." She nodded once more. "2 nights in a row?" Reacher pressed. She nodded again. The boy cut in. "She wanted me to, man? So back off and let nature run its course." "That's a lie," the woman said, her voice gaining strength. "I never asked for this. You were all over me at the bar. I was being polite. It's part of the job." Reacher looked back at the young man. "Sounds like a classic case of mixed signals," he said, his tone shifting to one of dry, almost sarcastic weariness, "but easily solved. All you need to do is offer a very sincere apology, then turn around and never show your face here again." "She's the one who won't be showing her face," the boy sneered. "My father owns a major stake in that place. She'll lose her job." Reacher turned to the woman. "Tell me about last night."
"I allowed it," she admitted.
He agreed it would be a one-time thing. "I thought it was finished. Now he's returned, demanding more." "I can have a word with him if you'd like," Reacher offered. "For now, why don't you go inside? Try to put it out of your mind. Don't you even think about going in there," the boy snapped. "Not unless I'm with you." The woman's eyes shifted between them, weighing her options like a gambler with her last dollar on the line. She made her choice. Pulling her keys from her purse, she unlocked the door, slipped inside, and shut it firmly. The boy in the sweatshirt glared first at the closed door, then at Reacher. Reacher gave a slight nod toward the alley's entrance. "Time to move along, kid." The boy stood frozen for a long moment, clearly deep in thought. Then he turned and walked out of the alley, disappearing to the right, a right-handed turn. He'd want to set up an ambush where Reacher would walk straight into a powerful right hook. That decided the location, roughly 3 feet around the corner, aligned with the edge of the bag shop's display window. Basic geometry. The spot was fixed, but the timing wasn't. Speed was Reacher's to control. The kid would be expecting a normal approach, maybe a bit tense or cautious, but generally average. He'd throw that hook at the first glimpse of Reacher coming around. Any ordinary walking pace would make it connect solidly. The kid wasn't stupid. He might even be an athlete with decent coordination, so nothing would be done at a normal speed. Reacher stopped 6 paces short of the corner and waited and waited. Then he took a single step, a slow, deliberate scrape across the gritty pavement. He paused again, letting the silence stretch before taking another ominous sliding step. Another long wait, then another step. He could picture the kid around the corner, fist cocked, muscles tensed, holding his position, holding too long, growing stiff and shaky from the strain. Reacher took one more long, slow step. He was now 6 feet from the corner. He waited and waited. Then he exploded into motion, sprinting forward, his left hand raised with fingers spread wide like a catcher's mitt. He burst around the corner to find the kid jerking to life, confused by the sudden change of pace. The kid's intended triumphant right hook came out as a weak, herky-jerky motion, which Reacher caught easily in his open palm, like snagging a soft line drive. The kid's fist was sizable, but Reacher's hand was larger. He clamped down and squeezed, not enough to break bones, but enough to make the kid bite back any whimpers. He clearly couldn't afford to sound weak, not while trying to play the tough guy. Then Reacher squeezed harder, mostly as a test of intelligence. The kid failed. Instead of going for Reacher's eyes or striking his head, he used his free hand to claw uselessly at Reacher's wrist. A missed opportunity, Reacher added a twist to the squeeze like turning a doorknob. The kid's elbow locked, his shoulder dropped in compensation, but Reacher kept twisting until the kid was so off balance he had to let go and hold his arm straight out to steady himself. Reacher asked, "Do you want me to hit you?" No answer. "It's not a complicated question," Reacher said. "A simple yes or no will do." By then, the kid was shuffling in place, gasping for air, trying to find a bearable position. Still no squealing. He managed, "All right, fine. I misread the situation. I'm sorry, man. I'll let her be now. What about her job?" "I was just messing with you, and the next waitress who comes along struggling and needing a steady paycheck." The kid stayed silent. Reacher tightened his grip and asked, "You want me to hit you?" The kid said no. No means no, right? I figure they teach you that at your fancy college. Probably seemed pretty abstract from your point of view until right now. Come on, man. "You want me to hit you?" "No." Reacher drove a straight right into his face, putting everything behind it. A crushing, twisting impact that felt like a freight train. The kid went out instantly, his body going limp as gravity took over. Reacher held his left arm rigid. All the kid's dead weight fell on his own locked elbow. Reacher waited. One of two things would happen. Either the natural strength and give in the kid's ligaments would let him roll forward, or it wouldn't. It didn't. The elbow gave way with a sickening crunch, the arm twisting into an unnatural angle. Reacher let him drop. He landed on the pavement outside the bag shop. One arm bent normally and the other all wrong, a grotesque shape. He was still breathing, a wet, bubbly sound from the blood in his throat. His nose was shattered, cheekbones likely broken, too. Several teeth were gone, mostly from the top. His dentist's kid wouldn't have to worry about tuition. Reacher turned and walked away back to his rented room. He climbed the winding stairs, ducked through the low doorway, took another quick shower, and got back into bed, once again warm and slightly damp. He punched his pillow into shape and closed his eyes. At that exact moment, Patty Sundstrom woke up. It was 3:15 in the morning. Once again, a nagging worry from deep in her mind had pushed its way to the surface. What were the flashlights for? Why 2 of them? Why not 1 or a whole case? The room was perfectly cool. She could smell the rich, velvety night air. Why pack 2 flashlights with 12 meals? Why include them at all? What did flashlights have to do with food? They weren't a natural pairing. Nobody ever asks if you want a flashlight with your sandwich, and what Shorty had suggested was ridiculous. Nobody eats lunch in the dark. That's all this was. Lunch for wealthy guys from Boston playing at being rugged for a week. Nobody paying peak season rates would accept granola bars for dinner or breakfast. Just lunch. Surely part of some masculine outdoor fantasy. So why the flashlight's lunch happens in the middle of the day? The sun is usually out, unless these rich guys were cave explorers, in which case they'd have their own gear, probably high-end headlamps. Why would flashlights be packed in a food box as if they were essential, like silverware or napkins? Were they even packed? Maybe they were just tossed in as an afterthought. She kept her eyes closed and replayed opening the box. She had slit the tape with her fingernail, and Shorty had lifted the flaps. What was her first impression? Two flashlights standing upright in the box, jammed in among the food. Jammed in, so not packed as planned components added later, but why two flashlights for two people? They had each been given a flashlight and 6 bare minimum meals. Why, we put together some ingredients for you. Either join us at the house or help yourselves from the box. It all felt fake, hollow. What else was a lie? She threw the covers back and slipped out of bed. She walked quietly to the dresser where the carton sat in front of the blank TV screen. She lifted the flaps and reached inside. The first flashlight had fallen over in the space left by the first 2 missing meals. She pulled it out. It was substantial and heavy, cold and solid in her hand. She pressed it against her palm and clicked it on. Rolling her hand slightly, she let a thin beam escape, tinted pink by her skin. It was a well-known brand, the body feeling like it had been precision-milled from a single block of aircraft-grade aluminum. The flashlight had a cluster of tiny LED bulbs that reminded her of a spider's eye. She glanced back into the box. The second flashlight was still wedged in the corner, jammed between lunches 9 through 12. The pressure had cracked some of the granola bars and crushed one of the raisin boxes, definitely added later. She examined the slit tape, 2 distinct layers, one from the wholesaler and another from them, after they had resealed the box and slipped in the flashlights. What else hadn't they meant to include? She padded softly to the door, nudged Shorty's discarded shoe aside with her toe, and opened it just enough to slip outside. Releasing her hand from the lens, the flashlight threw a sharp white beam across the dark. She picked her way barefoot over the gravel toward the Honda, opened the passenger door, and felt for the hood release near her shin, a familiar broad black lever. She gave it a tug. The hood popped up with a heavy thunk that echoed in the silent night like distant highway metal. She clicked off the light and waited. No movement. No lights flickered on in the house. Turning the beam back on, she circled to the front, jiggled the catch, and lifted the hood, propping it with the bent metal rod. Working in a sawmill had taught her how to navigate machinery. She shifted left and right, ducking her head until she found what she needed to see. The real test. He knows the issue. He's seen it before. Supposedly there's an electronic chip near where the heater hoses pass through the back of the dashboard. Leaning in, she held the flashlight like a surgical instrument, angling the beam carefully. Patty Sundstrom located the back of the dashboard without trouble. A bare, reinforced panel, dusty and gray, partly covered by peeling sound-deadening material. Wires, pipes, and tubes ran through it, mostly electrical, she guessed. The heater's hot water would travel through a thick reinforced hose, probably an inch in diameter and conventionally black, clamped to a port on the engine block. It would be paired with an identical return hose, circulating continuously thanks to the water pump, which, as Peter said, stopped when the engine stopped. She craned her neck, sweeping the flashlight beam until she spotted 2 black hoses connected to the engine block. There were no other possibilities. She traced their path. They ran low in the engine bay, passing through the bulkhead into the passenger compartment down near the floor, right behind the gear shift console. The heater sat directly above. The heater hoses go through the back of the dashboard. No, they don't, Patty thought. She checked again. They weren't anywhere near the dashboard. They entered much lower level with the bottom of the footwell. And there was nothing fragile nearby, just heavy, grimy metal parts. No vulnerable wiring, nothing that could overheat and fry. Certainly no mysterious black boxes housing electronic chips. She straightened up and stepped back, glancing toward the house. All was quiet. The barn stood pale under the moonlight, all 9 quad bikes lined up neatly. She switched off the flashlight and hurried back to the room on tender feet. At the bed, she nudged Shorty awake. He bolted upright, eyes darting around for intruders. Seeing none, he mumbled, "What?" The heater hoses don't go through the back of the dashboard, she said. What? He repeated, groggy. In the car, she clarified. They go through really low, about level with the bottom of the gear stick. How do you know? I looked, with one of the flashlights they gave us. When? Just now? Why? I couldn't sleep. Something feels off about this whole situation. You actually tore the dashboard apart? Not exactly. I checked from underneath on the passenger side. I could see where everything connects, and there's no sign of a computer chip anywhere near it. All right, maybe the guy they talked to was mistaken, Shorty suggested. Could be he was thinking of a newer model. Ours is one of the first ones made. Or maybe the setup is different for cars sold here. Or maybe there never was a mechanic. Maybe that phone call was just for show. Why would they lie about that? Maybe they don't want us to leave. You're kidding. How else does any of this make sense? But why would they do that? Seriously. Is this some scheme about the room rate? They're holding us over $50? I don't have the answer. That's a terrible way to run a place. We could leave a review. Except we can't contact anyone. There's no internet, no cell service, and the room phone doesn't work. They can't just trap people here. Someone would come looking for us eventually. We practically told them nobody knows we're missing. We also basically admitted we're out of money, Shorty pointed out. How long do they think we can afford $50 a night? 2 days, Patty calculated. That covers breakfast, lunch, and dinner, 6 meals each. That's insane. Then what happens? Then they miraculously find the mechanic. We need to get out of here. We have to try what you said about using the four-wheeler, so get your clothes on. We're leaving. Right now? This second? It's the middle of the night. Exactly like you said. They're asleep now. It has to be now. All because some mechanic might have been wrong, if there even was a mechanic. And because of everything else that's wrong here, Shorty asked. Then why did they give us those flashlights? Patty shook her head. I don't know that either. It's almost like they expected we might try to slip out in the dark. How could they possibly know? Shorty climbed out of bed. We should grab some food. No guarantee we'll find anywhere to eat before noon at the earliest. We're definitely missing breakfast. They dressed quickly in the dim room, the only light a pale silver streak from the open doorway. They packed their belongings by touch, leaving their bags near the car outside. You're absolutely sure about this? Shorty whispered. We can still turn back. I want to go, Patty insisted, her voice low. This place isn't right. They moved across the lawn toward the barn, avoiding the gravel path to stay quiet. They were careful over the last stretch of stones, reaching the neat row of ATVs and the one Peter had taken earlier. Its engine was still slightly warm to the touch. Shorty wanted that specific one. He remembered how to put its transmission in neutral. He knew it rolled smoothly, and mostly it was the closest who wanted to push something farther than they had to. He shifted the lever, then leaned into the handlebars, his initial push a bit awkward and sideways. Even so, the machine rolled backward willingly, picking up speed as Shorty adjusted his stance to push more directly. This isn't so hard, he breathed. He halted it, repositioned himself, and pushed it forward in a tight, neat arc, like backing out of a parking spot and driving away. Patty moved to the other side, and together they pushed it faster, guiding it silently down the center of the track toward the motel. The only sounds were the soft scuff of their shoes on the dirt and the faint, wet crunch of pebbles under the ATV's wide tires. They pushed on, breathing heavily, around the corner past room 12, continuing to the Honda parked 2 spaces down outside room 10. They stopped the ATV directly behind the car. Shorty popped the trunk open. Wait, Patty said. She walked back to the corner and scanned the dark house. No lights, no movement. She returned and gave a short nod. Okay. Shorty turned to face the open trunk squarely. He bent forward, arms wide, and worked his fingers under the edges of the suitcase. With a grunt, he lifted the front end and dragged it forward until it tipped at an angle on the trunk's lip. He seized the handle and pulled, planning to rest the case on the edge so he could shift his stance and get a better grip for the lift and turn toward the bicycle. Instead, the handle ripped clean off. Shorty stumbled backward a step. "Well, that's just great," he muttered. "See," Patty said, "it would have broken anyway if we tried to carry it. So now what? How are we supposed to get this thing on a bus? We'll need rope. We can loop it around a few times and fashion a new handle. We have to find a gas station or a hardware store. First one we spot." Shorty moved forward, bent his knees, and wedged his fingers beneath the heavy case. With a strained grunt, he heaved it up, pivoted, and managed to lay it lengthwise across the bike. The top corners settled against the handlebar while the bottom edge pressed into the cushioned seat. After a few adjustments, it sat surprisingly steady, more secure than he'd expected. He felt a flicker of pride. After closing the Honda's hatch, they secured their small bags on the rear rack. Then they took their places. Shorty on the left, Patty on the right. Each gripped the sliver of handlebar visible beyond the suitcase, their other hands holding flashlights that cast twin beams ahead. This setup made steering straightforward and let them brace the case between them, his right forearm and her left pressed at the top, his hip and hers wedged at the bottom, both leaning forward against the load. The weight transformed, pushing into a brutal chore. Starting required a massive synchronized heave, like some ridiculous strongman competition on late-night TV. Keeping it moving demanded nearly constant effort, though it eased slightly once they bumped from the gravel lot onto the paved road at the edge of the woods. Still more than 2 miles lay ahead. They entered the tree-lined tunnel. The air grew cool, carrying the scent of decay and wet soil. Gasping, they trudged forward. Through clumsy experimentation, they found that maintaining a faster pace, however painful, helped carry them through the shallow potholes. It meant relentless exertion, but it beat having to restart their momentum every time the wheels dropped into a dip. They pushed on, almost jogging against the resistance, the brief novelty quickly replaced by pure drudgery. "I have to stop," Patty gasped. They let the bike roll to a halt, nudged the suitcase to rebalance it, then stepped back, arching their spines and pressing their hands into the small of their backs. They breathed heavily, rolling their stiff necks. "How much farther?" Shorty asked. Patty glanced behind, then ahead. "About 1.5 miles. How long have we been at this?" "Maybe 20 minutes? That's painfully slow. You said 4 hours total?" "We're right on track, if you think about it." They resumed their positions and forced the bike into motion again, building speed like a bobsled team at the top of a run, each step more urgent than the last. Once up to pace, they held it, forearms braced against the shuddering case, heads ducked, stealing glances to stay on course. They covered another 1/2 mile before resting again, then another. A full hour had slipped by. "The trip back will be a breeze," Patty said, trying to sound optimistic. "No wait to fight." They moved through a stretch where the trees thinned, revealing a narrow band of star-filled sky overhead. "Getting close," Patty murmured. Then she suddenly yanked back on the handlebar, digging her heels in like someone stopping a homemade wagon. "Hold up," she said. "What is it?" Shorty asked. There was a wire, like the ones at gas stations that ring a bell. It was stretched across the road. The bell likely sounds inside the building itself. Shorty brought the four-wheeler to an abrupt halt. The memory clicked into place, thick and flexible like a heavy-duty hose. He aimed his flashlight beam down the path ahead. At first, they spotted nothing. They continued forward at a reduced pace, which made the journey over the uneven ground even more jarring. One light scanned the distance while the other swept the immediate trail. About 100 yards later, they found it. There it lay, thick and pliable, stretched across the dirt track. They stopped a few feet short. "How does it even work?" Patty asked. "My guess is there are 2 metal contacts inside," Shorty said. "They're kept separate normally, but a tire rolling over presses them together and completes a circuit, like flipping a switch. So we can't let a wheel touch it, right?" That presented a real challenge. Shorty couldn't lift the heavy ATV, not even one end. He might manage a brief, shaky inch, but not enough to carefully roll it over the cable and set it down safely. "How much farther do we have to go?" he asked. "Maybe another 300 yards. I could just carry the suitcase from here." "Hold on," Patty said again. She crouched, sliding her fingers beneath the hefty rubber-coated wire. She lifted, It came up without resistance, an inch, then a foot as high as she needed. She tested the slack, pulling it side to side to ensure it was uniformly loose. "Get ready," she instructed. Raising the cable high on her open palms, arms outstretched, she held it aloft. Shorty ducked low and carefully pushed the bike underneath. She kept it raised until he was completely clear, feeling oddly like she was part of some ceremonial ritual at an outdoor wedding. "Okay," Shorty said once he was through. She lowered the wire back to the ground with a gentle, almost reverent placement. Then they pressed on. Feeling a renewed surge of energy, they were safe on the final stretch. It wasn't far now. Their flashlight beams danced and wobbled ahead, initially revealing only trees and the narrow path. But then a different kind of emptiness appeared. The two-lane county road, the very spot where they had turned off what felt like a lifetime ago. Back then, Shorty had asked, "Okay," and Patty hadn't replied. Now she broke the silence. "We need to stash the suitcase somewhere close to the road, but hidden. That way we can grab it fast when we get a ride." They let the bike coast to a stop where the dirt track widened to meet the asphalt. Obvious hiding spots seemed scarce. Tree trunks pressed in on both sides, and the final stretch of shoulder was dense with undergrowth, though it looked a little thinner near the old tilted wooden posts. Perhaps the ground had been disturbed there years before, and the brush was still recovering. Maybe there was a gap just the right size behind one of them. Patty went to investigate. After a moment, she decided the space behind the post on the right was slightly better than the left. With considerable effort, they maneuvered the bike as close as they could. Shorty wrapped his arms around the heavy suitcase, hefted it off the cargo rack with a grunt, turned, and dropped it into the bushes. It crackled and scraped through the lower branches before settling into a position that was reasonably concealed. Patty walked a short way up the road and used her flashlight to mimic the angle of an approaching car's headlights. She reported that she could barely see anything, just a vague, low, dark shape behind the base of the post. It could easily be mistaken for a dead animal. She was pleased. Then her tone shifted. "Shorty, come here." He joined her. They stood together on the dark pavement, looking back the way they had come, following the beam of her flashlight. It wavered over a wide area centered on the frost-heaved post, with the dark shape of the suitcase low and behind it. You wouldn't notice it unless you knew exactly where to look. He was satisfied, too. "What am I supposed to be seeing?" he asked. "Think, Shorty," she said, her voice taking on a new, sharper edge. "What did we see when we first turned in here?" He concentrated, reconstructing the memory in his mind. He took a couple of steps sideways toward the center line, approximating where the Honda's driver's side wheel had been. He bent his knees slightly, lowering himself to about the height of the car seat. What had he seen? He recalled a tilted wooden post with a board nailed to it. On that board were fancy plastic letters and an arrow pointing into the woods. The letters had spelled one word, motel. He compared that mental image to the scene now illuminated by the flashlight. Something was off. He stared harder, and then he saw it. Now there was just a post. No sign, no letters, no arrow pointing the way. It was bare on both sides of the track, a silent wooden sentinel in the dark. "This is strange," she muttered. "Don't you think? So is this a motel or not?" "It sure acts like one. They took our money. We need to leave this place. We are the first car that comes by. After we return the bike to the barn, we don't owe them that," Shorty argued, his voice tight. "We don't owe them a single thing. Not after this stunt with the missing signs. We should leave the bike right here and let them come fetch it themselves." "They rise with the sun," Patty countered, her mind already racing through the possibilities. If that bike is gone, they'll know instantly. But if it's tucked back in its spot, they might not give us a second thought for hours. They'll assume we're sleeping in or grabbing breakfast in our room. They won't have any reason to check on us until much later. It's a risk. It could buy us precious time. The moment they realize we're gone, they'll come looking. We need to push that moment as far back as we can. We need to be long gone by then. We absolutely cannot afford to still be standing down here hoping for a ride. I say we grab every extra minute we can get." Shorty fell silent, his gaze sweeping the empty, shadowed road in both directions. "I know it feels wrong to go back," Patty said, softening her tone, "now that we've finally gotten here. But there aren't any cars coming anyway. Not at this hour. We'll have better luck closer to sunrise." Shorty was quiet for another long moment, the only sound the faint rustle of night insects. Then he let out a resigned breath. "All right, we'll take the bike back. Fast as we can," Patty said, a new urgency in her voice. "From here on out, it's all about speed." They quickly unstrapped their bags from the rack and hid them near the suitcase. Then they maneuvered the bike in a wide turn on the pavement. The open air felt fresher, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. They pointed the bike back down the track and took their positions. The same 2+ miles lay ahead of them, just in reverse. But Patty had been right without the suitcase dragging them down. The bike felt almost weightless, gliding along as if it wanted to float away. They ducked under the wire once more, falling into a rhythm that was more of a brisk, determined walk than a struggle. They didn't pause, they didn't rest. Driven by a silent, shared focus, it took them just over half an hour to cover the distance back. They slowed to a stop where the track emerged from the trees, the path stretching ahead, pale and eerie in the moonlight, across the flat fields to the distant cluster of buildings. The motel was dark and still, the barn was dark and still, the house was dark and still. Patty checked her watch. 5:30, a solid hour before any hint of dawn. Perfect. They moved forward as quietly as possible, the only sounds the soft hiss of the tires and the quiet slap of their shoes on the last stretch of pavement. Then they bumped down into the motel lot, their progress growing louder with the crunch of gravel underfoot, past the silent office, past rooms 1 and 2, all the way past the dead Honda, and onward past the corner of room 12 straight toward the barn. Inside, they could make out 8 faint shapes, parked in a neat row with one empty space gaping like a missing tooth. Shorty pointed and gave Patty a firm, silent thumbs up. She had been right. One daylight glance out a window would have sparked the alarm. They cut the last corner across the damp grass and rolled slowly onto the gravel of the parking area. Returning the bike was simple, just lining it up, pushing it nose first into the empty slot, nudging it level with the others, and stepping back. Job done. Seamless, undetectable. They tiptoed back across the gravel, stepping onto the grass and walking swiftly back to the track, where they paused for just a second to catch their breath. Ahead lay the same 2+ miles again. But this time they had nothing to push. This time it was just walking, plain and simple, walking away for good. Behind them, a door opened over at the house. The sound was faint, but it carried clearly in the pre-dawn stillness. A distant voice cut through the darkness. "Hey, is that you two?" "Mark." They froze in place. "Guys," a beam of light sliced past them, their shadows stark against the ground, meaning the light was at their backs. "You there, Mark?" called again. They turned. Mark was approaching through the gloom, fully dressed, his day already underway. He kept his flashlight beam low and polite, just as Shorty and Patty did, all 3 pools of light, careful to illuminate without blinding. They waited. Mark reached them. "This is the wildest coincidence," he said. In addition to the flashlight, he carried a blank notepad and a pen. Patty asked, "Is it?" "My apologies, I should have asked first. Is everything all right out here?" "We're fine, just taking a midnight stroll." "Why is it a coincidence?" "Because right at this exact minute, I've got the mechanic on the line. He starts at 5 to beat the morning rush. Woke up today with a sudden realization. He remembered you mentioned driving down from Canada. At the time, he just assumed you were Americans heading home. This morning it hit him. It was just as likely you were Canadians visiting south of the border. If that's the case, you'd have a Canadian spec vehicle, which back then meant the mandatory winter package, a different heater setup, and no air conditioning that changes everything. His initial diagnosis was for a U.S. spec issue for a Canadian model. It's the starter motor relay that burns out. He needs to know which part to grab from the scrapyard. He's headed there now. He literally just sent me out to get the VIN from your windshield." He held up the notepad and pen as evidence. Then he added, "But obviously it'll be faster for everyone if you just come inside and answer his questions directly." With a chopping motion of his hands, he illustrated the distances, the long trek still required to reach the Honda, plus the even longer return trip versus the simple short walk from where they stood to the telephone in the house, a dramatic difference. Impeccable logic. Shorty glanced at Patty. She met his gaze. A dozen unspoken questions hung between them. Mark said, "We could brew some coffee. We could have the guy call us back once he actually has the right part in his hands. And then again when he's truly in his truck and on his way to you. I want you to hear it straight from the source, frankly. I think a little reassurance is overdue. It's the least we can do. You folks have had enough runaround already." He extended his hand in a gracious after-you gesture. Patty and Shorty moved toward the house, Mark falling into step beside them. All three flashlight beams bobbed ahead in unison. At the kitchen door, Mark hurried forward and held it open, ushering them inside. He clicked on an overhead light and pointed toward the inner hallway, where the landline phone had been demonstrated at lunch the day before. Now the receiver lay on a chair seat, tethered by its coiled cord on hold, the old-fashioned way. Mark said, "His name is Carol, probably spelled differently. He's from Macedonia." He gestured toward the phone with the same courteous help-yourself motion. Patty picked up the receiver. She pressed it to her ear and heard a faint staticky hum, a cellular connection doing its best from somewhere distant. She said, "Carol?" A voice replied, "Mark! No, this is Patty Sundstrom. My boyfriend and I own the Honda." "Oh, man, I didn't mean for Mark to wake you guys. That's not polite at all." The voice carried an accent that fit a place called Macedonia, Eastern Europe, she figured, or maybe Central, somewhere between Greece and Russia. The kind of guy who probably needed to shave twice a day but often didn't. Like a shady character from a film, except his tone was warm and friendly, light, helpful, brimming with concern. "And full of a crackling energy, even at this early hour," Patty replied. "We were already up." "Were you really?" "Actually, we were out for a walk." "Why?" "Something else must have woken us, I guess, just from your voice. I'd say you're Canadian. Our car is, too." "Yeah," the voice answered. "I jumped to a conclusion and almost messed up. I learned this job in the old Yugoslav army. They taught us that making assumptions makes fools of everyone. This time, it's all on me, my apologies. But let's be sure, have you ever had to replace the heater hoses?" "I know they run down low," Patty said. "All right, that's definitely Canadian. Good to know. I'll grab a starter motor relay. Then I've got to settle some bills. I'll head out toward the highway for a bit. Maybe I'll get lucky and find a wreck. If not, I'll get to you faster. Figure at least 2 hours, but no more than 4. "You're sure, ma'am?" "I cross my heart," the voice said, its accent clear. "I promise I'll get you back on the road." Then the line went quiet and Patty hung up. Mark mentioned, "The coffee's ready." Patty told him he'll be here sometime between 2 and 4 hours from now. "Perfect?" Shorty asked. "Really?" he promised, she said. They heard a vehicle on the gravel outside, the crunch of stones and the rumble of an engine. Looking out the window, they saw Peter in a worn-out old pickup truck. He was approaching, slowing to a stop and parking. Shorty asked, "Whose truck?" "His," Mark explained. "He gave it another shot late last night. Maybe the daytime warmth helped the battery. He got it running. Now he's been down to the road and back to charge it up and clear out the cobwebs. That might be what woke you. He can give you a ride to your room if you'd like. Better than walking, it's the least we can do. You must be tired." They insisted they didn't want to trouble him, but Peter wouldn't accept a refusal. His truck was a crew cab, so Shorty rode up front and Patty sat in the back. Peter parked beside the Honda. The door to room 10 was shut, which struck Patty as odd. She was almost certain they had left it open. Maybe it had swung closed on its own. Shorty had his shoes back on after all, though she didn't recall any wind. She had been outside most of the night and remembered the air as heavy and still. They climbed out of the truck. Peter waited, watching them approach their door. Patty turned the handle and pushed it open. She stepped inside, then immediately came back out. Pointing at Peter in his truck, she shouted, "You stay right there." She moved aside. Shorty peered into the room. In the middle of the floor was their luggage, returned their suitcase and 2 overnight bags, arranged neatly as if placed by a bellhop. Their suitcase was now bound with rope, intricate knots on the top with a doubled section between them, like a makeshift handle. Patty demanded, "What in the world is this?" Peter got out of his truck. "We are truly sorry," he said. "We're very embarrassed that you've gotten mixed up in this." "In what?" "It's the time of year, I'm afraid." College semesters are starting. Undergraduates are everywhere. Their fraternities give them dares. They steal our motel signs all the time. Then they started a new tradition, some kind of initiation ritual. They had to steal everything from a motel room while the guest was briefly away. It's stupid, but that's how it is. We thought it had ended a couple of years ago, but it looks like it's back. I found your things in the bushes down by the road. It's the only explanation. They must have gotten in while you were walking. We apologize for the trouble. Please let us know if anything's damaged. We're going to file a police report. I mean, sure, everyone likes a good prank, but this is just ridiculous. Patty stayed silent. Shorty didn't say a word. Peter got back in his truck and drove off. Patty and Shorty stood motionless for a moment before finally going inside. They maneuvered around their bags and settled side by side on the bed, leaving the door ajar. The dining area included in Reacher's lodging arrangement was situated in a charming space half a level below the street, even with a tidy little garden out back that matched the room's pleasant atmosphere. Just before 8 in the morning, Reacher chose a table inside, anticipating his coffee. He was alone. The tourist season had ended. Freshly showered and dressed, he felt alert and presentable, save for one detail, a cut on his knuckle from the previous night's scuffle, undoubtedly left by the kid's teeth. It wasn't serious, just a small dried trail of blood with a peculiar imprint. Having spent 13 years as a police officer and even longer since, Reacher understood perspectives from both sides of the law. Whenever possible, he preferred to avoid misunderstandings. After placing his breakfast order, he stepped outside into the garden. Crouching down, he made a fist with his right hand and lightly dragged it across the brick edge of a flower-bed wall, blending the tooth mark into a collection of minor scrapes. Returning to his table, he dampened a corner of his napkin with water from his glass and wiped away the grit. About 15 minutes later, Detective Brenda Amos entered the room, jotting notes in a small pad. A man in a suit accompanied her, his demeanor suggesting he was giving her a tour, likely the manager or owner of the establishment. Reacher caught part of what he said, something about Reacher being the only guest still on the property. Amos glanced up from her notebook out of habit, then did a slow double take straight out of an old TV comedy. She stared, blinked, and told the suited man, "I'll speak with him now. Can I bring you some coffee?" The man offered. "Yes, please," Reacher called over. "A pot for two." The man gave a slightly delayed, polite nod. Serving coffee to a detective was one thing, to a guest felt somewhat beneath him. Still, the customer is always right. He retreated from the room, and Amos walked over and took the seat opposite Reacher. "Actually, I already had coffee this morning," she said. "Doesn't mean you can't have more," Reacher replied. "There's no rule saying you have to quit after one cup. Also, I'm pretty sure Duncan laced mine with something psychedelic today. How do you figure? Or maybe this is just the strongest sense of déjà vu I've ever had. Explain that. Do you know what déjà vu literally means? It means already seen. It's French. My mother was French. She liked when Americans used French phrases, made her feel connected. Why are you telling me about your mother? Why are you asking me about LSD? What exactly did we do yesterday?" "We looked into a cold case from 75 years back," he said. "A young man was found knocked out on a downtown Laconia sidewalk. He was identified as a local 20-year-old with a reputation as a loudmouth and a bully, but he was untouchable because his father was the wealthy big shot around town. Ring a bell?" "Sure," Reacher said. "So what happened when I got to the station this morning? I wouldn't know. I was briefed that a young man had just been found unconscious on a downtown Laconia sidewalk. He was identified as a local 20-year-old with a reputation as a loudmouth and a bully, but he's untouchable because his father is the wealthy big shot around town now. You're serious?" And then I walk into the hotel across the street, and here you are. Sounds like quite the coincidence, you think? Amos said, her tone shifting from weary to sharply sarcastic. 75 years apart counts as a pattern now. I'm sure there have been plenty of similar incidents in between. Sooner or later, every entitled bully gets what's coming. You could have pulled any old file at random and found a comparable match. Of course I'm here. I'm the one who brought up that specific old case in the first place, so this isn't some random accident. It's practically a foregone conclusion. You know, I'm not from around here, so where else would I end up but a hotel? Right across from where it happened, she noted, checking door to door for witnesses. Standard procedure. Anyone see anything useful? Did you? I'm not much for staring out windows, Reacher replied. More's the pity. The birds are migrating. My father would have loved that. Hear anything, then? What time are we talking? The kid was found unconscious around 7. Assuming a person did it, and not a semi-truck, put it no earlier than 5. I was asleep at 5, Reacher said. Didn't hear a sound. Nothing at all. Something woke me the night before, but that was 3 in the morning and a different hotel. What was it? It woke me up, then stopped. Never pinned it down. Amos added, the boy's arm is broken too. That happens, Reacher said. A waitress arrived with 2 fresh pots of coffee and clean mugs. Reacher poured his. Amos didn't touch hers. She shut her notebook. He asked, how's the department treating this investigation? Expectations are low. No one's too broken up about it. It's complicated. Who is this kid? A bully, a predator, the type who gets everything handed to him, victims included, and lawyers on speed dial. Doesn't sound all that complicated to me. We're worried about what comes next. You think he'll round up a posse? His father already has one. That's the problem. The local big shot? Who is he? I simplified. He's originally from Boston, lives in Manchester now. What kind of posse are we talking? He handles financial arrangements for clients who avoid paper trails? In other words, he launders money for people who need it laundered. I imagine he could call in any kind of muscle he wants. And we think he will. Guys like that have a certain culture. Someone attacked his family. It has to be made an example. He can't afford to look weak. So sooner or later his people will show up here asking questions. We don't want that kind of trouble in our town. Hence, complicated, Reacher refilled his cup. Amos watched him, then said, how'd you hurt your hand? I introduced it to a garden wall. That's an odd way to phrase it. Can't really blame the wall, can you? Makes it sound intentional. He almost smiled. Do I strike you as the type who'd punch a wall on purpose? When did it happen? About 20 minutes ago, stopping to smell the roses. I appreciate flowers as much as the next person. Her phone chimed. She read the message. The kid is awake, but claims he doesn't remember anything about who attacked him. That happens, Reacher said again. He's lying, he knows, but he's saving it for his father. Because of their culture. I hope whoever did it understands what's coming. I'm sure they'll skip town. History repeating itself just like 75 years ago. What are your plans today? Technically, I guess I'm leaving town. Where to? Ryantown, Reacher said. If I can find the place. He bought a paper map from an old gas station on the outskirts of town. It showed the same vague emptiness Elizabeth Castle's phone had hinted at. Roads stretched toward nowhere, and some areas were shaded gray as if they'd once been developed, but none had names now, all blurring together. He wasn't even sure what setting a tin mill would need. Truth be told, he wasn't entirely clear on what a tin mill did. Did it process ore into tin or shape tin into cans and toys? Either way, he figured heat was involved. Furnaces, fires, maybe a steam engine driving belts and machinery. The whole scene felt like a ghost waiting for its story. The need for wood or coal and water to produce steam was clear. He studied the map once more, tracing roads, rivers, and streams that converged on a gray-shaded area northwest of Laconia based on Elizabeth Castle's historical notes. 2 locations fit the profile, one 8 miles out, the other 10. Each had an access road leading from the main highway and ending abruptly with no modern justification. Both sites were fed by wide tributaries flowing toward the same larger river. On the map, the intersections of stream and road formed tiny, finely printed triangles shaded in gray. Amos had described places like these, small mills or factories, A few dozen workers living in 4-unit buildings, perhaps a one-room schoolhouse or a church. Either spot could work, but there was a subtle difference. The road to the 10-mile site curved north, away from Laconia. The road to the 8-mile site curved south toward the town, as if it were an extension of the place itself, not turning its back on it. Reacher imagined a boy on a bicycle, eagerly rattling away from home with binoculars bouncing against his chest. From the 10-mile location, the boy would waste a couple of miles heading the wrong direction before making an awkward, tight turn against the natural flow. From the 8-mile spot, he'd be aimed correctly from the start, accelerating around the curve and launching straight toward the heart of town, which boy would claim he lived in Laconia. That felt right. Choosing 8 miles over 10 would save an hour on the round trip, plus a quarter of the effort. He folded the map, tucked it into his pocket, and started walking. He didn't get far. Mark, Peter, Stephen, and Robert were gathered in the back parlor, their eyes fixed on the screens, showing Patty and Shorty still on their bed. The feeds offered different angles and zooms, some wide shots, some close-ups. Their door remained open. But no shoes this time, Stephen noted. He's still got them on Robert's side. We should have installed a self-closing mechanism. Peter shrugged. How could we have known? Normal people close their doors. Relax, Mark said. They're not going anywhere, not right now. Bringing that suitcase back broke their spirit. Besides, now they trust the mechanic again. We need that door shut soon, Stephen pressed. We need to start warming them up. Their emotional state is critical. Pacing is everything now. Then think of something, Mark replied. Peter turned his attention back to the screens. Reacher had walked about a mile past the old gas station at the edge of town, following a long curve through woods as deep and dark as something from a fairy tale. Then he heard tires on the blacktop behind him. The vehicle slowed to a crawl and kept pace about 10 yards back. He stopped and turned. A dark sedan, medium-sized and crisp in appearance, but clearly a base model paint, where chrome should be, plain hubcaps, and what looked like cheap upholstery. A sprung antenna was mounted on the trunk lid, an unmarked police car. Behind the wheel was Jim Shaw of the Laconia Police Department, the chief of detectives, the red-headed Irishman he'd seen with Brenda Amos in the station lobby the day before in action. Shaw looked brisk and confident. He was alone. He rolled down his window. Reacher walked closer but stopped 6 feet away. "Can I help you?" he asked. Shaw said, "Brenda mentioned you were headed this way. Are you offering me a ride? If I do, it'll be back to town. How come?" The house-to-house search turned up a woman who lives in the alley. She works at a cocktail bar in Manchester, which is half owned by the same people the kid's father works for. We asked some very pointed questions, and she finally told us everything that happened last night. Soup to nuts. The whole story, except for a physical description of the guy who helped her. She claimed she was so stressed her mind went completely blank. "That can happen, I suppose," Reacher said. "She's lying." "Why wouldn't she? She's covering for someone who did her a kindness." "But we have additional proof. The rescue was thorough, trust me. The young man looks like he tangled with a semi-truck, so we aren't searching for a small individual. We're looking for a large individual, most likely right-handed. Probably woke up today with some damage to his hand. There has to be a sign, a blow that hard leaves evidence, believe me. I scraped my hand on a brick wall," Reacher stated. "Brenda informed me, just an unfortunate accident. A more perceptive person might begin connecting the dots. The woman from the lounge arrives home in the early hours at a very predictable time due to empty streets, and the kid is waiting for her, so she calls out, which rouses a man sleeping within a specific limited range, who then gets up to investigate and ends up hauling the kid off and giving him a lesson. You mentioned she already recounted all that, every detail. No assembly required. The crucial element is that limited range. How near would the guy need to be to hear the sound clearly and arrive as quickly as he did? Very close, we believe. The woman said she didn't shout very loudly. The kid was trying to cover her mouth at that moment. It was absolutely not a scream, so the sleeping man had to be nearby. He appeared on the scene almost instantly. Maximum 1 city block, we estimate. I'm certain many factors are at play, Reacher replied, Perhaps it depends on how well people hear and how fast they pull on their pants. Maybe there's a correlation. You could run some tests, you could involve the local college, you could draft an article for a law enforcement review. Shaw said, basic logic suggests a woman's subdued call for help would only be heard through street-facing windows within a one-block radius. Our door-to-door list shows only 6 such rooms were occupied last night. Many units are commercial spaces now, empty after hours. Still, we had 6 individuals to consider, and what was the result? I couldn't possibly guess. 5 were eliminated right away, 2 for being women, and 3 of the men due to advanced age, poor health, and slight frames. 1 gentleman was over 90, 2 others were past 60. None of them could have inflicted that kind of damage on that kid, not the way it evidently went down. I was asleep at 5 in the morning, Reacher said. Brenda told you, and because you were once a fellow officer, we take your word for it, and because the kid was worthless, we aren't particularly concerned anyway. Not even enough to mention that 5 o'clock is now irrelevant. The woman from the lounge got home at 3 a.m. She told Brenda the same incident occurred the previous night. You told Brenda you woke up the night before at 3 a.m., but we don't care, except Brenda also mentioned she told you the scumbag's father is compelled to respond. She did. That's precisely my point. You should consider this carefully. All right, maybe the kid is genuinely disoriented. Maybe he honestly can't recall his assailant, but you can't depend on that. If we can piece it together without an eyewitness, so can they. They'll be hunting for a large man with an injured hand. You can't outsmart their methods by scraping your knuckles on a wall, not because they lack walls, but because they don't use forensics. They have different techniques. They're going to dispatch whoever is necessary to settle this. We don't want any problems here. Has the kid contacted his father yet? He called his attorney first. No question the attorney called his father. They've known for about half an hour now. They're mobilizing. Disposable phones are lighting up across multiple states at this very moment. Trust me, presumably no final decisions yet, but it won't be long. They'll be arriving soon. It would be better if they didn't find you here. Better if you visited the old family place and then just kept moving. Better if you didn't return because you want to avoid trouble, wouldn't you? No, Reacher said. Generally speaking, I believe trouble is something you should steer clear of. Shaw's tone hardened. You could almost call it a rule. Are we understanding each other? Reacher asked. We're reading the same book, maybe just a different emphasis. I'm not joking, Shaw insisted. I don't need any trouble. Relax, Reacher said. I'll keep moving. It's what I do, assuming I locate Ryantown first. Don't start with terms and conditions. Don't tell me what you've got to do first. I mean it. I don't want any trouble in my town. Ryantown isn't yours. If you don't believe me, ask the kid at the census office. He'll clarify it for you. To the guys coming up from Boston, it's all Laconia. They'll be here tomorrow asking questions. Anyone seen a big guy with a busted-up hand? Reacher paused. Tomorrow, they aren't going to drop this, but until tomorrow, walking on public roads is still a perfectly legal activity. That's the issue with your conditions. You'll still be walking tomorrow. You could be walking indefinitely. They could have a dozen guys in town before you finally accept. You'll never even know if you've found Ryantown or not. Those old settlements are just depressions in the earth now. Who in the world could tell which was which after a century? So do me a huge favor. All right. Find any old hollow in the ground, feel free to call it Ryantown, and then get out of here. Keep on going, preferably in a straight line, preferably east, north, or west. Reacher gave a single nod, turned, and continued his walk, lifting a hand in a brief farewell without glancing back. Behind him, he heard the hydraulic whisper and squeal of the patrol car's power steering, then the sound of its tires retreating toward town. He settled into a steady 4-mile-an-hour pace, comfortable in the morning's chill. The road lay completely in shadow, consulting his map as he passed a left-hand turn leading to a place marked with gray shading but no water symbol. Right where it was supposed to be, he confirmed he was on course. The map was accurate. He had roughly 6 more miles ahead. He walked on. Patty and Shorty remained on the bed long after sunrise, having stared for what felt like ages at their luggage transfixed. The abrupt, seemingly random reversal of its arduous and hard-earned journey was difficult to comprehend. It was as if the long, grueling 2+ miles spent shoving the heavy load had simply vanished from reality, but they had happened. Hours of backbreaking effort, bent double for absolutely no gain, zero net progress. A bitter pill to swallow. Patty finally broke the silence. "Do you think the story about the college kids is real? Are you serious?" Shorty replied. "You know, we dragged it down there ourselves. Not this time. I mean, has that ever actually happened, undergraduates doing that?" "I don't know," Shorty said. "I've got no frame of reference. But I suppose it could be true in a logical sense, because Peter didn't know we took our own stuff down there. All he knew was he found it in the bushes. How else would he explain it? It must have triggered a memory of something from before which he assumed was repeating. It wasn't, but in a weird way that proves the original incident must have been real, or what would have reminded him. That's circular reasoning." "Is it? But it doesn't really matter. What matters is what he said, and what he said was strange. Was it? He said students steal their motel signs all the time. Maybe they do. Maybe that's why the signs are missing now, but saying all the time implies repeatedly, year after year. I guess so, like you'd say your lower 10-acre field floods all the time. Well, it does, like you said, over and over, year after year. Exactly. To say all the time means you're speaking from a certain depth of experience, and then he said they thought the bag-stealing prank had ended a couple of years back. To know something is finished, you must have endured it first. Let's assume for at least a full year. A complete cycle through both semesters. I'm sure students pulled different stunts at different times. Okay, Shorty conceded. Call it a minimum of 3 years. 1 year of dealing with it, and 2 years of peace. Except every other thing they've said makes this place feel like a brand new venture, like this could be their very first season in operation. The contradiction hung in the air, a silent, unsettling puzzle in the quiet room. The stories just don't line up. Shorty stayed silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke. "But you talked to the mechanic yourself?" "I did," Patty confirmed. "And he was a real person." "Yes, he was. Walk me through it again." He sounded sharp and completely alert, really on top of things. His tone was friendly yet professional. He knew his stuff without being pushy about it. He had an accent, an immigrant, probably, the kind of person who might have taken a step down professionally to be here. He mentioned something about serving in an army back in Europe. I pictured a guy who might have been a senior NCO in a tank unit once, and now he's running a tow truck, that type. But he had this determined attitude. He was going to turn that truck into the cleanest rig on the road. He was working his way back up. He was going to be one of those American success stories. You sensed all that just from his voice? It was the impression he gave. He asked all the right technical questions. He was properly concerned about our situation. He even apologized, thinking Mark might have woken us up calling so early. "Worst possible scenario?" Shorty asked, falling into their familiar routine. Patty considered. "Worst case, he's just one of those polished, overscheduled guys who doesn't really focus until you're right in front of him. Honestly, I think his apology was because he felt bad for not solving our problem yesterday." "That sounds genuine," Shorty conceded. "We'll find out soon enough," Patty said. He promised 4 hours tops. After another mile, the dense woods finally gave way, opening into a broad landscape of rolling pastures dotted with horses and cattle. Reacher kept walking, acutely aware of the miles passing under his boots, his mind on a boy and a bicycle. It felt like a significant trek. Then again, maybe it wasn't by the standards of another time. Things were different back then. A 5-mile walk or a 20-mile bike ride would have been utterly normal, even for a kid. For a teenager passionate about a hobby, an 8-mile trip, or 9 to be precise, to reach the downtown area would have been nothing. That's where he was spotted late on a September evening in 1943. But doing what? The elderly birdwatcher never mentioned seeing binoculars. Reacher felt certain she would have noted that he was there for another reason. The possibilities for a 16-year-old boy could have been numerous, except that 1943 was a grim, weighty year. The war was entering its third year for America. Everything was rationed or scarce. The national mood was somber, anxious, everyone working long hours. It was hard to conjure any scene exciting enough to lure a teenager 9 miles into the prim heart of a New Hampshire town on a chilly fall evening during such austere times. There was no mention of a bicycle either. Perhaps he had stashed it somewhere. Maybe he was walking back to retrieve it with his friend. Maybe his friend's bike was parked too. Then they encountered the bigger kid. Reacher moved on, his stride steady. Up ahead on his left, he could see the general area he was aiming for. He surveyed it from the middle distance out to the horizon. Somewhere in that expanse was Ryantown. Possibly. He checked his map. The road he needed was a gentle left turn about a mile ahead. A little before it, the map showed a thinner secondary spur heading in roughly the same direction, shorter and narrower, little more than a farm track. It might be useful, or it might be a dead end. In a perfect world, it would lead to a stern, centuries-old farmhouse occupied by the same family for generations, with a grizzled old farmer resting in a Windsor chair by the kitchen stove, a blanket over his knees, eager to spend hours reminiscing about his long-vanished neighbors a mile to the north. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. That was Reacher's motto. He kept walking and took the turn onto the narrow track. Almost immediately, he saw it didn't lead to any stern old farmhouse. What it led to was a pleasant modern split-level home, built roughly around the same time he was born. That meant it was constructed long after Ryantown had disappeared, so no good. No elderly resident waiting with a lifetime of memories, unless, of course, this house was a replacement. That was possible. It happened often enough. Maybe the original austere structure had been torn down because it became unlivable by today's standards. Or maybe it had burned to the ground. Faulty original wiring, perhaps, with its ancient silk insulation, could have been the culprit. They all made it out safely and constructed a new home, which meant the elderly farmer who once sat in a wheelback chair in the kitchen, a rug over his knees, now occupied a vinyl recliner in the family room. Yet it was the same man with the same tales, still ready to talk. Hope for the best. He continued walking. The house was thoughtfully designed and meticulously cared for, almost indulged as if it received a fresh coat of paint a year ahead of schedule every time. Practical shrubs hugged the foundation, neatly pruned. A carport sheltered a spotless domestic pickup from the soft mid-morning light. A white picket fence encircled the entire property, enclosing a tidy quarter-acre that felt more like a suburban garden than a rural homestead. Behind that fence waited a pack of dogs, 6 of them, not yet barking. All mutts, all scruffy. No giants, no toys, just 100 different breeds all stirred together. They approached and stood just inside the picket gate. He'd have to wade through them. He wasn't afraid of dogs. He believed a little mutual respect went a long way. He didn't plan to bite them. Why assume they planned to bite him? He opened the gate. The dog sniffed around his legs and trailed him down the path. He found the front door and rang the bell, then stepped back to wait in the sun, the dogs pooling around his knees. After a long minute, the door opened and a man appeared behind the screen. He was lean, with a practical look on his face and buzzed gray hair. He wore farm store blue jeans and a plain gray t-shirt. Old enough for a senior discount at the movies, but still a long way from needing a cane. He, too, had a cluster of dogs around his knees. 6 more, perhaps, the previous generation, some with fur-frosted gray. Reacher watched the man cycle through possible greetings in his mind, as if trying to match one to the peculiar circumstance of a random pedestrian appearing silently and almost magically on his doorstep in the middle of nowhere. Evidently, he couldn't find the right words, because in the end all he said was, "Yes." Reacher said, "Sir, I apologize for the disturbance. I was passing through and had a question about some property north of here. I was hoping you might be able to fill in a few blanks for me." The man said, "Are you a salesman?" "No, sir, I'm not." "Insurance?" No." "Some kind of lawyer? Not guilty? You from the government?" "No, sir, not that either." "I believe you're required to tell me if you are, understood, but I'm not." All right, the man said. He pushed open the screen door to shake hands. Bruce Jones. Jack Reacher. Jones closed the screen again, perhaps to keep the older dogs in and the younger ones out. He said, "What property are you asking about?" "Where the next left-hand road meets the stream," Reacher said, gesturing roughly west and north. "Maybe a mile or two from here. The abandoned remains of a small industrial settlement. Probably nothing left above ground, just ruined foundations, if that." "Nothing like that on my land. How long have you lived here? You're quick with the questions, mister. You should state your business." "My father grew up there. I just want to go see it, that's all." "Then I'm sorry, I can't help you. Sounds like the kind of place you'd have to stumble on by accident. I've never heard it mentioned. How long ago was it abandoned?" "At least 60 years, Reacher said. "Maybe more. I don't know who owns that land by the stream now. They might know about ruins, they might not. If it was fenced off for grazing 60 years back, it'd be completely overgrown by now." "How big an area are we talking? A few acres, I'd guess." "Then it could be under any patch of trees you come across." "All right," Reacher said. "Good to know. I'll take a look around. Thanks for your time." Jones nodded, his practical expression unchanged. Reacher took a few steps away from the porch, the 6 dogs trailing patiently behind him. Then he heard the door swing open again, a solid sound against the weather stripping, followed by the creak of the screen door. He turned back to see Jones leaning out, one shoulder braced against the frame as he looked around the edge, holding the dogs back with his leg. "Did you mention something industrial?" Jones called out. "On a small scale," Reacher replied. "Could it have been related to pollution? Maybe." "It was a tin mill. There was likely some waste leaking out over time." "You should come inside," Jones said. The screen door groaned open, then slapped shut behind Reacher, sounds he'd always associated with summer in this part of the country. The click of dog nails followed him across the floor as all 6 animals trotted in. He stepped into the distinct scent of another person's home, as tidy inside as it was outside. Jones led him past an open kitchen and dining area toward an alcove. Dogs swirled around their legs. There was no family room here, no recliner, no elderly figure wrapped in a blanket. Instead, the alcove served as a home office, a decent-sized space that felt crowded by decades of accumulated paper. 2 generations had lived here, and by the look of it, every document had been saved. Jones first slid open a file drawer, thumbing through one of several overstuffed folders hanging from bent metal rods. Coming up empty, he turned and shifted a stack of banker's boxes until he found the one he wanted, filled with archived folders just as thick as the others. He leafed through the first, then partway into the second before stopping. "Here it is," he said. He handed Reacher a faded sheet of paper, a photocopied newsletter from 8 years earlier. It was one in a series diving into an issue with intense detail, and assuming some prior knowledge, though the gist was clear enough, it was all about Ryantown. The write-up touched on the mill's early history, its peak production era painted in dramatic terms as a hellscape of smoke, fire, and molten metal, like something out of Dante's imagination. Then, almost comically, a bracketed note followed, apologizing because a photo used in a previous edition wasn't actually of Ryantown at all, but a stock image of a Massachusetts mill town from an earlier decade. The editors insisted there was no intent to deceive. It was purely about capturing a mood, a tragic tone befitting the subject, not meant to be taken literally. Because, let's be honest, how often do histories get written with strict accuracy anyway? Usually to their detriment. After that oddly defensive aside, the newsletter jumped into the then current situation. A tangled mix of politics, legal battles, and sheer obsession. It wasn't yet proven, the article stated, that decades of mineral runoff from Ryantown had contaminated the groundwater, but it surely would be, and soon. Top scientists were supposedly on the case. Readiness was everything. And there was, apparently, splendid news. The messy chain of heirs and assigns linked to old Marcus Ryan had finally been sorted out. His remaining company stock, bundled with other nearly worthless assets, had been swept up in decades of corporate mergers, a classic big fish eat little fish scenario, and now technically belonged to a giant mining corporation based in Colorado. The discovery was a major turning point as the long-standing environmental tragedy in Ryantown finally had a name attached to it. Legal documents were prepared and waiting to be filed. The notice concluded with an invitation for interested residents to gather, followed by a clearly fake name and an email contact. Reacher returned the paper to Jones and asked, "What was your initial reaction to this?" "Our water has always been perfectly fine," Jones insisted. "My first thought was that some ambulance-chasing attorney saw a chance to target a deep-pocketed company with a class action, hoping for a quick settlement to avoid bad publicity. The lawyer takes a cut and everyone moves on, but nothing ever came of it. I suppose he couldn't gather the evidence, which was impossible anyway, since there's nothing wrong with the water." "You mentioned that was your first impression. Later, I heard he was just an eccentric old-timer living a few miles north. I met him eventually, and he seemed harmless. He isn't after money. He wants an admission of guilt, a public apology. That matters a great deal to him." "You didn't attend the meeting? Meetings aren't really my style." "A shame," Reacher remarked. "Why?" "There's one crucial detail about Ryantown that the newsletter left out." "What's that?" "Where it actually is." "I thought you knew." "You mentioned the side road and the river. That was an educated guess, and now you tell me it'll look like untouched wilderness, which honestly describes half this state. I don't want to waste the whole day to see where your father was raised. Some people would consider that time well spent." "Where did your father grow up? Right here? And it's a nice spot, I can see that. But we both agree Ryantown is probably just a forgotten, overgrown pit. There's a difference. Sentiment matters. People like to connect with their roots. Right now, I'm more interested in what someone building a mill would require. He'd need the road and the river. What else? How should I know you understand how land gets used?" "Logically, you'd look where the river meets the road, search for a patch of trees with unnaturally straight edges. Neighbors would have fenced off the collapsing structures long before new trees sprouted. The grove would have grown to match those old fence lines. Usually, it's the other way around." "Thanks," Reacher said. "Good luck," Jones replied. The screen door groaned open ahead of him and banged shut behind him. He walked away, all 12 dogs trailing him to the picket gate. Patty and Shorty had settled into their lawn chairs outside. Patty gazed at the scene, the dead Honda in the rocky lot, the flat 2 acres, and the dense, unwavering line of trees beyond, standing like a fortress wall. She checked her watch. Why is it, she wondered aloud, that when someone says between 2 and 4 hours, it's always closer to 4? "Parkinson's law," Shorty said. "Work expands to fill the time available. That's a principle, not a disease," Patty corrected. "The disease is when you get tremors." "I thought that was from quitting drinking. It can be a lot of things. How much time does he have left?" Patty checked her watch again and calculated. 33 minutes, she said. Maybe he wasn't being perfectly precise. He said a minimum of 2 hours and a maximum of 4. That sounds precise to me. Then he promised, "Cross my heart," with that accent of his. Shorty stared at the dark gap where the track emerged from the woods. "Tell me again what he said about the mechanic stuff. The best part was when he mentioned paying the bills. He said he was heading out to the highway, hoping to get lucky with a breakdown. The way he said it sounded like a real pro. It was exactly the kind of remark only a mechanic would make. Who else would call a wreck lucky?" "He sounds genuine," Shorty observed. Patty nodded, her eyes fixed on the tree line. "I believe he's real. I believe he's on his way." They kept their vigil on the track. The sun had climbed higher, painting the first row of trees in a sharp, brilliant light. The forest was a dense wall of solid trunks, tightly packed, with a tangle of underbrush, brambles, and fallen limbs leaning at wild angles between them. "How much time does he have left?" Shorty asked quietly. Patty glanced at her watch. 23 minutes now, she replied. Shorty stayed silent. "He gave his word," she insisted, as if saying it aloud would make it true. They continued to watch, and then he arrived. They sensed it before the vehicle even came into view. a deep, bass-heavy vibration in the air, distant at first, like the tense, shuddering moment before an explosion in a film, as if massive amounts of air were being violently displaced. This sensation sharpened into the distinct hammering rhythm of a massive diesel engine, accompanied by the subsonic pulse of enormous tires bearing tremendous weight. Finally, they saw it emerge from the trees, a tow truck, an industrial-scale heavy-duty rig, the kind capable of dragging an 18-wheeler off the interstate. It was a vivid, gleaming red. The engine roared as it lumbered along in low gear. Patty stood and waved. The truck lurched off the blacktop and into the lot. She had predicted, based purely on the sound of his voice on the phone, that it would be the shiniest truck she'd ever seen, and she was absolutely right. It was as bright and eye-catching as a parade float. The red paint was waxed to a high gloss, adorned with intricate gold pinstripes and coach lines. Every chrome lid and lever was polished to a blinding shine. On the side, written proudly in ornate, foot-high copperplate script, was the driver's name, Carol, not Carol. Wow. Shorty breathed out, a genuine smile breaking through his worry. This is fantastic. It sure looks like it, Patty agreed, a wave of relief washing over her. We're finally getting out of here. That depends on if he can actually fix it. We're leaving regardless, Patty stated firmly, her tone shifting from hopeful to resolute. He does not drive out of here without us. Understand either? He fixes our car or he gives us a ride, no matter what those creeps back at the motel say. Do we have a deal? Deal, Patty confirmed. The massive truck rumbled to a stop behind their Honda, settling into a deep, grumbling idle. High above, the cab door swung open, and a man used the first step of the ladder before hopping down the rest of the way. He was of medium build, lean and wiry, landing with a bounce on the balls of his feet, radiating restless energy. His head was shaved clean for a fleeting second. He had the severe, impassive look of a junior officer standing behind a notorious commander in a news photo. But the impression vanished as he smiled, a genuine twinkle in his eyes. "Miss Sundstrom, Mr. Fleck?" he asked. "Please call us Patty and Shorty," Patty said. "I'm Carell," he replied, pulling a grimy black object from his pocket. It was about the size of a deck of cards, with severed wire stubs protruding from it. "We got fortunate with a wreck," he explained. "Way in the back of the yard, same make and model as yours, same color even. It got rear-ended by a dump truck about 6 months back, but the front end was still perfectly fine." He gave them an encouraging smile and made a gentle shooing motion toward their motel room door. "Go on inside and gather your things. This will be a 2-minute job." "We're already packed," Patty told him. "We're ready to leave right now." "Really?" Carol seemed surprised. "We packed early this morning." "Or maybe it was late last night," she said. "We wanted to be prepared to go the second you arrived. Did you not enjoy your stay?" he asked, his tone lightly teasing. "We're just eager to get back on the road," Patty said, choosing her words carefully. "We're behind schedule, that's all. Otherwise, it's a lovely spot. Your associates have been very accommodating." "Oh, I'm the new guy," Carol clarified with a shrug. "They're not my friends. I think the last mechanic they used was their friend, but they had some kind of disagreement, so they started calling me instead. Worked out great for me. I wanted the business. I've got ambitions." Shorty shook his head. "I wouldn't want to work for them. Why's that?" "I think they're strange," Shorty said bluntly. Carol's smile didn't falter. "They're just names on a client list," he said pragmatically. "The longer that list is, the easier I get through the slow seasons. It's 9 ATVs and 5 cars. That's guaranteed work. I can tolerate a little oddness in exchange for that kind of steady income." "5 cars?" Patty interjected, a note of confusion in her voice. "As of today, yes," Carol confirmed, "plus a riding lawnmower. They told us they only had 1 car," Shorty said, his earlier unease returning. "We saw it," Patty said. "Which one?" Carol asked. "An old pickup truck." "That's the beater they use around the property," he replied. "On top of that, they've got Mercedes-Benz SUVs, 1 for each of them." "You're kidding me. Completely loaded. Where are they?" "Parked in the barn." Shorty stayed silent, but Patty spoke up. "I have a question." "Go ahead," Carol said. "How long have they been here?" This was their first season running the place. She looked him straight in the eye. "Then please fix our car right now." "That's exactly why I'm here," Carol said. He moved to the front of the Honda and popped the hood with smooth, familiar motions. Leaning in, he held the new black relay down low as if checking the fit. He then pulled back slightly, squinting at the assembly. After a moment, he straightened up. "Actually, your relay looks just fine." "Then why won't the car start?" Patty demanded. "Must be something else." Carol slipped the unused part back into his pocket. He moved around the fender to approach from the passenger side. "Try the key one more time," he instructed. "I need to hear exactly how dead it is." Shorty slid into the driver's seat and turned the key. On, off, nothing but a series of hollow clicks. Carol nodded. "Okay, I hear it." He walked a full half circle to the other side of the car and bent down near where the battery was secured in its tray. He craned his neck to look underneath, then reached a hand in, feeling with his fingers. When he stood up, he was quiet for a beat. His eyes flicked toward the tree line, then back toward the corner of room 12. He took a step out to peer past it, toward the distant barn and the main house. Returning, he gestured urgently for Patty and Shorty to move up onto their boardwalk, closer to their door. He kept glancing back as he joined them, as if making sure they were all out of sight from some unseen observer. He lowered his voice. "Did any of those guys work on your car?" "Peter did," Shorty said. "Why?" "He told us he handled the ATVs. So we asked him to take a look." "He doesn't handle the ATVs," Carell said flatly. "Did he mess something up?" Carol checked over his shoulder again. He cut the main positive cable coming from the battery. "How? By accident." "Not possible by accident," Carol said, his tone turning grimly sarcastic. "Oh, sure, he just tripped and snipped a pure copper wire thicker than your finger with his eyelashes. You'd need a hefty pair of cutting pliers and some serious muscle. You'd absolutely know what you were doing. It's deliberate sabotage." "Peter had pliers yesterday morning," Shorty said quietly. "I saw them. Cutting that cable is like disconnecting the battery entirely. It kills all electrical activity. The car is completely paralyzed, which, funny enough, matches your symptoms perfectly." "I want to see," Shorty said. "Me too," Patty added. "Look underneath," Carol told them. They took turns leaning over the engine bay, ducking down and twisting to see. There it was, a stiff black wire cleanly severed, the two ends pulled apart, the cut surfaces shining like new copper. They walked back to Carol, who was waiting, his expression uneasy. "I'm sorry," he said. "I don't know what to tell you. I don't really know these guys well. Part of me wants to say it's a moronic, practical joke, but that's giving them too much credit. It won't be cheap or easy to fix. That wire is practically rigid, like a pipe. You'd have to remove half the components just to get to it." "Don't fix it," Patty said, her voice rising from fear to a hardened resolve. "Don't even think about it. Just get us out of here right now. Give us a ride." "Why? It wasn't a joke. They're keeping us here." "They won't let us leave. We're prisoners." "That sounds pretty extreme, but it's true. They're playing us. Everything they say is a lie. Like what? They said we were the first guests to ever stay in this room? I don't believe it." Carol went very still. "That's seriously weird. Why? Because there were people in this room about a month ago. I saw a woman carrying groceries from a car right to this door." The new detail hung in the air, cold and undeniable, confirming their deepest suspicions. "I'm certain about that because I once had to deliver a spare tire to a man staying in room 9. They claimed you were a close friend of theirs. That was only the second time I'd ever seen them. They suggested they'd been living here for at least 3 years. That isn't true. They arrived about a year and a half back. There was a whole dispute over a construction permit at the time. They told us their phone line was down all day yesterday, but I doubt it was. They just wanted to keep us from leaving. But what would be the reason? Money? We considered that," Shorty said. "Our funds were getting low. Anyone's would run dry eventually. What would they do then?" "This is extremely strange," Carol said. He remained standing, hesitant. "Please just give us a ride," Patty pleaded. "Please. We need to leave this place. We can pay you $50. "What about your own vehicle? We'll leave it behind. We were planning to sell it anyway. It wouldn't fetch much, exactly. We don't care what becomes of it, but we have to go. We need to get out of here right this second. You're our only chance. We feel like prisoners here." She held his gaze. He gave a slow nod. Then another, more decisive this time. He took a step back, scanning left and right, looking over both shoulders. His eyes went to his massive truck, then assessed the parking lot, sizing up the space before glancing into the room at the orderly luggage. "All right," he said. "Time to plan an escape." "Thank you," Patty said. "But first I have to ask something awkward." "What is it? Did you settle your bill?" "I could get into serious legal trouble if I help guests sneak out without paying. The innkeeper statutes here are strict." "We paid last night," Shorty said. "We're covered until checkout." "Okay," Carell said. "Let's think this through carefully. We should prepare for the worst. We have no idea how they'll respond, so it's probably best if they don't witness any of it." "Agreed. Much better that way," Patty said. "So you two stay out of sight while I turn the truck around pointed the right way. Then you grab your things and jump in, and we're gone by then. Nothing will stop us. Even a luxury sedan would bounce right off this thing. Sound good?" "We're ready," Shorty said. Carol looked past the door at the large suitcase. "That's a substantial piece of luggage," he noted. "Can you manage it? Should I come back to help? I can handle it. Prove it to me." A delay could ruin everything. Patty entered the room first. She picked up the two smaller bags, one in each hand, and moved aside so Shorty could reach the main case. He gripped the new rope handles with both hands and heaved, lifting the suitcase about half a foot off the floor. Carol watched from the doorway, appraising. "How quickly can you move with that?" he asked. "Don't worry," Shorty said. "I won't mess this up." Carol looked at him, then at Patty, she with a small bag in each hand, he with the large case in both, the two of them standing side by side in the narrow space between the bed and the air conditioner. "All right, wait here," he instructed. "Don't come out until I'm turned around." Then Patty comes out first. Toss the small bags into the cab and climb in after them. Then Shorty comes out and lifts the suitcase up. "Patty, you lean down and pull it in, then Shorty climbs up." "Everyone clear on the plan?" "Sounds good," Shorty said. "Okay," Carol said. "Be ready." He reached in, grabbed the doorknob, and pulled the door shut, leaving them inside. Through the window, they watched him hurry across the packed dirt, climb the ladder into the cab, and heard the engine roar to life. The truck lurched into gear and crept slowly away, moving from right to left until it vanished from view. They waited. It didn't return. They kept waiting. Nothing. No sound, no movement. The view outside the window remained unchanged. Their Honda, the empty lot, the patchy grass, the wall of trees, Shorty said. "Maybe he got held up for a minute. Maybe those jerks came out and started talking to him." "He's been gone longer than a minute," Patty said. She set her bags down and moved closer to the window, straining to see. I can't see anything," she said. Shorty lowered the suitcase to the floor. He moved to stand beside her at the window. "I could take a look from the corner," he offered. "They'd spot you. They're all probably just standing out there talking. What else is there to do? How long does it take to turn a truck around anyway?" "Oh, be careful," Shorty insisted. He walked to the door, turned the knob and pulled it. Didn't budge. He checked the lock, jiggled the handle both ways, but nothing gave. Patty watched, her eyes wide. He braced a hand against the wall and yanked with all his strength. Still nothing. "They locked us in," Patty whispered, a cold dread settling in her voice. "But how? Must be a button in the main house remote control. I bet they've been playing with us the whole time. That's insane." "What about this place isn't?" They both turned back to the window, staring out at the lonely Honda, the empty lot, the grass, and the dense wall of trees. Then, with a soft whir, the window blind descended in front of them, plunging the room into darkness. In the back parlor, Carell was met with a chorus of whoops and backslaps. Stephen darted to a keyboard, making the video on the monitors rewind at high speed, the three figures on screen jerking backward in a comical rush. "Ladies and gentlemen," Stephen announced in a sportscaster's boom, "let's roll the tape. Let's ask our MVP what it felt like to knock that grand slam right out of the park." He switched to normal playback. On screen, Carol was seen offering a reassuring smile, gently ushering Patty and Shorty toward their door. His audio played clearly, Just head inside and grab your things. This'll take 2 minutes. But sometimes you swing and miss, the real Carell said, his own voice adopting a gritty foreign reporter tone. The first at-bat can be a strikeout. On the monitors, Patty replied, "We're already packed in the parlor." Carell shrugged. After that, I was improvising. I figured if I waited, an opportunity would come. All I needed was to get them into that room and shut the door. In the end, I got a lucky break. The group erupted in cheers again, but Mark cut through the noise. Luck had nothing to do with it. That was a virtuoso performance. We should archive this footage, study it. It was like listening to a maestro play a concerto. You've done this kind of thing before, haven't you, Carol? The room fell silent. On the screens, the video continued, showing the 3 huddled figures talking in low tones between the car and the boardwalk. Mark elaborated, his voice analytical. "You created distance from us by pretending not to be our ally, which naturally pushed them closer to you. They walked right into it. You confirmed their deepest suspicions about the little things that felt off, then doubled down by gradually offering to help them escape. It was a masterpiece of emotional engineering, a perfectly constructed roller coaster. They went from a morning of anxiety to a spike of intense hope, even a moment of pure euphoria as they stood there with their bags, ready to run. And now," he gestured to the live feed Stephen had just pulled up, showing Patty and Shorty motionless on their bed in the dark. "Now they're crashing into utter defeat. It works better this way, I promise you," Carol said, a casual, almost culinary note in his voice. "When they're fully immersed in their feelings, it marinates the mind, makes them more interesting later on. Cross my heart," he added. "I'll see you all soon," and walked out. Reacher spotted the left turn about 100 yards ahead. It met the main road at a shy, oblique angle before curving away with apparent reluctance, vanishing into sprawling apple orchards. As he walked toward it, the ground trembled, and he had to step onto the grassy shoulder to let a massive tow truck roar past. It was a gleaming beast of red and gold, spotless and pinstriped, shaking the earth beneath his boots. He watched it disappear in a rumble of diesel, then continued on his way and took the turn. The side road was narrower than the main highway, but still wide and solid enough for the old, simple trucks that might have once hauled timber or coal or tin. In the orchards on both sides, apple trees sagged under the weight of their ripe harvest. The scent of fruit hung in the warm air, mixed with the smell of sun-baked grass. A constant insect hum provided a backdrop, and high above a hawk circled on the rising heat. After the road's unwilling turn away from Laconia, it bent once more, this time decisively westward. From there, it stretched straight ahead through more orchards toward a distant glinting speck Reacher guessed was a parked vehicle. Beyond that, the green of the trees seemed to change. He continued walking. As the distance closed, the speck resolved into a car, shiny from the harsh sunlight, not from any quality of its paint. It was a beat-up old thing. Soon he recognized it as a Subaru, a distant ancient relative of the one he'd ridden in with the contractor who had the inspector issue. This one looked like a forebear. It was parked nose to nose with a wooden fence that marked where the blacktop gave out. Past the fence lay another stretch of apple trees, then a second fence, and beyond that, wilder trees with broader leaves. A man was inside the Subaru, visible as a blue denim jacket collar and a long gray ponytail. He was motionless, just staring out the windshield. Reacher walked along the passenger side, stopped with his back to the car and his hips against the fence, and gazed at the second fence 100 yards away. The trees beyond it were typical New England varieties, a dense, chaotic tangle of twisted trunks fighting for light, exactly what happens when seeds scatter on the wind. That fence line, however, looked perfectly straight. Interesting, behind him, a car door creaked open. A voice said, "You're the fellow who spoke with Bruce Jones." Reacher turned. "Am I?" The man from the Subaru was a thin, wiry figure around 70, tall but gaunt. His shoulders under the jacket were sharp as a wire hanger, he said. "He showed you the newsletter I put together." "That was your work, one and the same," Bruce called me. "He figured I'd want to know someone was asking questions. He was right, so I drove out to meet you. How'd you know where to find me?" "You're hunting for Ryantown," the man said. Have I located it? Right out there? Those trees? They open up a bit in the middle, you get a decent view. Any risk of poisoning? Tin can be hazardous. More than 100 milligrams per cubic meter of air is considered immediately dangerous. Worse are organotins when tin bonds with certain hydrocarbons. Some of those compounds are deadlier than cyanide. That was my primary concern. What was the final verdict on that? The chemical analysis never delivered the conclusive proof I needed, even with high-level scientists involved. In the end, the corporation out in Colorado got a court order to ban me from what I claimed was their property, a restraining order. I can't set foot past this fence. A shame, Reacher said. You could have given me the tour. What's your name? Reacher. The man recited an address, a street number, and name. It was the exact same address Reacher had seen on the census screen in Cubicle 4 from the year his father was 2 years old. It was a ground-floor unit, the man said. Some of the kitchen tile is still there, at least. It was 8 years back. You haven't gone back to check? You can't beat City Hall. Who would ever know, Reacher said. Just for old time's sake. The man stayed silent. Reacher said, Hold on. He looked ahead across the orchard to the second fence in the woods beyond. If that's Ryantown over there, why does the road stop right here? It used to continue all the way, the man said. Strictly speaking, the apple farmer here is only squatting on this section of his own land. The old right-of-way is still on the books, but he let this end grow over years ago. The man's tone shifted from weary resignation to a dry, sarcastic edge. Typical, isn't it? The past gets plowed under or fenced off, and everyone just pretends the map was always blank. Makes you wonder what else we're all politely ignoring. He paused, then added a new detail, his voice softening with a hint of unexpected nostalgia. I remember my grandfather talking about hearing the shift whistle blow from the smelter on still mornings. Said it sounded lonely, like a ghost calling through the mist. Now, the only sound is bees in the apple blossoms. He shook his head, the moment of reflection passing. Anyway, the legal access is gone. You'd have to go around 4 decades back. A harsh winter stripped away the asphalt, and the following year's freeze shattered the underlying base. Come spring, the farmer brought in a bulldozer and set out some additional apple trees. That summer, the county road crew patched up what was visible from the road. By autumn, the farmer had put up this fence, and from then on, the matter was settled. Good luck to anyone trying to sell that plot, though. A title search would reveal a real mess. All right, Reacher replied. I might catch up with you later. He hoisted himself onto the fence, swung his legs over, and dropped down into the orchard. Hold on, the man said. I'll join you. You certain about that? Who's going to find out? Live free or die, Reacher said, recalling the motto from the man's license plate. The man placed a foot on the fence's bottom rail and executed a move much like Reacher's. They moved together through the trees, past glossy green apples hanging at eye level, each larger than a baseball, some approaching the size of softballs. Their steps were occasionally unsteady on the rough ground, where the rushed, secretive cleanup from all those winters ago had left the terrain uneven. After 100 yards, they reached a second fence. Beyond it stood a different kind of growth, not the neat, sweet-smelling fruit trees, but what amounted to a tangle of rank weeds. The growth was sparser and sicklier directly ahead, marking where the old road began again, untouched by any bulldozer or planting effort. That path forward was clearly the most practical way in. No machete would be necessary, or at least there would be less pushing through thick brush. The man with the ponytail, observing it years later, agreed it was still the best route. How long until we find something, Reacher asked. Immediately, the man answered. Just look down. You're walking on the old roadbed. Nothing has been done to it except by nature and the weather, and nature and weather had done plenty. They climbed the second fence and pushed through slender trunks and sparse bushes, across ground broken apart by 60 years of rain and searching roots, with cobblestones heaved upward, flipped over, and shoved aside. Soon they entered a kind of inner ring, like the hole in a donut, where the trees were thin all around because the soil was poor everywhere. The path of the road could still be seen curving ahead toward the sound of running water. Reacher could hear the stream. Perhaps the mill was down there, built beside it, or even straddling it. The pony-tailed man began pointing out landmarks. First on the left was a rectangular foundation about the size of a one-car garage. That was the church, he explained, positioned as if turning its back on everything else, away from temptation and sin. Next on the right was a similar site, the low remnant of a stone foundation just inches high, mostly moss-covered, neatly outlining an area where growth was especially vigorous. This had been a crawl space with just packed earth, not stone flooring, so after a few rains, the seeds there were eager to sprout. This was the schoolhouse, the man said. It was better than you might imagine. Every child there learned to read and write. A few even learned how to think. Teachers commanded real respect in those days. "Were you a teacher?" Reacher asked. "For a while," the man said, "in what feels like another lifetime." The mill stood where the road met the stream, constructed partly over the water. All that remained was a complicated pattern of blocky, mossy stone foundations, partly swallowed by damp plants from the riverbank. One foundation was solid and chimney-sized, another was solid in the size of a room, likely built to support heavy machinery, cauldrons, crucibles, ladles. The man showed Reacher a drain in the stone floor open to the water flowing below. Across the street, in two buildings set in a row, were the foundations of the workers' housing. Each would have had a central stair hall with apartments to the left and right, upstairs and down, two 4-unit buildings, 8 homes in all, Ryantown, New Hampshire, population probably under 30. The man explained. The Reacher family would have lived in the ground floor apartment on the far right end, closest to the mill. That was traditionally the foreman's home, possibly your grandfather's for a while. He worked maintaining county roads, Reacher replied, but he kept that address. The mill shut down entirely for a few years toward the end of the Depression, the man continued. There was no sense in evicting him. It wasn't a firing situation where they needed the house back. The whole place was silent. It was the Second World War that finally revived it. Reacher tilted his head back, watching the busy sky. In his imagination, he erased the young trees and reconstructed the towering old chimney, picturing the autumn of 1943 when the mill operated around the clock, the air thick with coal smoke. The man shifted uncomfortably. I should really get moving. I'm not even supposed to be here. Feel free to stay. I'll be in the car. I can give you a lift back if you'd like. Appreciate it, Reacher said. But don't feel you have to wait on my account. I never mind a walk. With a nod, the man disappeared quietly back through the trees. Reacher moved toward the right-hand 4-unit building. The only remnant of the common entrance was a broad, deep stone step spanning what had been a cobblestone gutter, now mostly shattered and overgrown. He stepped over it into the space that was once the lobby. The cement floor was fractured into haphazard, tilting slabs resembling ice flows on a frozen river, every crack invaded by weeds. Of the lobby's right-hand wall, only shattered brick stumps remained at floor level, like teeth broken to the gum line. At the center sat an intact, low stone threshold, the front door to the right-hand ground floor apartment. Reacher stepped through. 3 slender trees, their trunks no wider than his wrist, had shot up 20 feet through the hallway floor in their search for sunlight. Beyond them, low lines of broken brick outlined the rooms like a faint 3-dimensional blueprint. 2 small bedrooms, he guessed, plus a living room and an eat-in kitchen, cramped and modest by today's expectations. No sign of a bathroom. That was probably out back. The sole surviving patch of tile was on an upturned slab of the old kitchen floor. The cement beneath was brittle and porous, yet the tile had clung on through some stubborn adhesive miracle. Its pattern was faded from decades of weather, but it hinted at a late Victorian design, a vibrant, tangled mosaic of acanthus leaves, marigolds, and artichoke blossoms. He pictured it from a child's eye level, crawling across the floor with those bright colors swimming in and out of focus. It struck him then, with a twist of dark humor, that the only color Stan Reacher ever seemed to value as an adult was olive drab. Maybe this dizzying childhood kaleidoscope was precisely why he later crawled the stark simplicity of army green. Exiting, he squeezed past the hallway trees and went back through the non-existent lobby, a pointless formality since he could have stepped over the low ruins anywhere. But he wanted the ritual of retracing steps. He paused at the missing street door and sat on the enduring stone step, much like a kid might after a storm, watching an imaginary river rush through the gutter below. Then a sound cut the quiet, a sharp, pained yelp from a man's voice, far off to the right. It wasn't a cry of anger or surprise, just pure hurt. It came from the direction of the orchard, back toward the car. Reacher was on his feet instantly, moving as fast as the uneven ground allowed, weaving through trees, following the old road past the schoolroom and the church ruins to the fence. 50 yards into the orchard, he saw the old man with the ponytail, frozen exactly halfway across. A man less than half his age and easily twice his size stood behind him, wrenching his arms. Reacher cleared the fence and began moving in their direction. 50 yards could be covered in mere seconds by a sprinter, but Reacher chose a deliberate, unhurried pace, stretching it out to nearly half a minute. It was a slow, purposeful walk meant to send a clear message. He kept his strides long, his shoulders relaxed, and his hands held slightly away from his body. His head was up, his gaze locked on the younger man, a primal signal, understood by instinct. The guy glanced nervously to the south, perhaps hoping for backup. Maybe he wasn't working alone. As Reacher closed the distance, the larger man pivoted, using the older gentleman as a human shield. Reacher halted 6 feet away. "Let him go," he said, 3 simple words, delivered in a tone that carried volumes, a low, steady voice that promised swift and severe consequences for any defiance. The big guy released his grip, but he wasn't backing down. Oh no, he wanted that to be perfectly clear. He shoved the older man aside as if clearing the deck for more important work and stepped aggressively into Reacher's space, now barely 4 feet apart. He was in his 20s, with dark, unshaven stubble standing over 6 feet tall and easily 200 pounds, his skin tanned and muscles hardened by outdoor work. "This doesn't concern you," he stated, Reacher thought. "Is this some kind of twisted rerun allowed?" he replied. "You were committing a crime on public property. It's my civic duty to point that out. That's how a civilized society functions." The man glanced south again, then back. "This isn't public land. This is my grandfather's apple orchard, and neither of you should be here. He's not allowed, and you're trespassing." "This is the county road," Reacher corrected. "Your grandfather took it from the public 40 years back when he was a bold young man, much like you are now." The guy looked south once more, but this time his attention stayed there. Reacher turned and saw another figure approaching briskly between the orderly rows of trees where the orchard sloped downward. He resembled the first but was a generation older, the father, likely not the grandfather. He wore better jeans and a cleaner t-shirt with a deeper tan and graying hair. He was built similarly but carried the weathered look of a man in his 50s. He arrived and demanded, "What's happening here?" Reacher said. "You tell me. Who are you?" "Just a man standing on a public road asking you a question." "This is not a public road. Denial has its limits. Reality doesn't adjust to what you believe. It just keeps moving forward. This is the road. It always has been. It still is. What's your question, then? I watched your son physically assault this elderly man. I suppose my question is how you think that reflects on your parenting. In this instance, pretty damn well," the older man shot back. "What are our apples worth if folks believe our water is poisoned?" "That was 8 years ago," Reacher said, "and it led nowhere. The leading experts confirmed your water is fine, so let it go. Maybe you said something foolish back then. Should I come twist your arm today?" The older man with the ponytail spoke up. "Technically, they have an agreement with a corporation out of Colorado. There was an addendum to the restraining order. It states they get paid if they can prove I was here." I'd hoped they'd forgotten that arrangement. Clearly they hadn't. They spotted my car. How do they prove it? They just did. They sent a picture. That's where he went earlier. There's no cell signal except up on that rise. Law and order, the father said with a smug satisfaction. It's what this country needs, except for the part where you stole a county road to plant more apple trees. I'm getting real tired of hearing you repeat that. It's the sound of reality, moving right along. Why were you in the woods anyway? None of your business, Reacher said. Maybe it is our business, the father countered, his voice taking on a new, grating confidence. You're a stranger, nosing around where you don't belong. Makes a person wonder what you're really after. He took a step closer, the earlier pretense of civility now fully stripped away. Or maybe you're just another city type who doesn't understand how things work out here. We have an arrangement with the property owner. You can't send a picture of me. Why not? To do that, you'd need to pull your phone out, at which point I'd take it from you and smash it. That's probably a good reason why you can't. There are two of us, two phones. Still not enough, you should call for backup. But what a shame you can't. No service down here, only up on that ridge. You're a real arrogant piece of work, aren't you? I prefer the term pragmatic, Reacher replied. Care to test that theory? I'd have a moral conflict here. It could traumatize the boy to watch his father get knocked down right in front of him. By the same token, it could scar you to see your son laid out, especially knowing you couldn't shield him. That's got to sting as a parent. Not that I'd know firsthand. Fatherhood isn't in my resume, but I can picture it. The man stayed silent. Reacher said, "Hold on." He glanced south between the twin rows of trees where the orchard sloped downward. You were already heading back, he observed. That text was sent from the hilltop. The photo had to be taken just before that, so why was our friend still standing here, hands behind his back? No reply came. The man with the ponytail finally spoke up. I was supposed to get a lesson, a beating to make sure I remembered, right after the text went through and their payment was secure. They didn't know you were in the woods too at that point. That really shouldn't change anything, Reacher said, should it? Not for men who stand by their principles anyway. He locked eyes with the father, then the son. Clock's ticking, fellas? Go on and teach him that lesson. Nobody moved. Reacher turned to the younger man. It's fine, he can't hurt you. He's 70. You could knock him over with a stiff breeze, nothing to be afraid of. The guy shifted his weight, uneasy, like an animal catching a strange scent. It's a simple choice now, Reacher pressed. Either you hit him or you're scared of him. Silence, or maybe it's a conscience thing. Maybe that's it. You don't want to hit an old man, I understand. But think about the apples. You've got a job to do. I get it. Tell you what, I could help you out. You could start with me. Give me a beating first. That way, when you move on to the old guy, you'll feel like you've earned it. Might ease your mind. Still nothing. Why not? Reacher said. Scared of me too? Worried I might hurt you. Full disclosure, that's a real possibility. You need all the facts to decide because now it really is one or the other. Either you hit me or you're scared of me. No answer. Reacher closed the distance. It wasn't a risk. It was smarter to crowd him. If this kid was foolish enough to throw a punch, it was better to stifle it early before it gained any real speed or force. That would be easy. If the kid was that foolish, Reacher had 30 pounds on him, stood 3 inches taller, and his reach was noticeably longer. All of that was plain to see. The kid was that foolish, his shoulder twitched back, the telltale start of what was clearly meant to be a short, hard right aimed at Reacher's face. That gave Reacher an option. He could react instantly, sweeping his left forearm out to block the incoming punch while driving his own right straight home. In any practical sense, that was the smart move. Quick, decisive, brutally efficient, but it wouldn't tell the whole story. Reacher felt like he was standing before a jury, like he was presenting evidence or explaining himself as an expert witness. To make his point effectively, he needed to let the scene play out a bit longer. A real crime required both intent and action, and he wanted both to be unmistakably clear, undeniable beyond any reasonable doubt. He snapped his head to the side, letting the kid's wild right hook whistle past his ear, a clumsy telegraphed punch, clear as day for anyone watching. He paused, letting the boy's arm drop back, empty and unfulfilled. Then he waited a beat longer, as if giving an invisible jury time to reach a verdict, before driving his own right fist upward in a sharp, compact uppercut that connected solidly under the kid's jaw. The boy lifted off his feet, weightless for a moment, before crashing down onto the dry grass with a dull thud, a cloud of dust and pollen swirling in the sunbeams. His limbs went limp, his head lolling to one side. Reacher shot a quick, let's move nod to the man with the ponytail, then turned his gaze to the kid's father. A little advice, Reacher said, his tone flat. Don't leave him lying in the street. He might get hit. You'll pay for this, the man muttered, his face tight with rage. That's where we differ, Reacher replied, already turning away. I've already forgotten it. He fell into step with the older man, and together they covered the last stretch back to the battered Subaru. Eventually, Patty pushed herself up from the bed. She took 3 slow steps toward the door and the light switch. With the first step, she was absolutely certain the power would still be on. By the second, doubt had crept in. If they could lock the door and lower the window shade remotely, surely cutting the electricity was just as easy. Then her mind shifted again. Why would they bother by the third step? She was convinced the lights would work because of the meals. Why provide food and expect them to eat in darkness? Then she recalled the flashlights on the nightstand. What were they really for? She remembered Shorty's offhand remark earlier. In case you have to eat in the dark, maybe it wasn't so silly after all. She flipped the switch. The room flooded with a harsh, brassy glow. She hated electric light during the day. It felt invasive and cheap. She tried the door again, still firmly locked. She pressed the buttons for the window blind. Nothing. Shorty sat perfectly still in the unflattering glare, watching her. Patty turned, her eyes scanning the room. The sparse furniture, their bags still dumped where they'd left them when the truck vanished. The walls, the slim trim where they met the ceiling. Her gaze lifted to the ceiling itself, a vast, smooth expanse of old New England white, broken only by a smoke detector and a dome light, both positioned above the bed. What, Shorty? Asked, his voice tense. Patty looked back at their luggage. How well hidden were they, really? Where? In the hedge? Shorty, you were there. Pretty well, he insisted. The big bag was heavy. It pressed right down into the brush. You saw it. And then Peter, by some amazing stroke of luck, gets his truck started and takes it down the track to warm it up. There and back real quick, but he still had time to spot our bags from the driver's seat. Maybe his headlights caught them when he turned around. It was on the right side. He'd have turned counterclockwise. Could have seen a different angle than we did with the flashlight from the road. He also had time to make that rope handle, Patty said, her voice dropping. Shorty was silent. Using rope he just happened to have in the truck, she pressed. What are you thinking? There were other things, Patty said, a new edge in her tone. We laughed at Carol for saying he might get lucky with a wreck, and then he threw the same words right back at us, practically the first thing he said in the junkyard. It was too neat. Maybe he says it all the time? A habit. Why make the rope handle at all, then? I thought they were trying to help us, Shorty said, though he sounded unsure. Are you serious? I guess not. I didn't get it either. They were mocking us, Shorty, pure and simple. We talked about needing a rope to make a handle for the bag, so that's exactly what they did. They got a rope and made a handle. It's a demonstration, a way to show they have all the power, and they're laughing at us the whole time. How could they know what we talked about? Shorty's voice was a whisper now. Patty met his eyes. They're listening to us. There's a microphone in this room. That's insane. Got a better explanation? Where would it even be? Patty tilted her head toward the ceiling fixture, its bulb burning hot and yellow, maybe in the light. They both stared up at it, squinting against the glare. Shorty finally broke the silence, but we talked mostly outside before we ever came in here. Patty leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. They were in the chairs the whole time. That means there's a microphone planted out there, too. That's how Peter knew exactly where to find our luggage. They heard every word of our plan, all that back and forth about the quad bike. It's why Mark made that comment about us being tired. Seemed odd at the time, but he knew because we'd practically announced it to him. What else did we give away? Her companion asked, a knot forming in his stomach. Plenty. You mentioned maybe Canadian cars were different, and then suddenly, hey, guess what? Canadian cars are different. They've been listening this entire time. Anything more? It doesn't matter what's already been said. What matters now is what we say next, and that is nothing, Patty stated flatly. We can't even make a plan. They'll hear every word of it. Reacher and the man with the ponytail scaled the fence and made their way to the Subaru. You were pretty rough back there, the man remarked, glancing over his shoulder. Not really, Reacher replied. One hit. That's the bare minimum, practically charitable, all things considered. I assume the kid has dental coverage? His father meant what he said. They won't forget this. That family has a reputation to maintain. They'll feel compelled to respond. Reacher studied him. A wave of déjà vu washing over. The man continued. They see themselves as the top dogs in this area. They'll worry about word getting out, about people laughing behind their backs, so they'll come looking for you. Who? Reacher asked. The grandfather. They provide a lot of seasonal work. They buy a lot of loyalty that way. What else can you tell me about Ryantown? The man hesitated. There's an old-timer you ought to speak with. I was debating even mentioning him. Honestly, I think you should just get moving, chased by an angry mob of orchard workers. These aren't pleasant folks. How bad can they be? You should get going. Where is this old-timer? You couldn't see him before tomorrow. It would need to be arranged. How old is he? Must be over 90 by now. Originally from Ryantown, his cousins were. He spent a lot of time there. Does he remember people? He claims to. I interviewed him about the tin contamination years back, asked about kids who got sick. He gave me a list of names, but they were just common childhood illnesses. Nothing definitive. That was 8 years ago. His memory might have faded. Possible? Why tomorrow? He's in a care home, way out in the country. Visiting hours are strict. Then I'd need a motel for the night. You should go to Laconia. It's safer. More people around, you'd be harder to find. Maybe I prefer the quiet of the countryside. There's a place about 20 miles north, supposed to be decent, but not for you. It's buried in the woods, no bus, too far to walk. Laconia is a much better option. Reacher was silent, the man added. Better yet, just move on altogether. I could drive you somewhere as a thank you for stepping in back there. That was my fault to begin with, Reacher said. I talked you into coming. I got you into it. I'd still drive you. Take me to Laconia, Reacher decided, then set up the meeting with the old man. Reacher stepped out on a downtown corner and the Subaru pulled away. He looked around, orienting himself, and allowed a faint smile. He was standing roughly halfway between where two different young men had been found unconscious on the sidewalk, separated by 75 years. He scanned the passers-by, a few who might have been down from Boston, but no one who set off alarms. Mostly couples, some with gray hair, likely shoppers hunting for end-of-season deals on whatever Laconia had to offer. Nothing felt off, not yet. Chief of Detective Shaw had said tomorrow. He would know. Reacher turned down a side street toward an inn he'd spotted earlier, another narrow three-story building painted in a carefully faded hue. He paid for a room and headed upstairs to check it out. The window looked out over the back alley, a view he was glad to have. It narrowed the potential line of sight, increasing the odds of a quiet evening. Maybe a raccoon nosing through the trash cans or a neighbor's dog trotting past. Nothing more serious than that. Since it was still fully light out, he decided to venture out again. Hunger was setting in. He'd missed lunch entirely. He pictured that lunch hour the moment he'd been staring at the broken piece of old kitchen tile, all that was left of some forgotten meal. The kitchen it came from couldn't have been large or well-stocked. Lunch would have been simple. A peanut butter sandwich, maybe, or grilled cheese, or something straight from a can. A block away, he found a diner advertising all-day breakfast, which in his experience meant they'd serve just about anything at any hour. Inside, 5 booths lined the wall. 4 were taken. The first 3 held what looked like weary out-of-town shoppers recharging after a long day of spending. In the 4th booth sat a face he recognized, Detective Brenda Amos. She was focused on a large salad, probably a meal, long delayed by the day's chaos. Reacher had been a cop once. He knew the drill. Running from call to call, phones always ringing, eating when you could grab a minute. She glanced up, her expression flickering from surprise to clear annoyance and a heartbeat. He gave a slight shrug and slid into the bench opposite her. "Shaw informed me I'm clear until tomorrow," he said. "He told me you agreed to move along," she replied. "Once I found Ryantown, didn't you? Turns out there's an old man I ought to speak with. He'd be about my father's age, an exact contemporary. Planning to see him today, tomorrow? This is exactly what we worried about. You'll be here indefinitely. Look at the bright side. Maybe nobody's coming for me. The kid was a jerk. Maybe his crew thinks he had it coming. Tough love or whatever they're calling it these days." "Not a chance," Amos said flatly. This elderly gentleman had cousins in Ryantown. He visited regularly back then. Maybe all the neighborhood kids got together for a game in the street stickball, or just tossing a ball across the creek. With all due respect, Major. "Do you actually care about any of that?" "A little, I suppose," Reacher admitted. "Enough to stick around one more night anyway. We don't want any trouble here. Trouble's always best avoided. They've got the rest of today to plan. They'll mobilize by midnight and be here by morning. The distances aren't far. They'll have your description, so Shaw is going to turn everything up to 11 before dawn. He'll treat this town like a combat zone. Where does this old man live? In a care facility somewhere outside town. A guy I met is giving me a ride." "What guy?" 8 years back, he thought the local water was contaminated. Was it? Apparently not. It's a touchy subject for him. Where's he picking you up? Right where he dropped me off, at a set time. 9:30 sharp. Something about visiting hours. Amos was silent for a moment. "All right," she said finally. "You're authorized for that, but you'll do it my way. You don't leave your room before then. No one sees you at 9:30. Exactly. You go straight to the car, keep your head down, and you drive away, and you don't come back. That's the deal. Or we escort you out right now." "I already paid for the room," Reacher said. "Kicking me out now would be unfair." "I'm serious," she insisted. "This isn't the OK Corral. This is collateral damage waiting to happen. If they miss you, they'll hit 2 bystanders instead. Read my lips. We are not having drive-by shootings in our town. No way. This is Laconia, not Los Angeles, and with respect, Major, you should understand that. You should know better than to put innocent people at risk." "Relax," Reacher said. "I support your position fully. I'll follow your instructions, I promise. Starting tomorrow today, I'm still within my rights." "Start when it gets dark tonight," Amos pressed. "Play it safe. Do it for my sake." She pulled a business card from her pocket and handed it across the table. Patty slipped off her shoes, a habit she'd carried from her Canadian upbringing, and stepped up onto the bed, balancing carefully on the unsteady surface. She edged sideways and lifted her face toward the ceiling light. "Could you raise the blind, please?" She called out, her voice clear and deliberate. "Just as a personal favor. I'd like to see some daylight. What's the harm? It's not like we get visitors." She climbed down and sat on the mattress to put her shoes back on. Shorty watched the window with the focused intensity of someone following a crucial play in a sports broadcast. The blind didn't move. He gave a slight shrug and mouthed, "Nice try." Patty mimed back, "They're thinking about it." They waited in silence until, with a quiet mechanical whir, the blind began to roll upward. A sharp bar of afternoon light cut into the room, widening steadily until the space was washed in sunshine. Patty looked toward the ceiling. "Thank you," she said quietly. She moved toward the door to switch off the harsh overhead bulb. 3 steps. The first felt satisfying that daylight was a small comfort. The second step brought a flicker of triumph. She'd made them respond, opened a line of communication, reminded them she was human. But by the third step, a cold clarity settled in. She'd just shown them what she valued. She'd handed them leverage, leaning her elbows on the windowsill. She rested her forehead against the glass and stared out. The view was unchanged. The Honda, the empty lot, the ragged grass, the dense wall of trees. Nothing more. In the back parlor of the main house, Mark ended a phone call and set the receiver down. He glanced at the surveillance screens. Patty seemed content for the moment, then turned to the others. "Listen up," he said. That was a neighbor, an apple farmer about 20 miles south. They had some guy causing trouble today. They asked us to keep an eye out in case he wanders up here looking for a room. They'll send people to collect him if he shows. Sounds like they want to teach him a lesson. He won't come, Peter said. We took down the signs. The farmer described him as a big, rough character, which matches what our contact at the county office mentioned, a guy named Reacher looking into family history. He pulled 4 different census records, at least 2, with Ryantown addresses. That's right on the edge of the same apple farm. This guy is piecing together Reacher family properties parcel by parcel, probably some obsessed amateur genealogist. You think he'll end up here? My grandfather's name is still on the deed for this place, but that was after Ryantown, after the money came in. Robert shook his head. We don't need this right now. We've got bigger things happening. The first arrival is under 12 hours out. He won't come, Mark repeated. He must be from a different branch of the family. I've never heard of anyone like that. People stick to their own lineage. No reason he'd turn up here. We just opened their blind. Leave it up. He's not coming. What if they try to signal for help? Watch the driveway feed and listen for the bell. Why bother if he's not coming? Because someone else might. Anyone could. We need to stay sharp. This is where we earn our keep. Attention to detail now pays off later. Stephen switched 2 of the side screens to different angles of the driveway where it emerged from the trees, one close, one wide. Nothing moved. Reacher followed Amos's advice. He returned to his room and stayed there through the afternoon, unseen. That was the easy part. Dinner, however, posed a problem. The place he'd chosen was more a quaint little inn than a full-service hotel. No room service, probably no kitchen to speak of except for the complimentary muffins put out at breakfast. But that was still hours away. It was likely nearer to 14 hours since he last ate. A man could waste away to nothing. He glanced out the window, a pointless gesture since it only offered a view of the backside of the next street over. He knew, however, that the diner serving all-day breakfast was just 1 block down. Going there posed a risk. Who might notice him? At sundown in a town like Laconia, maybe 2 or 3 people on the sidewalk at most. Then there were the coffee shop patrons and the staff. The same staff who had already served him at lunch not that long ago. That was a problem. They might remark, "Oh, he's in here constantly, practically irregular." That kind of comment would inevitably draw any future search right to this neighborhood. The quaint, slightly worn inn would become target number 1, glaringly obvious, perhaps warranting an early morning visit before most decent folks were even awake. Definitely not good. Better to venture further out. Turning from the window, he sketched a mental map of his movements so far. The first hotel, the city and county offices, the police station, the second hotel and every cafe, shoe store, and kitchenware shop in between. For dinner, he needed someplace new. 2 sightings were exponentially worse than 1, a personal rule. It was always safer to be a complete stranger. He remembered a narrow storefront bistro with a half-curtained window and old-fashioned bulbs inside that glowed like coils of hot wire, probably a small, quiet operation with a discreet clientele. He'd passed it earlier but hadn't gone in. 6 or 7 blocks away, he estimated, farther than ideal, but he could weave through the quieter side streets. It seemed safe enough. He headed downstairs and stepped into the fading twilight. His mental navigation mostly held up. He hesitated only once before correcting his course. The bistro appeared straight ahead, but it was 8 blocks out, not 6 or 7. He'd been exposed longer than planned, passing 18 people on the way. Not all had noticed him, but some had. None seemed suspicious, just ordinary townsfolk outside the bistro. He rose on his toes to peer over the half-curtain and assess the scene. He wasn't picky about food, anything would suffice, but he preferred a corner table with his back to a wall, a moderate level of activity, and a handful of other customers, enough for quick service, but not enough to make him memorable. The place looked perfect. An empty 2-top waited in the far back corner. The waitstaff moved with efficient purpose, and the room was about half full with 6 diners, ideal in every respect. except that 2 of those 6 diners were Elizabeth Castle and Carter Carrington, a second date, likely a delicate affair. He had no desire to disrupt their evening. They'd feel obligated to invite him over, and declining would only make things awkward. Then he'd be eating nearby, casting a pall of self-consciousness over their meal, turning the atmosphere strained and artificial. But he owed Amos. She was out on a limb for him. You don't leave your room at any point. No one ever sees you. How much more roaming around could he really justify the decision was made for him? For some reason, Elizabeth Castle glanced up. She saw him. Her mouth formed a small, surprised "oh" that instantly melted into a genuinely warm smile, followed by an eager wave that quickly became a beckoning "come-join-us" gesture. The path of least resistance was clear. He went in. Crossing the room, Carrington stood to shake hands with old-fashioned courtesy. Elizabeth leaned over and scraped out a third chair. Carrington extended a palm toward it like a maitre d' and said, "Please." Reacher sat down, his back to the door, facing a wall, the easiest way out. He offered, "I wouldn't want to spoil your night." Elizabeth Castle replied, "Don't be ridiculous." "Well then, my best wishes," he said, "to the 2 of you." "For what exactly? Your second outing together?" "4th, actually," she corrected. "Is that right? Dinner yesterday, coffee this morning, lunch, and now dinner tonight. And it was your situation that brought us together in the first place. So it's really nice you happen to be walking by. Feels like a sign." "That doesn't sound promising." "Then the positive kind of sign." Carrington chimed in. "I located Ryantown," Reacher stated. "Everything lined up with the census records. His job was listed as foreman at the tin mill, and his home address was directly opposite the mill itself. The place was shut down for a while, which explains why he later took county labor work. I imagine he went back to being foreman when the mill reopened. I didn't check the following census. My father had already moved out by then." Carrington gave a slow nod but stayed quiet, in a way Reacher read as intentional and hesitant, as if the man had thoughts he was holding back over some unspoken point of propriety. Reacher pressed, "What is it?" "Nothing." "I don't buy that." "All right, something. What kind of something? We were just talking about it earlier, on a date. We're dating because of you. Of course we're going to talk about it. We'll probably be discussing your case for years. It'll have sentimental value." "What were you saying about it?" "We're not entirely sure," Carrington admitted. "It's a bit awkward. We can't quite put our finger on it." We examined the original documents. Both censuses are beautifully done. You get a sense for these things after a while. You see patterns, you recognize the diligent enumerators and the sloppy ones. You can spot errors, you can spot lies, usually men fibbing about literacy or women shaving years off their age. "You found an issue with the records?" "No," Carrington said. "They felt authentic, exceptionally well executed. Among the best I've ever seen. The 1941 in particular was a masterpiece. We believed every entry." "Then it sounds pretty settled to me. Like I said, you develop a feel. You're transported into their world, right there with them. You become them through the paperwork. Except you know what comes next, and they don't. You hold a slight distance. You've seen the end of the film. So you're thinking like they did, but you're also noticing who will be proven wise or foolish by what happens later. And there's something off about the story you told me, but not in the documents. Some other element. But you can't say what. Can't pin it down." Just then the waitress arrived to take their orders, and the discussion drifted to lighter topics. Reacher didn't steer it back. He had no intention of wrecking their evening. He let them chat about whatever they pleased and chimed in when he could. He ordered just an entree and got ready to leave afterward, wanting them to enjoy dessert alone. It felt like a small courtesy. They didn't protest. He insisted they take a $20 bill. They argued it was too much. He told them to let the waitress keep the change. He stepped outside, turned right, and headed back the way he'd come. The darkness felt deeper now. The streets were noticeably still. Traffic was sparse, no pedestrians. Every shop was shut. A car approached from behind, passing him and continuing ahead, maybe driving a touch slower than it wished to, like nighttime cars do in quiet towns everywhere. Nothing to worry about. The instinctive part of his brain concluded after processing a flood of subconscious data on speed, direction, intent, and consistency, all of it registering as perfectly normal. Then it registered something that wasn't headlights, coming straight at him from 100 yards out. Big, glaring beams set high and wide a large vehicle, driving perfectly level as if it was centered on the road, straddling the lane divider, and it was moving slow. That's what set off the alarm, a speed that fit no context, like the cautious crawl of rush hour, but a beat slower, as if the driver's focus was divided by something else entirely. A modern individual might have assumed he was checking his phone, but Reacher sensed the man was visually scanning for something. That explained the vehicle's position in the center of the road and the glare of its headlights. He was covering both sidewalks in one slow sweep, searching for what exactly? Or perhaps for whom? It was a sizable truck, possibly a police vehicle. Officers had the right to cruise slowly down the middle of a street looking for whatever or whomever they pleased. Reacher was caught in the beams, pinned by their harsh blue intensity before they slid past him, leaving him in a murky half-light created by their reflection in the damp night haze. He turned to see a pickup truck, tall, polished, and imposing, with an extended cab and a lengthy bed, its large chrome wheels turning lazily as it coasted along. The real drama, however, was inside the cab. It resembled a burst of stunned celebration, as if an outrageous wager had just paid off. The impossible had occurred. 5 faces pivoted toward him, 10 eyes fixed on his, 5 mouths hung open, one of them was moving, forming the words, "That's him." The man speaking was the father from the apple orchard. He was seated in the second row behind the driver, not the typical spot for a leader, not the authoritative front passenger seat. Maybe he viewed himself as just another grunt, one of the guys that was a promising sign. It suggested a lower standard, at the very least a diminished average, like spotting the weak hitter in a baseball lineup. It was reassuring to identify the guy you could strike out. The other 4 were a generation younger, not unlike the kid from the orchard. Similar builds, similar muscle, similar tans. The same basic model of human, but seemingly less fortunate. A different kind of grandfather, perhaps. Nobody ever claimed life was fair. They all looked eager to assist. Harvest season was approaching. Maybe there were bills to pay. The truck hissed to a stop, and all 4 doors swung open in a disjointed rhythm. 5 men hopped down, boots clattering on the asphalt. 2 came around the front fender to line up shoulder to shoulder with the other 3, the older man planted in the center. All of them rendered pale and spectral in the reflected glow. They looked like a weathered poster for some sentimental old black-and-white film, perhaps a tale where the mother died young and the father raised the boys alone. Now they were showing their gratitude. Or maybe for the first time ever, a fractured family was united by a common external threat, pure dramatic nonsense, and they were playing their parts with gusto. Reacher thought of Brenda Amos, "We don't want trouble here," but she had been talking about collateral damage, which in this scenario promised to be minimal, possibly even non-existent. The street was deserted. No guns were visible. No action was underway. Not yet. It was just a staring contest, a bit of posturing, which Reacher admitted he was engaged in, too. He was feigning relaxation, standing at ease with a near smile, as if mildly inconvenienced by a trivial task threatening to delay the end of a perfectly good day. Across from him, the 5 men maintained their rigid shoulder-to-shoulder formation, arms crossed high, stares hardened, and tilted upward. Slowly, it occurred to Reacher that their display wasn't meant to be some poignant narrative tableau with a implied tragic backstory. The intended message was far more blunt. It was a crude arithmetic statement. Nothing more, nothing less. It was 5 against 1. The man from the apple farm broke the silence. "You need to come with us," Reacher replied. "Do I? It's best if you come quietly." Reacher said nothing. The man pressed, "Well?" "I'm trying to decide where that falls on a probability scale," Reacher said. "Let's say a 10 means it's extremely likely to happen, and a 1 means it won't happen in a million years. I have to tell you, the figures running through my head at the moment are all pretty modest." "Your call," the man replied. "You could avoid a few extra aches, but you're leaving with us regardless. You laid a hand on my boy." Just one hand, Reacher said, and it was fleeting. A little more than a nudge. The boy has a fragile chin. You ought to take better care of him. You should make him understand why he can't hang with the adults. It's unkind not to. You're failing him. The man stayed silent. Reacher continued, Are these new fellows any improvement? I certainly hope so. Otherwise, you'll need to have that same talk with them, too. This is the major leagues now. A visible tremor passed along the line, a collective tightening. Sharp inhales made fabric rustle, and hostile stares snapped heads forward. We don't want trouble here, Reacher said. We don't need to do this. The man from the orchard said, Yes, we do. This is a pleasant town. We shouldn't leave a mess. Then come along quietly. To where? You'll see. We already covered that. Right now, the odds are still practically zero. But listen, I'm willing to negotiate. You could make the proposition more appealing. What? You could pay me, or offer me something of value. We're offering you the chance to save yourself some additional soreness. Reacher gave a slow nod. You brought that up earlier, he said. It prompted several questions. He scanned the 4 younger men to his left and right. He inquired, Where were you born? None of them spoke. You should tell me, he said. It's crucial for your future prospects around here, one finally muttered. And you grew up around here? Yes. Not in South Boston or the Bronx or South Central Los Angeles? No. Not in a favela outside Rio or in Baltimore or Detroit? No. Any experience in law enforcement? No. Served any prison time? No. Any military service? No. Any covert training from Mossad? Or the British SAS or the French Foreign Legion? No. You do realize this is going to be a bit different from harvesting fruit, right? The young man didn't answer. Reacher turned back to the orchard owner. See the issue? He said. This whole bruise avoidance offer doesn't hold water. It lacks any logical foundation. It's a mirage. You're promising to withhold something you can't actually provide. Not with this team. You'll have to do better. Get creative. You need a proper incentive. Perhaps a substantial cash sum would get my attention, or the keys to that truck, or maybe one of these boys could arrange an introduction to his sister just for an evening. I'm sure he could manage. Reacher knew they would all react. That was the whole point, but he wasn't sure who would move first and fastest. He kept his posture relaxed, already priming his response, but held his focus fluid, stretching the moment as long as possible, hoping to identify his target before the critical instant when he had to commit. And he did, because the kid just left of center lunged forward a full step ahead of the others, furious from the insult and mockery, so Reacher fixed on him and let his punch fly. They say the quickest hands in boxing can travel at 30 miles an hour, far faster than Reacher, who was content with 20. But even at that pace, his fist crossed the 3 feet of empty space in a mere tenth of a second, nearly too fast to see. It connected with the kid's face, and then Reacher snapped his arm back just as swiftly, a sharp, practiced motion, and resumed a casual, upright stance as if nothing had occurred, as if you'd blinked and missed the whole thing. Pure theatricality. The kid crumpled to the pavement. 50 yards away, Elizabeth Castle and Carter Carrington emerged from the cafe. He said something that made her laugh, the sound carrying clearly in the quiet street. The men by the truck turned to look. Not the one on the ground. He wasn't moving. 50 yards off, Carrington took Elizabeth Castle's hand, and they turned in unison and began walking forward, directly toward them. The truck's headlights painted the couple in a stark, flat glare, just as they had Reacher moments before. He watched them for a beat, then turned his attention back to the farmer. Your turn to choose, he said. The city attorney is on her way, at the very least. She's a credible witness. I'm ready to stay and see this through, are you? The farmer's gaze drifted down the street toward the approaching pair, now just 40 yards out and brightly illuminated. Their footsteps echoed sharply on the old brick pavement. Elizabeth Castle's laugh cut through the quiet once more. The farmer remained silent. Reacher gave a slow nod. I get it, he said. Letting things slide isn't in your nature. You are the one in charge here. So I'll do you a favor. I'll guarantee we cross paths again, tomorrow, maybe the day after. Soon I'll be back in Ryantown. Something tells me I'll want to be. You might want to keep your eyes open." He turned and walked away without a backward glance. For a moment there was only silence behind him. Then it broke into muttered orders, the shuffle of boots, the groan of the truck reversing, and the strained grunts as the dazed man was hauled off the pavement and shoved into a seat. A door slammed shut. Reacher turned onto a side street and heard nothing more for the rest of the walk to his rented room. He spent the remainder of the night there, catching the tail end of a meaningless late-season Red Sox game from Boston, followed by the local news. Eventually he went to bed and fell into a deep, untroubled sleep. It lasted until precisely 1 minute past 3 in the morning. Patty was wide awake at 1 minute past 3, having not slept a wink. Shorty had tried to stay up with her, but had finally succumbed, muttering something about a quick nap that had now stretched into a full hour of steady snoring. They had consumed the 4th of their 6 allotted meals and the 4th of their 6 bottles of water. 2 of everything remained, breakfast and lunch for the next day, and then what? The terrifying uncertainty of that question was precisely why she was still staring at the ceiling in the small hours. None of it made sense. They were in a warm, comfortable room with electricity and plumbing. They had a shower, a toilet, towels, and soap. They hadn't been harmed, threatened, or even looked at the wrong way. Their only grievance was being locked in. But why? What was the point? Who were she and Shorty in the grand scheme of things? What possible value did they hold? She turned the question over seriously. They were broke, and so was everyone they knew. A ransom demand would be a punchline. They had no corporate secrets or specialized skills. People had been farming potatoes and cutting lumber in North America for centuries. It wasn't exactly cutting-edge science. So, what then? They were both 25 and in good health. For a dark stretch, her mind circled the idea of organ harvesting. Maybe their kidneys were slated for some online auction, or their hearts, lungs, corneas. The whole grim inventory, like the checklist on a driver's license, bone marrow too, but then she dismissed it. No one had checked their blood types. No casual questions, no accidental cuts, no first aid kits with suspicious stains. You can't sell a kidney without knowing the blood type. Buyers tend to be particular about that. She felt a flicker of relief, but it was brief. The confusion rushed back in. Who were they? What were they possibly good for? Reacher woke at 1 minute past 3, same routine. He was instantly alert, as if a switch had been thrown. Same cause, a sound he didn't hear again. Silence. He got up, crossed the room naked, and peered out the window into the alley. Nothing, no raccoon's eyes glittering back, no shadow of a coyote, no curious stray dog. It was a quiet night, except apparently it wasn't, not at exactly 1 minute past 3. He doubted the cocktail waitress had shown up for her shift tonight, probably fired or too scared of the fallout to return. A fresh start at a different job wouldn't have brought her home at the exact same moment, and the boy wasn't lingering by her door these days. He was in a hospital bed. Her alley was now more than 4 blocks distant, set on a diagonal with plenty of buildings in the way, well outside any reasonable earshot. A shout wouldn't have carried, so the timing was pure coincidence. He heard Amos's voice in his mind. They'll be moving before midnight. They'll arrive by morning. The distances aren't that far. Was it morning yet? Technically, he supposed it was. He imagined midnight in Boston, a car filling its tank, then slipping away into the darkness. Could it reach Laconia in just over 3 hours easily? Probably with time to spare. He pictured the driver taking it slow, cruising the quiet streets, getting a feel for the town. Maybe waking a clerk or a motel manager here and there, asking after a big man with a wounded hand, offering an apology and slipping a $50 bill into a shirt pocket when the answer was no, then moving on to the next spot. Sooner or later, he'd find the right innkeeper who'd say, "Sure, top floor, the room in the back." Reacher retrieved his pants from under the mattress and put them on. He buttoned his shirt, tied his shoes, and took his toothbrush from the bathroom glass, tucking it into his pocket. Ready to move downstairs, the lobby was quiet, the breakfast buffet still 3 hours away. He paused inside the street door, listening. Nothing. He stepped out. The distant whisper of a car reached him, but he saw no one. At the corner, the street was empty. He heard the car again, the same sound, but from a different position. Farther away, then closer, as if it had turned onto a nearer block. It seemed to be going nowhere specific, just circling on a tighter, more deliberate loop. On a whim, Reacher walked the 4 diagonal blocks to the alley between the bag store and the shoe store, where the waitress lived. All was quiet there. No sign of disturbance, just dark windows, a low mist, and silence. He heard the car again behind him in the distance, the faint hiss of tires, the murmur of its engine, a soft thump as it crossed a seam in the asphalt. About 3 blocks away, he figured, with no direct line of sight due to a dogleg in the cross street. He turned back toward the inn, walking through pools of yellow light from the street lamps once. He paused in the shadows to listen. The car was still there, rolling slowly, still 3 blocks out, making right turns in a slow, persistent circuit. He walked on. The car edged another block closer, turning right 1 street earlier. Now it was only 2 blocks away, still circling, a giant map-sized spiral, a search pattern, but a lazy one. It proved nothing. You could have a whole football team of large men with cut hands wandering around, and a slow spiral might miss every single one of them every time. Catching one would be random chance. So maybe it wasn't a search pattern yet. Maybe it was still reconnaissance, getting the lay of the land. It was still very early. Thorough preparation was always advisable. A degree of professionalism was to be expected. Exit routes would be planned, tricky turns noted, alleyways checked for width and where they led. The car turned right again, 2 blocks behind him. He kept walking, 2 blocks to go, which created a 4-dimensional problem. Where would he be when the car next passed near the inn? Where would the car be when he reached its door? It was the same question, a matter of time, distance, and direction, like calculating deflection for a shot. Where will the running man be when the bullet arrives? He stopped walking. The timing was going to be off. Better to wait out a quarter turn of the spiral, better to arrive right after the guy drove past, not right before he was due. Just common sense. He ambled to the corner and waited. The street was deserted, the dead of night holding firm. All good, except right then the car decided to close in by another block, way ahead of its previous rhythm. Nothing about it was expected. The vehicle appeared from the side street to Reacher's left, its high beams sweeping the sidewalks and pinning him in a sudden, stark glare. He was illuminated like a center stage performer. The car halted a short distance away, engine rumbling, lights blinding. A door swung open behind the glare. Reacher's instinct was to lunge, not away, but forward and to the right, into the light itself. It was a tactical choice. If the man was right-handed, a startled reaction would likely jerk his weapon upward, not inward. Assuming he was armed at all, from behind the brilliance, a voice announced, "Laconia Police Department." Then it commanded, "Hands up." "I can't see you," Reacher replied. "Kill the lights." It was a small test. A genuine officer might comply, an imposter probably wouldn't. His plan to dive toward the open door remained firm. Impact with the metal would create an opening, leveling the field. The lights abruptly died. Reacher blinked, letting his vision adjust to the soft yellow haze of the misty night, the harsh reflections on wet pavement. The car was a Laconia PD cruiser, black and white, sleek and new, its interior glowing with the orange light of electronic displays. The officer standing by the open door wore a patrolman's uniform. His nameplate read Davison. He looked to be in his mid-20s, perhaps a bit leaner than he preferred, but sharp, attentive, and decidedly earnest. His uniform was crisp, his hair neatly combed, his equipment belt meticulously arranged. He was prepared for once. A routine patrol had taken an interesting turn. "Raise your hands," he repeated. "Not really necessary," Reacher said. "Then turn around and I'll cuff you." "That doesn't seem necessary either. It's for your safety as much as mine," Davison stated. Reacher figured that line was straight out of a role-play seminar, likely led by a psychologist. The day's lesson was probably to disorient a subject with a statement so baffling it short-circuited resistance. How exactly would handcuffs enhance his safety? But aloud he only said, "Officer, I'm not seeing much probable cause here." "None is required," Davison answered. "Did I miss a constitutional amendment? You're already a person of interest. Your description was circulated at the start of watch briefing. A sketch was handed out. You're not supposed to be in public? Who gave the briefing, Detective Amos? What else did she say? To report immediately if we spot a Massachusetts license plate, have you?" "Not yet. She's taking this seriously," Reacher observed. "She has to. We can't let anything bad happen. We'd be torn apart in the press." "I was just heading back to my hotel." "No, sir. You need to come with me. Am I under arrest?" "Sir, Detective Amos informed us of your prior service with the military police. We're prepared to extend every courtesy, yes or no." "You're about an inch away," the young officer said, his tone bright, alert, and utterly resolved. He was confident in his orders, his understanding of the law and his superiors. Happy days indeed. Reacher thought about coffee, still nearly 3 hours off in the innkeeper's lobby, and no doubt a permanent fixture at the police station. "An arrest won't be necessary," he conceded. "I'll ride with you voluntarily, but in the front seat, call it a personal rule." They got into the cruiser and pulled away, moving at the same deliberate searching pace Reacher had heard earlier, nosing around corners as part of its endless nocturnal circuit. Reacher's passenger space was encroached upon by gear spilling over from the center console, a laptop on a flexible mount, holders and holsters for specialized tools. The dash vinyl was shiny and unscuffed. The air carried a faint new car smell. The vehicle couldn't have been more than a month in service. Eventually, the current lap of the patrol concluded. Davison turned a corner near the municipal building and entered a broader street Reacher recognized as leading directly to the station, a straight shot of about half a mile. Davison drove it now with a touch more speed, a hint of panache, a slight unmistakable swagger, the undisputed king of the late shift. He parked right by the lobby entrance. Both men stepped out of the car and headed inside. Davison laid out the circumstances for the officer on duty, who seemed hung up on just one detail. "So until 9:30, the night guy asked, should I put him in a cell?" Davison glanced over at Reacher. "Do we need to?" "Probably overkill. You're certain? Trust me, I'm not looking for trouble. All I'm after is a decent cup of coffee." Davison turned back to the officer. "Just find him an empty office to wait in and get him that coffee." Before they could move, the double doors swung inward, and Brenda Amos stepped into the lobby. "He can wait in my office," she stated. The first guest arrived while the sky was still pitch black, a man familiar with the routine. His home was a secluded wooden cabin in the deep woods of northern Maine, surrounded by miles of his own private forest. As usual, he traveled only after dark in a dented, inconspicuous Volvo station wagon. For an extra layer of anonymity, it bore counterfeit Vermont license plates with a fabricated number. His GPS guided him, but he remembered the turnoff perfectly from his initial visit. How could he forget? He recognized the narrow entrance to the track, the patchy asphalt, and the thick rubber hose laid across it. Driving over it triggered a silent alarm to announce his arrival. This time, the welcome waited in the motel office presented by Mark alone. The others were absent, presumably monitoring the security feeds. The new guest figured, and he hoped that was the case. Mark assigned him room 3, which he accepted. He felt Mark's eyes on him as he parked the wagon and carried his bags inside, no doubt speculating which bag held the cash. After dropping his things near the closet, he slipped back outside into the cool, misty pre-dawn air. He couldn't resist. He moved quietly along the wooden walkway, past rooms 4 and 5, toward a dark Honda Civic sitting silently in the faint moonlight. He stepped off the walkway and circled around behind the car to get an unobstructed, distant view of room 10, that first glimpse. It was occupied, just as the email had promised, but it was still and dark now. The blind was drawn, no light seeped out, no sound came from within, nothing was stirring. He stood there for a full minute absorbing the quiet before finally turning back toward his own room. Reacher poured himself coffee from the pot in the squad room, and then Amos led him back to her office. It was the same space as before, the old bones of the building filled with new furniture. The desk, the chairs, the filing cabinets, the computer. She said, "I asked you to lay low as a personal favor to me. Something jolted me awake," he replied. "Is there some unwritten rule that says you then have to get out of bed?" "There can be. They might have been pulling in right at that moment." "My point exactly. I figured I should at least put my pants on. Then I went to check it out." Nothing was happening, except for a truly impressive display of diligence from Officer Davison. "I have no issue with it. I'm perfectly content to wait here. It's all fine. I'm just sorry it dragged you out of bed early." "Yeah, me too," Amos said. "I also heard you went out for dinner." "How'd you know that?" he asked. "Take a guess." Because of the bloodstains on the pavement, he thought, or a random traffic stop a couple blocks later, or both the guys from the orchard. It had to be, but aloud he said, "I have no idea." "Carter Carrington told us," she said. "You walked 8 blocks to the same bistro he was at and 8 blocks back." "That is not my definition of laying low. At the time, I thought it was a reasonable precaution and a somewhat circular logic. You should have called me. I gave you my card. I would have brought a pizza to your room." "Why were you talking to Carrington about me?" "We weren't. We needed a legal consultation. Your dinner plans just came up in the chit-chat afterward." "What kind of legal consultation?" "About who we can legally hold before they've actually committed a crime." "And what was the verdict these days?" "Pretty much anyone." "Maybe nobody's coming," Reacher said. "That kid was a world-class jerk. Not a chance in the world." "All right, but maybe it's not their top priority. Maybe they've got to pick up their dry cleaning first or get an oil change. The world doesn't stop for petty revenge. I'll be gone by 9:30. They'll come looking and find an empty room. Every word of that better be true. Let's aim for some of it being accurate." "We've had an update," she told him. "It's mildly positive for our side, less so for you. What is it?" "The latest assessment has lowered the probability of a random shooting. They now consider it improbable. Chief Shaw was on the line with Boston. Their theory is the attempt won't happen here. Their preferred method is to get you into a vehicle, drive you back to Boston, and toss you from a high-rise. It's their calling card. Like a public statement, makes a real impact. In every sense, I'd prefer that outcome didn't apply to you. Are you concerned for my safety?" "Strictly as a matter of professional duty. I don't accept rides from strangers," Reacher stated. "I'm fairly confident I can promise that." Amos was silent. Her office door opened a sliver, and an officer leaned in. "Ma'am, we have a radio report." A Massachusetts plate on a black Chrysler 300 heading in from the southwest. Registry shows it's linked to a freight logistics company operating out of Logan Airport in Boston, who typically drives a black Chrysler 300, some limo services, some rentals, but it's also a favorite for certain criminal elements. Current location? Still south of the downtown area. We have a patrol car directly behind it. Can the officers see inside? The windows are tinted. Dark enough for a traffic stop, ma'am? We can handle this however you direct. Not yet, Amos decided. Maintain visual. Make your presence known. Show them we're watching. The officer withdrew and the door clicked shut. "Well," Amos said, "it begins." "Not with this one," Reacher countered. "Not yet." "How many more hints do you require?" "That's precisely my point," Reacher said. "It's a conspicuous black sedan with dark windows. It's a distraction. It's directly traceable to Boston and registered to an airport freight company. It might as well have a flashing sign on the roof. It's a decoy. They want you focused on it. It'll cruise around all day at a perfect 29 miles per hour. It'll signal every turn, and you can be sure all its lights work perfectly. Meanwhile, the actual threat arrives in something like an electrician's truck or a plumber's van or a florist's delivery vehicle. We have to credit them with some basic intelligence. The real operator will slip into town today, completely unnoticed, hopefully after 9:30, because that makes tactical sense anyway. By then, your team will have been on high alert for over 6 hours. Fatigue will be setting in. He'll know that. He'll wait. But I'll already be miles away. We're banking a lot on your acquaintance from yesterday actually making a return appearance. I suppose we are, will he? Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked either way. He struck me as that type of person. Punctual? Same answer. What if he's a no-show? You'll be stuck here all day. That's the exact situation I assured Shaw I wouldn't allow. Reacher nodded. I don't want to create a problem for you. My apologies if I already have. I'll give my ride 30 minutes, that's it. If he's not here by 10 o'clock, you can personally escort me to the town line. Does that work? And then what happens? Then Shaw is satisfied. I'll be outside city limits. It's just a line on a map. You could still be followed. Electricians travel between jobs, so do plumbers and flower delivery drivers. But at least the county sheriff will get the incident report, not your department. Your risk to take, I suppose? No, the electrician's risk. He'll be the subject of the report, not me. What's my alternative? I can't just send him back to Boston with a friendly wave and a granola bar. Not given the circumstances, that would send entirely the wrong message. They'll just send someone else. They might send two. That becomes the county's issue, not yours. You really shouldn't linger. I don't intend to, Reacher said. Believe me, I prefer to keep moving, but then again, I don't appreciate being run out of town either. It leaves a bad taste, especially not by folks who intend to toss me from a rooftop. That seems a bit overconfident, if you ask me. They're acting like I'm just a minor inconvenience to be dealt with. Pride has a way of ruining a perfectly sound plan. You've just insulted every military leader this country has ever produced. You weren't a leader. Don't make that error. I won't, Reacher replied. Chances are slim I'll even get the opportunity. Our lives are unlikely to intersect again. I'll be out of here tomorrow, maybe the day after. The boy will recover. By Thanksgiving, this will all be a distant memory. The world keeps turning. With any luck, I'll find myself someplace with a beach. Amos stayed silent. Her office door opened once more. The same narrow gap, and the same officer leaned in to report. The black Chrysler is currently driving loops through the downtown area, following all traffic signals so far, with the patrol car maintaining its position behind it. The officer left and the door shut. A distraction, Reacher stated. When should we expect the actual player to show up? He received no reply. The second arrival was a far more elaborate operation than the first. It was a full-scale production. Peter guided his Mercedes SUV to a modest airfield outside Manchester. It wasn't a commercial facility, more of a private strip for enthusiasts. No control tower, no flight logs, no paperwork required. He parked inside the perimeter fence near the runway's end and waited with his window down. After 5 minutes, he heard the faint drone of a propeller aircraft. Against the early morning sky, he saw the intermittent flash of navigation lights. A twin-engine Cessna, bouncing lightly on the breeze, descended and touched down, slowing quickly to a taxi that seemed both hurried and delicate like an anxious bird, its engines still roaring. Peter flashed his headlights and the plane rolled toward him. It was an air taxi from Syracuse, New York, arranged through a labyrinth of shell companies for a passenger carrying an Illinois driver's license under the name Hogan. This passenger had just arrived in Syracuse via a chartered Gulfstream from Houston, Texas, booked through another intricate web of corporate entities for a man with a California license bearing the name O'Rehane. Both IDs were counterfeit, and his point of origin before Houston remained a mystery. He climbed down from the plane, and Peter assisted him in loading his gear into the Mercedes, 3 duffels and 2 rigid cases. Peter assumed the cash. The donation was in one of the softer bags. It would have a tangible heft even in $100 bills. The plane pivoted noisily on the tarmac, completing a tight turn, then roared back down the runway and lifted into the sky. Peter drove in the opposite direction, out the gate, navigating a series of back roads. The new arrival sat in the passenger seat, visibly keyed up. A faint sheen of sweat was on his forehead. He was clearly bursting to speak. Peter could sense it, but initially he said nothing. He stared straight ahead through the windshield, fidgeting in his seat with small, restless motions. Finally, his curiosity won out. He had to ask, "What are they like?" They're ideal, Peter said. Chapter 24. Morning broke bright and clear. An officer stopped by to collect breakfast orders from a diner a couple blocks away. Reacher opted for a fried egg sandwich. It arrived 10 minutes later, still warm in its greasy foil wrapper. It tasted decent, if a bit chewy. Nutritious, at least. Protein, carbs, fat. The essential trio. He refilled his coffee from the pot in the squad room. The room was empty. Day shift wouldn't start for another hour. A radio feed played quietly from a speaker on an unoccupied desk. Reacher moved closer to listen. There were bursts of static, like electronic breathing, mixed with call signs and coded locations that meant little to him, but he grasped the general situation. A dispatcher was coordinating 2 separate patrol cars. The dispatcher was likely just down the hall, and the cars seemed to be conducting slow, methodical circuits around the town center. One of the cruisers felt like it was right on the Chrysler's bumper, while the other hung back a block, keeping tabs on both. Reacher knew the usual overnight patrol was just a single car. They were burning through overtime. A voice that sounded like Davison's crackled over the radio. Subject is pulling into a coffee drive-thru now. Good, the dispatcher replied. That means he'll need a bathroom break sooner or later. Maybe you'll get a visual. No point, Reacher thought to himself. He'll be a walking cliché. About 5'10", built like a refrigerator, wearing a dark cashmere coat over a pink dress shirt. Greasy hair slicked back, aviator sunglasses, a gold chain around his neck straight out of central casting, designed to be noticed. Then another voice cut in. Highway cameras at the Cloverleaf show a Massachusetts plate on a dark blue cargo van. It's registered to a Persian rug cleaning service based in Boston. If it stays on course, it's about 10 minutes out. Put it on the back burner. The dispatcher said, We're going to get all kinds of traffic. FedEx, UPS, the usual morning clutter. The radio hissed with static. Reacher had seen Persian rugs before, always in grand, old-money homes. They were valuable, often family heirlooms, so cleaning them was a specialized job. Experts were rare. It made sense that someone in Laconia might hire a specialist from Boston, with pickup and delivery included in one premium price. It all sounded perfectly reasonable, except for one thing. He refilled his coffee and walked back to Amos's office. She was at her desk, hand resting on the phone as if she'd just ended a call or was debating who to dial next. Caught the radio chatter, he said. She gave a slow nod. Got the update. Our decoy is getting coffee, and a blue van just came off the highway. That, too? What's your take? It's a van, Amos said, a hint of weariness in her voice. I could list 100 harmless reasons for it to be here. Try 99, Reacher said. What's the one reason it's not harmless? How many Persian rugs have you actually seen? A few. Where? An elderly relative. Lived in a massive, stuffy old house. We had to call her aunt, and we weren't allowed to touch a thing. Exactly, Amos said. A proper old-school New England lady. Meticulous, probably schedules her silver polishing when the rugs are out. She gets the heirloom china washed every time the family dog passes. Now, tell me what's the earliest hour a woman like that would allow a workman to darken her doorstep? Amos stayed quiet. The van is too early, Reacher finished. That's what's off. It's barely past sunrise. It's not here for a customer appointment in Laconia. Should I have it stopped? Makes no difference to me, Reacher said with a shrug. I'll be fine either way. But if it is our guy, you could score a nice arrest. He'll be armed, probably a serious shotgun if he actually plans on stuffing me into that van. You're about the size of a large rolled-up rug, she mused, almost smiling, from a ballroom, maybe? Could be the new way to move people, now that modern car trunks are so small. Reacher couldn't tell if she was joking. Your call, he said, but taking a look might ease your mind. I'd need a SWAT team if you're right about the shotgun. Reacher didn't reply. Amos thought for a long moment, then picked up the phone. She spoke to whoever answered. Keep eyes on that blue carpet-cleaning van. Report its location. An hour later, the day shift was in full swing. The station was crowded and buzzing. Reacher stayed on the periphery, piecing together updates from the soft murmur of the radio, from shouts across the room, and from fragments of conversations overheard in the busy halls. The decoy in the Chrysler continued its circuit, meticulously obeying every traffic law, pausing at each intersection, and waving pedestrians across with exaggerated courtesy. He hadn't pulled over for fuel or a restroom break, a point of quiet debate among the team over which was the more remarkable endurance test. Meanwhile, the blue van had slipped from view. With 3 patrol units deployed, 1 tailing the Chrysler, 2 sweeping the southern routes. The van had been spotted once, then vanished. Theories split in 2 directions. Either it was tucked away in some concealed spot like an alley or a courtyard, which raised immediate suspicion, or it had already passed through town and exited to the northwest, possibly making a delivery in a nearby community, which seemed far less alarming. Reacher found himself idly wondering if the apple farmer owned a Persian rug. Amos broke his train of thought. "It's about time for you to leave. I might stroll through a few alleys and courtyards first," he replied. "You won't be strolling anywhere. I'm driving you, in a squad car. Nobody's foolish enough to target a police vehicle concerned about me, are you? Only from an operational standpoint, I need you gone permanently. No hold-ups. Once you're out of here, my problem disappears. I want to witness it myself, just to be certain. After you drop me, you could go relieve that decoy driver. Let him know the show's over. He'd probably thank you. He must be about to burst by now. Maybe I will. You could even mention which way I headed. Tell him I'd be happy to meet him and his friend in the van." "Let it go," she said. "This isn't the military police anymore." "Is that really how you see it?" "Mostly," she admitted. She made a quick phone call, gathered her bag, and led Reacher out to the lot, where she selected a black and white, its paint still glistening from a recent wash. The keys were inside. Reacher took the passenger seat, his legs cramped against the laptop mount and equipment compartments. He directed her to the corner just before the side street where his inn was located, the same spot he'd been dropped the previous day. Throughout the ride, he scanned the traffic. No blue van, no black Chrysler either. A late rush-hour backup clogged one of the intersections. Amos checked her watch. Time was tight. She hit the lights and nudged through using the oncoming lane. And there, just ahead, sat the beat-up Subaru, parked right on schedule at the curb. Inside was a familiar lanky outline, blue denim, a scrawny neck, and a long gray ponytail. "Is that him?" Amos asked. "That's him," Reacher confirmed. "Maybe I racked up some good karma in a past life." She eased in behind the Subaru. The driver's head jerked sharply as if he'd just caught sight of them in the mirror. Then, without warning, the Subaru lurched away from the curb, tires screeching as it tore down the street at full throttle. Amos stared. What just happened? "Go after him," Reacher urged. "Move now." She checked her mirrors, slammed the accelerator, and took off in pursuit. Why would he run? He was just sitting there. Your roof lights are still on. He probably thought you were pulling him over, but he was parked. Maybe he's carrying something he shouldn't, weed or confidential papers, or maybe he just sees you as another agent of government overreach. We're talking about an older guy with a ponytail here. Paranoia comes with the territory. They trailed the Subaru, closing the gap from 100 yards to 50, then 20. The old car was giving its all, but it was hopelessly outmatched by a modern police interceptor with lights and siren blaring. Up ahead, the Subaru swung a hard right. It disappeared from view for a dozen tense seconds, but when they rounded the same corner, they saw it turning again at the next block. "He's heading home," Reacher said, "somewhere northwest of here." Amos cut through a block she knew well, emerging right on the Subaru's tail. They were now on a one-way street, the chase nearly over. The traffic light up ahead glowed red, creating another small knot of vehicles. 2 lanes were filled, 5 cars in the left lane and 6 in the right. The lingering tail of the morning rush. The signal turned green, yet no one advanced. Someone was blocking the intersection. It wasn't a blue van, nor was it a black Chrysler. The Subaru slammed its brakes and veered sharply into the shorter line. Now it was the sixth car on the left, mere inches from the bumper of the fifth. Amos stopped just as close behind. To his left was the sidewalk. To his right, the equally long and motionless line of the other lane. They were packed in tighter than a subway at peak hour. From the driver's seat, Amos remarked, "Technically, that driver just committed several traffic violations." "Let it slide," Reacher said, "and thanks for the assist." He stepped out of the car and walked forward. He rapped his knuckles on the Subaru's passenger window. The elderly driver inside stared rigidly ahead, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge the tap, a man held firm by his principles. After a prolonged moment, he finally, and with great reluctance, flicked his eyes to the right. His expression shifted to one of pure astonishment. He glanced back toward the police car's flashing lights, his face a mask of confusion. He simply couldn't make sense of it. Reacher pulled the door open and slid into the passenger seat. "She offered me a lift," he explained. "That's the whole story. She didn't intend to spook you. Ahead." The traffic light cycled back to green, and this time the queue began to move. The old man drove forward, one eye fixed on his rearview mirror. Behind them, Amos executed a wide U-turn around the intersection and headed back in the direction she had come. Reacher twisted in his seat to watch her depart. The old guy finally spoke, his voice edged with suspicion. "Why on earth would a police officer give you a ride?" "Protective custody," Reacher replied. "The people from that apple orchard were in town last night." The explanation appeared to put the man somewhat at ease. He gave a slow nod. "I warned you," he said. "That family doesn't believe in letting things drop back there when you took off," Reacher said. "That was a mistake. Running is never a smart play. The authorities always catch up in the end." "Were you a cop? Military police?" Reacher said. "A long time ago." "I know I shouldn't have run," the man admitted, his grip tightening on the wheel. "It's just an instinct, a hard old habit to break." He fell silent after that, simply concentrating on the road. Reacher scanned the passing traffic, no sign of a blue van. They took a left turn, then a right, their route seeming to trend north and west toward the general vicinity of the apple farm and the forgotten settlement of Ryantown. Reacher broke the quiet. "Were you able to set things up?" "They're expecting us. Appreciate it. Visiting hours begin at 10. "Perfect. The old gentleman's name is Mr. Mortimer." "Good to know," Reacher said. They reached the main highway leading out of town and 2 miles later turned left onto the road Reacher had noted the previous day, the road that led to that dry, desolate place. They followed it west, winding through patches of woods and past open fields. Reacher kept his gaze on the landscape outside his window. Far off to the right lay the property of Bruce Jones with his pack of a dozen dogs, followed by the sprawling orchards, and then the spectral overgrown ruins of Ryantown itself. He asked, "How much farther?" "Almost there," the driver replied. "Another 2 miles on." Reacher spotted a shape in the distance to the left, a new complex set in a raw, cleared field. There were long, low buildings arranged with sterile precision. Crisp black asphalt roads were striped with bright white paint. Neatly planted young trees stood looking frail and slender beside their gnarled wild neighbors. The buildings were featureless stucco boxes with metallic windows and white aluminum downspouts that bent sharply at the base to drain onto the grass. A sign at the main entrance mentioned assisted living. "This is the place," the old guy confirmed. The internal clock in Reacher's mind clicked over to 10 o'clock precisely. The third arrival was executed with the same quiet, self-sufficient precision as the first. The gentleman in question drove himself from a substantial home in a modest Pennsylvania town nestled in farming country. He began his journey in a car officially recorded as scrapped in western New York 4 months prior. His preparation had been meticulous and far in advance. He operated on the principle that preparedness was paramount. The entire route had been mentally rehearsed, every potential snag and complication examined and accounted for. He demanded readiness. His objectives were twofold and clear: avoid capture and arrive on time. The entire scheme was built on layers of anonymity, cutouts, and untraceability. It simply had to be. The first leg of the journey was a straight shot in the untraceable car to a contact's property tucked behind a gas station just off the Massachusetts Turnpike, west of Boston. They were connected through a separate, intensely private circle, a brotherhood bound by a specific shadowy passion. Their loyalty was absolute, almost ritualistic. If a brother needed something, it was provided without hesitation. The man's regular business was flipping fleet vehicles, picking them up at auction after their leases expired. They passed through his lot by the dozen in every condition imaginable. That day, 3 panel vans stood out. They were utterly forgettable, the kind of vehicle that simply disappears into the background. The best of the bunch was a well-kept dark blue model with faded gold lettering, repossessed from a bankrupt high-end carpet cleaning service in the city, a place that once handled Persian rugs, explaining the van's surprisingly good shape. The man from Pennsylvania transferred his gear, punched his destination into his phone's GPS, and headed north. The route led him up the interstate for a while before cutting off near Manchester, New Hampshire, pushing deeper into remote country past a town called Laconia, and that's where his nerve almost failed him. 2 police cruisers were parked conspicuously, their officers visually scanning every vehicle coming from the south. Their gazes locked onto him, or so it felt, with an intensity that suggested prior knowledge, like someone had tipped them off. A cold spike of panic drove him to swerve into an alley, jerking to a halt in a store's deserted loading bay. Hands unsteady, he pulled out his encrypted phone and logged into the secret webmail, the interface cluttered with unfamiliar characters. He scanned for a cancellation code, the community's prearranged emergency signal, some bland, innocent phrase that meant, abort everything. The garden party is postponed, or something equally mundane. There was nothing. He checked a second time. The inbox was empty. With a shaky breath, he reversed out and drove on, leaving the town and the cruisers behind. The tension drained away, replaced by a sudden swelling confidence. He was earning this, facing down the risks. The van carried him through dense woods and past rolling pastures dotted with horses and cattle. A shallow turn beckoned away through rows of apple trees, but his navigation insisted he stay straight. For 10 more miles the landscape opened up, then the forest closed in again, the trees crowding the narrow road until their branches met overhead, creating a tunnel of dappled green light. It felt like a separate, hidden world. His phone chimed, announcing the final turn was close. A half-mile ahead on the left, a thin track barely visible curling into the woods. He took it, the van jolting over broken asphalt. He felt a faint bump, probably a driveway alert wire tripping a bell somewhere ahead. 2 bumpy miles later, the trees gave way to a clearing. The motel sat directly ahead. A dusty Volvo wagon was parked outside room 3, as anonymous as his own van. A man lounged in a lawn chair outside room 5 with no car in sight. Outside room 10 sat a blue Honda Civic with odd, possibly foreign license plates. He met Mark inside the office for the first face-to-face introduction, after all their prior correspondence. He was assigned room 7, parked the van, the man in the lawn chair tracking his every move, and hauled his bags inside. After a moment, he stepped back out into the afternoon glare. He offered a curt nod toward the lawn chair, but then deliberately turned and walked the other way across the cracked lot toward room 10. This felt necessary, almost ceremonial, his first direct look. The window blind was drawn tight. An absolute silence emanated from within. Nothing was happening at all. Reacher considered the retirement home a modest yet earnest effort to offer a comfortable living environment. He appreciated it not for his own future, as he didn't anticipate reaching that age, but for others who might find peace there. The interior was cheerful and vibrant, the mood upbeat, if perhaps a touch rehearsed. At the front desk, a friendly woman greeted them with a peculiar practiced warmth, a tone tailored for visitors to such places as though they were a distinct category, not the grieving, but those bracing for loss. She gestured and informed them, "Mr. Mortimer is expecting you in the common area." Following the ponytailed man down a cheerful hallway, Reacher arrived at a pair of double doors. Inside, a neat ring of easy-clean armchairs held a single occupant. An elderly gentleman Reacher took to be Mortimer. His hair was fine and white, his skin so pale it seemed almost absent, making every vein and age spot vividly clear. Frail and slender, with the prominent ears of advanced age fitted with hearing aids, he sat upright with visible effort. His wrists were as thin as twigs. The room was otherwise empty, no staff, no other residents. The pony-tailed man approached, crouching to meet the old man at eye level. He extended a hand. "Mr. Mortimer, it's good to see you again. I hope you remember me." Mortimer took the offered hand. "Of course I remember you," he replied, his voice a fragile whisper. "I'd use your name, but you once warned me not to. You said walls have ears, that enemies could be anywhere. That was years ago. How did things turn out?" "Unresolved. Do you need my assistance once more? My associate, Mr. Reacher, would like to ask you about Ryantown." Mortimer nodded thoughtfully, his slow, watery eyes shifting until they settled on Reacher. After a moment of focus, he remarked, "There was a Reacher family in Ryantown." "The boy was my father," Reacher said. "Stan was his name." "Take a seat," Mortimer said. "My neck can't take the strain." Reacher sat in a chair opposite. Close up, Mortimer appeared no younger, yet a keen intelligence shone through. His frailty was purely physical. He raised a bent, bony hand like a caution. "I had relatives there," he said, his voice thin and raspy, moist with age. "We lived nearby, we'd visit back and forth, and sometimes we'd be left there when things got tough at home, or they'd be left with us. So I should tell you, my memories of Ryantown are likely spotty, especially compared to what you might be hoping to learn about your father as a boy or your grandparents. I was only an occasional visitor, but you recalled which children fell ill. Only because it was the talk of the whole county every single morning. It was like a public health alert. So-and-so has this, so-and-so has that. People were terrified. Polio was a threat. Children died from illnesses back then. So you needed to know who to avoid. Or sometimes the opposite. If you caught German measles, you'd be sent to play with all the little girls on purpose. If fresh asphalt was being laid somewhere, you were told to go breathe in the tar fumes to ward off tuberculosis. That's why I remember who got sick. People had some wild ideas in those days. Did Stan Reacher ever get sick?" The same gnarled hand lifted in warning. "His name never came up in those daily bulletins as far as I recall, but that doesn't prove I knew which boy he was. Everyone had cousins coming and going constantly. Kids were shuffled around whenever a family hit hard times. It was as busy as Grand Central Station. So what I'm saying is, there was always a rotating crowd of faces, especially children. I remember Mr. Reacher, the mill foreman. He was a known presence, a constant. But I couldn't swear in court which of the kids belonged to him. We all looked pretty much alike back then. You couldn't tell who lived where just by looking. They'd all come spilling out of the same apartment building door, maybe 9 kids from the foreman's place, I'd say, at least 8. There was one who could really play ball. I heard he went on to play semi-pro out in California. Would that be your dad? He was into bird watching." Mortimer went quiet for a moment. His faded eyes seemed to drift back through the years. Then he offered a slow, thoughtful smile, touched with a kind of melancholy wonder at life's odd twists. "You know," he said, "I'd clean forgotten about the bird watchers. Isn't that something you remember? And I don't. You must have quite a memory." "Not a real memory," Reacher said. "Not something I actually recall from back then. It's more of a deduction looking backward. I figure he started young. I know he'd joined a club by 16, but you said bird watchers? Was there more than one?" "There were 2 of them," Mortimer confirmed. "Who were they? My impression was one was a cousin, didn't live there full time, and the other did. But they were together a lot, thick as thieves. From what you're saying, one must have been Stan Reacher. I can see them now. Honestly, they made it kind of thrilling. First time I saw them, I was probably all set to give them grief for being soft. But for starters, I'd have needed an army. They were the toughest fighters you ever saw, and pretty soon, they had all of us doing it, taking turns with the binoculars. Happy as could be, we saw birds of prey one time. We watched an eagle snatch up something about the size of a small dog. Stan had binoculars? One of them did. Couldn't tell you for sure which one was Stan. My guess is the one who lived there full time. Can't swear to that either. I was in and out, pretty random. Sometimes one would be gone, or both. Whoever you were, you got sent away sometimes for better food to avoid some sickness going around, or just for a break. That's how it was. People came and went. I'm wondering how he could afford binoculars. Times were hard. I just figured they were stolen. Any reason in particular? No offense meant, Mortimer said. None taken. We were decent kids. We wouldn't smash a store window. But we also didn't ask too many questions if something turned up. Decent kids didn't get much otherwise. I suppose the idea of something worse was in our heads because of his father, whichever one was Stan. We all thought Mr. Reacher, the mill foreman, was a bit shady. So I guess we just assumed like father, like son, even though I didn't really know who Stan was. That's gossip for you. I was just visiting. It felt like local lore what made him seem shady. Everyone was scared of him, always hollering, swinging his fists, knocking folks down. Looking back, I suppose he drank. He thought people didn't like him because he was the foreman. He was half right. He just had the reason wrong. U.S. kids, we pinned all sorts of storybook villainy on him, like Blackbeard or something. No offense, you asked? Did he have a beard? Nobody had a beard. It'd catch fire in the mill. Do you remember when Stan left to join the Marines? Mortimer shook his head. Never heard about that. I'm a year or two older. I was already drafted by then. Where did you serve? New Jersey. They didn't need me. The war was winding down. They had too many men. They canceled the draft not long after. I never did a thing. Felt like a fraud every 4th of July parade. He shook his head again and looked off into the distance. Reacher asked, "Any other memories of Ryantown? Nothing too exciting. It was a hardscrabble place. People worked all day and slept all night." "What about Elizabeth Reacher, James Reacher's wife? That would be your grandmother." "Yes." "She sewed things," Mortimer said. "I recall that. Can you describe her?" Mortimer paused, then replied, "That's not an easy thing to do, isn't it? I wouldn't wish to be impolite. Would you have to be? Maybe it's best to say she was a private person and leave it there." "I never knew her." Reacher said, "She passed long before I came along. It makes no difference to me. We can speak plainly. Discussing your grandfather is one matter. He was a known figure, running the mill. Talking about your grandmother is something else entirely. How difficult was she? She was a stern woman, unfeeling. I never witnessed a smile from her. I never heard a kind word. She always appeared displeased, with a bitter expression. They were a matched pair. Those two." Reacher gave a slow nod. "Is there anything more you can share?" Mortimer fell silent for so long that Reacher wondered if age had finally caught up with him. But then the old man stirred, lifting that same gnarled hand, not in caution this time, but as if preparing to share a secret. "There is one thing," he said, "since you've stirred the memory and since your father might have been part of it. I recall a big fuss over a rare bird, a major event, first sighting in New Hampshire, or so they claimed. The local bird watchers wrote it up for their club records. One of them was serving as secretary then, though I can't say which. The report covered everything that might have affected the bird's presence. It was quite detailed. I think it even made it into a specialty magazine. The Associated Press noted it was the first time Ryantown got mentioned beyond the county line. What kind of bird? I can't recall. Shame, Reacher said. Must have caused quite a stir." Mortimer's hand rose again, animated. "You could look it up," he said. "Because of that birdwatching club, all their old records are kept at the library. They have an archive for those old groups. Part of local history, they say, part of the heritage. Myself, I preferred TV when it finally arrived." "Which library?" Reacher asked. "Laconia," Mortimer said. "That's where those clubs were based." Reacher nodded. "Probably takes forever to find anything in a place like that." "No, it's all right there," Mortimer insisted. "There's a large room downstairs with radial shelving like spokes on a wheel. The reference section, they can retrieve anything. You should go. You might learn about that bird. Maybe your father was the one who wrote the note. It's a 50-50 shot, him or the other boy. The main library downtown? That's the only one they've got." They left old Mr. Mortimer in his easy, clean chair and walked the quiet hallway back to the front desk. They signed out, the cheerful attendant waving them off with a smile. Outside, they headed to the aged Subaru. Reacher asked, "Are you familiar with the library in Laconia?" The man with the ponytail nodded. "Sure. Can you park close to the entrance?" "Why? So I can make a quick trip in and out." "It's not raining. Other considerations." "No," the man said. "It's a standalone building, looks almost like a small castle. You have to walk through the grounds." "How far?" "A couple of minutes." "How many people are usually in those gardens?" "On a day like this, a handful enjoying the sun. They know winter's on its way." "How close is the library to the police station?" "Sounds like you've got a situation, Mr. Reacher." Reacher waited a moment. "What's your name?" he asked. "You know mine, but I don't know yours." The man with the ponytail said technically, "It's the Reverend Patrick G. Burke." "You're a clergyman?" "At the moment, I'm between congregations." "For how long?" "About 4 decades." "Irish?" "My people were from County Kilkenny." "Ever go back?" "No," Burke said. "Now, tell me about this situation of yours." "The apple farmers aren't the only ones with a grievance against me. It seems I've managed to annoy someone in Boston as well. A different kind of family, which means a different kind of probable response. The police department up in Laconia isn't interested in having their streets turn into a scene from the St. Valentine's Day massacre. I've been politely asked to make myself scarce and stay out of town." "What did you do to the people in Boston?" "Your guess is as good as mine," Reacher replied. "It's been years since I set foot in Boston. Just who are you exactly?" "I'm a guy who saw a road sign and followed it. Right now, I'm eager to get moving. But before I do, I want to know what kind of bird that was." "Why does it matter?" "I don't know why. Why shouldn't it?" "Aren't you concerned about those people from Boston?" "Not particularly," Reacher said. "I doubt they'll be spending their afternoon at the public library quietly reading. It's the local police that are on my mind. I made a kind of promise not to return." "I don't like breaking a promise, especially to one officer in particular. She was military police, too." "But you're stuck on the bird since it's right there in front of us." Burke glanced away. "What is it?" Reacher asked. "I've never once seen a police officer in those library gardens," Burke said. "Not a single time. The odds are they'd never even know you were there. Now you're the one getting me into trouble. Live, free, or die." Burke quoted with a shrug. Reacher said, "Just be sure you park as close as possible." 20 miles to the north, Patty Sundstrom once more kicked off her shoes and stepped up onto the bed. She balanced carefully on the unsteady surface, shuffled sideways, and looked up to address the light fixture. "Please raise the window blind," she said, her voice firm. "Do it as a personal favor to me, and because it's the decent human thing to do." Then she climbed down and sat on the edge of the mattress to put her shoes back on. Shorty watched the window intently. They waited. "It's taking longer this time," Shorty mouthed silently. Patty merely shrugged, a knot of dread tightening in her stomach. They waited, but nothing changed. The blind remained down, trapping them in the dim, silent room. Patty had refused to turn on the electric light, even though it worked, preferring the gloomy quiet to its artificial glare. Suddenly, the TV turned on by itself. There was a faint crackle and hum as the circuitry woke up, and the screen flashed a bright, unnatural blue with a line of cryptic code, like a computer error you were never meant to see. The image then jerked sideways and was replaced by another picture. It was Mark. The screen showed him from the shoulders up, posed and waiting like a news reporter on location. He stood before a plain black wall, staring directly into the camera, staring right at them. He spoke, his voice emerging clearly from the TV speaker, as if from a regular program. "Guys, we need to talk about Patty's latest request." Patty said nothing. Shorty sat frozen, barely breathing. Mark continued. "I'm completely willing to raise the blind if that's truly what you want. But I'm concerned you might not enjoy the view as much on the second viewing. It would help me, ethically speaking, if I could double-check your positive consent." Patty stood up, her hands moving instinctively toward her shoes as if to climb back up. Mark said, "You don't need to get on the bed. I can hear you perfectly from there. The microphone isn't in the light." A cold realization washed over her. "Why are you keeping us here?" "We'll discuss that very soon, certainly before the end of the day. What do you want from us right now? All I need is your positive consent to raise the window blind." "Why on earth wouldn't we want that? Is that a yes? What is going to happen to us?" Her voice rose, edged with a fear she could no longer suppress. "We'll discuss that very soon, certainly before the end of the day. All we need right now is a decision on the window blind, up or down. Up." Patty said the word sharp and final. The TV turned itself off. The screen went dark, the circuitry gave a final static sigh, and a small red standby light glowed. Then, from inside the window unit, a motor whirred to life, and the blind began to rise, slow and steady, with a shaft of warm, glorious sunlight spilling in underneath. The view was unchanged. Their Honda, the empty lot, the grass, the dense wall of trees, but the way the late afternoon light fell across it was suddenly heartbreakingly beautiful. Patty leaned forward, resting her elbows on the sill and her forehead against the cool glass. She whispered more to herself than to Shorty. "The microphone is not in the light." Shorty hissed. "Patty, we're not supposed to be talking." "He said I didn't need to get on the bed," she murmured, her mind racing. "How did he know I got on the bed? How did he know I was about to do it again? Right that second, Patty? You're saying this stuff out loud," Shorty pleaded, his eyes wide with alarm. "It's not just a microphone in here," she said, the full, terrifying implication dawning on her. "He can see us. They have a camera in this room. They're observing us." "They've been observing us the entire time," Shorty asked. "A camera? How else would he know I just stood up, ready to get on the bed? He saw me do it." Shorty scanned the room. "Where is it?" he said. "I don't know," she replied. "What would it even look like?" "I'm not sure. It's a strange sensation. You think so? Were they watching while we were sleeping? I suppose they can watch whenever they please. Maybe it's in the light fixture," he suggested. Maybe that's what he meant. Maybe he was hinting the camera is in the light, not the microphone. Patty didn't respond. She pushed herself away from the windowsill and stepped back to the bed. She sat down beside Shorty, placing her hands on her knees and staring blankly ahead through the window. The Honda, the parking lot, the grass, the wall of trees. She didn't want to move a single muscle, not even her eyes. They were watching her. Then, directly in front of her, a man peeked into the window. He was outside on the boardwalk, craning his neck around, peeking in with one eye. Then he stepped more fully into view. He was a large man with gray hair and the deep tan of someone who spends a lot of time on golf courses. He stood squarely and stared with a frank, open gaze at her, at Shorty, back at her. Then he turned away and waved, beckoning and speaking words Patty couldn't hear through the soundproof glass, but it looked like he said, "Their blind is up now," in a tone that was both happy and triumphant. Another man stepped into view, and then another, all three men lined up at the window, shoulder to shoulder, an inch from the glass. They stared, judging and evaluating. Their eyes narrowed in contemplation, their lips pressed together. They began to form slow, satisfied half-smiles. They were pleased by what they saw. Patty said, "Mark, I know you can hear me." There was no response. She said, "Mark, who are these people?" His voice emanated from the ceiling. "We'll discuss that very soon," he said. "Certainly before the end of the day." Chapter 26. The library was a handsome structure built from red and white stone in a revival style that would have felt at home on either a college campus or in a theme park. As promised, it was surrounded on all sides by landscape gardens filled with trees, bushes, lawns, and flower beds. Reacher followed a paved path from a gate near where Reverend Burke had parked the Subaru. Inside the gardens, people were strolling, sitting on benches, or lying flat on the grass. No one looked out of place. No one stood out. There were no police in sight. Up ahead, on the street beyond the gardens and the building, was a white panel van parked at the curb, diametrically opposite the Subaru on the other side of the square. It had ice blue lettering on the side, each letter topped with a stylized loaf of snow, an air conditioning repair company. Reacher walked on. Burke had said it would take 2 minutes, a wild overestimate. It was going to be closer to 50 seconds. So far, 4 people had passed him on the narrow, winding path, coming almost cheek to cheek, and 4 others had watched him from their static positions on benches and lawns. 3 more had paid him no attention, eyes closed or lost in a daydream. He climbed the steps and went through the door. The lobby was fashioned from the same red and white stone inside as out, granite, he thought, in the same ornate style. He found the stairway to the basement and emerged in a large underground room with shelves arranged like the spokes of a wheel. The reference section, just as old Mr. Mortimer had promised. "They get anything," he had said. A woman sat at a desk, half hidden behind a computer screen. She was maybe 35, with long black hair and a cascade of tiny curls. She looked up and said, "Can I help you?" "The Birdwatching Club," Reacher said. "Someone told me you keep the old records." The woman tapped on her keyboard. "Yes," she said. "We have those. What years are you looking for?" Reacher had never known Stan when he wasn't a bird watcher. There was no distinct before and after, but neither was there in the way Stan talked about it. He had always sounded like someone who had been a bird watcher forever, which seemed entirely plausible. A sudden unbidden memory surfaced of Stan once getting absurdly excited over a rare sparrow during a rainy camping trip, his enthusiasm undampened by the mud and the cold. Many people discover a passion that stays with them from childhood. He could have become part of that group immediately, yet as a boy he wouldn't have been handed the responsibility of keeping the official notes. The hobbyist publications wouldn't have regarded him as a credible contributor. He wouldn't have been voted into the secretary role. That recognition came much later. As a beginning, Reacher suggested 4 straight years to the woman, spanning from Stan's 14th birthday until he departed for the Marines. "Have a seat," she told him. "I'll get them for you." He settled into a study carrel, one of many arranged in rows in the middle of the space. In just a few minutes, the woman returned with the archives. That was a full quarter faster than Elizabeth Castle could have produced a property record. He made a mental note to mention that if their paths crossed again, the archives consisted of 4 substantial ledgers with marbled covers in a deep red, now blotched and dulled by the years. Each volume was over an inch thick, their page edges also marbled with swirling, delicate designs. Inside, the numbered pages were lined, brittle, and faded, filled with precise fountain pen script that had bled to a faint, watery blue with age. "Should I be using white cotton gloves?" he inquired. "No," the woman replied. "That's a common misconception. Usually they cause more damage than protection." She returned to her desk. He opened the initial ledger. It picked up where the previous one must have ended. During the year, Stan turned 13. The first page of the new book launched directly into the minutes of the subsequent gathering, held in a private room of a downtown eatery. Stan Reacher was not recorded as being there. A considerable portion of the meeting was consumed by a debate over whether to alter the club's name. At the time, it was called the Society of Laconia Birdwatchers. One faction believed the Laconia Audubon Society sounded more refined and academic, more professional, less like a casual pastime. Extensive discussion followed, but no decision was reached. Stan Reacher was also absent from the next meeting, which appeared to have squandered ample time on a member passionately advocating for a restatement of the club's core mission. This individual insisted the primary goal should be the meticulous upkeep of a definitive list of skilled binocular repair technicians, which he argued would provide the greatest benefit to the membership. Reacher was relieved Stan had missed that one. The boy would have required a level of patience far exceeding anything he ever showed as a grown man. He set the first book aside and picked up the second, an identical volume. Flipping it open randomly near the center, he found a handwritten report on hummingbird migration. It was titled as a proceedings report, authored very tidily by someone named A.B. Smith. The piece resembled an academic paper summarizing existing research before cautiously proposing a new theory at the conclusion. It pondered how a hummingbird chick could hatch in North America and then, entirely alone, navigate 2,000 miles to land on a target no larger than a dinner napkin. Mr. or Ms. Smith concluded the creature must be born with a hardwired instinct, inherited directly from its parent and transmitted through some mysterious yet undiscovered cellular process. DNA, Reacher thought. That answer was still 2 decades away. He already knew how that story ended. He reached for the third ledger, opening it at random and skimming forward. Within a minute, he located the meeting where his father was elected secretary. There it was, Stan Reacher. Nem con, an abbreviation of the Latin nemine contradicenti, meaning no one spoke against it, which really meant nobody else wanted the job. The reason was obvious, but Stan gradually took command. Meetings became more efficient. Conversation shifted more toward actual birds and less about names or equipment maintenance. The fountain pen handwriting was orderly, but it wasn't Stan's, not even an early, unformed version. He must have delegated the note-taking duty. It was a habit that followed him, a principle he'd later cite to explain why the Marine Corps employed clerks. Yet the content of the minutes echoed his voice. The secretary promptly declared a topic unsuitable for discussion. The secretary imposed a strict 2-minute limit on debating a motion. In essence, be quiet and be quick. Some things never change. Reacher leafed through the pages, meeting after meeting, then another official report. There were maps and sketches and charts, all carefully drawn in. Colored pencil blocks of text were written in ink. The title, neatly printed, read an historic sighting over Ryantown, New Hampshire. The article was formally submitted by S. Reacher and W. Reacher, the bird-watching boys. Both Reachers, probably cousins, just as old Mr. Mortimer had mentioned. Everyone had cousins coming and going. Maybe their fathers were brothers living close by, or they were second cousins, or once removed, whatever that meant when family trees got tangled. Stan and who? William, Walter, Warren, Wesley, Winston, or maybe Winthrop or Wilbert. The bird was identified as a rough-legged hawk. It was believed to have vanished, but it returned. No question about the identification. The name itself was a clue. It wasn't an easy bird to misidentify. The real mystery was why it came back. According to SNW Reacher, the answer was vermin. Towns like Ryantown drew rats and mice like a magnet where they were usually poisoned, leaving the hawks with little to eat or killing them through tainted prey. Naturally, the survivors fled, not returning until years later when the government began requisitioning all sorts of essentials for the war effort: steel, rubber, aluminum, gasoline, and also, as it happened, rat poison. The military needed it all, for reasons left unstated. None was left for civilians, like so many things. The result was that Ryantown's rats and mice grew fat and thriving. So the hawks hurried back from wherever they'd waited out the chemical onslaught and got back to business, respectfully submitted. W. Reacher wasn't noted as attending the next meeting or the one before. Reacher flipped forward and back through the pages and never spotted the name again. Not on committees, not in the membership rolls, not at outings or events. Cousin W. clearly wasn't a joiner. Reacher shut the book. The woman at the desk asked, "Find what you were looking for." "It was a rough-legged hawk," Reacher said, "in Ryantown, New Hampshire." "Really?" She sounded genuinely surprised. "Because the rat poison ran out," he explained. "A sudden surplus of prey. I'd say it's a solid, integrated theory. No, I mean it's incredible. Someone else was looking at that exact article about a year back. I remember it was about 2 boys a long time ago. They documented the hawk and wrote up an explanation. It got reprinted in an old magazine not long after. She tapped at her keyboard. Actually, it was more than a year ago. It was an ornithologist from the university. He'd seen the historic reprint but wanted to check the original handwritten manuscript for accuracy. We chatted a bit. He mentioned he knew one of the participants, one of the boys. I think he said he was related to both of them. How old was this guy? Not old. Obviously, the boys were from an earlier generation, great-uncles or something. The stories had been passed down. He had stories? Some were pretty fascinating. Which university? New Hampshire, she said, down in Durham. Can I get his name and number? Not without a good reason. We might be related, too. One of those boys was my father. The woman wrote down the name and number. Reacher folded the paper and tucked it into his back pants pocket beside Brenda Amos's business card. He asked, "Want me to shelve the books for you?" "That's my job," she replied. He thanked her and headed back up the stairs to the lobby. He paused for a moment. His business in town was finished. There was nothing left to see. On impulse, he crossed to the main staircase. Set inside a broad tower like something from a castle, he climbed to the second-floor windows for a final survey. It was a perfect vantage point. The Subaru sat about 60 yards off, a small and unremarkable shape still parked and waiting. Reacher crossed the hall and looked the other way. The air conditioning truck was there, its lettering frosted white with 3 figures standing beside it. At that distance, they looked small, but up close they wouldn't. Every passerby seemed dwarfed by them. They wore one-piece jumpsuits that appeared tight and slightly short in the sleeves. He wished for binoculars like the man in the committee meeting had used. Did HVAC technicians really need to be that large? Probably not. If anything, being compact would help with attics and crawl spaces. These 3 looked restless. Reacher moved to the left-hand window beyond some trees and bushes. A quiet street stretched out. A police officer stood on the sidewalk just before the 4-way stop, crouched in that unmistakable posture of someone armed and holding back from a corner, waiting for the order to advance that suggested coordination. With whom? He crossed to the right-hand window and saw a mirror image. More greenery, another quiet street, another cop poised to roll around the corner and take aim. Back at the center window, he studied the streets radiating out behind the truck. Plenty of parked cars dotted the curbs, some plain base models, the kind bought by cheapskates or used as unmarked police vehicles. The 3 guys were likely surrounded, but not by an overwhelming force. Solo officers on each flank meant no more than 2 others anywhere else. 4 people, maximum. A very light deployment. Returning to the left window, he saw the cop inching forward, no doubt listening to a countdown in his earpiece. The right window showed the same scene, perfectly synchronized seconds remained. It was a terribly bad plan. Amos couldn't have been involved, nor Shaw, he'd seemed smart enough. This had to be some uniformed captain's blunder on the right. The cop swung around the corner. Reacher hurried across the hall. The same happened on the left, a truly awful plan. He rushed back to the center window just in time to see the 3 air-conditioning guys do the only thing they needed to. They clambered through a flower bed and stepped into the library gardens. In one move, they turned the physical situation inside out, like peeling off a t-shirt. Now everyone else was behind them. Ahead and all around lay a risk of collateral damage so high it was prohibitive. A smart chess move, mate in 2. They kept walking, slow and deliberate, always aware of the geometry around them, clearly not their first rodeo. Behind them, the police response was halfway competent. The foot officers sprinted back down the side streets to retake the flanks, while 2 more cops ran up from farther back and fanned out, staying on the street to establish a cordon, 1 officer per side of the square. Common sense said the 3 would have to come out eventually, but for now they kept strolling straight ahead. By then they were about halfway to the library, moving with an infuriating leisure. It made sense. Their next obvious move was to reverse direction at high speed and turn the situation inside out all over again. If they did it soon, they could make it back to their van almost completely unopposed. The cops weren't ready yet. Then they could get the hell out of Dodge. Could 3 squad cars stop them? Probably not yet. They didn't reverse. They kept coming, still strolling, now 3/4 of the way to the library. Reacher hustled from window to window. The cops were in position, 1 per side, weapons drawn near each gate, but each also mindful that the trio hadn't used a gate to get in. Any low flower bed would do. They knew they were keeping their eyes open. Not the worst Reacher had ever seen. The 3 men kept on strolling. Did they have another way out waiting up ahead? 3 men could have arrived in separate vehicles, parked strategically around the area, or perhaps the black Chrysler was their backup plan. It did have 3 empty seats after all, but there was no trace of it now. Not in the first window he checked, or the second, or the third, or the fourth. The trio kept walking, moving closer to the library. Maybe they had an interest in architecture or the Romanesque color patterns. the red New Hampshire granite striped with white Maine granite, intricate and reminiscent of buildings in Rome or Florence. Reacher leaned forward, watching them ascend the steps right below him. He retreated to the top of the staircase and observed as they entered the lobby. They were clearly pretending. Their jumpsuits were far too tight, probably borrowed for the occasion along with the van. No doubt someone was calling in a favor. Each stood around 6'2", broad-shouldered with large hands and feet, thick necks, and faces as hard and clenched as fists. They looked to be in their early 40s. This wasn't their first time. 2 had black hair, 1 was gray. They strolled in as if they might walk straight through and out the other side, which made geometric sense given the layout of the gardens, but they didn't. They stopped dead in the center of the lobby. Maybe they wanted to check out a book, or maybe not. It's possible the black Chrysler had finally been pulled over, a minor traffic violation, a lapse in concentration, or an old Massachusetts warrant could have done it. While Reacher had been downstairs reading about the rough-legged hawk, Chief Shaw might have been working the phones again. He'd already built a rapport. Standard procedure would mean the decoy in the Chrysler got a last-second warning before being taken down. In that case, these 3 would assume he'd give them up. That's just common operational sense. Hope for the best, but plan for the worst, and not just Reacher's strategy. Now they'd make their own moves. A crowded public building was a smart first step. It gave them room to breathe, since police would proceed with caution. But in a worst-case scenario, it also worked as a second, third, or fourth step. The place could withstand a siege. It offered a ready supply of hostages. Maybe they'd start with city employees for extra leverage. Picture a long, tense standoff. TV cameras lining the streets, negotiators on the phone, pizza delivered in exchange for the oldest librarian. How likely was that? Not very. But again, plan for the worst. We don't want trouble here. Better to cut it off early. Reacher took 3 steps down, his boots loud on the stone in a deliberate rhythm. All 3 men looked up, first from habit, then with surprise, then wary recognition. Reacher held up his right hand, knuckles out. That seemed to mean nothing to them. Maybe they hadn't reached the same conclusions as Amos and Shaw. Maybe their reasoning hadn't gone that far. They seemed to prefer relying on basic biometric data: height, weight, eye color, hair, last seen wearing. In Reacher's case, that combination wasn't common. Hence the recognition, wary because they were already out on a limb. Their mission had failed. It could only get worse from here, but they were trained not to quit. That type driven by some ancient competitive instinct. That's why Reacher stayed on the stairs. They had to look up at him, and he was bigger than them anyway. Let their competitive instincts wrestle with that. All around, people melted away instantly like oil separating from water, a different ancient instinct. Reacher had seen it countless times outside bars, on sidewalks, on dance floors, a crackle of aggression, and suddenly a wide perimeter opens up. And that's exactly what happened. Suddenly the lobby was empty, no one else remained except for the 4 men who had a stake in this. 3 were on the lower floor and 1 was partway up the staircase. They had ditched their weapons back in the vehicle, Reacher figured, when they decided to cut and run. Their work coveralls were snug, tailored for much slimmer frames. The material was pulled taut. Any substantial metal objects would have created obvious bulges in their pockets, plain as day, like seeing through them with an X-ray. Up close, it was clear they were unarmed. They advanced another step. Reacher caught a flash of sudden inspiration in their eyes, a spark of pure delight. He understood why. To them, he was a 2-for-1 special, a civilian hostage to ensure their safe exit from town, and also the very target their superiors had originally demanded. He was a win on both fronts of the transaction, but then they paused. Again, Reacher knew the reason. Having left their guns behind, they faced the challenge of subduing an unarmed man, a 3-against-1 advance up the stairs, not a huge tactical puzzle. The real issue was the probable casualty rate. It was likely to hover around 33%. That's a neat clinical figure to jot down in some war planning memo, coolly and impersonally, in dry bureaucratic prose. It's a whole other thing to stare it in the face, up close and personal, when you're the one living out that plan. The guy in front was absolutely going to get a boot to the teeth. No question, they knew it. This wasn't their first time at the dance. Missing teeth, a shattered jaw, who volunteered to be that front man. They hesitated. Reacher decided to give them a hand. He descended one more step, a subtle shift. He was still above them, still larger, but now closer. Maybe close enough for them to rush him all at once, a coordinated swarm, so much crowding and pressure that there wouldn't truly be a front man or a back man or anyone in the middle. They'd merge into a single new species of creature, massive, weighing in at 600 pounds with 6 fists and 6 feet. That plan might have worked if Reacher had stayed on that lower step, but he didn't. They charged, and he stepped right back up to his previous position, and he drove his foot into the face of the nearest man. Then he pivoted and slammed his elbow into the guy on the left, whirled back and caught the one on the right with the same elbow on the return swing. Gravity and the unyielding New Hampshire granite of the steps did the rest. All 3 men collapsed backward in a loose, tangled heap, bones rattling, skulls cracking against the stone. Afterward, the last one down seemed the least worse off. He was still twitching. So Reacher stepped down and delivered one sharp, decisive kick to his head. Just the one, the bare minimum, but it was solid. A message to discourage any further involvement in the proceedings. Then the lobby door swung open, and Brenda Amos walked in. Amos was in street clothes naturally, given her detective role, but it was more than that. She was playing a part. She wasn't a cop easing in slowly, alert and ready. She was an everyday person breezing in quickly without a single worry. She was undercover, no question she had volunteered, or maybe even insisted, why not? Somebody had to tidy up somebody else's disaster. She'd been a military cop. What else was she suited for? She carried a handbag. It looked pricey. Probably a counterfeit seized from a street market inside would be her badge and her service weapon, maybe an extra magazine. But on the surface, there was no hint of it. She was just a woman who might be on her way to lunch, popping in to pick up a book. She was bright, a little distracted and cheerful. Then abruptly, she wasn't. She froze, Reacher said. I suppose this looks like one heck of a coincidence. She looked at the men sprawled on the floor. Then her gaze shifted to him. She stayed silent. He knew why. She couldn't decide which emotion was winning. Was she furious or relieved? Both, naturally. She was definitely furious with him. No doubt about it. 100%. But also her immediate problems were now solved because given the new situation, her insufficient 4-person team was suddenly as effective as a full armored division. All they had to do was slap cuffs on 3 groaning, disoriented men. That made her relieved with precisely the same intensity. A full, solid 100%, which then made her furious all over again, this time at herself for feeling relief about such a grim outcome. My apologies, Reacher said. I needed to get some information about a bird. I'll be on my way now. You need to, she said. Apologize, he asked. Leave now, she clarified. This was convenient, but it was reckless. They'll respond, she said. Because they follow a certain protocol? Next time, they'll send someone more capable. That's what I'd expect. I mean it, she insisted. This isn't good for either of us. I have what I came for, he replied. I'm leaving. How? In the Subaru? It's parked outside, or at least it was 5 minutes ago. You might have frightened it off again like before. Amos pulled a radio from her bag and checked. A moment later, a voice crackled through the static, maybe Davison's, confirming the Subaru was still idling at the curb, driver in place. She thanked him and shut the radio off. Her gaze drifted back to the men on the floor. Why did they come in here? My guess is they wanted a place to change out of those jumpsuits. After that, they could have split up in street clothes and melted into the crowd. That would have been the smart move. But in case their intentions were worse, I decided it was safer to act first. Amos stayed quiet, still weighing whether she was furious or relieved. Then she got back on the radio, ordering all 4 patrol officers to drop what they were doing and head straight for the library immediately. To Reacher, she said, you need to get in that Subaru right now and leave town, take the quickest route out, and not return. She hesitated. Not any time soon, she finally answered. Reacher stepped over an outstretched arm and leg, then retraced his path along the paved walkway. People strolled past, some lounged on benches, others stretched out on the grass. He exited through the gate, crossed the sidewalk, and tapped lightly on the Subaru's window before sliding inside. Burke glanced over. "Did you find what you needed?" "It was a rough-legged hawk," Reacher said. "Glad you know. Thanks. I just saw cops running into the gardens. First time ever, right when I told you it never happens. Maybe there was a major emergency, or someone skipped out on a fine. I can take you to the highway now if you want." "No," Reacher said. "I'm heading back to Ryantown. One last look. You shouldn't come. Drop me at the end of the road. No need for you to get mixed up in this." "You shouldn't either, especially not there. They'll be waiting." "I'd hope so," Reacher repeated, a dry edge in his tone. "I more or less said I'd come back. I prefer to be taken as a man who keeps his word. The highway would be smarter. I'm guessing you haven't always thought that way, a few times at least, maybe starting 40 years ago." Burke didn't answer. He started the car and merged into traffic, taking a turn Reacher recognized as the route toward Ryantown. As they drove, Reacher felt the crisp fold of paper in his back pocket, the note from the librarian, the ornithologist from the university in Durham. With his name and number, he pulled it out. "Do you have a cell phone?" "An old one," Burke said. "It works sometimes. Mind if I use it?" Burke fished it from his pocket and handed it over without looking, eyes fixed on the road. The phone was a bulky relic shaped like a small coffin with actual buttons. Reacher turned it on. The signal was strong enough in town, and dialed the ornithologist's number. It rang repeatedly before an assistant picked up. The professor was in a meeting and couldn't be disturbed. Reacher left a message. Ryantown, the hawk, the rat poison theory, and that E.S. of 80s and W. Reacher was his father. He mentioned the number might be reachable for another hour or two, and they could connect later if needed. After ending the call, he handed the phone back. Burke took it and said, "You know, it might have been tin causing the issue, not rat poison." The birds returned when production was at its peak. During the war, when the mill was operating around the clock at full capacity, precisely. Back when the government was the primary buyer, standards were strictly enforced, no impurities permitted. The entire operation became far more streamlined, efficiency was pushed to the limit, which meant waste dropped dramatically. I believe it was the rat poison. Because your father wrote that down. Because it's the logical explanation. Why would the government stockpile rat poison in the first place? "I've seen how this story ends," Reacher replied. The military anticipated that eventually they'd need vast warehouses, hundreds of square miles spread across dozens of countries stuffed with food, clothing, and everything else rodents love. So somebody put in an order well in advance, along with thousands of other odd items they imagined they might someday require. That's the military's specialty. Some of that material is still sitting in storage today, scattered all over the globe. They continued driving, emerging from the woods and passing the first of the open horse pastures. The fourth arrival's journey was just as elaborate as the second. Once again, it relied on private air travel, which at a certain tier remained as untraceable as catching a cab. Ironically, the real anonymity wasn't found at the top with polished Gulf Streams and executive terminals, but down in the gritty lower tier, grass-strip airfields and beat-up prop planes that hopped from field to field like airborne taxis. These aircraft flew low enough to avoid most logging requirements, flight plans, or passenger manifests. Everything was done by sight. No need to contact a control tower. You didn't even need a radio. By daisy-chaining 2, 3, or 4 such flights, a person could cover impossible distances in total secrecy. That was the method the fourth arrival used. His final landing was at a small flying club near Plymouth, New Hampshire, where he originated nobody could trace. Stephen had attempted to follow his digital trail but hit a wall. One moment the signal appeared to come from NASA in Houston, Texas, the next from the Kremlin in Moscow, then from Buckingham Palace in London. It was clever software designed for someone who valued discretion and could afford the best, which this man clearly could. Stephen drove out to meet him. The first thing he noticed was the bag holding his payment, a plain, soft leather duffel, nothing fancy, no monogram. It was meant to be anonymous and disposable. Stephen had imagined two approaches. Some guys would meticulously count out bricks of cash, handing them over one by one to make it feel more tangible. Others would simply drop a bag and walk away without a word, playing it cool. This was the latter. The man had two additional soft bags, slightly nicer, plus two hard cases. Stephen helped unload, though the stranger insisted on handling the heavier items himself. He was a lean, sturdy figure, maybe 60, with snow-white hair and a face weathered to a brick-red hue. Dressed in worn jeans and scuffed boots, he looked like he belonged out west, Montana, Wyoming, maybe Colorado. Definitely not Houston, Moscow, or London. They loaded everything into the Mercedes and headed south on a road winding mostly through forest. The man stayed silent. Half an hour later, they turned onto the unmarked track between the frost-heaved posts, rolling over the buried bell wire before entering the tree-lined tunnel. 2 miles and 10 minutes after that, the man was placing his bags in his room. He stepped back out onto the boardwalk into the parking area and surveyed a small cluster of other men who had begun to gather nearby. They drifted closer like an informal welcoming committee, the early arrivals, the first ones in. So far there were 3. They exchanged nods, a wordless introduction. They began to converse, starting with how each had arrived, a safe, neutral topic. Details were shared, a mix of guardedness and casual openness. One man, pale and lean in a red plaid shirt, mentioned he'd come down in a Volvo wagon, gesturing toward the vehicle parked outside his door. He hinted he spent most of the year in a secluded house in the woods. Though perhaps 70 and not normally chatty, he seemed energized, almost feverish, with a slight dampness around his lips. The fourth arrival guessed he was from Maine. Saying drove down meant he lived north. The Vermont plates on his car were likely fake, a cover for the other big state up there. The second man didn't name his home, but spun a lengthy tale involving charter flights and forged licenses, his speech peppered with every vocal nuance that betrayed long years in South Texas. He wasn't a native, maybe 50, solidly built and polite in a country courteous way, yet just as visibly keyed up, trembling with the same restless excitement. The third man was strikingly handsome, built like an athlete, a tennis player perhaps, loose-limbed and rangy, the type who peaked in college and hadn't declined since. He carried an easy confidence, as if accustomed to being admired. He claimed he'd driven up in a car that didn't exist and finished the last leg in a van, pointing to one loaded with Persian carpets, based on his accent manner and the implied route. The fourth man placed him from western New York or Pennsylvania. "Have you seen them yet?" the fourth man asked. The second guy answered, "Their blind is up, but right now they're hiding in the bathroom." "What are they like?" "They look great. Can you be more specific?" "I think they're going to be real interesting." The man from Maine took over. "They're both 25, strong and healthy. They seem to have a close bond. We reviewed some tapes. She gets impatient with him sometimes, but he catches up. They solve problems together. She's the brains, no question," the second man added. "Are they good-looking?" "Plain," the handsome guy said. "Not ugly. Both have muscle. He's a farmer. She works at a sawmill. They're Canadian, so they had decent health care growing up. You could call her strapping. That fits her. Him, not so much. His name's Shorty for a reason. He's compact, but high quality. I have to say, I was very pleased when I saw them." "Me too," said the man from Maine. "I told you," the second man replied. "They look great. How many more players will there be?" "2 more," the guy said, "for a total of 6, if they make it." The fourth man nodded. Rules were rules. If you arrived late, you never arrived at all. Room 10 is occupied. The clock started ticking from the beginning with a strict cutoff. No excuses, no exceptions. That explained the daisy-chained air taxis and those impossible distances. He asked, "Why is there no window in their bathroom?" "Don't need one," the second man said. "There are cameras in there. Go over to the house and see for yourself." Chapter 28. Reverend Patrick G. Burke insisted on driving as far as his restraining order allowed. which took them all the way to the decades-old fence where the road simply ended. He said he would wait there. Reacher told him it wasn't necessary, but Burke was adamant. In return, Reacher insisted he turn the car around, nose out, not in, poised for a quick escape in forward gear if things went south. Turning around in the tight fence space required a tedious back-and-forth, shoulder-to-shoulder maneuvering, but eventually it was done. The Subaru now sat like a dragster at the starting line, ready to go. Reacher made it clear Burke should leave the engine idling. Sure, it wasted gas and wasn't great for the environment, but it beat the panic of a stalled engine or a key that wouldn't turn when seconds counted. If things went sideways, that instant getaway could be the difference. Burke gave a tense nod. Then Reacher laid down the real rule. If Burke's gut said run, he should run. No hesitation, no looking back, not even a split second of doubt. Don't overanalyze it, Reacher said, his voice low. If they're coming for you, it means I'm already done, and you do not want to meet them. Burke stayed silent, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. I'm serious, Reacher pressed. He didn't wait for a reply. He pushed the car door open and stepped out into the heavy afternoon. The air hadn't changed. It still carried the cloying sweetness of overripe fruit and the dusty scent of parched grass. The same insect drone vibrated in his ears. High above, a hawk circled on a thermal. Two others hung in the distant haze, each ruling its own separate slice of sky, no trespassing. Just like every territorial tough guy he'd ever known. Stan would have called it classic raptor behavior. Reacher fixed his eyes forward and started walking, deliberately not looking toward the top of the rise where someone might be watching. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Let them make the first move. He reached the middle of the orchard, the spot where he'd knocked the kid down the day before. The grass was a little trampled, maybe, but that was it. No dramatic evidence, no TV show clues, just the real world, forgetful and indifferent. He walked on, undisturbed, all the way to the second fence marking the town line. Everything was still and silent. When he glanced back, there was nothing. He climbed over Iontown, New Hampshire, felt even colder in the shadows. The air here was damp and carried a deeper, earthier decay. He moved down what was left of Main Street, weaving between spindly volunteer trees and stumbling over displaced cobblestones, past the skeletal remains of the church and the schoolhouse. His destination was the Four Flats, specifically the right-hand foundation. In the far back corner where the kitchen had been, a single cracked tile remained. He tried to imagine the scene. His grandfather, a roaring, clean-shaven pirate, probably half-drunk and throwing fists, his grandmother perpetually bitter, her mouth a tight line, angrily sewing linens for a bed she'd never own, and his father, was he the quiet boy in the corner staring out at a busy patch of sky, dreaming of escape. Your dad joined the Marines at 17? Carter Carrington had said, got to be a reason. He stood there for a long minute saying a silent final goodbye to the ghosts in the mortar. Then he turned and picked his way back through the rubble, out to the empty street. The silence was absolute. He started back up Main Street and paused at the school. From here, the road curved to meet the church. If not for 60 years of wild growth, the view would have been wide open, a perfect frame of sky. Maybe this was their spot. Maybe the binoculars they used were school property, bought with a county grant or rescued from a thrift store by a teacher who gave a damn, not something to be taken lightly. He moved on, past the church ruins, and reached the boundary fence. Ahead lay the orchard, and 100 yards away the parked Subaru. It was still there, a small reassuring shape in the distance. Between him and the car, only two things broke the monotony of the overgrown land. The far one was the car itself. The nearer one was Burke, a tense silhouette behind the wheel, waiting. He stood in the gap behind his car, just inside the fence line, bouncing on his heels and waving one arm frantically. About 50 yards ahead, a line of 5 men blocked the overgrown path through the orchard, spread shoulder to shoulder across its width. High above, a hawk traced slow, patient circles. Reacher vaulted the fence, leaving the wild, mossy ground for the neat rows of pruned apple trees. The 5 men ahead didn't move. They stood rigid, like a barbershop quintet waiting for their cue. The one in the center was the largest, the bass. If this were a singing group, Reacher was certain he hadn't seen him before. To the big man's right stood the older fellow, better dressed, with grayer hair. The other three were familiar faces from the previous night, minus the one who'd been dealt with. They were sturdy, but carried none of the hardened bearing that came from military or prison time. Reacher continued forward. They held their ground. Far behind them, Burke kept hopping and waving. The warning, if that's what it was, seemed pointless by the time Reacher saw it. He'd already seen the threat itself. Maybe it was tactical advice, some frantic pantomime about what to do next. Reacher couldn't decipher it and doubted he'd need it. Burke didn't strike him as the brawling type. More likely it was just nervous energy. Reacher kept walking. The center man was built like a heavyweight wrestler, broad shoulders, a thick neck, a torso that made his limbs seem short. Probably a college star who never made the big leagues. Now here he was, picking apples 20 yards out. The wrestler's small, deep-set eyes showed no expression. He looked passive, almost detached. Maybe that's why he hadn't gone further. Too bad for him, he'd been warned. He'd taken the spot knowing what might happen. He could have said no, 15 yards. The older guy darted glances at his men, excitement and a threat of anxiety warring in his expression. This was supposed to be easy, a sure thing, but he couldn't shake a creeping doubt. Reacher saw it plainly and fed it with his own steady advance, the long, loose stride. The hands relaxed, his gaze locked on primitive signaling. It was working 10 yards out. The older man's unease turned to calculation. His face showed he was scrambling for a backup plan, new orders ready on his lips. That made him a valid target, soft and 50-something or not. He was calling the shots. Rules were rules, he'd have to face it too. As for the other three, Reacher figured they'd likely turn and run. At least they'd step back, hands raised, stumbling over some excuse about how this wasn't their idea. Loyalty only went so far, especially when it was to jerks offering nothing but grunt work. They'd bolt. With 5 yards left, Reacher knew the value of both flexibility and a solid plan, and in his experience it was a coin toss which one you'd actually use. This time the plan was simple. Don't slow down, hit full speed, and drive his forehead straight into the wrestler's face mid-stride. That would cover everything: surprise, overwhelming force, and a good dose of shock and awe with a tidy ethical bonus. It would perfectly position the older guy for a left hook, Reacher's less dominant hand, which was about as merciful as he could manage under the circumstances, but flexibility won out. Because of the wrestler, the guy dropped into what he must have thought was a combat stance. It looked more like a pose for a yearbook photo, as if some imaginary photographer was yelling at him to bring the drama, maybe for the local paper's front page, under a headline like, "High School Hero Claims Victory." He was giving it his all, but the effect was underwhelming. He resembled a chubby kid play-acting as a grizzly bear with stubby arms held out like claws, knees bent, feet planted wide. So Reacher adjusted the plan on the fly. West Point would have approved. He kept the core strategy but changed the tactics. He never slowed his charge. He arrived at full velocity. But instead of a headbutt, he drove his foot upward in a vicious scything kick, taking advantage of the wide stance. It connected with brutal force and momentum, a kick that would have sent a football sailing out of the stadium. The result was a mixed bag. The good part, it put him exactly where he needed to be, poised to throw that left hook, which he did. It wasn't a picture-perfect punch by any classical measure, more of a short, whipped-in clout, but it was brutally effective. Bang! The older guy went down sideways, his command officially terminated. The bad part, the wrestler was wearing an athletic cup. Smart kid, he'd read the situation and come prepared. Even so, he'd taken a serious shot, like a blunt cookie cutter slamming into tough, gristly dough. He wasn't out of the fight, though. He was still on his feet, stomping in a pain circle, breathing hard. There was shock, sure, but not enough awe, which meant the other three didn't run. They didn't retreat with their palms out. Instead, they crowded forward a step, forming a protective wall to let their quarterback recover behind them. Reacher thought, damn, The unpredictability of chance. He should have stuck with the original plan. The guy wasn't wearing a football helmet after all. He wanted to step back and reset the geometry, but he refused. That would send the wrong message. So he hit the guy crowding nearest, a solid shot to the gut that doubled him over, face to knees, retching and gasping. Reacher followed up with an elbow chopped down hard against the back of the man's head, planting him face first in the grass. Game over for him. Without a pause, Reacher stepped left and lined up the next guy. No point in standing around chatting. Better to just set them up and knock them down. But the next guy was shoved aside by the wrestler barreling through the line. His hands were out, his body swollen with rage. He barged another guy out of his way, coming on like a runaway dump truck. Then he planted his feet, crouching into a face-to-face stance, like the start of a match. He glared. He snarled. Reacher thought, okay, then, he knew next to nothing about wrestling. He'd never tried it, never felt the need. It seemed too sweaty, too rule-bound, too much like a last resort. He believed a real fight should be decided long before it devolved into rolling around on the ground. In the distance, Burke was still jumping up and down, waving his arm. The wrestler moved. He pivoted as one solid piece, planting his right foot with a heavy thud just ahead of its previous position. Then he rotated the opposite direction just as stiffly and slammed his left foot down. It was a sumo-style move now. He was half a step nearer. He stood maybe an inch or two shorter than Reacher, but carried a good 20 extra pounds, a dense, solid man, no question about it. His physique was all hard, streamlined muscle, shaped as if by constant motion through air or water, like a bull seal or an artillery shell. A replacement? Not quite, Reacher thought. This guy was an upgrade, brought in to bolster the lineup. He was specialized talent, recruited for the situation after the previous night's lessons. Perhaps he'd been borrowed through a friend of a friend. Maybe he worked doors at a nightclub in Manchester or even Boston, the big leagues for former college athletes. Reacher resolved to keep clear of his arms. Wrestling was built on grabs, holds, and clinches. This fellow was likely skilled, or at least seasoned. He'd know a dozen ways to take an opponent to the ground, an outcome best avoided. A tussle on the deck would be trouble, too much mass to handle, like trying to bench press a whale. Luckily, the man's arms weren't especially long. The danger zone was fairly contained, leaving some room to maneuver. But what exactly to do for once, Reacher wasn't certain. A headbutt remained an option, though risky. It meant stepping right into those bear-like grips, and the guy might be savvy enough to twist and take the impact on his neck, which up close looked about as tender as a truck tire. Body blows were possible, quick combinations like working a heavy bag, but his slab-like build would probably absorb punches like a bulletproof vest with similar effect. The wrestler shifted again, repeating that dramatic sumo-inspired advance. Reacher had caught matches on motel TVs some afternoons, grainy orange-tinted footage of enormous oiled men in ornate loincloths, blank-faced and relentless. Now the guy was a full step closer. Overhead, a hawk wheeled in slow circles. Too late, Reacher grasped what was coming, a full-on charge leading with the gut, just like the sumo on TV, except in those bouts both fighters surged forward and met with a loud slap. Reacher wasn't moving at all, which meant the other man had all the momentum, and Reacher was about to be hit like he'd been rolled over by a tractor tire. He ducked, twisted, and threw a desperate right hook into the guy's side. It landed solidly, and Newton's laws of motion stole some of the forward drive, but the wrestler's barreling bulk was nearly unstoppable. Reacher was spun around and shoved back, then had to twist again to evade a sweeping bear claw grab. He staggered backward, arms flailing, fighting to stay upright. The wrestler charged once more, surprisingly nimble for someone built like a walrus. Reacher ducked aside and landed a weak jab to the kidney as the man plowed past. It made no visible difference. With a crisp 1-2 shuffle, the wrestler reversed direction and barreled back fierce and hot, feinting left and right, hunting for a hold. Best to avoid that, Reacher stepped back, then back again as the man pressed forward. He launched a straight right to the face. It felt like punching the padded wall of a rubber room, then ducked low under another swinging arm, came back up, twisted, and drove a hard left hook into the man's back before bouncing out of range. Now the wrestler was breathing heavily. He'd been moving around and taken a couple of decent shots. Soon he'd start to stiffen up. Reacher took another step back, the dry Montana wind kicking dust around his boots as he recalibrated. This wasn't just a brawl, it was a chess match with fists, and the next move had to count. The ground beneath his feet was uneven and rough. To his left, a fallen apple lay on the sun-scorched grass, gleaming like a gemstone. The two men who had survived the previous night's encounter were inching closer, drawn by the scent of violence. High above, a hawk continued its patient, circling watch. The pair fanned out, positioning themselves a step ahead of the wrestler, flank support, or perhaps a pursuit team ready to run him down if he tried to flee. The wrestler sank back into his fighting crouch. Reacher held his ground. With a sudden burst, the wrestler charged forward just as he had before. A low, powerful surge from bent legs, a waddling sprint leading with his stomach like a human battering ram. Reacher tried to sway left, but his foot snagged on a dip in the earth. The wrestler's shoulder caught him a glancing blow, an impact that felt like being struck by a truck, twice over, first the initial collision, then an equal jarring rebound as Reacher hit the dirt, shoulder first, then head, then body, limbs tangling. The wrestler was surprisingly agile, already coming back for more. Reacher rolled away, but not quickly enough. A heavy kick landed high on his back, sending him tumbling faster. It was a rare position for Reacher to find himself in. Though not entirely unfamiliar, Rule 1 was to get up immediately. So were Rules 2 and 3. Staying down was an invitation to the grave. So he waited until his roll brought him face down, then sprang upright with the brisk energy of a gym enthusiast finishing a set of push-ups. Now he was breathing hard, anger simmering inside him. He was fairly certain kicking wasn't part of standard wrestling rules. Fine, the game had changed. The wrestler dropped back into his stance once more, and this time Reacher saw what he should have noticed earlier, or would have, if the rules had shifted sooner. He waited. The wrestler charged again, that same low, swarming thrust. Reacher stepped in and drove his foot hard into the man's knee, a scything upward kick with the same force he'd used earlier, and with perfect timing. The wrestler's own momentum did the rest. The impact was spectacular. A knee is a knee, a humble joint. The weak point of any heavy man. It doesn't grow stronger just because someone spends a semester lifting weights. It only endures more stress. In this case, it practically exploded. The kneecap shattered or dislocated, tendons likely severed, and the big man dropped as if his strings had been cut. Instinct jerked him upright again almost immediately, howling in pain, balanced on one leg, arms waving like bear claws for stability. The two surviving men took a step back, their expressions shifting like a falling stock ticker, a clear reminder that investments can go down as well as up. Further back, Burke stood pressed against the fence, watching anxiously. From that moment, Reacher switched to pure, brutal efficiency. Style no longer mattered. When the wrestler swung a desperate clawing arm, Reacher caught it, jerked him off balance, and sent him crashing down awkwardly. Reacher then kicked him in the head, once, twice, until the man lay still. Reacher straightened up, breathing slowly in and out. The two remaining men shuffled back another step, trying to look sheepish and harmless. They raised their hands, palms out, patting the air in surrender and in clear distancing. This wasn't our idea. Reacher eyed them. Where'd you find this tub of lard? He nudged the wrestler's ribs with his boot gently, just to specify which tub of lard he meant. No one answered. You should tell me, Reacher said. It's important for your future plans. The guy on the right finally spoke up. He showed up this morning. From where? Boston. He lives there now, but he's from around here originally. We knew him back in high school. Did he take home any awards? Plenty. Get moving, Reacher told them. They took off, sprinting south up the slope, arms and legs churning. Reacher watched them disappear before stepping carefully past the defeated men and continuing through the orchard. Burke was waiting by the fence, holding up his phone. This thing kept buzzing, he said. No signal out here, so I hiked back to where I caught half a bar. It was the bird expert returning your call from the university. Said it was his only window today, completely booked after this. I ran back here and tried to flag you down. I noticed, Reacher said. He left a message on the voicemail. With me, Reacher gave a slow nod. First, I need to ring Amos down at the Laconia Police Department. Chapter 29. The fifth visitor slipped in as quietly as the first and third had. In the back room, Mark, Stephen, and Robert heard the bell chime from the wire stretched across the blacktop. Their eyes shifted to the monitors. Robert pulled up 3 camera angles focused on the access road. They waited. 2 miles could take 4 minutes at 30 miles an hour, or 6 at 20. Call it 5 on average, depending on the driver's nerve and what they were driving. The road was rough enough to rattle your teeth. Exactly 5 minutes and 19 seconds later, according to the digital clocks glowing in the screen corners, a pickup emerged from the tree line into the clearing. Robert nudged a joystick and zoomed the closest camera in tight. It was a Ford F-150, single cab, long bed, coated in grimy white paint. A basic model, a few years old, a workhorse, plain and simple. Robert tightened the shot further to catch the plate. Illinois, they all knew that was nonsense. This guy was from New York City. His office network was locked down tight, but his home Wi-Fi might as well have been an open book. He ran a fund on Wall Street, one of those new money ghosts nobody recognizes. Mark was eager to make an impression. He believed Wall Street could become a core market, the right crowd, with the right anxieties, and definitely the right bank balances. They watched the truck rumble across the meadow and jolt down into the motel lot, stopping outside the office. Peter came out to meet him. Handshakes were exchanged, a few polite words. Peter handed over a key and pointed room 11, the premium spot, meaningful in every sense. Their bed and yours would be nearly touching head to head, perfectly aligned, separated only by the thickness of a wall, mere inches. Room 11 was the VIP suite, no question. An honor not given lightly, but Mark had pushed for it. Demographics matter, he'd argued. Robert clicked and typed, arranging the screen so images wrapped around them, some angles slightly mismatched, like a rough draft of virtual reality. They watched the Wall Street guy park his truck past the dead Honda, then detour to peek into room 10's window. Nothing happening there. He circled back. He looked the part, clean haircut, gym fit, with a salon tan that spoke of weekends at his wife's summer place in the Hamptons. His clothes were sharp, even though he'd probably tried to dress down for the beat-up truck. His closet had betrayed him. His luggage consisted of 2 hard-shell cases and a dusty nylon duffel from the open bed, plus a plastic deli bag from New York riding shotgun, stuffed with what looked like either potatoes or bundled cash. Meanwhile, the first 4 arrivals were edging closer together, shifting from screen to screen, gathering like shy partygoers ready to talk, or try to, or at least shift their weight until someone broke the ice. Male bonding. Sometimes it starts slow. Robert turned up the audio. The motel was wired for sound from one end to the other. A satellite dish mounted on the roof, which was actually a high-powered parabolic microphone as sensitive as a bat's hearing, was aimed directly at the dusty area outside room 10's window, the spot where people naturally gathered. It was overkill from a technical standpoint, but Mark had been adamant. He called it capturing authentic consumer feedback. The rawer and more unfiltered the better, especially when the subjects had no idea they were being recorded. They listened now to the tinny, slightly distorted voices. There were the same cautious greetings, the familiar travel stories about arriving on schedule and unseen, and the same clinical assessments of Patty and Shorty as specimens, noting their health, stamina, and overall appeal. Then the tone of the feedback shifted, turning critical. Mark looked away, his expression souring on the monitor screens. A clear division had formed. The group had split into 2 factions over a single, crucial detail. The first 3 arrivals had actually seen Patty and Shorty through the window, live and in person, the moment the blind was raised. The last 2 had not. By the time they'd arrived, the pair was hiding in the bathroom, which frustratingly had no window. Their complaint was twofold. If this was supposed to be a fair start for everyone, a true level playing field, then the blind should have stayed down until all participants were present for a proper ceremonial reveal. Or, at the very least, the bathroom should have had a damn window, one or the other. Back in the control parlor, Mark addressed the others. Installing a bathroom window with clear glass is out. It would look bizarre, but any kind of frosted or tinted glass defeats the purpose. You wouldn't be able to see in, Stephen offered. We could apply a removable plastic film on the outside with a textured design. From inside, it would look like pebbled glass for privacy, and we could just peel it off when we need a clear view. You're missing the point, Robert countered. We messed up with the timing of the blind. It's simple. That guy is right. We should have waited for everyone. Mark said. Patty wanted to see the sunlight. Are we running a resort or an operation? Her comfort isn't the priority. Her state of mind could become a critical factor, Mark insisted. And how's her state of mind now, hiding in a windowless bathroom? Robert shot back. Relax. Think creatively, Mark said, waving a hand. What's done is done, and if you look at it, we did it at the exact midpoint. 3 saw them. 3 didn't. We could frame it as a reward for exceptional punctuality, a bonus tier. We could even call it a marketing incentive. Punctual means on time, not early, Robert argued. We should treat all clients equally. Too late for that. It's never too late to correct a mistake. How? Mark challenged. You get on the comm with Patty and Shorty. Remind them we warned them about compliance, but say that for their own comfort, we've made an executive decision to lower their blind again. Do it immediately. They'll hear the mechanism and probably come out. Meanwhile, we apologize to arrivals 4 and 5 and promise a proper ceremony later after Patty and Shorty have settled, maybe at dusk. We could raise the blind and flood the room with light simultaneously. We might catch them right on the bed. It would look like a holiday display at a department store. People would talk about it for weeks. That doesn't solve the fairness problem, Mark said. All that does is mean 3 people see them once and 3 people see them twice. That's not equal treatment. It's the best gesture we can make now, Robert insisted. And gestures matter. We can't let this fester, you know how they gossip in those online forums. Word of mouth can build us up or tear us down overnight. We need to be seen going the extra mile to make it right. Mark fell silent for a long moment, then glanced at Stephen for support. Stephen gave a slight shrug and said, I suppose it's a workable fix. Mark finally gave a slow, reluctant nod. Robert gave a simple, okay. He flipped a switch marked room 10, window blind down. His voice filled the space from above, just as clear and intrusive in the bathroom as it had been in the main room. Folks, I owe you a real apology, he announced. This is completely on me. I didn't explain things properly earlier, especially about the downside of that view. We've fixed it for you. The blind is down now, and it'll stay that way as long as you like. You'll be much more comfortable, I'm sure. Again, my apologies. That was thoughtless of me. Patty's voice cut through the quiet that followed. What do you want from us? What's going to happen? We'll talk about all that before the day is out, Mark's voice replied. You can't just keep us here indefinitely. We won't, Mark assured her, his tone oddly placid. I promise you'll see. Not indefinitely. A faint electronic click sounded, and the ceiling speaker fell silent. In the new quiet, Shorty shifted on the cold tile. Do you believe him? He asked. About what? Patty said. The blind? She gave a slow nod. I heard it go down. Stiffly, Shorty pushed himself up from the floor and cracked open the bathroom door. He knew immediately. The sliver of harsh daylight was gone, replaced by a dim gloom. I'm going back out there, he announced. It's miserable in here. They'll just raise it again, Patty said. When? Whenever we start to feel safe? That's how this works. They're playing with us. So it's probably safe for a little while right now, Shorty reasoned. We could nail up a sheet or something later, could we? Patty's response was flat. The old her, the polite Canadian worried about damaging property, was gone. All she said was, do you even have nails and a hammer? No, Shorty admitted. Then save your breath to cool your porridge, she muttered, an old phrase surfacing from exhaustion. Sorry? He mumbled. He lingered at the door a moment before stepping through. His body ached from sitting on the unforgiving tile. He lay on the bed, staring up into the darkness of the ceiling. Somewhere up there was a camera. The plaster was perfectly smooth, so it had to be hidden in the light fixture or the smoke alarm. Probably the smoke alarm spy gear wouldn't like the heat of a light bulb. He glared at the little white disc, imagining it glaring back. He pictured swinging a hammer, shattering it, pieces raining down. What would he smash next? The fantasy was vivid but useless. He got up and returned to the bathroom, closing the door behind him. He turned the sink faucet on, letting the water run. Patty watched from her spot on the floor. He bent down, his lips close to her ear, and whispered, "Just thinking, if I did have a hammer, what would I really do?" "Nail up the sheet," she whispered back. After that, he pressed, "What after that? I'd come right here. This is the back of the building. All their drama is at the front, the window, the blind people peeking in. Maybe nobody's watching the back. This wall is just a skin of tile, then drywall, then a hollow space between the studs, probably with insulation and a vapor barrier. Outside is just cedar siding nailed on. So," Patty whispered, "if I had a hammer, I'd bust right through. We could just walk away. Through the wall. A demolition crew could do it in a heartbeat. Standard procedure. Shame you don't have a hammer, then?" Shorty's eyes gleamed in the dim light. "We could use the suitcase, like a battering ram. Swing it with that new rope handle. 1, 2, 3. I bet the tile would come off in one piece, then I could kick through the rest." "You can't kick through cedar siding?" "Wouldn't need to," Shorty insisted, a new energy in his whisper. "Just pop it loose from the studs from the inside where the nails are, a good sudden shove outward. That should do it. The whole thing would just fall away." Patty fell silent for a beat, then murmured, "Steal a vehicle?" "Exactly," Shorty replied, his voice low. "Those guys at the window had to get here somehow. Their cars are probably sitting right in the lot. Or maybe they all rolled up in one fancy SUV. If that's the case, it's still out there, engine warm and waiting. If we can't find it, no problem. The barn is full of them, and it's not far. I'd bet anything the keys are all hanging on a pegboard nice and neat. So we trash their wall and then take their car," Patty said, the words hanging in the air. "You better believe it. This feels just as insane as the quad bike plan." "The quad bike plan wasn't insane," Shorty insisted, a flicker of frustration in his whisper. "It was brilliant. It worked exactly like it was supposed to from start to finish. We saw it. The problem wasn't the plan. It was their little surveillance setup. We didn't know they were watching. That's not a flaw in the idea. That's them cheating." Patty shifted, her shoulder brushing the cold tile. "Theoretically, how long to kick through the wall? Not long if we keep the hole small and low. We'd have to crawl out a few minutes, tops. Give me a number." Shorty closed his eyes, picturing it. A few sharp kicks to fracture the drywall in key spots, then a couple of solid slams with the sole of his boot to knock the whole section out. Call it 10 seconds, then tearing out the pink insulation, handful after frantic handful, like a terrier after a bone. Another 15 seconds. But the siding was the real issue. Those planks were nailed on with a pneumatic gun. To pop them off from the awkward low angle would be tough. He'd have to lie on his back and stamp downward, driving his heel out with all his weight, over and over, maybe a minute, he said. If the tile comes off in one piece, and if it doesn't, then we're chipping it off piece by painful piece just to get to the wall. That alone would wear us out. Then the minute for the wall becomes 2. So, let's just hope the tile cooperates." Patty let out a slow breath. "Are we really going to do this? I'm voting yes. When, right now? We could make a run straight for a quad bike. Might even be better than a car. We could cut through the woods. They couldn't follow in a sedan unless they hop on another quad bike. They have 8 more, remember? We'd have a head start. Do you even know how to drive one?" Shorty almost smiled in the dark. "How hard can it be?" Patty was quiet for so long he wondered if she'd changed her mind. Finally, she whispered, "One step at a time. First, we test the suitcase on the tile, see if it comes off in a sheet. If it does, then we decide. If it doesn't, the decision makes itself." Shorty cracked the bathroom door and peered across the dim room. The suitcase was still where he'd dropped it hours ago, right after watching Carell drive off with the tow truck. "They'll see me get it," he whispered the camera. "They don't know what's in it," Patty countered, her logic clear and calm. "We're allowed to bring our own things into the bathroom. Maybe we want to sleep in here with people gawking in the windows all night. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to do." Shorty paused, then gave a slow nod. It was reasonable. It was their first move. He walked over to retrieve the suitcase, moving with a calm, unhurried ease that felt completely natural. He lifted it without effort and carried it back, setting it down before shutting the door. Only then did he let out a slow breath, shaking his hand to soothe the ache in his palm. They chose their target, a bare section of wall to the left of the sink, free of outlets, so there were no hidden wires to complicate things. No plumbing ran behind it either, since all the water lines were clustered on the opposite side of the room. It looked perfect, like smooth sailing ahead. Together they nudged and pulled the suitcase into place, then stood facing each other with the case between them. Bending down, they gripped the rope with both hands, lifted the suitcase just high enough to clear the baseboard, and began to swing it gently, building a steady rhythm. The case was a heavy, well-built thing, clearly old, a plywood frame wrapped in thick leather, reinforced at every corner. They let its weight do most of the work, adjusting their arms on each swing to keep it level, like a piston driving squarely into the wall. "Ready?" Shorty asked. "Yeah," Patty replied. On 3, they swung once, twice, gathering speed, and on 3 they stepped forward and hurled the weight against the tiled surface. The impact didn't go as Shorty had pictured. He'd expected the wallboard to give just a little, cracking the thin skim coat and sending the tiles clattering down in sheets under their own weight. Instead, a handful of tiles shattered into pieces. Some fragments pattered to the floor, others clung stubbornly to the wall in odd, coin-sized patches still glued in place. Clearly, it had been a sloppy tiling job. Someone had dabbed blobs of adhesive on each tile and pressed it up, leaving empty gaps behind that made them break apart on impact, but the wall itself hadn't budged. They set the suitcase down, and Shorty pressed his thumbnail into a gap between surviving fragments. The skim coat was right there, dry and hard. He scraped at it, raising a little dust, then pushed harder with his thumb, his knuckles finally his fist. The wall didn't flex, not even a hint. It felt unyielding, almost solid. "Strange," he muttered. "Should we try again?" Patty asked. "Might as well," he said. "Put everything into it this time." They backed up as far as the cramped room allowed, swung the case through a wide, forceful arc, and on the count of 3 they lunged sideways and slammed it into the wall with all their strength. Same result, a few more tile fragments broke loose, but nothing else. The wall might as well have been concrete. They felt the jolt sting their wrists. After dragging the case aside, Shorty rapped on the wall in different spots, like knocking on a door. The sound was odd, neither completely hollow nor fully solid, something caught in between. He took a step back and kicked hard, then kicked again even harder. The whole surface seemed to shudder as one unit. "Really strange," he said again. Picking up a sharp piece of broken tile, he started scraping at the skim coat, carving one furrow, then another, outlining a rough triangle around some of the still attached fragments. Then he stepped back, aimed carefully, and kicked once more. The scored section of skim coat broke free and crumbled to the floor. Beneath it lay the fresh, papery face of brand-new wallboard. He went at the wall with a broken piece of tile, slashing and digging in a furious rhythm, sending up a storm of dust and shredded paper. Stepping back, he unleashed a barrage of kicks driven by pure frustration until the drywall was nothing but splinters and powder. Yet, for all his effort, he didn't break through. The wall was reinforced by a heavy steel mesh that gradually revealed itself, a ghostly white grid with strands as thick as his finger, creating small, stubborn squares barely large enough for a thumb. Using the tile shard, he cleared more of the wallboard away and discovered bright green grounding wires soldered neatly to the mesh. A short distance later, he found another, then another. Then he uncovered where the mesh was welded directly to a vertical bar. He recognized it instantly, The size, the shape, the spacing, just like the prison bars he'd seen in countless cop shows. The bars ran floor to ceiling, hidden inside the wall, with the mesh spot welded over them like a curtain nailed over a window. It clicked then, sparked by a distant memory of a childhood electronics kit from his uncle, the same uncle who later gave him the Civic. This mesh wasn't for structural support. It was a Faraday cage. Room 10 was an electronic black hole. Any radio signal trying to enter would fracture across the steel grid and drain harmlessly to ground through those soldered wires as if it had never existed. The same went for any signal trying to get out. Cell phone, satellite, police radio, it didn't matter. The laws of physics couldn't be argued with. A signal couldn't escape the mesh, and a person couldn't escape the bars. Patty peered over his shoulder, her voice cutting through the settling dust. "What is all that?" Shorty struggled to find an optimistic reply, but nothing came, so he stayed silent. Chapter 30, Burke and Reacher drove back to the turn and headed south toward Laconia, but only for a few miles, just far enough for Burke's old phone to pick up a signal. They pulled over on the shoulder of a wide left-hand curve. Ahead lay open fields and trees, with the town presumably hidden somewhere beyond in the hazy distance. Reacher took out Amos's business card and dialed her office number. It rang twice before going to voicemail. He hung up and tried her cell. It rang 5 times before she answered. Her voice came through, dry and knowing. "Interesting. What is?" "You're calling from Reverend Burke's phone. You're still with him, still in the area." "How'd you know this was Burke's phone?" "I ran his plates this morning, checked with the county. Now I know his whole story. He's a troublemaker. He's been perfectly decent to me." "What do you need?" "Got me thinking about those guys being brought in from Boston. Seems like a regular arrangement around here. Wondered how you were making out with that. Why? Any of them show up yet?" Amos went quiet for a moment. Reacher pressed, "What?" "Chief Shaw is calling in favors with Boston PD again." "Word on the street is 5 guys are working out of town today. They're conspicuously absent from their usual haunts. Reasonable assumption is they've been sent our way. If that's true, we already have a solid line on the first 4. The man in the Chrysler and the 3 from the library are accounted for. It's the 5th man who's the real problem. He left Boston well after the others, likely on a frantic call from here. We believe he's their cleanup man, the final solution. Has he shown up yet?" "I can't say for sure. We're watching what we can, but it's impossible to cover everything." "How long ago did he leave?" "Plenty of time to have arrived by now." "With my description out there," Reacher said. "That doesn't matter anymore," Amos replied. "Does it?" She went quiet for a beat. "And don't you even think about telling me you're heading back to town. You're not, Major. You're staying far away. Take it easy, soldiers, stand down. I'm keeping my distance. I have no plans to return. Then stop worrying about the description." "I was just trying to piece together what it probably said. Thinking about what that kid actually could have seen. The lighting in that alley was terrible. Just one dim lamp over the door with a shade that threw a weak cone of light. Let's assume he got a decent look, even though it was the dead of night, and he was mostly furious and looking for a brawl before he ended up knocked out cold. His attention to detail couldn't have been great. So what would a kid in his state mumble afterward? It must have hurt to talk, his teeth were a mess, and his face was probably swollen. Maybe his jaw was broken. He'd stick to the basics, a big guy with messy blonde hair. That's likely all he said." "All right, but there's more. At one point I spoke to the cocktail waitress. She asked if I was a cop. I told her I used to be back in the Army. The kid might have caught that. People add those little details to descriptions to give them color, to suggest the kind of person, not just what they look like. For the kid, it would have been a face-saving move. He could say he lost the fight because he was up against a trained Special Forces operator, an excuse that almost sounds like a badge of honor. So I think the description he gave was, a big guy, messy blonde hair, used to be in the Army. That's the 3-point checklist the guys in the library had: size, hair, military. Not exactly precise or detailed. Amos asked, "Why is any of this important now?" "Because I think that description could also fit Carter Carrington. Amos was silent. I think it's close enough to cause real trouble, Reacher continued. He's certainly a big, physically imposing man. His hair is always a bit wild. From across a room, he has that certain look. I pegged him for military myself. I would have bet money on where he did his ROTC. Turns out I was wrong, but the impression is there. You think we should warn him? I think you should post a patrol car outside his house. Are you serious? Maybe make it Officer Davenport's assignment. He seems competent. I'd hate for anything to happen to Carrington because of me. I don't need that on my conscience. He seems like a decent guy, just started seeing someone new from what I hear. Protecting him would be a massive drain on our resources. He's an innocent bystander. He's also the one who advocates for your department. Carrington would refuse on principle. Precisely because of that, he'd say he can't accept special treatment. The optics would be awful. The threat is technically aimed at someone else who only vaguely resembles him. He'd look corrupt, vain, and cowardly. He won't go for it. Then tell him to leave town for a while. I can't just order him to do that. It doesn't work that way. You told me to leave. That was different. Then tell him there's a problem with the story. Something doesn't add up. What does that even mean? Reacher paused, letting a roaring tow truck rumble past on the road. It was a massive rig, the kind built to haul an 18-wheeler, painted a gleaming red with gold stripes. It crawled by slowly grinding in a low gear. He realized he'd seen it before. It was impossibly clean, like it had just rolled out of a showroom. The truck roared past, shaking the Subaru on its suspension before rumbling off into the distance. Reacher lifted the phone back to his ear. Carrington will understand the message, he said. Tell him to find the opening where everyone else just sees a problem. A little romantic getaway might be in order. Prices drop after the holiday weekend. He has responsibilities, Amos replied. He could be tied up. Let him know I'm open to a discussion about census techniques, and he should be open to my thoughts on survival techniques. Amos sighed. I was having a decent day until this, so we've got a threat in town, fine, but at least he had no one to aim at. Now you're telling me he might have a target after all, possibly, potentially. Call if you need me, Reacher said. This number will work for a while longer. I'd be glad to turn around and help. You can pass that along to Chief Shaw if you want. Extend the invitation. Do not come back to town, Amos said, her voice firm. Absolutely not, ever. Not any time soon, she stated. Reacher ended the call, the lunch rush was over, and Burke mentioned he was hungry, wanting to find a bite to eat. Reacher offered to cover the meal as thanks for all the driving. They turned east toward a lake where Burke knew a bait shop at the start of a fishing trail that sold sandwiches and soda. The drive wasn't short, but the place was just as described. A weathered shack with an ice chest outside and noisy refrigerated cases inside, some stocked with snacks and others with bait. At a narrow deli counter, the options were chicken salad or tuna on white bread or a split roll, each coming with chips and a water for just under $3. Soda cost extra. I said I was buying, Reacher remarked. You could have chosen somewhere fancier. Burke smiled. I did. He chose tuna, Reacher went with chicken. They both took water and ate at a worn brown picnic table near the trailhead. All right, Reacher said, wiping his hands. What's the message from the bird watcher? Burke hesitated, something clearly weighing on him. Finally, he spoke. He's eager to talk to you, specifically. He seemed genuinely thrilled. He had no idea Stan had any children. Who is he exactly, did he say? You know who he is? You reached out to him? He's a university professor. I mean, what's the family connection? Burke took a long drink of water. He gave me a whole genealogy lesson. The condensed version is you go back 4 generations on your father's side. Not your dad, not your grandfather, not your great-grandfather, but your great-great-grandfather. He was one of 7 brothers who all had plenty of kids, grandkids, and so on. Apparently, you and the professor are both somewhere in that sprawling family tree, along with a few thousand other people, probably. He said he wants to talk about Stan. Feels a kinship because of the bird watching. He insists on meeting in person. He has some idea he wants to run by you. 5 minutes ago, the man didn't know I was alive. He was very persistent. Did you like him? He was pushy. I finally told him that, in my opinion, you'd likely be moving on soon, not the type to settle down, so arranging a meeting might be tricky just from a scheduling standpoint. But he said we absolutely have to make it work, and he's coming tomorrow.
Coming where?
I couldn't pin down a location. I didn't want to speak for you, he suggested a spot, and I'm afraid I agreed on your behalf. I felt cornered. He really cornered me with that one. What did he propose? Rhinetown? Seriously? He claims to know the location from his research. I asked him a few specific questions, and his knowledge was solid. What time tomorrow? He said he'll be there at 8 in the morning, in a ruin out in the woods. He called it appropriate. Sounds more fitting for a duel than a meeting. His word, not mine. And Ryantown was his idea, not something I suggested. Did you like him? Reacher pressed once more. Does that even matter? I'd value your personal impression. Why would I have formed one? You listened to him. You got a feel for the man? I'm delivering the message just as I promised, Burke replied. Don't ask for my commentary. It's not my place. Pretend for a moment that it is. It's not for me to judge. I wouldn't want to sway you in either direction. When people say that, they usually already have. He sounded incredibly eager. Is that a positive or a negative? It could easily be both. How so? Look, he's a university professor, an academic. I have tremendous respect for that. I was a teacher myself, remember? But the landscape has changed. They're under constant pressure to promote themselves. It's not just publish or perish anymore. They need a constant social media presence, something new every single day. Part of me worries that a small piece of what he wants is a photograph of you at Ryantown, maybe for a blog post or an online article, or to revive some old research of his, or a mix of both. You can't really blame him. He has to feed the beast, or his student evaluations will suffer. Visuals are crucial these days, hence the early start for that atmospheric morning light. You could gaze moodily at the sky, searching for some extinct bird. You're a deeply cynical man, Reverend Burke. The world works differently now, but everyone takes pictures. Everyone posts things online. It's not a big deal. It's not a reason to avoid meeting someone. You're exaggerating. You're trying to steer me away from this. You should tell me what you're really thinking. Burke was silent for a long while. Then he said, if you meet with him, he's going to tell you something that will be disturbing. We don't need to tiptoe around, Reacher said. A different kind of disturbing. What kind? I listened to him talk. I had a sense that not everything he said added up. At first I thought maybe he wasn't getting the facts straight. Then I wondered if I was misunderstanding the genealogy terminology. What wasn't straight? He kept referring to Stan in the present tense. He was saying, Stan is this, Stan is that, Stan is here, Stan is there. Initially, I assumed it was just a quirk of ancestry enthusiasts, a way to make the subject feel alive. But he kept doing it. Finally, I had to ask him. Ask him what? Why he was talking that way. What did he say? He believes Stan is still alive? Reacher shook his head. That's insane, he said. He died years ago. He was my father. I attended his funeral. Burke nodded. Which is exactly why I thought it would upset you. Clearly, the professor is either mistaken, confused, or some kind of eccentric with a fixation. All of that can be distressing when it involves a family loss. Naturally, there are sensitivities. It was 30 years ago, Reacher said. I've moved on 30 years, roughly, Reacher said. I was a company commander with the CID in West Germany. I remember flying back. He was buried at Arlington. My mother insisted on it because he served in Korea and Vietnam. She felt he'd earned it. Burke said nothing. What? Reacher asked. Probably just a coincidence, Burke said. What is? The professor said the family story claims Stan Reacher was working away from home for a very long time, completely out of contact, but then he finally retired and came back to live in New Hampshire. When 30 years ago, Burke said, give or take. Those were his exact words.
That's insane,
Reacher said again.
I was at the funeral. The guy is wrong. I should call him back. You can't. He's busy for the rest of the day.
Where is this old man who returned to New Hampshire supposed to be staying now? With a relative's granddaughter. Can you be more specific? You'll hear it straight from him tomorrow morning? I'm trying to make it to San Diego. I need to keep moving. Are you bothered by what he said? Not bothered at all, just uncertain about my next step. I don't want to waste an afternoon listening to nonsense. Burke was silent for a beat. I feel I shouldn't try to stop you anymore, he said. My only concern was for your emotional state. Since that's not an issue, I guess you could afford the professor some grace. It might be an honest mistake. A simple mix-up of two similar names or something along those lines. You might even find the conversation interesting. If nothing else, you could talk about Ryantown. He's done research there and knows a great deal. I'd need a place to stay, Reacher said. I can't go back to Laconia. There's a spot north of Ryantown, about 20 miles out. I mentioned it before. It's supposed to be decent. Secluded in the woods. That's the one. Sounds ideal given the situation. If I gave you $50 for gas, would you take me there? 50 is too much. We've covered a lot of ground. There's tire wear to think about, general depreciation, plus a portion of the ongoing costs. Insurance, for example, maintenance and repairs. I'd take 20 deal, Reacher said. They got up from the picnic table and walked back to the Subaru. Carol was the sixth and final person to arrive. He worked his usual morning shift, starting early out by the highway, where he immediately got lucky with a moderately serious collision. His luck doubled when both insurance companies hired him to tow the damaged vehicles, which covered his expenses for the day. Everything else was a bonus. There were no more accidents, but he got calls for 3 separate breakdowns, which was pretty good for that time of year. He thought he'd scored a 4th for a happy moment after he'd clocked out and was heading north, spotting an old Subaru stalled on the shoulder. But it turned out to be nothing, just 2 guys sitting inside, one of them on the phone, apparently admiring the view. A faint puff of exhaust came from the back. The Subaru was running just fine. 20 miles later, he slowed to a crawl and turned hard left into a narrow gap into the mouth of a track barely wider than his truck. Leaves and branches scraped and slapped against both sides. The massive tires thumped through the potholes. He slowed again to little more than a walking pace, idling in his lowest gear. The signal wire was up ahead, stretched across the blacktop with its warning bell. He wanted all 3 axles to trigger it separately. That was the code. Bing, bing, bing. Hence the slow speed. He rolled carefully over the wire and came to a stop. He set the parking brakes, shut off the engine, and pushed his door open against the thick foliage, dropping his bags down first. Then he squeezed out sideways and locked the door from below. He gathered his luggage, carried it about 10 yards along the track, and set it down neatly. He turned and looked back. His truck was wedged in tightly. There was no room on either side, not for a car, not even for a quad bike. Maybe a person on foot, leading with a shoulder and getting whipped in the face by branches. It made for a perfect roadblock. He turned back and waited. 4 minutes later, Stephen pulled up in his black Mercedes SUV. He looked out his window at the truck, glancing to the left, to the right, below it, and above it, as if he were critically assessing its placement, as if there had been a whole array of choices for exactly where to put it. Carol loaded his bags. Stephen reversed into a gap in the trees to turn the car around, and they drove on. Carol asked, "Everything meeting expectations so far?" Stephen said, "Shorty wrecked the bathroom. A minor inconvenience." "Mark wants a favor. We messed up with their window shade. Now there's tension between the guys who have already seen them and the guys who haven't. Their heads would spin if they knew you'd actually spoken to them, or even been near them, or had any kind of contact," the voice insisted. "I kept my distance," Carol replied. "I never stepped inside. We just talked, that's all. Mark's instructions are clear. You need to play the part of someone who knows nothing. He believes a 3-and-3 balance will stabilize everything." "Understood," Carol said. They drove across the open field. Peter was already at the office. Carol was assigned room 2, which suited him fine. The room itself was irrelevant. After dropping his bags, he greeted the other men as they assembled. They milled about, sharing tales. Carol pretended it was his first time there. For a laugh, he even claimed he was Russian. He asked all the expected naive questions about Patty and Shorty as if they were total strangers and found himself privately nodding along with some of the replies. Then the two guys who hadn't met them yet grew visibly irritated, a mood Carol easily soothed by taking their side. The natural equilibrium of 3 against 3 settled the air. Maybe Mark had a point. Just then, Peter leaned out of the office door and called down the row, inviting everyone over to the main house for coffee, an initial briefing, and a look at the video highlights from the past 3 days. They all ambled over, strolling easily, spirits lifting. The doubt was beginning to fade. The group was finally whole, all 6 of them together, isolated from the outside world. This was real. It was actually happening. No scam. Secretly, each had braced for a trick, but here was the truth, mere hours away. A wave of pure relief washed over them first, swelling like a tide before a buzzing, breathless excitement took hold. It was a feeling they fought to contain, to control, because nothing was guaranteed. Disappointment was always a possibility, and it was too soon to celebrate, but they were starting to believe. Burke and Reacher retraced their route west toward Ryantown. Reacher watched the signal bars on Burke's old phone. When they dipped from 3 to 2, he asked Burke to pull onto the shoulder so he could call Amos before the service vanished entirely. He dialed and she answered on the 3rd ring. "Where are you now?" she asked. "Still outside city limits. Don't worry," Reacher said. "We can't locate Carrington." "Where have you checked?" "His home, his office, his favorite coffee spot, all his usual lunch places." "Did he notify his office he'd be out?" "Not a word." "Does he have a cell?" "He's not answering." "Try City Records," Reacher said. "Ask for Elizabeth Castle." "Why?" "She's his new girlfriend. He might be spending time over there." He heard her call across the room. "Elizabeth Castle, City Records." He asked, "Any sign of the guy from Boston? We've been running every plate we see coming in or out of town. We have automatic software now. Nothing so far. Want me to come back and help?" "No," she said. "I could walk around and draw the guy out myself." "No," she repeated. He heard someone shout a message in the background. She said, "Elizabeth Castle isn't at work either. I should come back to town." "No," she said for the 3rd time. "Last chance," he replied. "I'm about to head north to a motel. I'm going to lose cell service. Do not come back to town, all right?" he said. "But in return, I need a favor." "Like what?" "I need you to check the old records on your computer again. I already have a full plate today. It'll only take a minute. You've got a really good system there. Are you buttering me up?" "Did you design the system?" "No." "Then no, I'm not. I'm just saying it won't take long, otherwise I wouldn't ask." "I know you're swamped. Now you're being politely relentless. What am I looking for?" "Check the files from after that incident with my father 75 years ago. The following 2 years, until September of 1945, and after that, he enlisted with the Marines. What exactly am I supposed to find?" "A loose end, something that never got tied up. What's your deadline?" "I'll reach out as soon as possible. I need the full story on Carrington." They drove past the meandering lane that branched off toward the orchards in Ryantown, keeping to the northern back road. Reacher kept his eyes on his phone, watching the signal bars vanish one after another. The screen flickered, searching for a network, before finally displaying a stark no service. Ahead lay endless fields, giving way to a dense line of trees forming a distant wall from left to right. Burke drove steadily toward it, mentioning he recalled the motel entrance was roughly 5 miles ahead on the left. He remembered the signs, 2 of them facing each direction, with motel spelled out in those tacky plastic letters painted a fading gold, nailed to weathered wooden posts. About 5 minutes later, they entered the tree line. The air grew noticeably cooler, and splinters of sunlight danced through the canopy. Reacher glanced at the speedometer, 40 miles an hour. 5 miles would take 7 or 8 minutes. He counted silently in his head as the woods thickened around them, the road becoming a shadowy tunnel where the soft green light swallowed the sunbeams. Right at the 7-minute mark, Burke lifted his foot from the accelerator. He said he was certain the turn was coming up soon on the left. But there were no signs, no plastic letters, no gold paint, just a pair of crooked old posts sagging beside the mouth of a narrow track. To the left and right, an unbroken wall of trees stretched ahead and behind them on the empty road. This has to be it, Burke insisted. Reacher shifted in his seat and pulled out the map he'd bought from that dusty gas station on the outskirts of town. He unfolded it, found the back road, checked the scale, and traced his finger along the route. He showed Burke. This is the only turnoff for miles in either direction. Burke shrugged. Maybe someone stole their signs, or they went under. I doubt it. These folks were dead serious. They had a whole business plan. I actually heard a thing or two from the county office. They were wildly ambitious. Got off on the wrong foot, though. Ended up in a huge spat over a permit. Who did? The developers. They argued that any motel's success hinges on opening right at the start of the season. They claimed the county dragged its feet unreasonably. The county shot back that construction had started without permission. It turned into a real mess. When was this? About a year and a half back, which is exactly why they were so frantic about their schedule. They were aiming for a spring opening. That's also why they can't be out of business already. Their financial plan showed a 2-year cash reserve. A call had come into the county offices about a disgruntled customer making a scene. The guy complained about a delayed building permit, said he was renovating a motel somewhere outside town. He gave his name as Mark Reacher. Reacher said, I really need to see this place for myself. Burke turned onto the track, the Subaru jolting over shattered blacktop with craters the size of tabletops. The light beneath the trees took on an even deeper green hue. Branches reached in from both sides, some of them freshly snapped and hanging limp, as if a large vehicle had forced its way through not long before. They found that vehicle 30 yards in. It was stopped dead ahead, squeezed so tightly between the trees it completely blocked the track. A massive tow truck, painted red with gold stripes. We just passed this thing, Reacher said, a dry edge creeping into his tone. And I saw it yesterday, too. Quite the popular spot for a truck that supposedly isn't going anywhere. A yard behind its enormous rear tires lay a thick rubbery hose stretched across the road, the kind you see at service stations. Reacher rolled down his window. No engine rumble, no exhaust fumes from the truck. Burke stopped the Subaru about 6 feet short of the hose. Reacher pushed his door open, got out, and stepped over it. He turned and made sure Burke did the same. He hated seeing wires stretched across a road. In his experience, they never signaled anything good. At best, it was surveillance. At worst, a trap waiting to detonate. The tow truck had a heavy sloped rear section, a compact crane, and a massive hook. Chrome-plated lockers gleamed along its side. Reacher edged down the driver's side, leading with his shoulder, his elbow raised to shield his face from the snapping branches. He moved past the name Carell painted in bold golden letters a foot high, finally reaching the cab. He stepped onto the ladder's bottom rung and tried the door locked. He dropped down and pushed his way around the broad hood to the truck's front. Ahead, the narrow track continued into the woods. The pavement was worn and broken in spots, littered with grit, gravel, and decaying leaves. Faint tire marks were visible here and there, some old, some fresh. About 20 yards farther, a small clearing opened in the trees, a natural recess. There, 2 sharp V-shaped tire tracks were pressed into the earth, fresh and clear. It looked like a vehicle had backed in to turn around. That would make sense, Reacher thought, because the tow truck driver was nowhere to be seen. Probably someone had driven down to collect him. They would have pulled up facing the truck, reversed into the clearing to turn, and then driven off. Reacher gazed up the track. I'm going to see what's up there. How? Burke asked. I'll walk, your map said. This path is over 2 miles long. I need a place to sleep, and I'm curious. About what? I think the guy who had that permit dispute was a kid named Reacher. How do you know? It was in the police database. A patrol car had to break up the argument about a year and a half back. Any relation? Hard to say. Maybe about as much as I'm related to that professor from the university. You want company? We might have to walk 2 miles back if we don't get lucky. That's fine, Burke said. Guess I'm curious now, too. They started off together on a map. The land looked perfectly flat, which promised an easy walk, but in reality the path was rough and pitted. Each step was an inch or two higher or lower than the last, turning a simple stroll into a careful, stumbling trek. Early on, they passed through a wide, grassy ring where no trees grew, about 60 feet across. It appeared to curve away in both directions, as if circling the entire forest. It was like a barrier, marking an inner woods within the woods, a giant, silent crop circle carved not from corn, but from towering maples. For a moment, they felt the sun's warmth on their faces, then they stepped back into the cool green shadows. They had crossed the boundary. Now they were inside the inner forest, walking toward its heart. 2 miles would normally take Reacher half an hour, but with Burke it took 45 minutes. Finally, they emerged from the trees together. The track continued ahead across a couple of grassy acres, leading to what looked like a dirt parking lot in front of an unmistakably old motel. An office stood at the left end, and a station wagon, a panel van, a compact car, and a pickup truck were parked at intervals outside the rooms. They began walking toward it. They were spotted immediately in 2 different ways. Robert had adapted a facial recognition algorithm from a photo chip and programmed it into a close-range camera. The moment the software detected a face among the trees, a bell rang and a light flashed, a distant early warning, like radar persons approaching. But by sheer chance, Stephen was already watching that particular screen as part of his methodical scan of the perimeter. The movement caught his eye. He saw 2 men step from the shadows into the sunlight. "Mark, look at this," Stephen said. Mark turned to look. "Who the hell are they?" Robert zoomed the camera in as far as it would go. The picture shivered in the heat, distorted by the long range. 2 figures moved toward the camera, advancing directly but appearing to make little headway against the powerful zoom. One was a slight elderly man moving slowly in a denim jacket, his hair gray. The other was enormous, broad as a doorway, with wild hair and a face as imposing as a cliffside. He looked thoroughly intimidating. Mark muttered, "Damn." Stephen's voice was tight. "You assured us he wouldn't show up here? You said he was from a separate part of the family. You claimed he wouldn't care." Mark stayed silent. Then Peter's voice crackled through the office intercom, sharp with sarcasm. "Turns out the guy cared enough to hike 2 full miles past the roadblock. Brilliant prediction, brother, again." Mark didn't reply. He was quiet for an extended beat, the tension thickening in the room. Finally, he said, "Keep everyone indoors. Offer more coffee. Put on another video. Lock the doors. Make certain no one steps outside." Burke and Reacher left the last stretch of pavement and stepped onto the dusty gravel of the motel parking lot. By then, they had a clear, close view of what was waiting. Reacher recalled Amos's voice in his head, her cryptic remark about LSD in her coffee. Now he understood, because up close the panel van parked second from the office was a deep, respectable blue. Elaborate gold script swirled along its side, Persian carpets. Expert cleaning, a Boston address, a Massachusetts plate. It was the most intense sense of familiarity he'd ever felt, yet not quite. He hadn't actually seen this van before. He'd only heard its description crackle over a police radio. It had been picked up by traffic cameras exiting the highway too early for a normal delivery. The tow truck, however, was a different story. That was genuine, undeniable déjà vu. He'd seen that truck twice already. He had just edged past a vehicle he'd encountered on 2 prior occasions. And now, immediately after, here was a van he'd heard described in a dispatcher's broadcast. He slowed his pace almost unconsciously, his mind working. Burke moved a step ahead, continuing his slow, steady walk. Beyond him, Reacher noted the station wagon. First in line was a Volvo with Vermont plates. The small compact was a blue import with an unfamiliar plate. The pickup was a utilitarian workhorse, the kind a carpenter would use for hauling lumber coated in grimy white paint. It bore what he believed was an Illinois plate, though it was hard to tell from the distance. It was parked last outside what would be room 11. The Volvo was at room 3, the carpet van at 7, and the blue import at 10. The blind was drawn on room 10's window, and the lawn chair outside room 5 had been dragged out of its usual alignment. They walked on to the office marked by a buzzing red neon sign and went inside. A man in his late 20s stood behind the counter. He had dark hair, pale skin, and an intelligent, slightly evasive shyness in his demeanor. He looked educated, healthy, and fit, perhaps a former college athlete, a middle-distance runner, not a lifter. Maybe he held a master's in something technical. He seemed wiry, tightly wound, humming with a nervous energy. Reacher said, "I need a room for the night." The man offered an apologetic smile. "I'm really sorry, but the motel is closed." "Is it?" I took down the signs at the entrance. I was hoping to save people a trip for nothing. There are plenty of vehicles parked outside. Contractors, I'm way behind on maintenance. There are things I absolutely have to fix before the foliage peaks and the tourists return. The only way to get it done was to shut down for 2 weeks. I truly am sorry about that. You're working on all the rooms at once. The plumber has the water shut off. The electrician is rerouting some wiring. There's no heat, no air conditioning. I'm currently operating well below code. I can't give you a room even if there was one available. You have Persian rugs in there? They're actually organic jute. I'm committed to sustainability. With proper care, they should last a decade, but you can't just hire any cleaning service. The crew I use charges Boston rates. I won't lie, but the long-term spreadsheet analysis confirms it's a sound investment. Reacher inquired, "What's your name?" "My name. Everyone has one. Tony." "Tony what?" "Kelly. I'm Reacher." For a moment, Tony looked puzzled. Then his expression sharpened, as if he'd stumbled upon a strange bit of serendipity. "I purchased this property from a family named Reacher. Any relation?" "Hard to say," Reacher replied. "I suppose if you trace any lineage back far enough, connections appear." "When did you buy it?" "Almost a year back. It was partially renovated. I managed to open just in time for the season. Now I'm playing catch-up on the rest." "Why did they sell?" "A grandson inherited it. But frankly, I don't think his heart was in it. He was more of a big-picture dreamer. This business is all about the minutiae. He ran into some permit issues, from what I gathered. Quickly decided the headache wasn't worth it. My spreadsheet, however, told a different story, so I took it off his hands. I thrive on detail. Is the plumber from Vermont?" "He is. They have the finest seasonal tradespeople up there. It costs more to bring them down here, but my spreadsheet clearly shows it's a case of being penny-wise and pound-foolish not to. I assume it's a similar story with the electrician from Illinois. That's a slightly different calculation. There's higher unemployment out there, so their rates are lower, which offsets the travel cost. It essentially balances out. But the real value is in the quality of work. These guys are essentially auditioning. This is a brand new market for them, an endless stream of work at their standard rates. They're hungry for word-of-mouth referrals, so their craftsmanship is top-notch, plus they're already familiar with motels like this. There are more of them in the Midwest than around here." "All right," Reacher said. "I'm truly sorry about your wasted trip," Tony said. Then he paused, his gaze drifting, and added, "Hold on." They waited. Tony glanced out the window. Then the words came out in a hurried stream. "How did you even get here? It just dawned on me. Please don't say you walked, but you couldn't have driven. I just realized the tow truck is stuck." "We walked," Reacher confirmed. "I'm so sorry. Today has been a parade of frustrations. The last guest I had before closing left behind a broken-down car. Apparently it wouldn't start, so he called a cab and vanished. Naturally, I wanted it towed, and today was the scheduled day, but it turns out the tow truck is so massive it got wedged between the trees." Then Tony peered out the window again, scanning left and right. He continued, his voice lower. "Or maybe the driver just didn't want to scratch his paint job. Honestly, I'm not impressed. The trees lining that access road are trimmed precisely to Department of Transportation specifications. I'm a detail guy, believe me. Any commercial vehicle legal for the highway should fit through just fine." He stopped again, struck by another thought. "Let me at least drive you back that far." "I assume your vehicle is parked behind the truck. It's the least I can do," Reacher asked. What was wrong with the abandoned car? Not sure, Tony said. It's a real antique. What's on the license plate? Canadian, Tony replied. Maybe a one-way plane ticket was cheaper than the disposal fees they charge up there. Probably strict environmental regulations. Could be. He drove it all the way here just to ditch it. A simple cost-benefit analysis, I suppose. All right, Reacher said. You can drive us back now. Thank you, Burke said. Tony guided them out of the office, locked the door, and asked them to wait in the parking lot. Then he jogged off toward a distant barn about 30 yards away. The structure was a solid, unadorned block with 9 all-terrain vehicles lined up outside in a perfect grid. Past the equipment shed stood a residence, its broad verandas crowded with substantial wooden furniture. Moments later, a man emerged from the shed behind the wheel of a dark, mid-size SUV. Its aggressive, compact shape reminded Reacher of a clenched hand. It looked European, maybe a Porsche, a BMW, or an Audi. It was, in fact, a Mercedes. It pulled to a halt beside them, and Reacher caught the emblem and the subtle badging that hinted at a V8. The driver waited, so Burke took the passenger seat and Reacher slid into the back. The vehicle crunched over the gravel, bumped onto the paved lane, and accelerated across the open field. You ought to try heading east toward the Lake District, the driver suggested. You'll find plenty of possibilities out that way, I'm certain. They slipped back into the forest through the same gap in the trees they had used before. The driver moved with speed and confidence, knowing no other vehicle would be coming. The 2-mile stretch that had consumed 3/4 of an hour for Burke's Subaru was devoured by the Mercedes in under 4 minutes. It stopped, its grille nearly touching the tow trucks in the dim, greenish light. The truck's red paint appeared dull and sickly, like old blood. The trees pressed close on both sides, their branches bowed and leaves splayed like grasping hands. The lower canopy drooped to the height of the windshield. The truck was clearly nestled deep in the foliage, but it wasn't truly trapped, not with the raw power of its engine and the grip of its massive tires. This wasn't about being stuck. It was about preserving a paint job. Understandable, really. That finish had to have cost a pretty penny. Multiple layers of crimson, acres of delicate gold pinstriping applied by hand, and the name Carol, thankfully short, elegantly scripted in copperplate across the door, looking like something from a Victorian-era invitation. The driver apologized once more for their wasted journey, wished them luck, and Burke thanked him. They got out. Burke sidled along the truck's flank, and Reacher followed, raising an elbow against the brush. But he paused where the cab loomed over him. He turned to watch. The Mercedes reversed with sharp precision, the driver expertly threading it back through the natural opening in the woods, clean and fast as if he'd done it 100 times. Which, of course, he had. He was the one who had collected the truck driver in the first place. Reacher stood there a moment longer, then turned and pushed his way back to where Burke waited, past the thick snarl of a downed cable near the Subaru's front bumper. They got in the car. Burke reversed slowly, craning his neck all the way back to where the track met the county road. The wider gravel area there gave him space to turn east to the lakes then, he asked. No, Reacher said. Head south until your cell phone gets a signal. I need to call Amos. Something wrong. I want an update on Carrington. You asked a lot of questions back at that motel, did I? Like you were suspicious of the whole scene. I'm always suspicious. Were you satisfied with the answers? The logical part of my brain thought the answers were perfectly reasonable. Each one made sense. They were all plausible. They had the clear ring of truth. But the primitive part of my brain didn't like that place one bit. Why not? I can't say every question got a neat answer. So it's just a gut feeling. It's an instinct, like a scent on the wind, like waking up knowing a grass fire is coming, even before you see the smoke. But you can't point to anything specific, not yet. They drove south. Reacher watched the phone, still no bars. Back at the property, Peter almost buckled from the strain. After he let the 2 men out and watched them go, he reversed, turned, and hurried home as fast as he dared. He drove straight to the house, rushed into the living room, and leaned heavily against the wall before sliding down to sit on the floor. The others gathered around him, crouching to meet his gaze, silent with a kind of stunned respect. Then, as one, they erupted into a hushed, fist-pumping celebration, the suppressed excitement of a last-second game-winning score. Peter asked, his voice tight, "Did any of the guests see anything?" "Not a thing," Mark said. "We got lucky with the timing. They were all right here in this room. 30 minutes earlier would have been an issue. They had still been hanging around outside, talking casually." "When do we plan to explain things to Patty and Shorty?" someone asked. "Any thoughts on the timing?" "I believe we should do it immediately. The moment feels right. It would give them plenty of time to consider their options and then inevitably second-guess them. Their emotional condition will be crucial." "I'm in favor," Stephen replied. "Same here," Robert added. "Count me in," Mark said. "All for one and one for all. We'll proceed now. We should allow Peter to handle the explanation himself, as a token of appreciation for his earlier act. Consider it a bonus." "I agree with that as well," Stephen stated. "Me too," Robert echoed. Peter said, "Just give me a moment to catch my breath." Patty and Shorty had moved to the main room and were seated on the edge of the bed. The window shade remained drawn. They had missed lunch, unable to stomach the idea of food. Now hunger gnawed at them, but eating would require a deliberate effort. The last 2 meals from the cardboard box sat untouched. Alongside the final 2 water bottles, they averted their eyes. Suddenly, the TV switched on by itself, just as it had before. There was the same faint electronic hum as it powered up, the same vivid blue screen displaying that same line of code like a backstage view you weren't meant to see. Then it was replaced by a man's face. Peter, the same guy who had tampered with their vehicle. He began, "You two have been wondering what's going to happen next, and we've decided now is the moment to fill you in. We're going to share what we can, then we'll give you time to process it. We'll return later for any clarifications in case something isn't clear. Are you following me so far? Are you both focused?" Neither responded. Peter insisted, "I need your full attention here. This is serious. Like when you fixed our car," Shorty shot back. "You bought the act, friend. That's why you're in this mess. Your own doing. Ever since you've been complaining about what we want from you, and now I'm about to tell you, so you need to look straight ahead and listen up." "I'm listening," Patty said. "Then come sit together at the foot of the bed. Show me you're engaged. Watch my face on the screen." Patty hesitated a moment, then shifted her position. Shorty reluctantly followed, settling beside her. They sat shoulder to shoulder like spectators in the front row of a theater. "Good," Peter said. "Smart choice. Ready to hear what comes next?" "Yes," Patty said. Shorty muttered, "I suppose later tonight your door will unlock. At that point you'll be free to leave, but I mean that literally. No vehicles will be available to you, none whatsoever. Every key will be hidden where you won't find it, except your own, which you still have, though your car is inoperable, as you've noted. All the other vehicles here are too modern to hotwire, so accept it. You'll be walking literally on your own 2 feet. Don't waste energy trying to circumvent this. Are we clear so far? Why are you doing this?" Patty asked. "Why hold us here just to let us walk away? I told you I'd provide as much information as possible. I said you should think it over. I said to save your questions for later. Are you still with me?" "Yes," Patty said. Shorty grumbled, "I guess." Surrounding this section of forest is what appears to be a firebreak. It's a circular clearing about 60 feet wide with no trees. Did you notice it when you arrived? A memory flashed of a strip of bright open sky. "I saw it," Patty said. "It's not actually a firebreak. Mark's grandfather cleared it for a different reason, to preserve the inner woods in their ancient state. It's more of a seed barrier, really. It encircles the entire area. Wind direction doesn't matter. Invasive species can't cross it." "So what?" Shorty said. "You walk all the way there through the trees in any direction, and you step out into that gap anywhere along it, and you've won." "Won what?" "Was that a question? This is nonsense, man. You can't say we're in a game and not say what kind. Think of it like a game of tag. You have to reach the seed break without being caught. That's the whole game. Walk, run, crawl, whatever gets you there." "Caught how?" Patty asked. "And by who?" The TV clicked off on its own. There was that same fading electronic whisper, the screen going flat and gray, the same little red standby light shining in the dark. Burke's old phone showed one signal bar, but Reacher preferred to wait for two. He figured the signal could waver up or down, beginning with just one bar was risky, especially if it dropped. His experience was with military communications, which always failed first and fastest. Presumably civilian systems were better as usual, but probably not by a huge margin. Burke ignored him and kept driving south. After 5 quiet minutes, he asked, "How's that gut feeling of yours doing now?" Reacher glanced at the phone, still one bar. "My gut is worried about those organic jute rugs." "Why?" he said. He was trying to be sustainable. He sounded partly proud, partly apologetic, and a little defiant, that classic tone people use when they're into stuff others find strange. But he seemed sincere because he was putting his money where his mouth was, paying Boston prices for specialty cleaning, like he genuinely wanted the experiment to work. At that moment, it all fit together. But then, later, he suggested maybe the Canadian dumped his car to avoid recycling fees back home, or something like that. He said, "I'm sure there are environmental regulations," with his faint, smug sneer. Just a hint. He sounded like an ordinary guy. Not like someone who'd choose organic jute or even know what it was. Then he showed up in a V8 SUV, driving it fast and kind of boyish, bouncing over bumps like he enjoyed it. Not exactly the organic jute type. That guy would drive a hybrid or an electric. Suddenly the picture didn't hold together. It felt blurry, out of focus. What does the logical part of your brain say about it? It says, follow the money. The guy is paying a Persian carpet cleaner to handle his rugs all the way from Boston. That's hard cash. That's solid proof. What do I have, a hunch? A sneer I might have misheard? Maybe he needs the SUV for snow. Any jury would say the evidence points one way. He's a decent guy. He wants to help the planet, or at least do his small part. I'm with the jury, Burke said. Better to trust the front of your brain than the back. Reacher stayed quiet. He checked the phone, 2 bars. I'm calling Amos now? Want me to pull over? Does it help the signal? I think so. Lets it lock on better. Burke eased off the gas and pulled onto a wide gravel shoulder. Reacher dialed. Call me back in 10, Amos said. Swamped right now. Any word on Carrington? Nothing yet. Call me back. The payment process unfolded like a quiet, magnificent ritual. It began casually and grew exquisitely formal, feeling ancient in its roots, Greek or Roman, maybe even tribal. Stephen stayed in the parlor watching the screens while everyone else walked back to the motel, a bustling group of 9, 6 customers, excited but restrained. With Mark, Peter, and Robert trailing behind, the customers went to their rooms. Mark, Peter, and Robert went to the office, where the process invented itself on the spot. They had no plan. No one had thought it through, afraid of jinxing things. In the end, it was a 5-second decision based on pure common sense, the obvious thing to do, yet epic in its drama and psychological weight. Mark sat behind the counter. Peter stood at the end, turned sideways, halfway between, like an independent witness. Robert acted as the escort. He went to fetch them one at a time. The legend was born right then. He knocked on each door, and they came out and walked with him. He was the Praetorian Guard, and they were the great gentlemen, the senators. They followed him down the boardwalk, the night air cool and still, a single moth circling the lone bulb above the office door. There was no alternative. He kept a deferential half-step back. Inside the office, he waited by the entrance, observing nothing. Each person advanced in turn to offer their tribute to Mark, with Peter standing by to witness the exchange, the submission, the symbolic bowing of the head. A few meticulously counted out thick stacks of cash, stretching out the moment. Others simply placed their bags on the counter and retreated, anticipating immediate and absolute acceptance, which they received. The full amount would be there, every last dollar. Cheating wasn't an option. Then, one by one, Robert escorted them back and rapped on the next door down the hall. The whole ritual felt both casual and formal, like the grave proceedings of some ancient republic. Carell received a generous discount for his assistance the previous day, but the other 5 paid the full price without negotiation. When it was over, Mark selected the two largest of the discarded bags, and Peter began packing them. It wasn't simple. Fitting the equivalent of 5.5 bags of cash into just two required some creative layering. The others gathered close. Mark counted aloud as Peter stacked the bricks, but not with numbers. At first he murmured, "Overhead, overhead," as the initial stacks went in, then shifted to a soft, repeated, "Profit, profit, profit." For the rest, it became a kind of hushed chant, kept quiet so the sound wouldn't travel. They hissed the word together, "Profit, profit, profit." Then they carried the bags back to the house, passing all the windows, almost wishing the important gentlemen were watching. Let them see their tribute, given so humbly and dutifully, being carried off by the victor. Peter had suggested they think it over, and they had not because he told them to, but because it was in their nature. It was the St. Leonard way, use your head. "Think before you speak. Start from the beginning," Patty whispered. "Clearly, they're tricking us. Getting to that break in the trees has to be impossible. It can't be. It has to be. How many people are we up against?" "We've seen 3. There are 12 rooms, minus this one. 9 quad bikes. Pick a number you think they'll use the bikes." "I'm certain they will. That's exactly why Peter made a point of saying we'd be walking. To make us feel powerless and small, like we're already defeated. Call it 9 people, then. They can't cover everything. It's a massive area. I checked the map," Patty said. "It's roughly 5 miles across and 7 from top to bottom, shaped like an oval. This cabin is about half a mile off center, toward the east. It's fairly balanced north and south. Then maybe it's doable. They'd be spaced about every 40 degrees around the perimeter. They could be 100 yards apart. If we slipped into a gap behind them, we'd be clear. It can't be doable," Patty insisted, her voice tightening with frustration. "Think about what happens next. We reach a road, hitch a ride, call the police and the FBI for kidnapping and false imprisonment. They show up, see the battery cables, the bars on the windows, the locks, the cameras, the microphones. Peter and his friends can't let that happen. They absolutely cannot afford for us to get out of here. It doesn't matter what we try, any method at all. They have to be completely certain we won't make it." Shorty didn't respond. They sat together in the dim light, Patty, with her hands pressed under her legs on the bed, rocking slightly, her gaze fixed on nothing. Shorty had his elbows on his knees, chin in his hands, sitting perfectly still, trying to concentrate. Then, abruptly, the room blazed with light from every fixture and lamp, bright as a film set. A motor whirred and the window blind rolled up. Outside, lined up on the boardwalk, shoulder to shoulder, an inch from the glass, stood 6 men. Carol was among them, the weaselly tow truck driver. 3 were familiar, 2 were new faces. All 6 stared intently, openly, without a hint of restraint. Their eyes moved from her to him and back again, judging, evaluating, assessing. They were drawing their conclusions. A ripple of quiet satisfaction spread through the room, faces breaking into tight, knowing smiles. There were slow, deliberate nods of approval, eyes gleaming with a shared, enthusiastic understanding. Then, as if on some silent signal, they rose to their feet and began to applaud, a long, loud, standing ovation that felt less like an ending and more like a salute to a performance still in progress. It was respect, paid in advance. 10 minutes later, Reacher called Amos. She answered, sounding slightly winded. "What's happening?" he asked. "It was a false lead," she replied. "We had a possible sighting of Carrington, but it was 2 hours cold and didn't pan out. He's still in the wind. Elizabeth Castle is, too." "Then I should head back into the city," Reacher said. Amos hesitated. "No," she finally answered. "We're still active here. The traffic camera system is monitoring all southbound routes from the second morning wave. Nothing that came in has gone back out yet. Our assessment is that Carrington is still local, which is exactly why you need boots on the ground," Reacher countered. "No sense in me showing up after they've already spirited him away." "Negative," she said again. "What was the tip you got?" "An unconfirmed report had him entering the county administration building, but no other witnesses corroborate it, and he's not there now." "Was he alone or with Castle?" It was the middle of the day, crowded, hard to tell who was with whom. Was it for the census records? Different department. The county has offices scattered all over. Did you have time to look into that old business? She paused longer this time. More than a minute, she said. What did you dig up? I need some professional advice before I lay it out, ironically from Carter Carrington himself. Why? You wanted unsolved cases. I found one. It has no expiration date. You found an open homicide, which makes it technically still an active investigation. When did it happen? Fits your time frame. I wasn't alive then. I can't be a witness, and I'm certainly not a suspect. Talking to me carries no legal risk, but it has personal implications for you. Who was the victim? You already know? Do I? Who else could it possibly be? The kid, Reacher said. Correct. Amos confirmed. Last seen collapsed on a sidewalk one September evening in 1943. Then he resurfaces, 22 years old and just as unpleasant as ever, and he ends up dead. The two reports were never linked. Probably a lot was happening back then, wartime detectives rotating in and out, no digital records, but by today's standards, the first file materially changes the second. We can't ignore it, so we're obligated to reopen it as a cold case just to see where it leads before we close it for good. How did he die? Beaten to death with a set of brass knuckles. Reacher was silent for a moment. Why was it never solved? No witnesses. The victim was widely disliked. No one pushed for answers. Their prime suspect vanished completely. It was a chaotic period right after VJ Day. Millions of people were moving around. August 1945, Reacher said. Did the police have a name for the suspect? Only a kind of alias? Second-hand information, overheard very vague, mostly hearsay from folks who catch snippets of street talk. What was the alias? That's why we have to reopen it. We can't disregard the connection. I'm sure you see that. All we'll do is add a couple of new paragraphs to the file. What was the name? The Bird Watcher. I see, Reacher said. How soon do you need to add those paragraphs? Hold on, she said. He heard a door open, footsteps, the rustle of paper, a new message. After a moment, she came back on the line. I just got an alert from the license plate recognition system. She went quiet, then let out a breath. Not what I was hoping for. No one has left the area yet. Carrington is still here. I need a favor, Reacher said. He could still hear her shuffling the paper. More history, she asked. He brought up current events. A university professor mentioned that 30 years back, an elderly man named Reacher returned to New Hampshire after spending decades overseas. From what I understand, he's been settled here ever since, living with the granddaughter of a relative. I need you to look around the county and see if you can locate him. Check voter registration, maybe a driver's license that's still active. I'm employed by the city, not the county. You managed to dig up everything on Reverend Burke, and he doesn't reside within city limits. He could still hear the rustle of paper on her end. I called in some favors, she replied. What's the old man's first name? Stan, that's your father. I'm aware, you told me. He passed away. I attended the funeral. Then the professor has his facts wrong, most likely. What else could it be? The funeral was 30 years ago. That's exactly when this man showed up in New Hampshire after a lifetime abroad. What are you saying? It was a closed casket. For all I know, it could have been filled with stones. The Marine Corps and the CIA collaborated occasionally. I'm certain all sorts of covert, squirrely operations were happening back then. That's insane. You've never heard of something like that? It sounds like a Hollywood movie. Often based on a true story. A 1 in a million chance. I'm sure most CIA operations were downright tedious. And I'm absolutely certain most Marine Corps stories were... Agreed, Reacher said, 1 in a million. But that's precisely my point. The odds aren't zero. That's why I want you to check. Consider it my due diligence. I'd be neglecting my responsibility otherwise. You're about to reopen a cold case with no statute of limitations, with a 1 in a million chance your prime suspect is still alive, living in your jurisdiction, and related to me. I thought I should clear the air beforehand, just in case I need to give him a call. "Hey, Pops, get a lawyer, you're about to be arrested," that sort of thing. "That's crazy," Amos repeated. "The odds are better than zero," Reacher echoed. "Hold on," she said, the paper rustling again. "This is a strange coincidence. What is? Our new software. Primarily, it tracks who enters and exits using license plate recognition. But apparently it's running a couple of additional background layers. It scans for outstanding warrants, unpaid tickets, and then it runs a general remarks page. And the van we saw this morning was illegal. Which van? The Persian carpet cleaners. Illegal how? It should have been displaying dealer plates. Why? Because its current registered owner is a dealer, so they're not carpet cleaners? The cleaning company went out of business. The van was repossessed. Patty and Shorty returned to the bathroom, but quickly abandoned it. The shattered tile and crumbled drywall rendered half the space unusable. They drifted back to the bed and sat side by side, their backs to the window. They no longer cared if the blind was up or down, or who might be watching. They whispered to each other, brief and hushed, communicating through nods, shrugs, head shakes, and hand signals, discussing everything as swiftly and privately as possible. Their basic assumptions had been revised, their mental model refined. Some things had grown clearer, while others remained frustratingly opaque. They knew more facts, but understood less of the whole picture. It was now clear the 6 men at the window were the opposition team. Their objective was to win a game of tag across 30 square miles of forest, presumably in the dark, likely with 3 of the so-called referees already out in the woods with them, acting as umpires or marshals, making a total of 9 quad bikes in play. The 4th and final observer was probably stuck in the house, monitoring the cameras and microphones, doing whatever mysterious tasks occupied them there. That was their current prediction. 30 square miles, 6 men in the dark. Yet they were confident of success. Failure wasn't an option. The quad bikes would provide an advantage, far faster than running, but still, the scale was daunting. 30 square miles was the equivalent of 10,000 football fields. The space was vast and empty, save for 6 random points, each occupied by a single man hidden in the darkness. They didn't understand the setup. Then Shorty's voice was a low murmur. Could be they're equipped with night vision? That single idea unleashed a torrent of grim possibilities. They might be riding in a giant, endless loop, a mile or 2 out, moving one after another like the spokes of a relentless pinwheel, ensuring one of them would pass any given spot every few minutes. Meanwhile, Patty and Shorty would be approaching from the side at a perfect right angle, like trying to dash across a busy one-way street. Their progress would be painfully slow, potentially visible from start to finish for a full 5 minutes. Would the rotation of that mechanical pinwheel be slower than their crossing, or would they be tracked from the very moment they stepped outside? The questions multiplied, culminating in the most pressing one: what form would this pursuit take? It certainly wouldn't be a childish game of tag, no slap on the shoulder, no thrown beanbag. This was 6 determined men across 30 square miles, armed with all-terrain vehicles and night optics, utterly confident in their success. The situation was bleak, which forced the ultimate choice. Should they stay together or separate, going different directions would more than double their odds. If one was caught, the other might capitalize on the distraction. One of them might actually make it out. Nearby, Reacher waited in the Subaru, parked on the broad gravel shoulder. If the story about the organic jute farm was a fabrication, then the entire narrative collapsed. "I told you so," whispered a voice in the back of his mind. That tow truck wasn't there for some abandoned vehicle, not the way the tale was spun. Amos had claimed taxis refused to come out this far, which meant the abandoned car was a pure invention, a single thread in a fantastically elaborate tapestry of lies, a story that also included the supposed plumbers, electricians, and all the talk of maintenance and utilities. The tow truck was nothing but a mobile roadblock. Burke broke the silence. "What's on your mind? I'm puzzling over where everyone went," Reacher said. "We saw one guy, but there were 4 vehicles parked. So something strange is definitely happening up there, then, I think. How bad could it be? It's just a motel." But then I remember it has a roadblock, and I suppose pretty bad things could happen at a motel that needs a roadblock, possibly very bad things. The problem is, I lose my phone signal if I go up there, and I want that update on Carrington and Elizabeth Castle. I'm the one who put them together. I think Amos is going to call. She wants me back in town this time. Her no had a long pause before it. A telling pause. She's going to ask me sooner or later. What could you even do there? Burke asked. I could take a walk. They have my description. I'm the genuine article. Carrington's just a cheap copy. It would pull the heat off him. Then the guy with the bad intentions would be coming for me instead. And that doesn't concern you? He wants to haul me back to Boston, wants to toss me off a building. That's a long, complicated operation. I really don't see that ending well for him. Burke pressed. But what kind of bad things are we talking about at a motel with a roadblock? Your guess is truly as good as mine, Reacher replied. As the final daylight bled away, the exterior lights flickered on along the boardwalk. The 6 men began organizing their equipment. All 6 motel room doors stood open, casting bright rectangles of light onto the walkway. Men moved in and out seemingly at random, carrying various items, but there was an undeniable element of theater to it all, a subtle display of readiness. Not that there was much room for individual boasting. The rules were strict and designed for fairness. The playing field was perfectly level. Each participant received an identical randomly assigned quad bike, a lottery of machinery. Everyone would use the same model of night vision goggles, a standard practice where the course owners specified the exact device. Mark had selected Generation 2 Army surplus, the industry standard, and a readily available unit. Clothing and footwear were technically unrestricted, but years of experimentation by various players had led to a de facto uniform, everyone now dressed essentially the same. The soft duffel bags held nothing of interest. The hard cases, however, told a different story. They held awkward, suggestive shapes, personal choices, or perhaps selections based on faction, ideology, or even faith. Everything was permitted, in any combination. Recurve, reflex, self, longbow, flatbow, composite, or takedown. Every archer had a preference and a philosophy, supported by some hands-on practice and a generous dose of hopeful speculation. Each person was plotting modifications, everyone was adjusting and experimenting. When the serious high-end equipment emerged, there was no shortage of subtle appraising looks. The final daylight was draining away, so the vista from the gravel roadside was shifting, softening into muted shades of gray. In his thoughts, Reacher swapped it for the motel as they had first approached it, the detailed up-close picture of what awaited them. Brilliant afternoon sun. The office on the left, the Volvo station wagon parked by room 3, the imitation carpet cleaning van outside room 7, the compact faded blue import beside room 10, and the long bed pickup truck at room 11, plus the lawn chair from room 5, sitting just a little askew. Burke asked, "What is it?" "It's one of those background thoughts," Reacher said. "You favor the foreground. Tell me anyway. What's the essential ingredient for something bad to occur?" "You mean in a philosophical sense? In a practical, on-the-ground sense?" "There could be a dozen factors." "They need a victim," Reacher stated. "You can't commit a bad act without one. Say it's a young woman. She could have been tricked into coming there and then confined. Maybe they intend to coerce her into filming something illicit. The motel's isolation makes it a convenient spot. You think it's something like that?" I said, for example, it could be many things, but all those scenarios share one common requirement: a victim, present on site, somehow seized and detained there, ready and waiting when the others arrive. Burke asked, "Where on the premises?" "Room 10 stood out," Reacher said, "in 2 distinct ways. First, the car. The only vehicle with out-of-state plates. Also, it was smaller, more economical, and visibly worn. That often points to a younger owner, potentially far from home and more exposed. Second, the bedroom window. The blind was drawn, the only one out of all 12 rooms. Burke was silent. Reacher said, "I warned you. It's a background brain kind of thing. What are you planning to do?" "I'm not sure." You should go back for another look. Maybe. Carrington is an adult. He can handle himself. He's completely unaware. He has no idea any of this is happening. Fine, then let the police handle him. They don't want you there anyway. That detective isn't going to invite you. Take my word for it. Reacher didn't reply. He dialed Amos's number. It rang 4 times before she answered. No news yet, she said. How's the feeling now, he asked. Rush hour is finished. Downtown is calm. We have coverage on most of the key locations, and remember, the description we're working with is for a completely different person. This is just a theory. All things considered, I'd say I feel reasonably all right. On a scale from 1 to 10, about a 4, Imus replied. Would it be useful if I came out there? Honest answer, rated on the same scale. Is there a number lower than 1? 1 is as low as it goes. Then it's a 1, she said. What about if we ignored the official rules and procedures? Still a 1, she confirmed, her tone leaving no room for debate. Reacher almost smiled at her unwavering bluntness. All right, good luck, he said. I'm heading where cell service is spotty. I'll check in when possible. Once again, the TV activated on its own. The familiar chime, the flash of blue screen, the blurred shift to a man's face framed against a dark wall. This time it was Mark. Head and shoulders in view, he was waiting. He glanced off screen and asked if a connection was established. Apparently it was, because they could hear the entire interaction. Mark looked back into the camera directly at them, a steady, unblinking gaze. He waited. He offered a thin smile. He said, Everyone, we promised to follow up for any questions, in case anything Peter explained earlier was unclear. So, here we are, Patty said. Tell us about the tracking devices. Come sit on the foot of the bed again. We'll have an open and thorough conversation. Patty moved over. Shorty followed reluctantly, dragging his feet, but complying. Mark said, consumer habits are evolving. Spending to fulfill aspirations isn't just about bigger, better physical possessions anymore. A larger home, a more impressive diamond, a superior painting. Now there's a whole new category. People purchase experiences. They buy tickets for lunar voyages. They tour the ocean floor. Some pay significant sums to live out their deepest, most private fantasies. For the first time in their lives, a few of them are just harmless. Others are truly disturbed. They come together online, discovering hidden forums. That's where we put out the word. What forums? Patty asked. Who are these people? You've already met Carell, Mark replied. The remaining 5 all come from one specific website. Its name has a fascinating double meaning, very clever underground marketing. Is it describing its members or the activity it encourages? Is it a slip or a knowing wink? It all comes down to emphasis. Grammar won't help you decide, Patty pressed. What's the site called? Bow Hunting People. What? Which should answer your question about the nature of the tag. The game doesn't restrict the type of bow aside from no mechanical draw and obviously no crossbows. They'll likely use mid-length composite recurves for mobility. They borrow a lot from deer hunting. They'll probably use broadhead arrows, maybe barbed depending on your location. If they spot you early, they might just trail you for a while, then they'll aim to wound. They want you to last the whole night. They paid a fortune. You're out of your mind. Not me, Mark said. I'm just serving the messy end of the market. Their desires are their own concern. You're talking about murdering us. No, I'm talking about giving you a real shot to walk away clean. Right now, I'm your best friend. I'm trying to help you. You can't afford to let us just leave. Now, you're just making excuses. Don't give up before you've begun. It's a big world out there. There are only 6 of them. Do they have night vision? Of course, and ATVs. Which means you can hear them coming, don't you see? You're not completely powerless here. Pick your direction wisely. Stay sharp, listen closely, try to guess from the engine noise which way the bikes will head, and then slip in behind them once they've passed. It might be possible. Presumably, someone will pull it off eventually. It's only 2 miles by the most direct route straight down the track. But I'd advise against that, even moving alongside in the trees. Too predictable. Someone would be waiting in ambush. No one replied. Mark continued, "A bit more advice, if I may. Check your door periodically. The clock starts the moment it unlocks. It's on you to notice. There won't be any further announcements when it opens. I suggest you leave right away. Give it everything you've got. Look on the bright side. It's a big forest. Bow hunters prefer to get within 40 feet, closer if possible. Shooting arrows in the woods is tricky. There are always trees in the way." Silence hung in the room. Mark added, "One more piece of advice. Please don't plan on hiding in your room. It might feel clever, but it's a flawed strategy. It never works. Once they figure out what you're doing, they'll close in until you're surrounded. You'll have 6 guys at your door. They'll be disappointed. They didn't get their sport. They'll take it out on you. They'll make sure you last all night, but not in a good way." Still no one spoke. Mark asked, "Did you discuss splitting up and going alone?" Shorty glanced away. "I know," Mark said. "It's a tough call. The smart move would be to go for it. The problem is you'd never know what happened to the other person in their final moments." Burke drove north. The phone signal faded bar by bar. Reacher laid down the rules. Burke was to drop him off at the start of the track, then go straight home and stay there, safe and sound. He was never to come back, no saying yes and then circling back to wait, no following on foot just to see what was going on. None of that. Go home, stay home, forget the whole thing, no arguments, no debate. This wasn't a democracy. That was the deal. Burke agreed. Reacher asked him once more. Burke agreed again. They drove into the trees. Under the canopy, it was already fully dark. Burke switched on his headlights. The twisted posts appeared 5 miles later, right on schedule and exactly where they should be. Burke brought the car to a stop. Reacher stepped out of the car and watched Burke drive off until the red taillights vanished into the distance. The night grew quiet around him. A pale, silvery moonlight washed over the road beneath a heavy, overcast sky, while beneath the trees the darkness was absolute alone. He started walking into the black. Patty tested the door handle, half hoping it wouldn't budge. They weren't ready. The unspoken agreement between them was to stick together, at least for now, for as long as possible. Their instinct was to head west, directly away from the main track. A longer, more counterintuitive route out. Was it a smart move or a predictable one? They couldn't decide. They had even debated taking a map from the car, but decided against it. What they really needed was a compass. The fear of wandering lost in those woods, maybe walking in circles forever, was real. The door remained locked. Patty stepped back and sank onto the bed. Just a couple of minutes later, Reacher reached the tow truck. Its solid shape materialized from the gloom, the dark making its paint seem black, its chrome a dull, lifeless gray. He crouched behind it, his hands searching until he found the thick rubber cable. He memorized its location, stepped carefully over it, and then forced his way along the truck's side, leading with his shoulder, his elbow held high. One side of him slid smoothly against the waxed paint, while the other was battered by twigs and snapping branches. He emerged at the front, felt his way to the center of the radiator grill, which marked the center of the track, lined himself up, and began to walk. 2 miles lay ahead. The sudden roar of quad bikes shattered the silence. One engine coughed to life, then another, the sharp whine of starters, the aggressive idle of high-strung motors. A third and a fourth joined in, the noise echoing off the barn wall. Then a fifth, a sixth, until all of them were growling and rumbling, milling about before clicking into gear and accelerating away, one by one across the grass onto the track, turning right away from the house and toward the motel. Shorty found himself briefly wondering who ended up with the bike they had pushed to the road and back earlier. Patty tried the door again, still locked. The bikes formed up into what sounded like a single-file procession. Shorty turned to watch out the window as they passed under the boardwalk lights, moving left to right. Each rider was clad in black, with a bow slung across their back, a quiver full of arrows, and those bizarre one-eyed night vision goggles strapped to their heads. Some blipped their throttles impatiently, others rose up in their saddles, eager for the chase. They all rode away. For a fleeting second, Shorty wondered who had placed their bet on the west. Patty tried the door. This time it opened. Patty pulled the door wide open and stood frozen, just an inch over the threshold. The outside air was soft and carried a hint of pine. The sky was dark as forged metal. "This is insane," she whispered. "I don't want to go. I feel safe in here." "We are not safe in here," Shorty countered. "We're sitting ducks. We're sitting ducks out there, too. They have night vision. There are only 6 of them." "9," Patty corrected sharply. "You really think those jerks are going to play fair? We can't stay." Patty fell silent. She stretched her hand out the door, opening her fingers to feel the air, pushing and cupping it as if it were water. "We'll go to Florida," Shorty said, his voice gaining a sudden, almost sarcastic brightness. "We'll start a windsurfing business, maybe throw in some jet skis. We'll sell T-shirts. That's where the real money is. Patty and Shorty's Aquatic Emporium. We could get a fancy logo made." Patty looked back at him, a faint, weary smile touching her lips. "Jet skis need constant servicing," she pointed out. "I'll hire a mechanic," he promised, "regular as clockwork. You have my word." She paused, then nodded. "Okay, let's go to Florida." They took nothing with them except the flashlights. Moving quickly, they slipped out between the dead Honda and a pickup truck parked next door, melting into the shadows of the night. They circled around room 12, then doubled back along the rear wall, keeping to the shadows until they reached the spot they believed was their bathroom. Pressing their backs against the rough siding, they stared west. Ahead lay a wide, pale stretch of grass, and beyond it, a dense line of trees stood dark and low against the night. They listened intently, searching for any glimmer of light. Hearing nothing and seeing nothing, they clasped hands and started forward. They moved quickly, but didn't run, their steps uneven as they slipped on the damp ground. Soon they were fully exposed in the open. Shorty pictured strange, single-lens night vision goggles swiveling toward them, zooming in to lock on their figures. Patty thought, if they spot us now, they might just watch for a while, tracking our path. Both fixed their gaze on that distant, dark tree line. They pushed on faster and faster until they broke into a sprint for the final 50 yards. Slipping between the first thick trunks, they stopped abruptly, bent double, gasping for air, part exhaustion, part sheer relief, part a raw, ancient thrill at having made it. It felt like some primal triumph fortifying them from within. Straightening up, they listened. Silence, they pressed deeper into the woods. Progress was slow, hindered by clinging vines and underbrush that snagged their ankles, forcing them to weave left and right around countless trees. The darkness didn't help. They didn't dare use their flashlights yet, fearing it would be like lighting themselves up for anyone watching. After about 5 minutes, Patty whispered, "Are we still going west?" "I think so," Shorty replied. "We should turn south now." "Why?" "We were out in the open way too long. They could have been watching from a distance. They saw us heading west, so they'll assume we keep going west. Will they? People tend to imagine movement in straight lines even if it's not logical. Do they really? So we need to veer off north or south. Let them imagine us going west all they want, we won't be there. I prefer south. If we hit a road, it's a direct route to town." "All right then, we make a left. Assuming we're actually facing west right now." "Pretty sure," Shorty said. Patty turned what she hoped was a perfect 90 degrees, checking her alignment carefully. Now she stood shoulder to shoulder with Shorty, facing a new direction. She started forward, and Shorty followed. On they went, the same tedious advance, grabbing vines, whippy saplings, occasionally a fallen branch blocking their way, which meant a detour and a long glance back to ensure they hadn't gotten turned around. Somewhere far off, they heard the brief growl of a dirt bike. Maybe a mile away, it started up, ran for a minute, then cut out. The sound was faint, maybe repositioning, but for what? On what clue? Patty halted suddenly, and Shorty bumped into her. "Do they ride those things constantly, like on horseback?" she asked. "Or do they get off and come in on foot?" "I don't hear them buzzing around nonstop. So yeah, probably they park and fan out on foot, which means we won't hear them coming." Mark was full of it. "What a shock. We're in real trouble. It's a big forest. They'd need to get a lot closer than 40 feet. That guy earlier was way off, completely out of luck." "We should turn southwest now," Patty said. "Why?" "From here, I think it's the quickest way to reach that break in the trees. Won't they guess? We can't worry about that anymore. There are 9 of them, between the lot of them. They can guess every possibility. Okay, so we go half a turn to the right, if we're really heading south right now. More or less, I'm pretty sure, Shorty said. I think we got turned around. Not by much. Patty fell silent. Shorty asked, What? I think we're lost in these woods. Woods full of archers who want us dead. I think I'm going to die surrounded by trees, which honestly feels fitting. I work in a sawmill. You okay? Feeling a little lightheaded. Hang in there. We're close enough for government work. Turn half right, keep moving, and we'll reach the clearing. They did exactly that. They turned at a sharp angle and kept moving, eventually breaking into a clearing. A moment later, it became clear they had circled back to the wrong place, behind the motel again, facing the same stretch of grayish grass, just from a slightly different viewpoint. They emerged from the trees barely 20 yards from where they'd entered. In the distance, Reacher caught the sound of motorcycle engines. At first, it was a faint, collective buzz right on the edge of hearing. Then individual machines became distinct, maybe a mile off. Some passed by, others slowed. These weren't the low rumble of American bikes. This was the higher, frantic whine of engines built for speed, all gears and chains and valves, screaming the quad bikes, he figured. There'd been 9 parked neatly in front of the barn earlier. Now they were out, weaving through the woods. Hunting, whispered the instinctive part of his mind. Fine, answered the logical part. Maybe they were after something protected, a bear cub, or something else illegal. Except a bear cub wouldn't be driving an import or hiding behind a drawn blind. He paused in the shadows, stepped off the path, and melted into the trees about 6 feet in. Up ahead, one bike had gone quiet, idling without a headlight before shutting off completely. Silence rushed back in through gaps in the canopy. Slivers of steel-gray sky showed moonlight glowing on low clouds. Reacher moved forward, staying parallel to the track, just inside the tree line. Patty sank down with her back against a trunk, staring across at the motel's blind side, the rear wall where they'd begun. You all right? Shorty asked again, she thought. If they spot you early, they might just shadow you for a while aloud, she said. Sit down, Shorty. Rest while you can. This might take all night. He dropped beside the next tree. We'll get the hang of it. No, we won't, she replied flatly. Not without a compass. It's hopeless. We tried walking 3 straight lines and ended up tracing a pretzel. So, what do you want to do? I want to wake up and find out this was all a bad dream. Besides that, I want to head east. I think the track is our only real chance. We stay in the trees alongside it so we don't get lost. Any other direction is pointless. We could wander until sunrise. They already know that. They've always known. Sooner or later we'd have no choice but to try the track. Our last resort. We should have realized it too. We were naive. 30 square miles with 6 guys? That was never realistic. It's a lottery, except it isn't 30 square miles. It's a narrow strip on either side of that track. That's where everything will happen. They're waiting there. The only question for them is what angle we come from, and when Shorty stayed quiet for a long moment, just breathing. Then he said, I want to try something. What kind of something? First, I need to see if it's even possible. I don't want to look like an idiot. She almost said, the odds aren't in your favor, Shorty. Instead, she asked, what do we need to do? Follow me, he told her. In the back parlor, Stephen monitored the GPS signals from the chips hidden inside their flashlights. The transmitters were robust, powered parasitically by the 4 fresh D-cell batteries, with antennas taped along the aluminum casings. Right now, the signals were moving from the forest's edge back toward the motel. A steady, deliberate pace, walking, not running. And this time their path was perfectly straight, a stark contrast to their earlier meandering, which had been chaotic from the start. They drifted uncertainly south of west, tracing a tight curl they must have believed was a straight line. Their left turn had looked promising briefly, but then they'd wandered again, nearly completing a loop, until their final turn brought them right back to where they'd begun. Twice they'd crossed their own earlier tracks without seeming to notice. Stephen watched the screen. They reached the motel's rear wall, then began retracing their exact earlier steps. They retraced their steps along the side of the building, moving past room 12 and into the parking area. They continued by room 11 before finally halting outside the door to room 10. Shorty lifted the hood of the Honda and reached beneath the battery. His fingers found the severed black wire, its cut ends gleaming like fresh copper. He stepped back and headed into room 10, straight to the bathroom. He gathered every towel he could find into a clumsy armful and carried them outside, dumping the pile on the gravel near the Honda's rear tire. "Check the other rooms," he told Patty. "Grab as many as you can." Patty began with room 11, finding the door unlocked. She went inside while Shorty returned to 10. He grabbed a suitcase by its rope binding, hoisting it with both hands. He stumbled out with it, pausing on the boardwalk to catch his breath before heaving it down the step. He lugged it across the lot with short, unsteady strides, finally reaching the tall grass at the meadow's edge before the woods. He trudged through the soft earth, the case brushing against the seed heads, until he was about 30 yards out. There he stopped, lowered the case, and laid it flat in the grass. On his walk back, he saw Patty had collected towels from rooms 11, 7, and 5. They now had 4 separate piles. Shorty went back into room 10's bathroom and emerged with a sharp, jagged piece of broken tile, broad at one end, dangerously pointed at the other. He dropped it onto the towels near the Honda. "Which room had the most stuff in it?" he asked. "Room 7, Patty answered. "Lots of clothes." "A whole shelf of lotions and potions in the bathroom. That guy really takes care of himself." Shorty walked down to 7. He ignored the clothes and the toiletries, going straight for the black leather toiletry bag on the vanity. He emptied it into the sink and found what he was looking for right at the bottom, a standard metal nail clipper with a moon-shaped cutter and a swivel-out file. He pocketed it and returned to the Honda. He set the tile shard aside and began arranging the towels, stacking them neatly into a thick, quilt-like pad. He slid it flat onto the gravel beneath the Honda's rear end. He repeated the process with the towels from the other rooms, placing pads under the Volvo, the Persian carpet van, and the pickup truck. Returning to the Honda, he lay on his back and wriggled into position. He drove the shard of tile upward into the bottom of the gas tank, stabbing repeatedly. The metal was tougher than he'd anticipated, a piece of the porcelain tip chipped off. "Great," he thought, "now I look like an idiot." He could almost hear Patty's doubt, but for once, luck was on his side. The broken edge had sharpened, giving the shard a needle-like point. He adjusted his grip, seating the base firmly in his calloused palm, and thrust upward with all his strength. He felt the tip puncture the metal, and a trickle of gasoline wet his hand. He worked the hole wider, and within a minute about 5 gallons had soaked into the towel pad. He repeated the process under the other 3 vehicles, his head swimming from the fumes. Yet instead of feeling dizzy, he felt a surge of strength and purpose, a raw, defiant energy. This was action. This was fighting back. He pulled out the gasoline-soaked bundles one by one and stacked them separately on the boardwalk, keeping back one smaller towel. Drenched in fuel, he tucked it under the Honda's battery, weaving it around bolts and into crevices. Then he stood up, backed away, and shook his hands dry. He got into the driver's seat, inserted the key, and turned it to the on position. He flipped every switch he could find: the rear defroster, the headlights, the wipers, the radio, anything to draw maximum power from the electrical system. He got back out, took the nail clipper from his pocket, and unfolded the file. A thin, gritty metal blade about 2 inches long with a curved tip, perfect for scraping. Then he reached one arm up under the hood. He bent his arm sharply, dipping his hand down and twisting it under the hood. The tip of the file slid into the gap between the 2 severed ends of the stiff black wire, right between the copper pennies. With a twist, he completed the circuit. Metal met metal, and a furious shower of sparks erupted. The gasoline-soaked towel ignited with a sudden whoomp, bursting into flame. Shorty jerked his hand back, dropping the nail clipper, then scrambled toward the boardwalk. He snatched up more towels, lighting each from the fire, now licking from under the Honda's hood, and hurled them into the motel rooms, into 11, into 10, onto beds and floors, into 7 and 5, the last few tossed anywhere he could, onto the boardwalk, a plastic lawn chair outside the office door. He and Patty retreated backward across the lot. Already, flames were snaking out of doors and windows. Fantastic, boiling shapes writhed under the eaves, racing sideways, pausing, then surging again like living things before joining together to set the roof ablaze. A grim satisfaction settled over Shorty. "They can't even glance at it," he said, his voice low and certain. "Not with those night vision goggles, it'd fry their eyes. All we need to do is keep it right at our backs, and they'll never see us coming." Patty pictured the geometry in her mind, a sudden, clear line of logic cutting through the fear. She gave a slow, acknowledging nod. "That's actually brilliant, Shorty." They moved east through the meadow, stepping past their abandoned suitcase, carefully aligning themselves so the roaring fire was directly behind them, and the mouth of the forest track lay straight ahead. The heat pressed against their backs like a shield. Reacher spotted the quad bike first, a bulky shape materializing in the gray, filtered moonlight. He was 6 feet off the track, concealed in the trees. Shifting left, then right, he pieced together the scene. The bike was parked at a diagonal, mostly facing back toward the motel. Its front wheels turned that way, the handlebars slightly crooked. It looked like it had ridden down, slowed, and begun a tight turn, but hadn't finished it. Not a full-about face, no rider in sight. Hunting, the instinctive part of his mind, supplied. All right, the logical part agreed. But where? Up ahead, most likely. The rider had driven down, swung partway around, and parked once he figured he was safely behind the expected action zone, a calculated backstop position. Reacher had heard the distant engine idling for nearly a minute earlier, the guy probably leaning on his handlebars, staring ahead, working it all out. Then he'd shut the engine off, dismounted, and presumably walked back the way he'd come to tighten the perimeter and improve his sight lines, which meant Reacher was now behind him. A very good place to be. He peered ahead through the trees, shifting position for a better angle. No sign of the man. Reacher began moving forward, staying in the cover of the woods. The going was tough. Vines, brambles, dense undergrowth, and not quiet. But he broke his steps into an irregular staccato rhythm. Not a steady left-right march, more like random scrabbling sounds. An animal, maybe? A fox digging for cover in the dark? Or perhaps a bear cub, hard to distinguish. He kept going. Then he saw him, just barely. The man was standing in the middle of the track, nearly invisible in the gloomy moonlight. He was half turned away, distracted by something up ahead. He made an extraordinary silhouette, clad in form-fitting black athletic gear, an archery bow slung across his back, a quiver of arrows at his hip. Strapped to his head was a single-lens night vision device, a Cyclops Eye U.S. Army, second generation. Reacher had used them, a night hunt, his subconscious whispered. "Told you so." "All right," his conscious mind replied. A faint reddish-orange glow tinged the horizon. Reacher edged closer, one long, careful step at a time, followed by a furtive rustle of leaves. The guy didn't notice. He was tilting his head awkwardly, trying to catch sight of the distant glow in the corner of his eye where it wouldn't overwhelm the sensitive optics. But he couldn't manage it. He kept flinching back. Finally, in frustration, he flipped the optical tube up and out of the way, opting to look with his naked eye. He took a step back, then left. Seeking an unobstructed view, Reacher moved forward and to the right. A fire glowed far off in the distance. The man stood about 8 feet away, slightly ahead and to the right. He was solidly built. With his night vision goggles flipped up, his face was as striking as a Hollywood star's, a bow hunter in the dark. "Hunting what? There's always a target," whispered a voice in the back of his mind. Reacher shifted his weight. The man heard in one smooth motion. He slid the bow from his shoulder an instant later. An arrow was in his hand. He nocked it, drew the string halfway back, and held the bow low, ready. He scanned the area, his goggles still tilted up and inactive. The arrowhead was broad and flat, catching a faint glint of moonlight. It was a serious piece of steel. Getting hit with it would be like taking an axe blow, only worse. Then the hunter raised the bow high with both hands as if preparing to wade through water. He used his forearm to knock the optical tube back down over his eye. Now he could see again. He peered around grotesquely, his head moving slowly. that one enormous glass lens like a coffee can fixed ahead. Reacher stepped back and to the left, aligning himself with the trees. He wanted only the slimmest line of sight, the narrower the better. The hunter continued his methodical search, first what was in front, then a turn to the side, then further still to check behind. His lens swung and locked directly on Reacher. The bow came up, the string drew back, Reacher swayed right, the arrow fired and buried itself into the tree in front of him with a ringing thunk that vibrated through the hardwood from trunk to crown, like an axe, but harder. The hunter reloaded with practiced fluid motions, all right-handed, plucking an arrow from the quiver, fitting it to the string, checking the head and fletching, then drawing back. Ready, it wasn't much slower than working the bolt on a rifle. Same league entirely, Reacher called out. Do you realize you're shooting at a person? The answer was another arrow. The thump of the released string, the shish of its flight, then the same solid thunk as it struck wood. Reacher thought, I'll take that as a yes. Told you so, echoed that voice in his head. The front of his brain noted that in all his long and varied life, including military service across the globe, he had never before been attacked with a bow and arrow. It was a brand new experience, and so far, not a fun one. The night vision was the real problem. He was at a massive disadvantage. He knew second-generation gear well, having used various ANPVS models, Army-Navy Portable Visual Search Units. Like most second-gen military equipment, they were logical evolutions of the first. The images were sharper at the edges. Light amplification jumped from 1,000 to 20,000 times, delivering a detailed, fine-grained picture in monochrome, mostly cool greens, slightly wispy and ghostly, not quite reality, and in some ways better. A huge tactical edge, 20,000 times versus his 0. He had near total darkness. It took a strained, wide-eyed stare just to distinguish a tree from empty space. Occasional dapples of moonlight flickered, most of them just wishful thinking. Far to the left, an orange glow brightened in the sky. He could see the gleam of the next arrowhead ready and waiting. It tracked left, then right, seeking a clear line through the trees. The hunter stepped in, stepped back, shifted left and right, working the angles, a three-dimensional puzzle. Then it became four-dimensional as Reacher began to move too, swaying randomly left, right, just enough to force a new ballistic calculation every single second. Reacher called out, "You'll need to come closer." The man didn't move, Reacher said. "Step into the trees with me." The man didn't respond. "You'd do it if I were a deer," Reacher said. The man focused. The dark, glassy end of the coffee can was aimed right at him. Reacher could see just a thin sliver of the lens's right edge, a geometric chord, a fragment of a circle. That meant the man with the bow could likely only see Reacher's right eye, a thick tree trunk, and maybe a sliver of his left shoulder. Not an ideal target. Reacher knew folks who could hit a mark like that with anything from a well-thrown rock to a precision-guided weapon. But this archer clearly wasn't in that league. After all, Reacher was still standing there thinking about it. "Come into the trees," Reacher repeated. Still no answer. The guy was probably weighing his options. Reacher certainly was. A tight, cluttered space with little room to move, especially with a longbow. Tactically messy, particularly concerning range. Any distance beyond arm's length and a tree was in the way. Any closer than that, and it was all over. The bow could be grabbed, the night vision goggles knocked off, and those lethal arrows like knives on sticks seized from the quiver. The guy had about 20 of them. He wasn't coming in. Reacher shifted left, the arrowhead followed him. Still no clean shot. There wouldn't be one for 3 more steps either. After that, there was a patch of moonlight because the canopy thinned ahead. The canopy was thin because a tree was missing, leaving a gap. It was smaller than the clearing where they'd turned the Mercedes, maybe half the width and depth, but a hole in the woods all the same, directly in Reacher's path. A room-sized space with no trees. Mathematically, a shot there was inevitable. The possible trajectories would look like a route map in the back of an in-flight magazine. Speed would be everything. A running man might cross that space in under a second. His vital center mass turned sideways would pass through any given point in less than 1/10 of a second. Arrows are fast, but not like bullets. The archer would have to lead the target, firing into the space where Reacher was about to be. He'd have to commit in advance, like swinging at a fastball. He had no other choice. Reacher ran left, one stride, two, three, hitting full speed. The guy fired at where he was supposed to be. A sure thing, a can't-miss perfect shot, except Reacher juked sharply to the right just before the last tree, like a running back cutting through an open field. Instead of entering the treeless clearing, he charged straight at the archer, who was caught fumbling, trying to knock another arrow. Easy enough to do in your mom's basement, Reacher thought, a flicker of dark amusement cutting through the tension. Not so easy out here in the dark. He plowed into the man's shoulder first, a full-force hit. No finesse required. The guy went down in a tangle of limbs. Reacher kicked the nearest part of him, then snatched the bow, yanked the night vision gear off his head, and pulled an arrow from the quiver. Then he froze. Anything less than an arm's length was game over. They would know that. They'd hunt in pairs. He grabbed the man by the collar and dragged him into the trees on the far side of the track. The bow clattered onto the blacktop, coming to rest out in the open. Unfortunate, it told a clear story like the opening scene of a movie. Reacher stopped 6 feet into the trees. He hauled the guy upright, making him stand in front as a human shield. From behind, he pressed the tip of the arrow up under the man's chin into the soft flesh. The guy rose onto his toes, craning his head back as far as it would go. Reacher pushed harder. He whispered, "Who are you hunting?" The man let out a long, shaky breath that under different circumstances might have sounded thoughtful, as if pondering some profound and complicated question. Even from behind, Reacher could feel the man's lips moving, a silent rehearsal for some final speech that never came. Instead, a ragged, panicked breath hitched in his throat before settling into something grimly resolved. Too late, Reacher understood the panic wasn't about pain, but about what came next, the police swarming in, the FBI, the media circus, a very public trial laying every ugly detail bare, followed by a lifetime in a cell. The calm that followed was a decision, under the circumstances the cleanest exit for everyone. The man unfolded his legs like a diver pushing off into empty air, then threw his weight forward, driving the arrowhead up under his jaw. It pierced his tongue, shattered the roof of his mouth, tore through sinus and bone into his brain. Reacher released his grip. In the back room, Stephen watched screen after screen go dark. Most of the cameras disguised as gutter mounts on the motel were burning up along with the building. All the communication hubs, radio antennas, phone links, even the hidden satellite dish for their untraceable internet had been housed in the attic, chosen for its central, slightly elevated position in the forest. Now it was all ash. They were completely cut off. Only the GPS and the flashlights still worked, feeding data directly to the house. It showed Patty and Shorty moving in a straight line toward the mouth of the access road, the blazing motel at their backs. A smart move, one they'd never considered in all their planning or simulations, against that bright, shifting glare. Night vision would be practically useless. They'd be nearly invisible until they were right on top of you. His final headache was the heart rate monitor for customer 3. It was blaring an alarm, a non-essential piece of gear, but part of Robert's private experiment. After his time in Thailand, Robert was convinced the real thrill of the hunt wasn't the chase, but the exquisite hour after the prey was cornered. He wanted hard data to prove it, hence the monitors. Customer 3's readings had spiked with excitement, peaked dramatically, and then flatlined. According to the machine, he was dead. Patty and Shorty walked hand in hand, their clasped palms saying more than words could. They were caught in a dizzying push-pull of emotion, frozen one moment, frantic the next, breathless with a kind of surreal dread. The pitch darkness should have made them feel safe, except for the threat of night vision. But if night vision was useless, then maybe they were safe after all. With each step, their confidence flip-flopped wildly. One moment, they felt like hidden children, invisible because they couldn't see anyone. The next, they imagined themselves crossing a vast, floodlit runway, tiny and exposed. They had no idea which feeling was true. Maybe both were wrong, They kept moving, braced for arrows that never came, expecting eager sentries posted wide, hoping for an early encounter. Their plan was to stay central, midway between any distant outposts, using the fire as a moving shield. Just before the end, they intended to veer sharply, staying within the edge of the light. Until the very last second, they decided to circle through the woods to pick up the trail a bit farther along, rather than walking straight in. The entrance to the track would surely be watched closely. They also agreed to separate briefly, just by about 10 yards. Close enough to help each other, Patty said aloud, though privately she thought, far enough to run if the other gets taken down. Out loud, she added, and far enough that we won't make one easy target. Behind them, the motel's roof collapsed with a roar. A great shower of sparks shot into the sky, and fresh flames eagerly began devouring the exposed beams. The fire burned brighter than ever, casting long, dancing shadows. Now, Patty whispered, they moved south to their right, sidestepping quickly while glancing ahead and back at the blaze. They tried to stay just within the edge of its blinding glow, using the light as cover, but also pushing farther out. Widening their arc until Shorty, as planned, darted first for the trees. He made it without a sound. Patty waited, no shout, no alarm. She followed, slipping between the same two pines, intending to loop around in a wide curve back toward the track. She could hear Shorty moving ahead. Close enough to help, she told herself. She glanced back, far enough to escape. Would she? A mile in my shoes, she thought. Who could say what anyone would really do? She kept walking. Then, in a blur, two things happened so suddenly her mind went empty. They came out of nowhere too fast to process, two things, and then nothing, until she saw Shorty standing in front of her and a figure sprawled on the ground. A painful, slow-motion replay unspooled in her head, maybe some post-traumatic reflex in her mind's eye. A man loomed up. A nightmare in skin-tight black nylon, holding a bow, a hideous one-eyed mask over his face. The bow jerked right and tilted down, aiming low at her legs. Shoot to wound, she realized. The string drew back, the arrowhead glinting coldly in the moonlight, and then, out of nowhere, Shorty was behind him, swinging his long metal flashlight like a riot baton, putting every ounce of his potato farmer strength, plus all his pent-up anger, fear, and humiliation, into a blow behind the man's ear. The guy dropped straight down. Dead, she was certain. The sound alone told her. She'd grown up in the country and knew what it took to put an animal down. Close enough to help it had worked. "Thank you," she said, her voice steady. "I broke my flashlight," Shorty replied, examining it. "It won't turn on now." "Take mine," she offered. "It's the least I can do, thanks." "You're welcome. Keep mine as a weapon," he said. They traded flashlights in a strangely formal little exchange. "Thank you," Patty said again. "You're welcome." She looked away, then back. "But," she began. "But what?" "They know there are two of us. They must have expected we'd try something like this, probably, which means it's a risk for them, too, I guess. They would have known that from the start. Okay, I think their obvious move would be to hunt in pairs." A voice cut through the darkness. "Damn right about that, little girl." They spun around. Another nightmare figure stood there, gleaming in black nylon, a complex bow in hand, a steel arrowhead broad as a serving spoon, and a single glass eye staring blankly. The archer shot Shorty in the leg. The string thumped, the arrow hissed, and Shorty screamed, collapsing as if the ground had vanished beneath him. The shaft was buried in his thigh. He clawed at it, his head thrashing, jaw clenched so tight, his screams broke into sharp, rapid gasps. "Ah, ah, ah," faster than a heartbeat. Patty felt eerily calm, the way Shorty had been moments before when her own mind went blank. Now his was shattered, and suddenly it struck her. This is how life is supposed to feel. Her own voice echoed inside her mind, a steadfast teammate at her shoulder, insisting that Shorty was hurt, yes, but his condition wouldn't deteriorate in the next few seconds. Medically, it just wasn't possible, so she was free to handle the other threat first. That threat was the archer. She saw now that he was old. Suddenly, a second internal ally chimed in from her other side. pointing out that her perception was heightening, shifting to a more primal state where details became starkly clear. Even dressed head to toe in matte black with a bulky device covering his face, she could tell from his stooped posture and stiff movements that he was around their grandfather's age, frail and narrow-chested. Thinking of all the elderly uncles and family friends she'd known, and the generally poor shape they were in, adjusting for his build, maybe this guy wasn't such a formidable problem after all. His reload was clumsy and slow, his right elbow resisting a smooth bend, arthritis most likely. He fumbled, trying to compensate by grabbing for the next arrow too early. Patty drew a breath. She felt herself at the point of a tight, moving V formation, loud anthems blaring in her ears, her loyal mental squad marching beside her, propelling her forward, making her feel weightless and supported. The first teammate murmured, "Let's not forget the main point here. When you strip everything else away, this man shot Shorty with an arrow. That's beyond unacceptable by any measure." The second teammate coolly added, "The night vision rig will shield his face. Aim for the throat. Keep mine for a weapon," Shorty had told her, and she executed it flawlessly, despite having almost no practical experience. She felt the shift within her at a fundamental level, sensing every chemical flooding her system. Some were complex, primal emotions tied fiercely to Shorty, far more powerful than she'd anticipated. Others were like ancient, instinctual software booting up, dusty manuals from humanity's savage past. They all merged within her, granting a feral grace, raw strength, blinding speed, and cunning ferocity, topped with a strange, serene surrender that let instinct take complete control. She danced across the clearing, the flashlight trailing like a comet tail behind her, adjusting her stride perfectly before swinging it forward in a low, accelerating arc. The Cyclops lens of the night vision device dipped to follow it, and then she whipped the light upward in a brutal U-shaped curve into the narrowing gap between his dropping chin and straining neck. The impact sent a jarring crunch all the way to her elbow. He went down as if he'd clotheslined himself, landing flat on his back. She snatched his bow and hurled it into the darkness. The night vision was secured with thick rubber straps. She ripped it off his head. Underneath was a thin, pallid, bitter-looking man of about 70. His mouth gaped open and closed soundlessly, a goldfish out of water, pure panic in his eyes. He couldn't draw air. He pointed frantically at his throat with both hands, mouthing, "Can't breathe." Tough luck, she thought. Then a whimper from Shorty cut through the night. Later, she knew she'd have no real defense if some lawyer accused her of spiraling into a homicidal fury. Damn straight she did. Or if he asked sternly, "Did you actually beat the victim to death with that flashlight?" Damn right. Blow after blow to the head, focusing on his face with every fiber of her strength until his skull was a ruined mess. Only then did she crawl back to Shorty, who had fallen silent. He had seen it all. First things first. She hauled him by the armpits, dragging him deeper into the tree line. She propped him sitting against a thick trunk, straightening his legs out in front of him. Then she ran back to the man she had killed. She retrieved the night vision goggles, the rubber straps still warm. Strapping them on, she was hit by the smell, his stale breath, unwashed hair, tarnished metal, and decaying military-grade rubber. She hated it. But now at least she could see the world transformed into a luminous, brilliant green rendered in impossible detail. Every single leaf on every tree stood out with a razor-sharp clarity, each vein distinct as if etched with a needle. The entire forest seemed lit from within, casting a soft, pervasive glow at her feet. Every twig and every sliver of fallen bark was visible with exquisite precision. Trees far in the distance appeared just as vivid and bright as those nearby. This was better than daylight. It was unnatural, an amplified, smoothed, and perfectly gated display. She felt invincible like a superhero and sprinted back to Shorty to get to work. Reacher claimed the fallen man's night vision goggles, strapping them on and tightening the buckles. Instantly, his surroundings shifted into that same hyper-detailed, green-tinted world. He collected the full quiver of arrows, slinging it over his shoulder, 20 knives on sticks. It was better than having nothing. He moved deeper into the woods with no fear of losing his way. The dirt track remained visible through the trees. Even though it was now 30 yards to his left, its luminosity perfectly matched to everything else in the ghostly green landscape. The device ignored all shadow and distance, granting every single object the same meticulous emerald attention. He advanced 4 paces and halted. He reasoned the second man would be positioned close but not too close, near enough for a quick response, yet far enough to avoid any immediate disaster, certainly within earshot. Reacher turned in a slow, deliberate circle, examining every detail. It was important to remember that night vision was not thermal imaging. That was a completely different technology. If the guy lit a cigarette, sure, he'd appear as a sudden bright flare, but that would be from the light of the match, not his body heat. The goggles were blind to temperature. Without a light source, the man wouldn't stand out at all, at best appearing as just another pale, ghostly shape amidst a sea of them. He was automatically camouflaged in this monochrome world. Reacher checked the opposite side of the track, moving back and forth to peer through the trees. 50 yards away, with perfect, surreal detail better than daylight, with no play of light and shadow, no sense of depth. Each tree glowed with the same uniform intensity, like they were all equally radioactive in some post-apocalyptic nightmare. Every vine and bramble was a separate, impossibly thin line, like fine engraving on currency. And then he saw him. The man was leaning against a tree about 6 feet from the track's edge, dressed in dark, skin-tight clothing, a bow in hand. He was looking mostly up the track, but glancing back nervously again and again. He was anxious, unable to hear his partner. Now he faced a choice: respond to the silence or avoid a potential trap. He was 40 yards from Reacher, a distance that implied the need for cautious, painstaking stalking, a laborious task for one of them anyway. Reacher stood perfectly still. Sometimes he believed in letting the other guy do all the work. First, he drew a second arrow from the quiver, holding one in each hand. Then he selected a tree, a thick, sturdy specimen he guessed was about 60 years old, judging by the growth patterns he remembered from a place like Ryantown. He put his shoulder against it. He was a little thicker front to back than the tree was wide, but it was close enough for his purpose. He took a step back and squatted down. With the arrow in his right hand, he began to beat and scythe through the undergrowth, making big, dramatic sweeps with his arm. The sound was meant to replicate a staggering man falling, maybe rolling and thrashing around in distress. It was maybe convincing, or maybe it just sounded like some large, amorous forest creatures. To sell the illusion, he added a loud, strangled gasp, and a groan, a sound mixing stoic endurance with desperate pleading, delivered in a voice he hoped sounded like a man as handsome as a classic movie star might have. Then he straightened up and stood sideways behind his chosen tree, waiting 2 full minutes past. He began to think the guy wasn't fooled, but then he heard him close by, moving very quietly, slow and steady, exactly on the predicted line. He was a good stalker. He was probably right-handed, meaning the bow would be in his left hand, thrust forward and half ready, the string pulled back halfway, an awkward, tense posture. He was leading with his left shoulder, moving in a half-crouch, almost sideways. Reacher held his position, silent. The man slowed, now near the spot where he thought he'd heard something. Nervous, but careful. He hissed into the dark. "Hey, 4 you out here?" Reacher didn't stir. The man tried again, voice low and urgent. "Where'd you go?" "I think I lost you back there. We gotta move. There's a fire up at the buildings." "South Texas," Reacher noted. The accent was polite, almost earnest. He scuffed the brush lightly with his boot. The man whispered, "That you 4?" No response. "You hurt?" The man pressed. In answer, Reacher let out a soft, breathy sound from his throat, something between a sigh and a faint groan. The man edged closer, step by cautious step. He rounded the tree, shielding Reacher, his body turned, belly exposed as he peered through the night vision scope. A brilliant piece of tech, really, except for one glaring flaw. It tunneled your vision, cutting off the sides. Which meant the guy took 1 step too many around the trunk before he saw anything at all. By then it was too late to react. Reacher drove the arrow upward in a savage thrust deep into the man's stomach, putting his whole weight behind it. The force lifted the man clear off the ground. Reacher released the shaft and jerked his hand back. The man dropped to his knees, the arrow protruding from his gut, angling downward, maybe 6 inches of shaft, and the fletching visible. He toppled forward, landing squarely on the feathers. The arrowhead burst through his back, slick and glistening, not red-green, naturally. Stephen had already lost one flashlight. The GPS signal had blinked out earlier and never came back, maybe damaged on impact. Now the only working light was 60 feet into the woods, about 60 yards off the trail. It hadn't moved in minutes. He didn't know why, but his real concern was the heart rate monitors. 4 of them had flatlined. 4 clients technically dead, which was ridiculous. It had to be a system glitch. Still better to check. Maybe someone should go look. The GPS showed Peter and Robert far apart on either flank near the tree line. They were supposed to stay neutral, just observers unless called, not getting involved. Mark was looping back toward the buildings, moving slowly, either walking or coasting on his bike, too slowly. They all needed to pick up the pace. He needed to tell them, but he couldn't. The radio hub was toast, burned up in the fire. Their earpieces were dead. They couldn't hear a thing, so they were probably just standing around watching the flames. Then the remaining flashlight began to move. Shorty's pant leg was drenched heavy with blood. Patty couldn't rip the fabric. It was too wet and slick. She hurried back, grabbed one of the arrows, and used the sharp edge of its head to slice through the material, widening the tear the first arrow had made. The new arrow was razor sharp, almost as good as a kitchen knife. She opened a section about 6 inches above and below the wound, then peeled back the sodden cloth to look. The gash ran vertical. The arrow had struck with one blade up, one down, hitting just above the knee, about a third of the way up his thigh, dead center. It had pierced muscle and slammed into bone. She wasn't a doctor, but she knew the terms through the quadriceps to the femur. A clean miss of the femoral artery, nowhere near it. He wasn't going to bleed out. They'd gotten lucky, except she was almost certain the impact had shattered the bone. She felt along the back of his leg and found a ledge-like bulge, a displaced fracture, probably. The hamstring muscles were pushed out of place. Shorty was gasping, teeth clenched, groaning with a mix of pain and raw anger. In the eerie glow of the night vision, his skin looked pale green. He was in shock, but not completely gone. His pulse was rapid but steady. Patty examined the arrow she'd used to cut his pants. The head was a simple triangle, 2 wicked edges meeting at a needle-sharp point. The arrow's design was sleek and purposeful, its center thickened to give the shaft stability and force. Its edges were honed to a razor's sharpness, capable of slicing cleanly through flesh and sinew. Crucially, it lacked barbs, meaning it could be withdrawn along the same path it entered without causing new tears. Theoretically, Shorty's leg had other ideas. His muscles had seized in a violent spasm, clamping around the arrow like a vice. "You need to relax your leg," she urged him. "I can't feel it," he gasped. "I think the bone's broken." "Well, that's just fantastic. I have to get you to a hospital, but first this arrow has to come out. Your muscles are holding it prisoner. You have to let go. I have zero control. All I know is it hurts worse than anything." "Then we're doing this now," she said, her voice firm. "Try rubbing it out," he suggested through gritted teeth, like a Charlie horse. She pressed her hands against his thigh, which was cold and slick with blood. He groaned, a raw sound of agony. She worked her thumbs toward the wound, applying pressure to part the flesh, opening it wider. Fresh blood welled and traced dark paths across his skin. To distract him, she asked, "Tell me about Florida again. What's the plan?" "Windsurfing," he managed. "And merchandise," he panted. "T-shirts. That's where the real money is." "What's going on the shirts?" He hesitated, likely picturing some complex graphic, and in that moment of distraction she gripped the shaft and yanked it free with the same sharp, decisive force she'd use to pull a warped stud from a lumber pile at work. Shorty cried out, a sharp shriek of pain mixed with sheer betrayal. "I'm sorry," she whispered as he gasped for air. She shrugged off her jacket. Using the now clean arrowhead, she sawed off the sleeves, tied them together into a long cord, and folded the jacket's body into a tight compress. She pressed it hard against the weeping wound and secured it with her makeshift bandage, creating a crude pressure dressing and a semblance of a splint. The bulky knot would have to do for stability. "Stay right here," she instructed. She sprinted back to the first assailant, the one Shorty had struck. The night vision goggles were strapped to his head, their rubber slick with blood. She pulled them free and snatched another arrow from his fallen quiver. Running back, she handed the goggles and the arrow to Shorty. "For security," she said. "A last line of defense. Now I'm going to find us a way out of here." With the working flashlight in one hand and the clean arrow held like a blade in the other, she returned to the scene. She stood where she had been confronted, reconstructing the attack in her mind. The nightmare figure had loomed ahead of her, meaning he'd been walking south, coming from the north near the track's entrance. She stepped over his body and moved to where the taunting voice had spun them around. Damn right about that, little girl. They had turned and faced another man, also approaching from the north. They were a team. It stood to reason they wouldn't have carried their transportation. They'd have parked their quad bikes behind them farther back before proceeding on foot. She stepped over the second body and began walking north. Mark watched her go, poised to follow, but a movement at the edge of his vision made him pause. What she was stepping over wasn't just debris, it was a body, two bodies that changed the calculus entirely. Burning down the motel was one thing, a reckless act, though ironically it was insured. He'd never file a claim, of course. Even a casual inspection would scream arson, because it was. At the time, Stephen hadn't grasped the full gravity of what he was witnessing. To be honest, none of them really had. The radio was still transmitting at that moment, and Stephen had explained about the towel bundles detailing Shorty's puzzling mechanical efforts beneath the rear of each vehicle. The camera angles were poor, however, making it impossible to discern exactly what he was doing, and nobody else could offer any insight. Then, abruptly, all the towels were ablaze, and he was hurling them around. This scenario had never emerged in any of their brainstorming sessions, simulations, or war games. Now Mark realized it should have. It was an inevitable outcome. When clients demanded more challenging prey, something like this was bound to occur eventually. A truly audacious maneuver would surface. Yet there would be no insurance claim. The police would arrive, sift through the wreckage, and uncover all sorts of bizarre evidence. Rebuilding with cash would consume half of what they were earning that very night, a significant setback. He supposed they could console themselves with the thought of earning it back later, and then some. But it was a blow nonetheless. Were there other options? Suddenly. He believed so. Suddenly he wondered why rebuild at all. The motel was a dump. It meant nothing to him, just a dilapidated piece of some odd old deed passed down from a deceased stranger. He felt no attachment to the place. Right then he decided to leave it in ruins. It would be far cheaper to convert a single room in the main house. It would be far cheaper to swap the signs from OMTL to B&B. 6 new plastic letters, a little gold paint, a different kind of invitation. That should work perfectly. They never needed more than 2 guests at a time anyway. The customers could even sleep in tents, part of the whole rugged backwoods experience. But dead people were an entirely different matter. Mark prided himself on being a realist. He believed he wasn't clouded by emotion, swayed by sentiment, or tricked by cognitive bias. He felt his judgments were purely dispassionate. He considered himself adept at foreseeing consequences, like playing speed chess in his mind. He was confident he knew what would happen next. If this, then that, then the other thing. And right then he foresaw a whole cascade of dominoes about to topple. The missing individuals would be noticed, questions would be raised, data would be traced. If Robert could locate people, so could the government, and probably faster. He thought, time for Plan B? Unsentimental. He walked back to his motorcycle and rode it slowly toward the house. The motel had burned completely to the ground. Only the metal frame around room 10 remained standing, glowing a cherry red. The heat was intense. He could feel it all the way across the lot, Embers shimmered in the faint nighttime breeze, rippling with red and white light. He rode past the barn and reached the house, gunning the bike up the steps and parking it on the porch. He entered through the front door and went straight to the parlor. Stephen greeted him before he even stepped through the doorway without looking up. He was monitoring the GPS and knew Mark was in the house. Mark looked over Stephen's shoulder at the screen. Only one flashlight signal was showing. Peter and Robert were still stationary on the flanks. Stephen said, 4 of the heart monitors have failed. 4 now? Mark asked. Stephen switched screens and showed him the data displayed as 4 separate graphs of heart rate versus time. Each graph resembled a rough pencil sketch of mountainous terrain. All of them told essentially the same story. First, an elevated and steady excitement, then a brief plateau of extreme stress, followed by nothing. Could be an equipment fault, Stephen suggested. No, Mark said. I saw 2 of them dead already. What? Their heads were bashed in by Patty and Shorty, I assume, who are clearly more capable than we gave them credit for. Where did this happen? South of the track. What about the other 2? I don't know, Mark replied. Stephen switched back to the GPS display. The sole remaining flashlight signal was moving down the track, within the tree line near the edge. Peter and Robert were still motionless in a separate window. The 2 surviving clients showed elevated but steady heartbeats, excited, caught up in the thrill of the chase, but there were no sudden spikes, no contact yet. Which ones are we tracking? Mark asked. Carol and the Wall Street guy. Can we pinpoint their location? We know where their bikes are parked. They've settled into a middle position, with the front 2 and the back 2 already out of the picture. It's all on them now. Who handled the back 2? I'm not sure, Mark repeated, his voice low. This alters the entire situation. You understand? Nothing is the same. I agree. What's your call? We move to Plan B, Mark stated. Keep your eyes fixed on where that flashlight moves. Stephen remained focused on the screen. Mark drew a bulky black handgun from beneath his jacket, his elbow lifting high because the weapon was extended by a suppressor. He fired once into the back of Stephen's head, and then a second time after the body settled. Certainty was essential. Plan B demanded nothing less. He retrieved the bags of cash from the closet, placing them in the hallway, then opened a hidden panel in the closet's rear wall to collect his escape kit. Cash, cards, a driver's license, a passport, and a prepaid phone. A whole new identity sealed in plastic. He discarded the kits belonging to Peter, Stephen, and Robert onto the closet floor. Carrying the cash outside, he set the bags down in the dirt a good distance away. Returning to the porch, he swung the front door wide open. He wrestled the quad bike back and forth until it had clearance. Then, squatting like a weightlifter, he gripped the frame and heaved it over onto its side, positioning it toward the house, right beside the open doorway. Gasoline gurgled from the uncapped tank, pooling into a miniature lake on the ground. Mark tossed a match, stepped back, snatched the bags, and ran for the barn. Halfway there, he stopped and glanced back. The house was already alight, flames dancing around the front door, licking up the walls and porch boards, beginning their hungry crawl inside. He turned and sprinted the rest of the way. In the barn, he loaded the bags into his Mercedes, backed it out, and parked it at a safe distance before running back inside. To his right, the house was burning fiercely, flames now reaching the second-story windows. Inside the barn, he hurried to where the lawn tractor was kept, grabbing the 5 gas cans lined up on the shelf above, always kept full, a pointless ritual for maintaining curb appeal. Not anymore. Plan B changed everything. He emptied the cans across the floor, beneath Peter's Mercedes, beneath Stephen's, beneath Robert's. He threw another match, backed away, then turned and ran to his car. He activated the hazard flashers, a panic signal for Peter and Robert to see. They already knew their radios were dead. Now they were watching 2 fresh fires bloom against the night, utterly confused. They would come running. He drove at a deliberate pace toward the mouth of the track, past the glowing ruins of the motel, through the meadow, his lights flashing orange all the way. He stopped in the meadow's center. Robert arrived first, zooming in from the right on a wide curve out of the woods, his bike flattening the tall grass. He bumped onto the blacktop and pulled up next to the passenger window. Mark buzzed the window down. Robert looked in. Mark shot him in the face, then buzzed the window back up. Peter was approaching from the left, mirroring Robert's path in a symmetrical arc through the meadow, aiming for the driver's side window. This meant the Mercedes itself blocked his view of Robert's empty bike and the slumped figure on the ground. Mark buzzed his window down. Peter pulled alongside, face to face. The long suppressor on the gun snagged against the door frame, making it awkward to maneuver. Peter killed his engine. "How bad is it?" he asked. Mark allowed a moment to pass. "Honestly, it's a complete disaster," he said. "The motel's gone. Now the house and barn are on fire, and 4 of our clients are dead." Peter fell silent. "Processing the news," Peter remarked. "This changes everything." "Absolutely," Mark replied. "I'm talking about the end of the world as we know it. You get that, don't you? Nothing will be left untouched. No question about it. We should leave," Peter insisted. "Right now. Just the 2 of us. We have to do this, Mark. The heat is going to be intense. If we stick around, we might not make it. Just us. Robert and Stephen are dead weight. You know they are." "I have to open my door," Mark said. "I need to move around a little." Peter glanced over. "You've got plenty of space," he noted. Mark pushed the door open, but he didn't step out. Instead, he halted it the moment the handle cleared the suppressor, leaving Peter perfectly visible in the now tilted window frame. He fired 3 times, once into the chest, once into the throat, and once into the face. Then he pulled the door shut, rolled up his window, switched off the hazard lights, and continued down the path toward the woods. Chapter 40. Thanks to the night vision goggles, Reacher moved swiftly through the next stretch of forest. He kept about 6 feet from the path, making no particular effort to be silent or unseen. He counted on the chaotic spread of the trees to shield him from any arrows. The odds of a clean, long-distance shot were slim to none. Somewhere far off, he heard 4 distinct, muted pops. 2 sets of shots, 1, then a pause, then 3 more. They were faint, hollow sounds, maybe 30 seconds apart. The analytical part of his mind registered them as suppressed 9mm rounds fired outdoors roughly a mile away. The more immediate instinct suggested they could be something bursting in the fire, maybe pressurized cans. The glow from the blaze had brightened again. It had surged earlier, likely when a roof collapsed, then dimmed somewhat. Now the light was back, spreading wider as if multiple structures were burning. He paused. Up ahead on the left, 2 quad bikes were parked side by side, noses angled into the trees like vehicles outside a rural bar. The night vision revealed no riders nearby. They were probably ahead on foot, closer to the action, just like the last pair. These were the next layer of defense, one team after another. It was exactly why Reacher had always preferred to avoid conventional infantry tactics. He had no patience for trudging through endless landscape. He moved forward, quieter now, and stopped again. A man was visible up ahead on the opposite side of the path about 30 feet into the trees. Though small in the distance, the night vision outlined him in precise shades of gray and green. He was dressed like a diver holding a bow with a single lens optic mounted. There was no sign of his partner. The man seemed anxious, repeatedly glancing toward the growing glow in the sky and then looking away as if the brightness was becoming physically uncomfortable. He was tall and solid, standing with his head up and shoulders squared, but he wasn't at ease. Reacher had met his type before, and not just in the army. No doubt this guy was top dog in his usual world, but here he was floundering, twitching with a mix of confusion and resentment. He probably couldn't fathom why his supposed underlings or assistants hadn't handled this mess better for him. Reacher advanced through the trees on the opposite side of the path, moving slowly and silently until he was directly across from the man. Reacher was 6 feet into the woods. The path lay between them. The man was 30 feet in on the other side. On a map, it was a straight line, but in a forest, it was no clear shot. The man had positioned himself too defensively, boxing himself in with no natural line of attack. Reacher walked directly across the path, 100 random trees standing between them, and stepped back into the woods on the other side. He worked his way closer, now just 20 feet away, still on a direct line. The amplified glow in the sky pulsed like a strobe light, flickering and dancing through the canopy like paparazzi flashes at a movie premiere. 10 feet ahead, the man was looking down, perhaps bothered by the sudden brilliance. Reacher slowed to a stop, his senses on high alert. He took a long, careful look around, completing a full circle. The world through his night vision was a finely detailed monochrome landscape, shades of gray and green, cool and slightly ethereal, like a ghostly photograph. In some ways, it was clearer than reality. There was no sign of an accomplice. Reacher moved forward. He always believed in staying adaptable, but he also had a plan in this instance. The plan involved using an arrow at close range. Up close, however, glimpsed between the trees, it was clear the man was worried in a primal elemental way, like a CEO whose private jet goes down in the wilderness, suddenly aware he's not at the top of the food chain. Maybe he was ready to negotiate. Reacher rushed him. The man jerked his bow up on pure instinct, a regrettable move because Reacher was forced to slash downward with his arrow, cutting across all four knuckles of the man's left hand. A howl echoed as the bow dropped. Stepping in, their night vision goggles clacking together, Reacher kicked the man behind the knees, sending him sprawling onto his back. He used his foot to flip up the man's goggles, then planted that same foot firmly on his throat. The tip of the arrow pressed between the man's lips, tapping against his teeth. "Feel like talking?" Reacher whispered. The man couldn't speak with the arrow in his mouth, nor could he gesture with the pressure on his windpipe. Instead, his eyes widened in a desperate, pleading promise. Reacher pulled the arrow back. "Who are you hunting?" "This isn't what you think," the man gasped. "Explain. I came here to hunt wild boar." "And what are you actually hunting?" "I was lied to." "Answer the question." "People," the man admitted, his voice strained. "2 people. Not what I signed up for. How many?" "2. A young Canadian couple. Their names are Patty Sundstrom and Shorty Fleck. They got stranded. I was tricked into this. A man named Mark, he owns this place. He told me it was boar hunting." "Mark Reacher? I don't know his last name. Why not call the police? No cell service, no phones in the rooms. Then why not just run?" The man stayed silent. "Why not lock yourself in your room tonight and refuse to play along?" Reacher pressed. No answer. And yet here you are creeping around in the dark with a bow. Still nothing. "Wait," Reacher said. He heard an engine up ahead. Bright, jagged beams of amplified light cut through the trees, a large vehicle with its headlights on. He flipped up his night vision. The world plunged into darkness except for the track 30 yards to his right, now lit up like a narrow, glowing tunnel. A shiny black Mercedes SUV, imposing as a clenched fist, rolled past. Its red taillights flared briefly before it vanished. Reacher lowered his goggles and the detailed green world returned. He adjusted his foot on the man's neck, making room to rest the arrow's tip against the ridge of his boot. He applied a steady, increasing pressure. The man tried to scream, but Reacher pressed down harder, silencing him. "I didn't know what this was," the man choked out. "I swear, I'm a banker, a hedge fund manager. These other guys have nothing to do with me. I'm a victim here, too." "You're a banker?" Reacher said, a note of dry amusement in his voice. "I guess the world really has moved on. You seem to think being a banker entitles you to special consideration? When did that start? I must have been looking the other way. I had no idea they were hunting people." "I believe you knew," Reacher said. "I believe that's precisely why you showed up." He increased the pressure on the arrow, bearing down until it punctured the skin and drove deep into the neck, grazing the spinal column before emerging on the opposite side. It fixed the man to the forest floor like a specimen, the point lodging against what felt like a twisted, unyielding tree root. Reacher leaned into it, pushing until the shaft stood firm and vertical, a grim marker in the dirt. Then he turned and continued his path through the woods. Mark positioned his Mercedes directly facing the tow truck. He had calculated the odds. Technically, a maximum of 4 individuals remained unaccounted for: Carell, the Wall Street client, and Patty and Shorty themselves. There was also a hypothetical fifth person if the missing pair had fallen prey to an outside party, perhaps that large man returning because something had caught his attention because he hadn't been fully convinced. Peter's mistake. 4 people, possibly 5, all somewhere ahead, maybe far ahead. He needed 3 short minutes, maybe less. His plan was to reverse the tow truck out to the road at high speed, ditch it if he had to, clear the path, then sprint back to his idling car and take off in any direction. 3 minutes was all he asked for, but with 5 people in unknown locations, each spot was either more than 3 minutes away, not a problem, or less than 3 minutes away, which was a very big problem. However, he concluded it would be practically difficult for anyone to be that close, even on the dirt bikes. He mentally rehearsed the sequence like a game of speed chess. First this move, then that one. The truck's loud diesel engine would be heard from a distance. The customers would likely assume the game's perimeter was being adjusted on the fly, a twist to keep the challenge interesting. Patty and Shorty would probably think along similar lines. Having done well, they'd expect the rules to shift. None of them would grow suspicious. 3 minutes wouldn't matter to them. They wouldn't react at all, except for Carell. It was his truck. He would know something strange was happening. He might let it slide, feeling like a quasi-member of the team after the last couple of days and that generous discount. He might adopt a casual, what's mine is yours attitude, or even see it as a courtesy not to be pulled from his role as a customer. It wasn't his job to tweak the game. He might let it go, or he might not. And even if he reacted instantly, he could still be more than 3 minutes away. He'd have to navigate 60 yards or more through dense forest back to his bike. That alone could eat up the 3 minutes. He assessed it all dispassionately. Overall, the chance of success looked good. It boiled down to 2 coin tosses, whether Carroll would let it go and whether he was nearby. The odds were in his favor. The numbers didn't lie. He left the Mercedes running, the driver's door hanging open. He squeezed past the trees and the truck's massive front end, fighting his way to the cab. He grabbed the handles and climbed the ladder. The door was locked. This he had not foreseen. For once, his prediction was wrong. Such a basic thing. It had never crossed his mind. He hung there, 1 foot on a step, 1 hand on a handle, swaying, prodded by branches. Anger flashed through him first. What kind of idiot leaves a truck without the door open and the key in? It was madness. In this business, flexibility was everything. The truck might have to be moved at any moment. In-game operations were constantly shifting. Everyone understood that. Then a cold, sinking dread hit him. If the key wasn't in the truck, where was it? The best-case scenario was grim enough. The key was in Carell's pocket, which meant tracking the guy down and taking it from him. That would mean a delay, possibly a long one, which would only increase his risk of running into any leftover hostile players. Not ideal. But it was still better than the worst-case possibility. Carell's pockets were snug, made of stretchy black fabric. Would he even want to carry a key? Would any of them? They'd left their motel rooms unlocked, after all, which had worked to Shorty's advantage with those flaming towels. They clearly hadn't wanted to be bothered with those keys. Maybe they thought bulges in their pockets ruined the sleek look. The worst case meant Carl had left the tow truck key on the dresser in room 2, planning to grab it in the morning. Now it would never be picked up. Or maybe years from now someone would find it, charred, melted, and warped beyond recognition, its purpose a mystery. Mark climbed down the ladder, edged along the hood to his car, reversed about 10 yards, and turned around in the clearing before driving back the way he'd come. Patty watched him pass again. She'd seen him leave just minutes earlier. At least she thought it was him. She was only guessing it was Mark in that car. With her night vision goggles on, she hadn't looked directly at the driver. The headlights were painfully bright, but as she ducked away, she caught the low hum of the engine and the rush of tires on dirt. It sounded like a regular car or maybe an SUV. She just had a feeling it was Mark inside. Running away, she'd thought when he first passed, but evidently not, since he was coming back now. Maybe it wasn't him after all. She couldn't locate the quad bikes. She didn't think they'd be far back in the trees. The spaces were too tight, too easy to get permanently stuck, so she kept her search close to the edges of the track. She expected to find them parked side by side, maybe partly backed into the brush or angled like they were ready to roll, but still leaving room for others to pass out of courtesy. But there was nothing. She stopped walking. She was already a long way from Shorty and wasn't sure how much farther she should go. Peering ahead, her eyes growing more accustomed to the green glow of the goggles, she turned and looked behind her. The glow in the sky had brightened again, too intense to stare at directly. She glanced south and caught a small night creature darting across 6 feet of open ground before vanishing into a pile of leaves. In the night vision, it was the same pale, scurrying green as everything else, probably gray in real life, probably a rat. When she turned all the way back around, there was a man standing in front of her. The same nightmare vision as before. Out of nowhere, just suddenly there, he held a bow ready, the string drawn back, an arrow nocked, but this time it wasn't aimed at her legs, it was higher. And there was no Shorty behind him, not the same as before. "We meet again," the nightmare vision said. She recognized the voice. It was Carl, the weasel with the tow truck ex-Yugoslav army, the guy who looked like a blurred face in the back of some old war crimes photo. She should have known. She felt stupid. "Where's Shorty?" Carol asked. She didn't answer. "Didn't he make it? Or maybe you're not sure. Maybe you split up. You're not a pair right now? He's not up ahead?" "I checked. He can't be behind you because that would be pretty useless, wouldn't it?" She looked away. "Interesting," Carol said, a smile spreading beneath his goggles. "Is he back there for a reason?" Silence. "Is he wounded?" No reply. "This is exciting," he said, his tone shifting to something almost playful. "You're out here gathering roots and berries, trying to brew up a healing potion for your man. You're worried, anxious to get back. Oh, this is a truly delightful situation." Patty stood frozen, the flashlight heavy in her hand. "You and I are going to have a great time," Carol said, his voice a low promise. "I was trying to find a quad bike," she managed to say. "Forget it," he replied. "My truck is blocking the only way out. Nobody leaves before I do. I'm not an idiot." He shifted his aim downward, pointing the arrow at her legs. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't what?" he mocked. "Shorty is hurt. I need to get back to him. How bad is it?" "Bad. I think his femur is shattered." "What a pity," Carol said, without a trace of sympathy. "I'll have to go check on him myself soon." "The rules say you lose your freedom if you get caught." "Please," Patty begged, the word tasting like ash. "Please what?" he sneered. "I hate this game, but I love it," he said, a smile in his voice. "We should stop. This has gone too far. On the contrary, I think it's just getting interesting." Patty fell silent, clutching her flashlight and the single arrow. It was just a tool, not a weapon. The arrow was useless for anything but close combat, and Carol was a full 10 feet away, completely out of reach. She watched as he drew the bowstring back another inch, the arrowhead sliding backward toward his white-knuckled grip, the bow bent under the strain, humming with pent-up energy. It was just a flashlight. In one fluid motion, she let the arrow fall, found the power switch with her thumb, and ignited the beam. The memory flashed, checking the heater hoses on the old Honda, that same brilliant focused shaft of white light. She aimed it directly at him, at his face, at the cold glass of his artificial eye, flooding it with blinding radiance. He recoiled, his shot firing wild and low, the arrow tearing through brush before thudding into the dirt. He stumbled, ducking and writhing as she pursued him with the beam, wielding it like a lance, stabbing at his vision. He fell, rolling in the leaves, ripping the night vision device from his head. She killed the light and sprinted into the blackness of the trees. Running was a gamble that would be proven brilliant or disastrous based on a single outcome, whether Carol caught her. That was the brutal math of it. For a moment, hope flickered. She was running fast, and she reasoned he might be slow to start, maybe cautious of a trap ahead, disoriented by that sudden attack of light, like something out of a sci-fi movie on Shorty's old TV. Then the hope died. She heard the pounding of footsteps closing in behind her. She veered sharply to the right, changing her line. Carol was slower to correct, and she gained a step, but he recovered, his presence looming at her back. In the jittering green glow of her own goggles, she saw the dirt track ahead growing brighter and clearer. She was angling toward it. The crashing pursuit was right behind her. She exploded onto the open path, and a heartbeat later, Carol did the same. He skidded to a halt, raising his bow. They were both instantly bathed in the blinding glare of headlights, amplified by their night vision into a searing atomic whiteness. They flinched away in unison. Carell shoved his monocular up. Patty tore the entire rig from her head. The world plunged into darkness, save for the source of the light, a black Mercedes slowing to a stop. Mark was at the wheel. The door opened, and he stepped out. Staying clear of the headlight beams, a shadowy figure advancing toward them. Carell raised his bow again, the arrow pointed at Patty, but his words were for Mark. "What's burning up there?" Carol demanded. Mark took a deliberate pause. "Everything's burning," he said flatly. "We're playing a whole new game now, You're involved. Like it or not, wouldn't you agree? People are dead. This is going to be a scorched earth investigation. We need to leave right now. Just you and me, we have to do this, Carol. The pressure will be immense. If we stay, we won't make it. Just you and me? You're my first choice. The others are dead weight. You know that," Carol said nothing. The silence stretched. "We don't have long," Mark pressed. "We have all night," Carol countered. "Nobody can get in here to bother us. We need to discuss that. In fact, we need to move your truck immediately. Why? A tactical consideration, a mid-game adjustment. We don't need adjustments. Not anymore. Shorty's wounded, and I have Patty right here. The game is over. All right, finish her and let's move. I'd rather go deal with Shorty first. You're stalling, what? Do you even have the key?" "What key?" "The key to the truck," Mark said. "Where is it?" "What kind of question is that? That truck is a major investment." Mark nodded slowly. "Exactly," he said. "I'm your closest friend looking out for you. I'd hate to think you left it on the nightstand. If you did, you'll need to call for a tow for your tow truck. The motel is gone. That was the first thing to go up." "The key's right here," Carol said, patting his pocket. "Safe and sound." "Good to know," Mark said. He brought the long, dark pistol out from behind his leg and fired 4 times into Carol's ribs, just below the arm holding the bow. The shots were a muffled thump. The tube on the front was a suppressor. Patty realized Carol collapsed onto the road in a sudden crumpled heap, the sound a mix of rustling nylon, the clatter of the bow, and the sickening crack of his head hitting the asphalt. Mark swung the gun toward Patty. "Go get the key from his pocket," he ordered. Patty hesitated for only a second before moving. She'd already done worse. She told herself, thinking of pulling the arrow from Shorty's leg. The key was still warm from Carol's body, no larger than the one for her old Honda. "Toss it here," Mark said. "Then you'll shoot me," she replied. "I could shoot you whenever I want. I could just take it from your lifeless hand. I don't have a weak stomach." She threw the key. It landed near his boots. "How bad is Shorty?" he asked. "Really bad," she said. "Can he move? His leg is shattered." "Well, it looks like you and I might be the last ones in play," Mark said, his tone shifting to something almost conversational, as if discussing the weather. "And I have to say, poor old Shorty is fresh out of options with me. I'm definitely not going back to help him. He can rot right where he is, for all I care." Patty stayed silent. "Just out of curiosity, how long do you think he'd last out there?" Patty didn't reply. "I want to know," Mark insisted. "Seriously, let's think it through. What's the rule? 5 days without water, 5 weeks without food, and he's starting from a pretty rough place. I suppose he could try to crawl, but he'd be dehydrated and weak. Crawling would just make that wound worse, invite infection. And it'd definitely make him easier pickings for the coyotes. Some of those animals aren't picky about an open buffet. Let me go help him." "No, I think he's exactly where he needs to be right now." "Why do you even care?" Patty's voice tightened. "You said you were just catering to other people's dirty little fantasies. Those other people are gone now, so you're done. Take the key, move the truck, and leave. Just leave us alone." Mark shook his head, a cold smile touching his lips. "Shorty burned down my motel. That's why I care. Forgive me for holding a tiny grudge. You made us play the game. Starting a fire was within the rules. and leaving him to die is within mine. Patty looked away at Carell's still form on the blacktop, starkly lit by the headlights, all harsh white and deep jagged shadows. She looked back. "What are you going to do with me?" "Always the same question," Mark sighed. "You sound like a broken record. I have a right to know. You're a witness. I told you from the start you'd never let us win. The whole game was a lie. It served its purpose. You should see what I've got in my trunk. Let me go check on Shorty. Come with me. Do whatever you're going to do there, both of us." "How romantic," he said, the sarcasm thick. She didn't respond. "Where is he exactly?" Mark asked. "A ways back down the road." "Too far. I'm sorry, but I really need to get moving. We'll do it here. Just you." He raised the gun. She saw it clearly in the glare of the headlights. She recognized the make from the crime dramas she watched, a Glock. She was certain, boxy, detailed, meticulously crafted. The suppressor on the front had a satin finish, a precision piece. It looked like it cost a fortune. She let out a slow breath. Patricia Marie Sundstrom, 25 years old, 2 years of college, a worker at the sawmill. Briefly, she had been happy with a potato farmer she'd met in a roadside bar, happier than she had ever dared to imagine, a profound, unexpected joy. She longed to see him once more, just one last time. Then a flicker of motion behind Mark's left shoulder caught in the edge of her vision. Deep in the blackness beyond the headlights, something pale flashed, 10 feet away, hanging in the air. Eyes, maybe, or teeth, like a silent, grinning promise. She strained to listen, but heard only the idle rumble of the engine and the soft, wet sigh of the exhaust. Then she felt a presence more than saw it, a dark shape shifting behind Mark, a moving shadow like a walking tree. It was insane. She tore her gaze away. "Ready?" Mark asked. "I'm glad that motel burned to the ground," she said, her voice cold. "I only wish you'd been inside when it happened." "That's harsh," he replied. When she looked back, a man stood directly behind him. A giant stepped into the glow of the headlights. In his left hand was a single arrow, on his head a night vision device with its tube flipped up. He towered over Mark by half a foot and was easily twice as broad. He moved with utter silence, closing the distance until he was no more than a foot behind Mark, like two strangers forced close in a crowded airport line. His right hand came around and closed over Mark's wrist, easing the arm sideways in a smooth 90-degree arc, as if opening a heavy door, until the Glock pointed harmlessly into the night. Then his left arm clamped around Mark's upper body, crushing him against his chest. The arrow's point found the hollow of Mark's throat. They stood frozen, locked together in a bizarre, intimate embrace, like tango partners, except Mark was facing the wrong way. "Drop the weapon," the giant said. His voice was deep but quiet, almost conversational, meant for Mark's ear alone. It sounded more like a suggestion than an order, yet carried a bleak, unspoken threat. Mark didn't comply. Patty saw the muscles in the man's forearm knot under the harsh light, hard as stones in a sack. His face showed no emotion. She realized he was slowly, relentlessly crushing Mark's wrist. Bones clicked and creaked. Mark gasped, jerking in pain, his breath coming fast. Finally, with a choked cry, he let the gun fall. "Good choice," the giant said, but he didn't release his hold. They remained in that twisted dance. "What's your name?" Mark stayed silent. Patty answered, "His name is Mark." "Mark what?" "I don't know. Who are you?" "Long story," the man said. His muscles tightened again. Mark squirmed. "What's your last name?" More clicking, more creaking. "Reacher," Mark gasped out. 100 yards back. Reacher had seen the woman, Patty Sundstrom, according to the banker, before he died, light up the hunter with her flashlight and then run. He'd seen the hunter give chase and had followed both. He arrived in time to watch the Mercedes pull up, cross the track in the darkness behind it, and crept close enough to hear most of the conversation. The tow truck key, Shorty, the burned motel. He heard the guy claim he and the woman were the last two standing. Shorty would be Shorty Fleck. Canadians, stranded and desperate. "I have money," Mark pleaded. "You can take it." "Don't want it," Reacher said. "Don't need it. There has to be some way we can work this out." Reacher turned to Patty. Pick up his gun. Very carefully use. Just your finger and thumb on the grip." She moved in, ducked down, snatched the weapon, and scrambled back. Then Reacher bent Mark's arm at the elbow, folding it back like a man waving, then further until the forearm was tight against the upper arm and the hand touched the shoulder. He kept going, pulling the hand down the back of the shoulder blade an inch, then another, relentless and controlled. The strain was immense, putting pressure on every joint from the elbow to the shoulder, along with all the connecting ligaments and tendons. Reacher finally eased the arrow from Mark's throat and lifted his weight off the man's chest. Mark collapsed to his knees, gasping with relief as the agony in his arm subsided. Reacher adjusted his hold, releasing the wrist, to instead fist a handful of Mark's collar, twisting the fabric into a constricting knot that pressed hard against his throat. He then glanced over at Patty. "Your call," he said. "Do you want to handle this, or should I handle what?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Finish him." She remained silent, so he pressed on. "You mentioned wishing he'd been caught in the fire. Who are you?" She repeated, her confusion evident. "Like I said, it's a long story," Reacher replied. "I've got business down south tomorrow and needed a place to sleep. This was the only option." "We need to contact the authorities," Patty insisted. "Were you and Shorty traveling somewhere?" Reacher asked, shifting the subject. "Florida," she said softly. "We were hoping for a fresh start." "Doing what?" "Renting out windsurfers, maybe jet skis." Shorty even talked about selling T-shirts. "Where would you live?" "In a little place right on the beach, maybe above the rental shop." "Sounds like a good plan. We thought so too." "Or," Reacher countered, his tone turning dryly practical, "you could spend the next few years stuck in some generic New Hampshire hotel dealing with a parade of irritating officials. You'd be bored half the time and terrified the other half." "Sound appealing?" "Not at all. That's exactly what will happen if we call the police. You'll be interrogated by detectives, prosecutors, and psychiatrists on a loop. They'll run the numbers just like I did. I showed up after the fact, but the violence was already in motion. I've accounted for 4 individuals so far. I suspect there were more planned from the start." "Originally there were 6, Patty admitted quietly. "What happened to the first 2? She didn't answer, just took a slow, shaky breath. "You'd likely win in court," Reacher said. "Justifiable homicide or self-defense, but nothing's guaranteed. Plus, you're not from around here. It would be a legal nightmare. You wouldn't be allowed to leave the state stuck watching nothing but Red Sox games. You need to really think this through." Patty stayed quiet. "Probably best if we skip the cops," Reacher concluded. Mark began to writhe violently. Reacher locked eyes with Patty. He was willing to let Shorty die. She hesitated, staring down at the gun in her hand. "Move over here," Reacher instructed. "Aim it away from me." She stepped beside him. Mark thrashed wildly until Reacher yanked him upright and delivered a brutal punch to his gut, dropping him back to the ground, dazed and temporarily limp. "Press the suppressor firmly into his back, right between the shoulder blades," Reacher directed. "About 6 inches below where I'm holding him. The safety is a small tab on the trigger guard. It disengages once your finger is in place, then just squeeze." Patty stood frozen for what felt like an eternity. "I can't do it," she finally whispered. Reacher released Mark's collar and shoved him aside. He took the Glock from Patty's trembling hand. "I just wanted you to have the choice," he said. "Otherwise, you might have spent a lifetime wondering. Now you know you're a decent person, Patty." "Thank you," she murmured. "Better than I am," he acknowledged. In one fluid motion, he turned and fired 2 rapid shots into the back of Mark's skull. A precise double tap, the kind informally called an assassination shot in certain circles, though no one would ever admit to teaching it. They took the Mercedes to retrieve Shorty. First, Reacher dragged the tow truck driver into the woods on one side of the path, then did the same with Mark on the other, clearing the way. He didn't want to jostle Shorty's suspected broken leg with any unnecessary bumps. Patty took the wheel, maneuvering the car around and switching on the high beams for the return trip. As they emerged from the wooded track, she paused. Ahead, about 2 acres away, the motel was now just a smoldering heap of glowing embers against the dark sky. The vehicles ahead were scorched and reduced to smoldering husks. The barn was engulfed in a violent blaze, and the house burned even more intensely. its flames towering what might have been 50 feet into the night sky. Near the meadow's center, 2 abandoned quad bikes stood idle, with 2 dark slumped forms on the ground beside them. There were 4 of them originally, Patty stated quietly. Mark, Peter, Stephen, and Robert. I heard suppressed gunfire earlier, Reacher replied. 9mm rounds. My guess is Mark decided to end the partnership permanently. Where's the 4th man? Likely inside the house. I wouldn't have heard a shot from there. There won't be much to identify once the fire's done. They observed the inferno for another silent minute before Patty turned the wheel sharply left, guiding the car over the uneven grass near the tree line. She drove slowly, her attention fixed on the woods. Twice she slowed almost to a stop, peering intently into the darkness before shaking her head and continuing. Finally, she halted the car, her hands still gripping the wheel. Everything looks different now, she murmured, a hint of frustration in her voice. How far in did you leave him? Reacher asked. I can't be sure. We walked a while, and then I pulled him further to where I believed he'd be hidden. Where was your entry point? Between 2 specific trees? That doesn't narrow it down much. I think it was right here. They killed the engine and stepped out into the oppressive darkness. Patty fitted her night vision headset, and Reacher lowered his monocular tube. The world resolved into endless shades of luminous green. Patty scanned the tree line, her gaze moving from one gap to another. I still think it was here, she repeated. They pushed into the forest, with Patty taking the lead. They traced a slow, curving path east and north, as if aiming to intersect the overgrown track about 30 yards from its entrance. They weaved between trunks with vines and underbrush snagging at their legs. Nothing looks familiar, Patty admitted, her voice tense. Reacher raised his voice. Shorty? Shorty Fleck? Patty called out. Next, Shorty, it's Patty. Where are you? Silence. They pressed onward, pausing every 10 paces to shout his name, and then standing perfectly still, listening. Nothing until the 3rd attempt. Then a faint, distant sound reached them, a slow, metallic tink, tink, tink. Reacher judged it to be east, perhaps 40 yards away. He called again, Shorty Fleck, tink, tink, tink. They changed course, moving faster now, battling through trees and thorny brush. They took turns calling his name with each step. The metallic tapping grew steadily louder, leading them onward. They found him collapsed against a tree trunk, utterly spent and racked with pain. He was wearing night vision gear. In his hand was an arrow, which he was tapping weakly against the optical tube. Tink, tink, tink. The only signal he could manage. Reacher carried him back to the car and laid him across the rear seat. The leg injury was severe, the wound a ragged mess. Shorty had lost a significant amount of blood. His skin was pale yet clammy with feverish sweat. Patty asked, Where should we take him? Best to get out of this county, Reacher advised. Head for Manchester. It's a larger city with more resources. Aren't you coming with us? Reacher shook his head. Not the whole way. I've got an appointment to keep in the morning. The hospital will ask questions. Tell them it was a motorcycle accident. They'll believe that. Hospitals see it all the time with bikes. It doesn't look like a gunshot wound. You could say he fell onto a piece of sharp metal. All right, get him stabilized, then ditch the car somewhere discreet. Leave it unlocked with the key inside. It needs to vanish quickly. After that, you should be in the clear. All right, Patty said again. She slid into the driver's seat, while Reacher took the passenger side, half-turned to monitor Shorty. Patty executed a wide, careful turn over the rough ground. Shorty jostled with each bump, gasping in pain as they turned onto the track. Shorty's hand moved weakly, slapping the seat beside him once, then twice. Reacher leaned closer. What is it? Shorty's mouth opened, but no sound emerged. He tried again, straining to form the words. He murmured, the suitcase. Patty kept driving, her pace deliberate and even. We had one in the room, she replied. I suppose it's ashes now. Shorty tapped the seat weakly. I got it out, he whispered. Patty braked to a stop. Where? She demanded. Over in the grass, he said, on the other side of the lot. She reversed awkwardly, the car twisting slightly, then turned around at the path's entrance and rolled forward across the field. They passed the discarded bicycles and the still forms. Peter and Robert, she said quietly, almost to herself. She continued on, stopping in the parking area. Heat radiated through the glass. Reacher spotted the metal cage rising from the bed of embers, steel bars and mesh, scorched and warped. Room 10, Shorty moved his arm in a feeble, sweeping motion, a weak gesture that could have been a blessing or a man tracing a path from here to there. Reacher stepped out and walked parallel to the cage, then turned toward the grassy border. A direct line, the quickest route. He adjusted his night vision. The suitcase appeared instantly, a massive weathered leather case secured with rope, lying flat in the tall grass. He crossed over, hoisted it up, and nearly staggered under its weight. It felt impossibly heavy. He lugged it back unevenly. Patty popped the trunk. He set the case down with a thud. "What on earth is in this thing?" he asked. "Comic books," she said. "Over 1,000. All the classics. Plenty of early Superman issues. They were from our fathers and grandfathers. We were going to sell them in New York to fund our trip to Florida. 2 soft leather duffels were already in the trunk, zipped and packed tight. Reacher peeked inside. Both were stuffed with bricks of cash, neatly stacked. Mostly $100 bills, bundled into thick batches labeled $10,000 each. Each bag held about 50 bricks, close to $1 million altogether. "You should hold on to the comics," Reacher said. "Use this money instead. You could buy a whole fleet of windsurfers." "We can't," Patty insisted. "It isn't ours." "I believe it is. You won the game. My guess is this was the prize pool. Who else deserves it? It's a fortune." "You earned it," Reacher said. "Don't you agree?" She was silent for a moment. Then she asked, "Do you want to share?" "I have what I need to get by," Reacher replied. "I don't require more." He lifted the heavy suitcase and slid it into the trunk. The Mercedes settled lower on its suspension. "What's your name?" Patty asked. "I'd really like to know." "Reacher?" She hesitated. That was Mark's name. Different branch of the family. They got back in, and she drove through the meadow into the woods, nearly 2 miles, all the way to the tow truck. Reacher took the key, climbed into the cab, and shut the door. The controls felt foreign and stiff. He was no expert driver on a good day, but after a moment he managed to switch on the lights, then start the engine. He found the gear shift and put it in reverse. A dashboard screen illuminated, showing a rear-view camera feed. In the wide-angle color image, an old Subaru was parked right behind the truck, just sitting there. Chapter 43. Reacher climbed down and signaled for Patty to wait. He hoped she understood. Then he edged along the side of the truck to the back and stepped into the open. Burke was right there waiting for him, the Reverend Patrick G. He held his hands up, palms out in a calming, apologetic gesture, as if to say he knew how this looked. Patting the air. "Detective Amos called my phone," he said. "She told me to find you and say 1041. I don't know what that means. It's a military police radio code," Reacher said. "It means immediate callback required. There's no cell service out here. We'll head south. But first move your car so I can get this truck out. We've got someone else who needs to head south, too." They were in a real rush now. He made his way back to the cab, offering Patty what he hoped was a confident wave from the ladder before climbing down. Sliding the selector into reverse, he watched the live feed of Burke backing up and followed suit, the motion a bit unsteady, the path not perfectly straight. He wrestled with the trees, clipping a few, taking a couple of solid thumps against the fender before finally breaking through to the open road. He turned the wheel and parked backward on the opposite shoulder, not perfectly aligned, but decent enough. The black Mercedes emerged behind him and pulled up alongside. Patty lowered her window. "I'm catching a ride with the guy in the Subaru," he told her. "It was good to meet you. Best of luck down in Florida." She leaned forward, peering past him at the dark pavement. "We're finally out," she said, a note of disbelief in her voice. "Thank you. I mean that. We really owe you one." "You would have managed," Reacher replied. "You still had that flashlight, all those fancy LEDs and 4 big batteries. It's more than just for seeing in the dark. His first shot would have missed, then you'd have been in the trees, and then what? Same drill all over again. My guess is he didn't pack a spare magazine, looked like he left in a hurry." "Thank you," she repeated, her tone sincere. "I really mean it. Good luck in Florida, he said once more. Welcome to America. He crossed the road to where the Subaru idled. Patty drove away, heading south. She lifted a hand through her open window in a final wave, then kept it there for a long moment, fingers spread, letting the cool night air rush against her palm as she disappeared down the road. Burke drove south on the back road. Reacher watched the signal bars on the phone flicker. Burke fretted about the late hour, certain Detective Amos would be sound asleep. Reacher countered that if she sent a 1041 immediate callback, she meant it. She could have used a different code. One bar appeared, then a second, and soon they reached the same wide gravel shoulder they'd used earlier. Burke pulled over. Reacher dialed. Amos answered immediately, wide awake. There was road noise in the background. She was driving. Boston PD called, she said. Their cleanup hitter got home earlier this evening. Does he have Carrington with him? They're asking around. What about Elizabeth Castle? Both are still missing. Maybe I should head to Boston. You've got somewhere else to go first. Where's that? She said. I found Stan Reacher. All right. He showed up about 30 years back. Lived alone for a long time, then moved in with a younger relative. He's registered to vote and still has a driver's license. All right, Reacher said again. I called his place. He wants to see you when? Now? It's the middle of the night. He has insomnia. Usually he's up watching TV. He says you're welcome to come over and talk until dawn. Where does he live? Laconia? She said. Right here in town? Odds are you've walked right past his house. As it turned out, the closest Reacher had come before was just 2 streets over, back when he was staying at his second hotel. He could have taken a left out the door, a right, then another left, and found an alley much like the one where the cocktail waitress lived. This one had a door on the right and a door on the left, not leading to upstairs apartments, but to tidy 3-story townhouses flanking a central courtyard. Stan lived in the left-hand house. Amos met them in an unmarked car parked at the curb by the alley entrance. She shook Burke's hand, said she was pleased to meet him, then turned to Reacher. You doing okay? She asked. This could get pretty strange. Not too strange, he said. Maybe a little. I think I've mostly pieced it together. There was always something off about the story. Now I know what. It's because of something old Mr. Mortimer told me. Who's old Mr. Mortimer, the elderly gentleman at the retirement home? He mentioned that back in the day he'd sometimes visit his cousins in Ryantown. He remembers the birdwatching boys said he was drafted near the end of the war. He told them they didn't want him around. They already had more than enough people. He confessed he never really contributed, and every 4th of July parade made him feel like a complete imposter. Amos stayed quiet. They walked to the door as a group. More respectful, Burke insisted, considering how late it was, like showing up to deliver the worst kind of news, Reacher thought. A military cop, a local cop, and a chaplain. He pressed the bell. A full minute later, a light flicked on in the hall. He could see its glow through a frosted glass panel set high in the wood, a fractured mosaic of muted cream tones revealing a slender corridor, what might have been framed pictures lining the wall. He watched an old man shuffle into the distorted view, a jigsaw of stooped gray, unsteady movement. He inched forward, using his knuckles for support against a wooden rail mounted on the wall. He drew nearer and nearer, and then he opened the door. The man who stood there was around 90. He was gaunt and hunched inside clothes that hung far too large on him, perhaps beloved items purchased decades earlier, back when he was a robust 70. He might have once stood 6'1" and weighed a solid 190 pounds, in his prime before a long, slow dwindling began. Now he was curved over like a human comma. His skin was loose and almost see-through. His eyes were watery. He had wisps of gray hair, fine as spider silk. This wasn't Reacher's father, not even if you added 30 years, because he just wasn't. It was that straightforward. The physical evidence confirmed it, too. No busted nose, no shrapnel scar on the cheek, no stitch mark above the eyebrow. The photographs on the wall behind him were of various birds. The old man extended a trembling hand. Stan Reacher, he said, his voice thin. Pleased to meet you. Reacher took the offered hand. It felt icy. Jack Reacher, he replied. Same here, are we family? Everyone's family if you trace the line back far enough. Please come inside." Amos said she and Burke would wait in the vehicle. Reacher followed the old man down the hallway at a pace slower than a dirge. A half-step, a long pause, another half-step. They eventually reached a small alcove between the living area and a kitchen with a table. It held 2 worn armchairs positioned on either side of a lamp with a large fringed shade, a good spot for reading. Old Stan Reacher gestured with his unsteady hand toward one chair, an invitation, and lowered himself into the other. He seemed eager to talk, happy to answer questions. None of it appeared to strike him as odd. He confirmed he was raised in Ryantown in the foreman's apartment at the tin mill. He recalled the kitchen floor tiles clearly, acanthus leaves, marigolds, and artichoke blossoms. James and Elizabeth Reacher were his parents. The tin mill foreman and the bedsheet finisher. He said it never crossed his mind to question whether they were good parents or not. Partly because it was his only reality, and partly because he wasn't paying much attention by then. He had already been introduced to bird watching, which gave him an entire other world to inhabit. He explained it wasn't about ticking species off a list. The real clue was in the name itself. It was about the watching what the birds did and how they did it and why and where and when. It was about imagining your way into whole new dimensions with completely different problems and entirely new capabilities. It was an escape, and frankly, a far more interesting one than dwelling on whether his father came home sullen from the mill. Reacher asked, "Who got you started?" "My cousin Bill," Stan said. "Who was he to you?" It was a different era back then somehow. Most of the boys you ran with were your cousins. Maybe it was some deep-seated tribal instinct. People were scared, times were hard. For a while, it looked like everything might just collapse. I suppose cousins felt safe. A kid's best friend was usually a cousin. Bill was mine, and I was his. What kind of cousin was he? Neither of us could do the math that far back. All I knew was I was Stan Reacher, and he was William Reacher. And way back, we both sprang from the same ancestor out in the Dakota Territory. If I'm honest, Bill was a bit of a wanderer. He seemed to float around, based up near the Canadian line, but he was always roaming. He spent a lot of time in Ryantown. How old was he when he first showed up? I was 7, so he was 6. He stayed a whole year that first time. Did he have parents? We assumed so. He never saw them, but they weren't dead or anything like that. He got a birthday card in the mail every year without fail. We figured they were covert operatives embedded in a foreign land. Later, we leaned toward organized crime. Whichever demanded more secrecy, it was often difficult to distinguish. Was he already watching birds at 6 years old with just his eyes? He always believed that was the superior method. He wasn't great at articulating why. He was just a child. We understood later after we acquired binoculars. You see a wider view with your own eyes. You aren't pulled away by the intense up-close details. How did you end up with the binoculars? That came much later. Bill would have been 10 or 11 by then. How did you get them? The old man glanced down briefly. You have to remember, he said, it was a different era back then. Did he steal them? Not exactly. They were more like trophies from a conflict. Some boy with a pointless grudge. Bill's patience ran out. We'd been reading old war poetry. He said he felt compelled to claim something. The binoculars and 31 cents were all that kid had on him. You co-wrote the piece on the rough-legged hawk. The old man gave a slow nod. We certainly did, he replied. That was a solid piece of work. I'd still be proud of it now. Do you recall September 1943? I remember a few things in a general sense. Anything specific? It was a very long time ago, the old man said. Your name appears in an old police report concerning a street fight late one evening. Not far from here, actually. You were seen with a friend. Street fights happened constantly back then. This one involved the local thug who was beaten to death 2 years later. Stan Reacher stayed silent. I'm guessing the friend you were with that night in September 1943 was your cousin Bill. I think he set something in motion that took 2 years to resolve. Tell me again, exactly who are you? I'm not entirely certain myself, Reacher said. At this moment, I'm considering the possibility that I'm your cousin Bill's second son. Then you already know what occurred. I was a military police officer. I saw it countless times. Am I in some kind of trouble? Not with me, Reacher said. The only person I'm angry with is myself. I suppose I always assumed these were the kinds of things that happened to other people. Bill was a sharp kid. He was always a step ahead, partly because he lived a varied life. Street smart, as they'd say today. But he knew other things, too. He was good with his studies. He knew a lot about science. He adored his birds. He preferred to be left alone. He was a decent person back when that actually meant something. But you really didn't want to cross his sense of justice. Underneath it all, he was a ticking bomb. He kept it controlled. He was incredibly self-disciplined. He had a principle. If you did something truly wrong, he made certain you only did it once, whatever it required. He was a capable fighter, and he had the courage of someone unhinged. Tell me about the kid he killed. Stan shook his head. I shouldn't do that, he said. It would be like confessing to a crime. Were you involved? Not by the end, I suppose. No one's going to arrest you. You're 100 years old. Not quite. No one cares. The police filed it under NHI. What's that mean? No human involved. Stan nodded slowly. I might agree with them, he said. That kid was every kind of bully. He held a grudge against anyone with even one more working brain cell, which was most people. He was the type who loitered around town for years after high school, doing the same cruel things to younger and younger targets. But he drove a nice car and wore expensive shoes because his father had money. His mind was rotting from the inside. He grew twisted. He started molesting little boys and girls. He was large and strong. He tormented them. He made them do vile things. Bill didn't know about him at first. Then he came back to town and found out that very night. What happened? Bill showed up in Ryantown out of the blue, like he often did, and for his first night we came down here, to the jazz club. There was a band we liked. They usually let us in. We were heading back to the spot where we'd stashed our bikes when the kid appeared out of nowhere, walking straight toward us. He paid no attention to Bill and zeroed in on me instead. He knew exactly who I was. It was like he was picking up right where he'd left off the last time we crossed paths. For Bill, though, all of this was brand new. He just stood there, stunned, listening to things he never expected to hear. I managed to get us moving again, but Bill didn't follow. That's when everything exploded. He turned on the kid and tore him apart. What happened next? Everything changed after that. The kid put a target on Bill's back, a real death threat. Bill started carrying brass knuckles. There were a few ugly run-ins with wannabe tough guys trying to prove themselves. We figured rich kids dealt with that kind of nonsense all the time. Bill kept the local emergency room busy, sending those would-be friends their way. For a while, things quieted down, became background noise. Bill drifted in and out of Ryantown. Then it all blew up again. One night they ended up alone, face to face. The first I knew about it was Bill showing up later asking me for a favor. He needed to borrow your birth certificate to enlist in the Marines. Stan gave a slow nod. He had to bury the name William Reacher, felt like he had no choice. He needed the trail to go cold. It was a homicide, after all, and he needed to be a year older than he really was, Reacher said. That's the part of his story that never added up. He claimed he ran off and joined the Marines at 17. True in spirit, maybe, but the Marines wouldn't have taken him if they knew he was 17. Not in September 1945. The war was over. They had more than enough men. 2 years earlier, sure, they were fighting in the Pacific and needed every warm body, but not anymore. An 18-year-old, though, that was always legal, so he needed your ID. Stan nodded again, a distant look in his eyes. We thought it would keep him safe, and I guess it did. The police eventually moved on. I left Ryantown not long after. Went bird-watching in South America and stayed gone 40 years. When I finally came back, I had to sign up for all sorts of new things, Social Security, a driver's license. I used the same birth certificate. I kept wondering what would happen if some computer flagged the name Stan Reacher as already taken, but it all went through without a hitch. Reacher nodded. Thanks for filling in the blanks. He paused. What happened to him? Stan asked quietly. I never saw him again. He turned into a solid Marine, served in Korea, Vietnam, all over, married a French woman named Josephine. They got along well, had 2 boys. He died 30 years back. Was he happy? Reacher almost smiled. He was a Marine. Happy wasn't in the field manual. Sometimes he was satisfied. That was about as good as it got, but he was never unhappy. He found a place he belonged, a structure he could trust. I don't think he would have chosen any other life. He kept up with bird watching, loved his family. We all knew that. We used to think he was a little odd, never quite sure of his birthday. Now I understand why. Yours was in July. His was originally June. He'd remember because of the birthday cards. Guess it got confusing sometimes, but he never slipped on the name, not once. To us, he was always Stan. They talked a little longer. Reacher asked about the motel and their supposed relative Mark, but Stan only recalled vague family stories. Some distant cousin who struck it rich after the war, bought up property, and ended up with a whole cascade of kids and grandkids. Mark was probably one of them. Stan said he didn't know and didn't much care. He was content with his photo albums and his memories. Then he mentioned he needed to nap for an hour. That's how it worked with his kind of insomnia, he said. He grabbed sleep in short bursts whenever he could. Reacher shook his ice-cold hand one last time and let himself out. Dawn was breaking, the morning sun just below the horizon. Burke and Amos waited in the car, parked at the mouth of the alley. They watched Reacher emerge. Burke lowered his window, and Amos shifted to hear. Reacher glanced upward once more before leaning in. I have to get to Ryantown. The professor won't be there for a long time, Burke pointed out. Exactly the point. Amos interjected. My focus should be on Carrington. Focus on him in Ryantown. It's as suitable a spot as any other. Do you have information we don't? We ought to be searching for Elizabeth Castle with the same urgency as Carrington. They're quite the pair. They considered their morning coffee a second date. It's almost guaranteed they're together. That's logical, but where? I'll explain on the way first. Ryantown. They took Amos's sedan. She was behind the wheel with Burke riding shotgun, while Reacher stretched out in the back. He relayed everything Stan had shared. They inquired about his state of mind. It was a brief exchange. He said the core facts remained unchanged, aside from one tiny ancient footnote. His father had answered to a different name as a boy, first Bill, then Stan. The same man, the same controlled explosive, dormant but dangerous. Disciplined, though, do right by him, and he'd leave you be. A formidable fighter with a courage that bordered on insanity. He adored his family, a lifelong birdwatcher, often preferring the naked eye for a broader view. Did your mother know? Amos asked. Excellent question, Reacher replied. Most likely not. Turns out she had her own hidden chapters. I suspect they were both in the dark. They probably allowed for such mysteries. A fresh start. No interrogations. Maybe that's the glue that held them together. She must have questioned why he had no family. Probably. Does it bother you now? A little, because of the birthday cards? That has a specific institutional feel to it, like some obscure branch of a government office handling your affairs while you're gone, making sure the rent is paid, or they were in prison. I'd need to see the return address to know, Burke asked. Will you try to find out? No, Reacher said to their right. The sky was brushed with the first hints of morning. A soft golden glow filled the car. Amos located the turn for Ryantown, the gentle left through the orchards. The sun climbed behind them, eventually sitting low and bright in the center of the rear window. Amos tilted the mirror to block the glare and stopped at the fence. 5 minutes, Reacher said. He climbed out, stepped over the barrier, and moved through the orchard with the dawn light at his back, casting an elongated shadow ahead. He crossed the next fence, the official boundary of Ryantown. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and darker leaves, the shadows deeper without direct sun. He walked down Main Street again between the slender trees, over the uneven stones, past the silent church and the empty school. Gradually, the trees thinned, and the rising sun filtered through in shimmering, dappled beams. The world felt renewed. Up ahead, he heard voices. Two people chatting lightly, cheerfully about something delightful, perhaps the dancing sunlight. If so, Reacher concurred. The place looked magnificent, like a high-end camera advertisement. He called out, "Hey folks, law enforcement entering. Make yourselves presentable and stand by." He hoped to avoid awkwardness for everyone. Several unfortunate scenarios were possible. She might be undressed. He might be missing a prosthetic. He paused a moment. Neither circumstance occurred. He continued to the four flats and found Carter Carrington and Elizabeth Castle standing together on the faint trace of the old road, midway to the stream. They were staring at him, both fully but casually dressed. He wore a tank top and joggers. She had on frayed denim shorts and a cropped t-shirt. Behind them, two mountain bikes leaned against trees, their fat tires and sturdy rear racks designed for heavy loads. Farther back, a two-person tent was pitched on the gritty soil where the mill foreman's parlor once stood. Carrington said, "Morning. Same to you, then." Silence settled between them. "It's always a pleasure," Carrington remarked. "Same here," came the reply. "Though I have to ask, is this just a chance meeting?" "Not entirely," Reacher admitted. "You were trying to find us. A small matter came up, but it resolved itself." "Everything's fine still. I wanted to stop by before I left. I'm moving on. How did you track us down? For once I trusted my gut. I suppose I recalled the feeling, how it is for everyone at some point. Just when life seems routine, someone appears. You dive into all those sentimental gestures you thought you'd never experience. You mark a new milestone every few hours, celebrating whatever brought you together. People do the strangest, most heartfelt things. In your case, you're following Stan Reacher. You mentioned discussing him on your dates. The last trace of you was at the county office, tracking his birth certificate. You wanted to do it right, step by step, thoroughly and carefully the way it deserves to truly make it your own. It holds that kind of meaning. You found his last known address. Elizabeth already knew the location because we'd pieced it together on her phone, so you went to see it, taking the heritage tour, because that's what people do when it matters. They exchanged smiles and linked hands. Reacher said, "I'm happy for you both." Elizabeth Castle replied, "Thank you." And this shouldn't change anything important. What shouldn't? In the spirit of being completely open, I need to tell you that Stan Reacher wasn't the person I was searching for, but he was your father. It turns out he was just using a borrowed birth certificate. I understand. I hope that doesn't cast a shadow on what you two have. Who borrowed the certificate? A distant cousin with no clear history, a blank spot on the family tree. How does that make you feel? Honestly, fantastic, Reacher said. The less I uncover, the lighter I feel, and now you're leaving. It was good to meet you. I wish you both all the best. Carrington asked, "What was the cousin's name, William? Would you mind if we looked into him? It could be a fascinating project, the sort of thing we'd enjoy." "Be my guests," Reacher said. Then he added, "On one condition." "What's that?" "Come say hello to a friend of mine. It's just a short walk. I'm sure you know her, Detective Amos from the Laconia Police Department." "Brenda?" Carrington said. "Why is she here? There was a possible threat against you. In theory, she won't be convinced it's over until she sees you herself. I'd like you to go tell her you're perfectly fine, just taking some time off, and you'll be back whenever." "What kind of threat?" You bore a slight resemblance to the target of a potential gang hit. Detective Amos's thoroughness and creative thinking turned it into a concern. "Brenda was worried about me. You're the one who advocates for them. They've grown fond of you. It's a bit of a soft spot. You might need to be a little tougher going forward." They walked together up Main Street, passing the school and the church out into the sun-dappled order of the orchard. Amos and Burke were waiting by the far fence. Handshakes were exchanged over the top rail. Assurances were given, explanations made of vacation, spotty cell service, apologies. "No problem," Amos said. Just following procedure, Carrington and Castle headed back. Reacher watched them go before climbing the fence to join the others. "I've decided to skip visiting the professor," he said. "Maybe you could give him a call." "Sure," Burke replied. "Back to town now?" Amos asked. Reacher shook his head. "I'm heading to San Diego." "From here?" It feels right. My dad set out from this area many times. He lived here for a whole year when he was 6. You really want us to leave you out here in the middle of nowhere? I'll hitch a ride. I've done it before. Should take about 40 minutes, my guess, given the conditions. Maybe 50 at most. You two should get going. It was a genuine pleasure meeting you. I mean that. I appreciate your kindness. For a moment, they all stood there, not moving. Then, somewhat abruptly and a little awkwardly, they all shook hands. 2 military policemen and a chaplain, all in crisp uniforms. Burke and Amos climbed into their vehicle. Reacher observed as they pulled away, the early sun casting a harsh glare around the departing car until it vanished from sight. He began to walk along the same route, following the gentle bend in the road with the morning light blazing directly into his eyes. Eventually, he reached the intersecting county road that ran north-south. Selecting a position on the shoulder, he stepped into the gravel, extended his arm, and raised his thumb to the empty stretch of asphalt.